could hardly take the sight of it anymore, yeah, in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, it'll end alright, this girl. Oh, I know it's love, alright, we'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness we did that day, ran away and we hid each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, so never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright, this girl. Oh, I know it's love, alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always try to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose, and spiral down to blues, and ending my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no ruler and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's so right. She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. 'Cause I never realized she's passed me by. till I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by. That redirect the wind, but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, yeah. Whoa, yeah. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, now she's thinking she could save us all. So lying lady, laying ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads. Driving with no GPS, I lose you everywhere I go. And I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it, but I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. We lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts, now that I know you hated it. I guess I'm just a blank space and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, a Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destination, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
As I ramble on trying to find nirvana, I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and no one's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find the path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, a Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on, riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion. Da. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that I die. Lot of more day to the day that we die. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Coke? Yeah, I did. Fuck yeah, I did. What's going on? Yeah, I don't know. It was close. I got 10 to 13 audience vote, and then fucking, I don't know, the judges. This guy was, he was like meta debating the whole time. He was fucking like complaining about my arguments more than he countered them. But apparently, since I don't know, I had informed myself a whole bunch on the topic, and frankly, it was a lot more about democracy and strategy and military power than it was about the semiconductor industry. and everybody on this like super uh, like terminally online Discord server that I was arguing on uh, wouldn't be able to live without their RTX 4090s and shit, so they thought I was fucking absolutely nuts for saying that it was less important the superconductors or the semiconductors and more important the strategy and economy and all the rest of that shit. Yeah, no, I mean, I argued well. I like I got reviews from all the judges. They basically said I mogged him in the fucking like in the meta debate. I called him out for being like a complete pussy and talking in like a 1 HP voice about how I just I don't but like the fact that the people basically agreed with his position fucked me. So, I don't know. I had a fun time. I learned a lot researching, but yeah, it was close as far as the audience saw it, but the judges I think I got 1 versus 4. It was 4-1 as far as the judges saw it. Yeah, well, I mean, out of the 23 votes, I only got 10, so it was 13 to 10. It was like 40% me, 40 yeah, 40 and change to me, 50 and change to him. So I don't know. I guess it was definitely more than just him complaining. Like I allowed for the fact that I would be down to uh, try and break a blockade, but not that I would like actually assault Chinese ships. Just that he was like, "You think we could do in Taiwan what we're doing in Ukraine?" I was like, "Have you seen the Russians in any way attack any of the transports of our like aid and military shipments to Ukraine? No, because they don't want to fuck with America. And if we were to not actually physically assault China back uh, in an while they were making an effort to invade Taiwan, China would be our best friend and would absolutely let us send whatever we wanted to the fucking Taiwanese because they wouldn't have to fight against America otherwise." So, I don't know. People didn't buy it. I told them it would be far more in our interest to let them take Taiwan, maintain the relationship with China, continue getting the semiconductors that they would continue producing in Taiwan, but it would light a fire under our ass to get uh, the supply lines and the everything else redirected towards the United States so we could start becoming the world's strongest semiconductor and producer, and we could compete with China and yet continue our relationship with China. I told the guy who I'm in a different server of this same guy who's running the debates to get me into his next one of the next debates he has on. It's everyday debates. I could get you an invite into that debate. Shoot, you could take part in a debate if you wanted to. Only if you wanted to. No, no, no. He's still working on getting me into his schedule. I feel you. I was just throwing it out there. How's shit been for the last week though? Yeah. Humility is overrated, right? But yeah, so oh, that's cool. Been getting up to no good. I've been good. I had to take a step back and chill. Watched a few documentaries with my girl. Hit the gym. Did some stuff around the house, and yeah, I'm back to the streaming grind this week. Babe Station and Steak. That's what I'm
There's a
talking
lot
about,
going
bro.
on. We've got a big drama day today. We do have a big drama day. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
Sometimes I get skibidi on the mic.
Oh, we have a big drama today. We have a big drama.
All
Last
right,
time I
so
streamed,
we're
we were talking
back
about
to,
Minecraft
reacting
drama.
to the-
We're talking about Wilbur Soot, talking about George
the
not
light
found.
shit.
The same day that I had streamed, allegations
But yeah.
had come out about George not found from Katie Bugs.
Anything you wanna bring
big
up, let me
allegations.
know.
Now, immediately, everyone on Twitter believed her. Some people said she's a lying,
fucking,
which I think is irresponsible, even given what's happened
trying to
recently. Some
regain
people
third
said she's
place on
100%
the
telling the truth,
leaderboard
which
in
I think
this,
is also irresponsible, okay? Both of these things, both of these extreme opinions, I must speak out against. Well, I'll tell you guys what.
Oh,
George
shit.
not found responded. And,
Sounds good.
It's exciting. In my
You're right,
professional, personal opinion,
Probably shouldn't have it
based
up
on what
going
he
into
said,
yellow.
I think it's very possible she lied. I do. And it's not just about what he said, it's also about her response after the fact. I think he may have beat the
Actually,
allegations.
I need him turned
think
up
that,
in my
I think she
ear,
may have lied.
but I'll
I think
turn
it's
him
extremely
down in
likely.
yours.
Hate it when false allegations are levied against POC creators. So do I. Which is why I'm going to dry scoop some G Fuel real quick. This is a big scoop. This is big. Ah!
Jesus Christ.
Oh!
I'm ready to stream. I'm the cult of allegations. Okay, we're gonna start with a little recap. Okay, we're gonna start with a little recap.
Okay,
I'm gonna
cool.
close on my game.
Looks like the sound levels are better now.
We ain't never not the Rizzler, so baby, rock me closer.
Appreciate.
In the back skibidi toilet.
Okay, Katie Bugs, small content creator.
You know about
not a huge
Turkey
following.
Tom, man?
She
This guy's
accused
fucking hilarious to me.
George not found. She is 19 when the incident she claims happened. She was 18, and essentially the allegation is she went
This
to his
shit's
hotel room
hilarious,
and
bro.
he fondled her. He stuck his hand up her shirt when she didn't like it. She got assaulted basically, and also that he gave her alcohol when he knew she was underage, and he was fine with that. Okay, that's the allegation. Now George said he would respond the other day, but everyone on Twitter has been on this guy, and I do mean everyone from the MCYT community. I have seen so many tweets about this dude. For example, there's one I can't
Minecraft
show,
YouTube.
but I have it on
Sucks
my
to
list
be
of,
you guys.
of tweets. There's one that's literally just him and Dream's like address. It says Dream's name and then George and his name and then their address in Florida, and is wishing for them to begin to cough. I've also seen an abundance of tweets saying they hope he dies, like a ridiculous amount saying they hope he's dead because of what this girl said.
This
Now, just
Wilbur,
because
is
people are
this
saying
George
that
not
doesn't mean
found?
that
shit.
you know he's not guilty, but I think it is worth noting people are taking this allegation very seriously, wishing death on all these people.
Oh,
they
okay.
are completely believing it 1000%, and I find it interesting. I find it very interesting. So I think it's important for us to actually watch George's response. It's half an hour. I've already watched it, and
okay.
I think it might be a bit of a game changer for some people. Now I will say
Well,
this
we'll see what
response
he's
does
got
not
to
have
say
an
about it.
abundance of screenshots. It is his story with some circumstantial evidence. I will say it is more compelling than what Katie has. And I will also say that Katie's response was extremely worrying as far as her credibility, which I will get into after we watch this video.
Sorry about
Alright.
your credibility,
guys.
hon.
I want to start off this stream by saying that this stream is completely demonetized. I've turned off ads. I've
Hell
turned off
yeah, let's
donations.
go. Let's do
However,
it.
I cannot turn off subs, but just don't sub. But regardless, any sub
Don't
money
sub,
that
he
is
says.
generated during the stream, I will donate to charity.
I need
In
to
this stream,
turn
I'm going to be talking about some very serious
sensitivity
topics,
down.
including assault, abuse, and things of sexual nature. So if any of these are triggering topics for you, please be aware of that and be cautious.
Oh, no,
Recently,
never.
a streamer named Katie Bugs went live and told a story involving me about assault. So in this stream, I'm going to be addressing it. I was originally planning on doing this all live, and that's why I originally tweeted saying that I would be live the day that it happened. But I simply did not feel comfortable doing it live and needed to make sure that I had all the details in place, and just wanted to make sure it was all perfect as it happened.
Perfect.
I'm really glad he did this because I think if he had actually live streamed, that could have been a disaster. Because imagine when you're trying to respond to an allegation like this, right? Whether you're guilty or not, you have thousands of people in your chat. Some of them are saying you're innocent. They're hyping you up. Some of them are calling you a horrible person. You can't really ignore that if you're live, right? Also, when you're live, It's harder to be concise. It's harder to get your story straight and be in order. When I say get your story straight, I don't mean like in a sense that you're lying and you need to, you know, compile your lies and get them straight. Rather, what I mean is just that, like, in a live format, there's a lot that can be up to interpretation. If you can do it in a not live format, your response is going to be way better. It is. It's going to be much more concise. It's going to be much easier to follow. You can plan it out. You can pull every single screenshot you want instead of having to scramble around on a live stream, right? And so I think doing a video is much better. Like, doing a video is much, much better, which he did. This is a stream, obviously, but he says here he's going to play a pre-recorded video. Rushing out a response is never the thing you want to do in a situation like this. There's a quote that I think people should live by when it comes to allegations, and that quote is, "Nobody ever wished they responded sooner." You know, like if an allegation is made about you and you respond a year later, obviously that's excessive. But like responding within the first like hour to an allegation is probably a bad idea.
That's
like probably a really bad idea.
That's facts.
I think if you're accused of this and you're innocent, I think best case scenario is you look at the allegation, you get offline for a few days, you let tension settle a bit, and when people have a more clear head, you release your response.
So today I sat down, talked straight into this camera, laid out all my thoughts, and then essentially just edited out the blank spaces where I was sitting here thinking about what to say, and then also added some screenshots for context. And I'm going to be playing that video now. I'm going to be telling the whole story, so it might not seem like everything is completely relevant, but I do need to tell the whole story for it to make sense and to fully inform you guys. So please watch the video in its entirety before forming opinions, as this is very important. Finally, before I play the video, do not send hate to Katie. That is not the goal of this, and I do not want you guys doing that. So let's...
And to be honest, she's not really getting that much hate. The response to this has been crazy. Essentially, after him telling the story of his side, everyone's response is to say, quote his video, and then be like, but Katie said this, therefore you are wrong. Like, they instantly believe her and don't believe him. Why? Because I think they're bloodthirsty, honestly. I thought it was out of I thought people believing this woman, for the most part, was out of, like, wanting to do the right thing. To an extent it is. But a big part of it also is that, like, there's a subset of MCYT that hates George Not Found and hates Dream, and are just looking for any excuse to go after them and destroy them. Like, these people are so bloodthirsty to watch these guys' careers fall apart. Like, absolutely. I mean, if you look at, you know, certain accounts, there's this account called Robbo Never Dies that every single time this is going on is tweeting stuff like this. We'll get into the Dream part here in a second. He says, Cantu asked Dream about him covering up for George. Dream's response was to post an edited video of Cantu, which cut out that part in particular to make Cantu look insane and ruin his career. Okay, Nicholas Cantu, by the way, was the guy inside of the was the guy inside of the Uber with Dream. This kid is insane. This kid is kind of crazy.
I'll tell you right now, your Australopithecus Cro-Magnon rock stupid. Your Down syndrome. You do not understand that your literacy level needs to be brought up from the Mariana Trench.
This kid is funny, by the way, but like, if anyone from the Minecraft community said this, they would be canceled. If Dream said this, his career would actually be over. And these people would be the ones that would be calling him out. They'd be saying he's racist and ableist.
If you have an issue with your intelligence, when the bites come and the ants come at me, it'll take 10,000, 100,000 of them to take me down. So that's how minuscule you are to my size, right? My stature of intelligence, character, body, and reverence. 1K is better for this. I want to give away his millions. Are you Jewish? No, man, because I'm gonna do movies, stand-up comedy, everything, music, whatever the fuck, e-commerce. You don't understand that you're talking to.
I'm gonna do e-commerce.
Like a Michelangelo. Right? Like I'm a genius, Albert Einstein level history book maker. You're gonna be forgotten like the dust.
Nicholas, yeah, that is.
There's 100 million, 1,000 billion. Sand particles.
Nicholas Cantu or whatever the fuck you call him.
Like, this kid is funny, but like he seems
He
like
is
he's kind of
funny.
Right
He's absolutely
right?
nuts,
He seems like
but he's
manic.
funny.
And a lot of people were blaming his situation with Dream on his mental health. By the way, the situation with Dream, I believe, is that he like punched Dream, and then he went on to like argue with the Uber driver and called the Uber driver like a loser.
Can you fight?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Tyrell, I apologize. Oh my God, I'm good.
I know, and I'm sorry for
I met him
doing this.
tonight.
Yeah, you get on the video now. Thanks for watching. Can't you
There we
network on
go.
all
That's a good
socials.
time.
Like, brutal marauder. I'm not.
With the Cro-Magnon thing, he was saying that to the Uber driver. By the way, he was saying the Uber driver's
Hell yeah.
drive him home. So
I
this
just
kid
beat,
is crazy.
dude. The
And
amount of
these people are, like,
attempts I've
desperate to
done to
defend
get
this kid for whatever
this
reason,
score,
despite the fact
fuck
he
yeah.
called Dream file. Cantu asked Dream about him covering up
Alright.
himself for George, and Dream's
I'm
response was
literally
posted
less
an
than
edited video of
100,000
Cantu, which
behind
cut
third
out that
place.
part in particular to make Cantu look
I
insane and
don't
ruin
think
his
I'm
career.
getting up to first
George
or
is
second
attempting to do
place
the
level.
exact same thing to Katie, belittling and flipping blame onto her and her friends to make her look crazy and untrustworthy. Dream,
Yeah.
George, and Sapnap are creators built on manipulation, building online identities that pander to a younger audience to create parasocial relationships and make millions of dollars. Whether those identities are at stake, when those identities are at stake, they will lie and manipulate until they get what they want. I don't even know what all this means.
I've
This is
made
a bunch of
107
gobbledygook.
attempts to get there, bro.
Dream, George, and Sapnap are creators built on manipulation. What
It
does
might
that
look
even
like I'm
mean?
going
They make
slow, but it's
Minecraft
because
videos,
I've literally planned this
building
shit
online
out.
identities that pander to a younger audience to create parasocial relationships and make millions of dollars. That's just called being a entertainer. They make videos that people watch. What the does this mean?
Yeah,
You could
well
say the
they're
same
they're
thing
like
about
5-minute
Markiplier
5-minute
or
attempts.
PewDiePie, but you're not because it's not Dream and
7-minute
Sapnap and George
attempts.
Not Found, who you hate for some reason. I don't even know why. If I had to guess, it's because you're a failed content creator that nobody
Dude,
gives
it's
a
so
shit about.
fun, dude.
And that's
It's
the case
so
for a lot of
chill.
these Twitter accounts. You'll notice they are a lot of the people that really hate Dream are like failed YouTubers who never made it. They are like literally all of them. They can barely pull like 5,000 views on a video. Robbo World Tour, 200 likes. Nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. Join the Robbo Cord. 90 likes on that. 150 likes. As soon as they tweet about Dream, literally hundreds of thousands of likes constantly. I think it's true.
First try on stream though, I beat my fucking
But we're
record.
gonna keep watching this.
Pretty proud
Play
of
the
that.
video. See you later, guys. Okay, so this is my side of the story of the 2 times that I ever interacted with Katie Bugs in real life. So the first time that I met her, it was
Beginner's luck. Yeah, 107 tries, and now I'm still working with beginner's luck. I wish.
Essentially, it was a bigger room than average. It's not just a bed in a room like a typical hotel room is. Essentially, it's there was a living room, there was a table, and the bedroom was kind of separated from it. And for this reason, we used his hotel room essentially as a place where all of our friends
you seen this?
in. Bitcoin is a 4-day-long event.
Oh
so
shit, he gave an
we used it quite
18-year-old
frequently
booze?
throughout these 4 days.
Was she
And
even
We
18?
had creators, friends in and out of this room throughout the whole event. Now, the first night that I actually met Katie, I was with Dream in his hotel room, and Dream was in a group.
He's not 30. He's 26 or 7.
26
I
is
believe. He does
still,
look young, though.
that's
Yeah,
pretty
he's
much
27.
30,
He's not
bro.
30. But if it was a woman, I would say 30 because she's hit the wall and it's over.
Other people. These 5
Tell
people
him,
include
Tom.
Katie Bugs, her best friend, and 3 other of her friends. Now, these 5 people, they're at an official video
Yeah,
after
below
party,
drinking age, that's a
and
fucking
they
crime.
wanted to
You
Dream-
don't
they
do
wanted
that
Dream
shit,
to meet
bro.
up with them and hang out with them. But Dream actually
I might have
didn't
did that when I
wanna
was
hang out with them,
21, but
and the reason
A,
is
that
because
was
at the
15
time,
years
he
ago.
was
That was a
wearing his
different
Dream mask a
time.
lot, and he felt uncomfortable wearing it
And
because it's just the whole mask on your face.
yeah, I'm still
So he
not
just
like
didn't wanna
super
go to the
fucking
party particularly.
proud
He
of the
even
fact
suggested
that
they shouldn't come because he was
I drank with
assuming that
people who were under the
were having
drinking
more fun
age.
where they were. They reassured him that that
But then
wasn't the case.
again, I mean, when I was 20, I was dating a
So
28-year-old chick.
now these 5 people are trying to come to the hotel.
Right.
But the problem with that is to get into the hotel.
And
you
she
need to
definitely
have a
fucking-
Bitcoin creator badge. And only 2 of the people in the group chat actually
The first
had this
time we
badge.
met,
That
we
was
got
Katie
schwiggity
and her best
schwasted.
friend. So eventually what
In the
happened is
in the
Katie
climate
and 2 of her other
today,
friends
people would
came
say that
to
she
the
raped me.
hotel room. This was my first time actually meeting them in real life. I didn't even know who they were before meeting them.
Hello,
And then
Jay.
we
What's up?
essentially just were
Yeah,
playing
21
games
is
in the
always
hotel
the
room.
drinking age
We
in
were
America
just having
nowadays.
fun, talking with each other, nothing crazy in particular. Now, one thing Casey said retrospectively, looking back at the scenario, is that I was flirting with her throughout the night and that she was uncomfortable with this because of
Oh,
our
yeah,
age
no.
difference.
I
At the
think I had
time,
my
she was
first drink when I
18
was
and I was
13, and I
23.
was
She
like
actually assumed I didn't know
solidly
her age
alcoholic
because
by the
she had
time I
never
was
said it.
19.
But then later, I had actually DM'd her on Instagram.
Yeah, I hear you.
And because of this, she says that it is confirmed that I know her
No, I
age.
haven't had
To
a
give
drink
some
in like
context to this
almost
scenario
5 years
why
now
I
because I
didn't
was
know
such
her
a
age,
fucking
my perspective of
dumbass
things
with
is
it.
that I am with
By the
people.
way, her saying 18 was basically she didn't hardcore say he was a pedophile or anything, but she basically was saying like I was young, I just turned 18,
Yeah,
I was
right.
still a kid.
I still,
he, like,
dude,
took advantage of me. That was like
I
her
still
claim
remember
there,
when I was
basically,
like
right?
14.
that are over the
I was
age
at
of
my
21. There's a
grandma's
scenario
house in
where
Colorado,
we are doing
and
things
I
that people that are
poured
over
like
the age of 21 are doing,
gin,
like drinking.
scotch,
And also the people that
whiskey,
came from
vodka,
an
tequila,
event
all
where
into
they had
one
very heavy
Gatorade
security.
bottle,
This was an
and brought it
official
home with
VidCon,
me. And I had that for like
previous
6
VidCon
months
I
because you
even had
couldn't take
problems
more
with
than a
these
sip of
events.
it
There was
without
one
getting
time
like.
where they didn't let me in because they couldn't confirm the legitimacy of my UK ID. They said they weren't trained
Yeah,
to
exactly.
look at foreigner, so they didn't
Like,
let me in.
to a
despite
teenager,
me being
alcohol
26
is
at the time.
pure
Also,
liquid
since
gold,
BT's
but that
stream,
shit was
I've
absolute
gone back and
dog
reviewed
shit.
texts from the time, and there was actually a picture where it was shown that they had this 21 plus wristband on one of their wrists. So from my perspective, it's a bunch of 21 plus year olds hanging out.
Which is like
Oh
a
yeah,
perfectly
dude.
valid explanation.
Oh,
though.
the
I feel like this is
worst shit
perfect- that's a
happened.
perfectly valid
Like,
reason to think
I
she's
still
21
cringe
at
when I
least.
think about how
I don't think her
fucking,
being 18 versus
like when I
21
would
is that big
dog
of a
sit
deal.
for my neighbors,
But
I would
if
steal
it is
their
a big deal
fucking
to
whiskey
you,
from
I mean,
their
this
cabinet.
is very interesting.
And
it's also
then one
possible
night
he
I
didn't
got
even think
drunk
about
and
it
let
that
this
hard.
like 30-year-old
He
dude
just
that I
assumed they
worked
were
with
21 when they showed up
like
because,
crash
like
in
he
one of
said
their
before,
beds
they were at a party,
and somehow didn't
know,
clean it up well enough,
that
and
was
I had
21
to like
plus, then
fucking,
they came
I got
along,
confronted by
security
my
was kinda
neighbors who
tight,
I
they're
dog sat
drinking.
for, that I let somebody
Realistically,
fucking sleep in one
when
of
you're
their
26
beds.
years old and you're a YouTuber in this
It was
space, in the
so
Minecraft space,
fucking cringe,
it's
bro.
expected that you have,
Oh,
like,
dude.
I'd say a high degree of conduct, that you're, being careful, right? And so I think if he was a YouTuber, or if anyone was a YouTuber, right, who's in the Minecraft space and is this famous, and they know that someone 18 is drinking,
But
they're
I
probably not gonna
also
wanna be around
lost
them
my
'cause they know
virginity
that
in their
can
living room.
regardless of what happens after the fact, right?
I've
It
dog
just
sat
works
through
now.
high school for these people,
No reason to think otherwise, other than her Instagram
and I
bio,
used their
but I
fucking
just didn't
house
see it.
for like
But
the
anyway,
like
nothing actually
damnedest of
did
things,
happen.
And I
bro.
think that's a valid explanation, by the way. Because sometimes when someone I know messages me on Instagram, I don't look at their bio. I just look at the message.
First night that we were hanging out, we were very friendly.
16. I just turned
Went our separate
16.
ways,
She was 15.
and that's the end of the first night. And then the second time that we hung out was the next night after this. So we wake up the next day,
Facts.
we do VidCon stuff. After we're
I'm
done,
surprised the dog
final day of
survived.
VidCon is now technically over, but we have
I'm
one more night
actually,
in the hotel
there's
before we need to leave
actually even a
later.
little bit of
And
shame
actually,
about
at
how
this point,
fucking like
I actually had a friend that I had only known online.
little I fucking
meet up
cared
with me
about
for the
those.
first
I
time,
fed him.
and the whole time
I
didn't
fed
know
him,
he lived in a
but
different country.
Her crying in the
I
video
can't attest to the fact that the schedule was perfect.
In fairness, if
in
someone
any
was legitimately
way.
assaulted, wouldn't you expect them to cry about talking about it? Like,
Yeah, bro.
come on. To be honest,
I
I'm
wish you
torn
could be
between
young
if she
twice.
knew she was lying,
Kidding
or if she was
me?
like convinced by some friends that she went through something that didn't actually, go down the way she thought it did. The impression I get from Georgia's side is that it's a
Okay,
sexual
that's going
interaction she
down.
regrets. She notes, and that kind of lines up with some things she says in her video, because in her video she says something to the effect of, "This, I was a virgin. This is my first time touching someone, right?" And now he says, basically she regrets it after the fact.
No
despite the
shit.
fact it was
Yeah, no,
consensual
I.
at first. And so that leads me to believe that if his story,
I'll tell you, man. There was one
she
time
was mad after the fact is because
I took 2 girls over
she
there,
got felt up,
and we played
liked it at the
strip
time,
Scrabble.
and afterwards nothing really came.
And
of
I'm
it,
telling
right?
you,
It was from
bro,
a guy
I
that,
made
wasn't
up
with her.
words.
They weren't dating. It didn't go farther than that. She regrets
I
how he
made
coerced
up
her, but
words
we don't
in the
know
strip
that he coerced her.
Scrabble, bro.
All we know is what he said. All we know is what he said versus what she said. And I think his account honestly makes more sense.
Oh, hell yeah.
If you remember what she
Telecoms
said,
Hut. There you
all
go.
of a sudden his hands
Hey,
were
man.
on her upper shirt. If that was the case,
If you
and
find
there are
like
other
a
people
fucking
around, don't you think at least
like a
someone, like one of her friends,
pool,
would say, hey,
a
that's
neighborhood
not okay.
pool that you can
If
get
it's
into
clear that
their
she's uncomfortable
fucking.
with that,
I
right? Don't you
found
think
a
that
way
would
to
happen?
bust into
Versus what he says is
the
they were
showers at
cuddling
this pool with a
for a
credit
certain amount of
card.
time. She was hugging
That
with
one was
him.
a good place.
She liked it, and eventually he put his hand up her shirt. Now, one of the biggest points of contention people will say is, well, silence is not
Exactly.
consent, right? Silence isn't consent, and that's true. Silence isn't consent, but in every sexual interaction you have,
Retronomical
when you're
or like
asking, can I please touch you here? Can I
megalodon
please touch you there? Can we
fish
please have sex? No.
semen.
Generally, it's like you kiss her, she kisses you back.
Oh, you burn that
okay, You
shit.
kiss her.
No
not
way,
randomly,
bro.
It's after you've you feel the moment is right. You kiss her, she kisses back. You touch her, she touches you back. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it's not usually like a. Can we sign a contract? type
Damn,
thing.
y'all are
She wasn't a
wild.
fake ID for that over 21
What's
bracelet.
in
She
our
can't be innocent.
pool?
It's weird. I mean, she may.
Hey
she may
man, when
not,
you're
though.
young, nothing's
thing
your
is,
fault,
like,
and I
the
mean
venues
that
I've been to,
seriously.
Sometimes they just don't ID you. I went to like a rooftop party once in Anaheim when I was.
But 26, this guy being
19,
26, that's
and I just
not
showed up at
fucking
the door,
young,
didn't
bro.
have an ID. They gave me the over 21
You don't have that
bracelet,
excuse
open
anymore.
bar. I was drunk. I don't blame anyone at the party for that. It's whatever. I was a legal adult.
He was actually living in Japan,
You don't announce. I would like to touch you here. Would that work? I mean, usually not.
and
It's
I
called an
told him I was doing
accelerant
VidCon,
for a
but he actually
reason,
just
bro.
happened to be in California at the same date, so the dates aligned, and we made plans to meet up. Now, he arrived early evening. I think it was around 5, 6 p.m. We were just hanging out in my room. I'm bored. Come to my room. Let's hang out. Essentially. That's what we did. Me and my friend that I just met physically. I mean, I knew him online. Went up to Dream's room and we were hanging out. And again, the same scenario happens from the night before.
Right?
They are trying to get into
England,
us
that
for
shit's
another
gotta
party
be
that we're at.
cold, dude.
And same story. Dream didn't want to go, but was open to them coming here. And again, that is what happened. But this time, their friends were actually all able to get in. I don't know how they did it, but Katie, her best friend, and 3 other of her friends ended up coming to the room, which had me, Dream, and my online friend that I just met. So 8 people total in this.
I don't think it's a good idea to take part in sexual acts while drunk. Instantly makes boundaries more blurry. I would agree with that, but it does happen, you know. It's natural that, you know, people get drunk. They have feelings for each other. Those feelings come out more, maybe, you know. It's not unlikely to happen.
This night was very similar to the one before. We were just hanging out, playing games, drinking, and just having a good time. So something I actually want to point out before I continue with the rest of the story is the way that she phrases some things in her story. Instead of saying that her and the rest of her friends actually wanted to come.
Alright, where's the 100,000
One
piece?
friend was invited by Dream, but she didn't want to go alone. So then they
One
decided
piece that I'm missing is worth 100,000.
willing to go anywhere. I just think
No,
it's
no,
important
it's
to
not.
note already that the story is slightly different from the reality of it, and I'll be mentioning this a few more times throughout.
Holy shit, one time we had
You
hands
see in
on
these screenshots from the text at the time that they were all trying to come to the hotel, and it wasn't just
wouldn't piss on fire to put you out.
And part of the discussion was the hotel. I also chose to mention my online friend. It doesn't really add to the story, but
Oh motherfuck.
or
Ashley, I'm an incel.
That's
I
gotta
don't
be
know
like
women.
what,
the 8th person
0
that she fought with.
degrees Fahrenheit
saying it
for
because
America
that's how it happened.
for freedom
And
units?
All these, dude, the girls in chat, okay? I've never had sex. I never will have sex. I don't know how sex works. I don't know what it is. I have sex with men out of obligation to my people, not because I'm horny for them, okay? That is the truth. That is the God's honest truth. Hand on the Bible, hand on the Quran, hand on the Torah, okay? And all the men I have sex with are from Ohio. That's the God's honest truth.
And I want to make sure the story is straight. Another thing that she talks about is how we insisted that she drinks more, and that we insisted on playing drinking games, when this isn't the case. Again, they had already been drinking at this party before.
Did I call it?
The hotel room.
I'm pretty good with those
And
conversions,
they
bro.
also been the ones that were asking to play the drinking games. So instead of, they were actually the ones that were asking us. And you can see that in the screenshots here.
Clay, what was that app you're using for the most likely to game? That's Dream, by the way, Clay. Katie says, I'll find it. So they were clearly eager to play a drinking game on the way there, which greatly differs from her story, which is that they made her and insisted that they play a drinking game, insisted that they get drunk, right? I mean, this is a clear lie on her part, I would say.
Bang on,
Cut and
that's
dry.
such a
Dead to rights. You got it on that
Britism.
one.
They had actually texted multiple times, specifically wanting to play the
Off
drinking
you
game
pop.
that we had played the night before. And at this point, I was pretty drunk, and so was basically everyone in this room. It was the last night of VidCon. VidCon's a pretty stressful time, and honestly, a lot of people are happy when it's over. Not that they didn't like it, but it's just a stressful event. There's a lot that you have to do, and when it's over, you're
Jeez,
just happy
dude.
and you wanna
You think
celebrate.
about
So
it,
at this point, we then
some of the
moved
shit
to
that you
couch,
did when you were a
couch in
kid,
the room, and
so
Ashley
surprising you
basically
didn't
says
fucking
looking
die,
back on the
right?
Scenario that she confused her nerves for excitement. When I
Oh,
said this
selling
earlier.
guns?
Again,
I
She
never
knows, right?
fucked
This
with.
did all take place
Dude,
in VidCon,
I once,
Ohio, which
oh my
Katie also
god,
left out.
another
She
cringe
also left
moment.
out that
I once
she attended
shot
the Skibbity toilet
a
pit
gun
and
through the
refused to
floor
flush.
of a second
at this moment in time,
second
Same.
floor
there was
apartment.
nothing sexual
I thought it
happening.
was
I'm just literally
I
saying
thought the
this to her.
safety was on,
And during this, she was
and
laughing,
this was like the
smiling,
kind of gun
no
where
indication
if you
that
pulled the
she's
trigger and the
uncomfortable with
safety
these
was
things
on, it
close
would
to
just
her. She
click.
also mentions that she's
And
thinking
I had the
my
clip
age
out of
about
it,
a lot
and I
older than
didn't
her.
think there was anything
Again,
in
she
it,
was
and I
18,
thought I
was
had the
26
safety
at the
on,
time. And
but I
again,
just
to clarify,
I
actually
literally I
didn't
shot a
know how
bullet
old
through
she
the
was,
floor of
despite
a
her
second
claiming
floor
that
Okay, so
apartment.
to be clear here, this girl is of legal age. According to him, he thought she was 21, but regardless of that, even if you take that away, she's of legal
And there was
age.
someone
so this
like
idea that there's like grooming or
downstairs
pedophilia
that
going on is just
half the
ridiculous.
time spent their time
It's just
sleeping on
wrong.
the
You can't
fucking
groom a legal adult. You can't.
they did
sleeping on the
posted
couch.
within her bio. And it was clear to anyone there that she
I
was
literally
not
gave
uncomfortable
that
with these
dude
things.
one free
Eventually,
hit
two of the people that came to the hotel
that
room
turned into
left.
2 free
Then it was
hits.
just down to me, Dream, my online friend, Katie.
I was like,
Katie's
bro,
best
you want to
friend,
hit me?
And
Why does he have small hands?
I get it.
mutual friend.
Am I wrong? Does he have small hands? I'm just wondering.
Next, she says, "This is a quote." Resorted to playing games on her phone. to
No
avoid the
shit,
awkward
bro.
situation. Now, I just don't
No
see how this is the
shit
case.
at all.
She's implying
Like,
that she
I could
is using
still
her
fucking
phone
be
to
in jail
essentially
if I
escape,
accidentally kill that
you know, under
motherfucker.
such an awkward scenario that she's in. But that's just not how it happened. And
The thing I don't understand about that as well is like,
Oh
couldn't
shit.
you just leave
You
if
don't
you're
want to
uncomfortable?
get
It's
drunk
not like these guys are
fucking
like
60
trained
feet in the
fighters.
air, bro.
It's not like they're like there's like a threat of violence. Like they're
What were
just
you
Minecraft
thinking,
YouTubers.
bro?
If you want to leave, can't you just go out the door? I'm just saying.
this is why she brought up the phone game as kind of a point. The game was honestly the central point of the interaction.
Me too, man.
Tonight.
Me
It was
too.
a very social thing,
Like,
you know, she was
this is only
showing
the stuff that
everyone
I'm willing to
tossing the phone
fucking
around,
talk about
we were all
on
playing the
stream.
game and bantering about it, just having fun with the game. So I don't see how like she resorted to it and was like using it in that context. She wasn't being awkward at all. There was no sense of uncomfortability from her.
What
She
does
was laughing and
legally
playing with
climb
everyone.
mean?
And yeah, I'm not really sure why she phrased it like this. We actually continue to send each other high score updates even weeks after the event. To add further context to this moment, we were all actually sitting on the couch that was in the hotel room playing this game on her phone. And during this, me and Katie were at the far end of the couch and we were cuddling together. We had been cuddling for, I'd say, around an hour at this point, playing the game, talking, and just having fun. And for clarity, I had my hand around her waist.
Why do you have small hands? Why do you have big hands? Great question.
Dude,
I'll
I
let you
once
speculate
had
as to what that
I
means.
once
So
had
with
sex
this
on
video,
top
when
of
she's
an
saying
air
that she was
conditioning unit
playing
on the
games
top
on her
of a
phone,
34
don't really understand it,
34 floor
and I
tower
think
that
that
I lived in.
the picture
And
that she's
this was
painting
the girl
is
I was dating. When I was
really
20, she was
dark, when in
28. She was the
reality,
manager of this
very
entire
happy with the
building.
situation.
She
She's
had
having a
roof
good time.
access.
I also want to address a fact that she claimed that would confirm
Bro,
that
we
I
set
knew
out
her age.
blankets, we
She
had
said that she
fucking
So to be
wine.
clear,
You
there's a
could
clear
see,
divergence in
it
the
was in
story
Atlanta.
here, right?
You could see
She
the
claims
entire skyline
she
of
went to
Atlanta. We
this
were like
little party or get together at this
15
hotel
miles
room,
north of
Dreams Hotel.
Atlanta.
She sat on the couch.
It was,
She was on her
dude.
phone. She didn't want to be around him. And he put his hand up her shirt unexpectedly. He claims she comes to the hotel room. They're flirting. They end up cuddling for an hour. And instead of playing the game on her phone to escape from the situation, his claim is that they were playing it together. Essentially, right? That's a huge break in the story here. Whoever you believe, these are wildly different interpretations of events. One of them seems more realistic to me, which is his. I'm just saying.
She had answered a question about her age during a drinking game, and we were talking about sex, and that she admitted to everyone in the room that she was 18 and a virgin at the time. I just don't remember this happening. I'm not saying this to just pretend like it didn't happen. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I did not hear it happen. We're not just all sitting down and not...
So he's saying he didn't hear this interaction happen. Now, this person on Twitter, who is easily, I think, one of the most people in the world right now, said, I didn't know she was 18. Quoting him. I assumed she was 21.
Bro.
I didn't know she was uncomfortable. She didn't indicate she didn't like it. He never asked. He never asked her age.
There were some
never
nights
asked
that
if he
me
could
and
touch her. He did not care.
my buddy would
She was drunk,
just
he took
like
advantage of it. Now, this person wasn't
run
there.
around in
This person
fucking
does not
shopping
know what
centers
happened. This person
at
has
like
no
2
inside
o'clock in the
knowledge of what
morning
went down. Yet they immediately
just
believed
because we
Katie.
knew there
They did
would
not
be
believe
cops there
George.
who would chase us.
Now, I think the burden of proof is ultimately
But I
on
worked
the
in this
accuser.
fucking
Ultimately, the
like
burden of proof is on her.
huge ass
She had
shopping
no
center,
proof. Now,
and I knew my way
refrained
around
from,
it like the
on
back
other day
of my
on stream,
fucking
on the
hand.
7-hour stream, I refrained from calling her a liar because I wanted to wait and see what he had to say. I wanted to wait and see, okay? Or if she had more. I'm now comfortable calling her a liar based on the fact she directly contradicted her story with screenshots, and she has not provided and is unwilling to provide any rebuttal.
Moving, it's a, you know, it's a chaotic environment. I could have been getting a drink. I could have been talking to someone else. I just did not
There
know
you
the
go,
mindset.
legally,
Another
quote
quote from this
unquote.
story,
I get you now.
says, there was more alcohol in the room, and we were encouraged to drink some more as they offered the bottles to us. They said they would join us in drinking and insisted on drinking games. They had already been drinking
In the
before they
course of
arrived.
arrest, right?
They were drunk, and the way this is phrased, it makes us out to look like we're kind of preying on them and like forcing them to drink when they didn't want to, when that's not the case. And as I mentioned earlier, they were even the ones.
What
asking
teenager
us to drink
doesn't
games
want to
right
drink, bro?
before they
You
had
kidding
even
me?
arrived. So then, this is when her most important claim.
Veruca Salt says, I don't think Katie had malicious intent. I think her friends are extremely toxic and push her into the narrative essay when it was simply regret. That's possible. That's very possible. I mean, it could be both, you know, it's a push and a pull. Whether or not that's the case, she's still responsible for the allegation, but if her friends were involved, that's pretty right.
Happens. I'm just going to read the quote. She says, out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting
Right.
next to me on the couch in front of everyone. He disguised it with a simple.
Like if you drink, you want to drink when you're a teenager. Like I don't know anybody who's like, nah, I'm gonna sit out drinking this time. Or I've had a couple. I don't want any more. Like maybe, obviously that's plausible, but dubious at best, you know.
The way it's phrased makes it sound like it just happened out of nowhere, when in reality we'd been cuddling for over an hour at this point, and it was not out of nowhere. It was also around half an hour until I started moving my hand further up, and the way it's phrased just makes it seem like it happened pretty instantly and pretty quickly. There was nothing quick about it. It was very slow, and I was very cautious about it and making sure that she was comfortable throughout the process. Me and Katie were very touchy, very cuddly, and very slowly got more intimate. I've always been.
That sounds like a good friend too.
Consent, and this is not just because I'm a creator. I've been like this since before I was a creator, and I think that's just the way I am, and just the way it should be.
Thanks, Tom.
Everything progressed very slowly throughout the night. And also, before I continue, I want to make it clear that the furthest anything ever got was under the shirt touching and cuddling. Now, obviously, people don't typically ask if everything is okay, even such as touching someone's waist under their shirt before they do it.
True.
But in this case, I was extremely slow. And she was engaging with
He wanted to stay in fighting shape. That's why he only had one.
For the game that we were playing. Again, the quote that she said.
He had his priorities straight.
Are you ticklish? I coughed out a no. She's implying that it's with malicious intent, and that she
God damn it.
Coughed out a no.
Fucking grab it.
That I should be able to tell that she was uncomfortable
Popped
with it.
out a no.
Now, this is the majority of the story. Here's what Katie Bug says in response. She said she will respond on stream soon. I don't know how she could respond to the the fact he did call her out for a few blatant lies. She responded to her Discord server Hugbox saying, "Hey everyone, bad timing, I'm getting on a long flight as of now. As Ghosty said, I've seen what was said and I will formulate all I have on the flight for messages people who have asked.
Yeah,
Once I'm
I know some people who will just like keep refilling it with water.
And no one things will happen. Originally, I did not want to add to the situation with proof. I didn't want to create this idea that it's petty drama and not real life people who have been affected. I also don't want victims to feel they have to prove themselves to be believed." Okay, so the noble thing that you're doing, Katie Bug,
pretty respectable,
is making an allegation against someone
I was never that guy.
who you believe is a evil abuser potential file, like you implied, and you provided no proof out of respect to victims. If you want people to believe you, don't you think you should provide proof, of which you gave none? Literally none. But I cannot control how situations play out. Yes, you can. If you have proof, you can. Yes, I know I do not owe it, but I will give it nonetheless. This will be the only proof or response I have, as I don't want to keep proving myself and participate in a drawn-out back and forth publicly.
Right.
You made an accusation. You made a public accusation against a super famous guy. What do you expect? I don't want to participate in him proving himself or me doing so. I just wanted to share my story so victims around me know they aren't alone. What does that even mean? What the f does that mean? So the reason that I decided to make an allegation with no proof that can be easily disproven is out of respect to victims. Really? Really? Genius move, dude. You're a genius. Are you in Mensa? I think you're going to be the first female astronaut from China.
You all right,
I will let
babe?
people do as they please moving forward and will not respond to anything else as well, because I need to take time for it all. Well, you need to take time. I appreciate all of supporting me, especially those who have reached out to me privately. Once I'm back in about a week, I will stream my final response and message everyone about the situation.
You're supposed to remember some things when you drink every once in a while?
Love you all. Genius, dude.
I didn't black out that many times, but it took a lot for me to black out.
I waited. I literally waited. Like, you better have some really dead to rights proof. Because he caught you in some big lies. He caught you in some big lies with the screenshots. He did. You got owned. You got destroyed. Okay, WWE SmackDown, Hulk Hogan, Fred Durst.
That kind of shit definitely
he destroyed you. Rollin' by Limp Bizkit was playing in the background while he got you. Okay, pile driving you into the ground.
Rolling.
And notice how, despite the fact he had way more screenshots than her, everyone is immediately believing her. This person's rebuttal to him is what she said after he caught her in a lie. 50,000 likes. You check age, especially when you're 26. In the real world, when you're trying to f a girl at a bar, are you checking her age constantly? No.
Kind of are.
Plus situation, you assume that person is of age and an adult. Him saying
her
friend group changed how she feels about this is wild. This is actually disgusting to watch. And he ends it by saying, support victims. What is this? And that once again, they're hoping for his death. Support victims after giving a masterclass in victim blaming. This guy needs to start coughing in 7 days. They're literally wishing for him to die. Like, it's insane. It's insane. These people are scum. Low IQ. They are not in Mensa. They're in special ed classes, okay? Literally brain dead.
Says, later, he made a game out of my embarrassment where he would touch me in certain areas to make me lose the game I was playing. Now, I actually
I mean,
remember this quite
it's
vividly.
questionable. It depends, like, what kind of, like, if the bar has a rep for fucking letting underage people in. But, I mean, I don't know, man.
Like, look at this rebuttal. Just remember something from Katie's story. I will
I
quote
feel
her
like
words.
the internet is
Before the
just
incident, I'd
too
answered a question about my
voracious
age.
in
We were playing a
appetite
drink
for
and gave her rough
fucking,
sex, and I admitted to
like,
everyone in the room that I was
catching
18 and a virgin.
motherfuckers.
Didn't know her age. In the video, he literally says that he didn't remember her saying that, or it didn't happen. Either of those is true. And then this person says, well, isn't that convenient for him? Yeah, isn't it convenient for her, though, that she would say that so he would immediately know? I'm just saying. Why is the standard that you immediately believe the accuser? Why? I'm not saying you have to call her a liar. But maybe when she's proven to be a liar in some aspects of the story, you should doubt her credibility. Which I am doing. But these people are so emotionally invested in ripping these people's careers apart because they're mentally ill. They're insane. They're nuts. There's something wrong with them.
At a point where it was easy for her to mess up.
And I mean, it's a logical backlash to, like, the fucking culture for the last fucking
and that's the greater point. She was a legal adult.
3,000 years
she was an
of
adult. Who cares?
it being mostly the woman's fault and shit like that. But
Me, or she would play fight with me because I had just made out.
at the same time, it is unfair at some point.
To be fair, are the Minecrafters just sewing? They've been a part of this cringe since the beginning when it happens to someone else. To an extent, yes, but that doesn't mean you should cheer on false allegations. Bro, she just came out of high school. Okay, so if I get out of high school at 21, is it different? Like, we draw a line in the sand at 18 is when you're a legal adult, right? You're going to call someone a pedophile for having sex with an 18-year-old? You could say it's weird. You could say it's kind of gross. You could say, oh, that's a little young. I don't know. Is it predatory? No.
I didn't speak or move. I remember being afraid to even breathe. I stayed there for a while.
That's true too.
Stillness could make me disappear. Now, to reiterate, anytime that I did this, it was met with her either smiling, laughing, play fighting with me, and there was no reason for me to believe that she was uncomfortable with it. She was not moving. She was not speaking. Of course, I don't believe that silence is consent. I just want to make sure that it is abundantly clear. She was visibly and physically responding well to everything that we were doing. I also want to comment on how she said that she had to stand up after many minutes for it to stop.
Yeah, but neither party can give consent while drunk.
For example, to go to the bathroom.
I saw something about on Twitter. There was a fucking poster on college campuses that said Joe and Josie were both drunk and they ended up hooking up.
Than her. Just keep that in mind.
Josie couldn't consent. Joe raped her. Be careful, your life could change in a day.
Look at Katie's Twitter. She's just yapping at this point. Jeez, all right. Here we go. She is yapping. We are waiting. Pull whatever you can find. I also recorded everything. I plan on using it to support my case if needed.
Are you serious?
Okay,
like,
what do you mean if needed?
two consenting adults can't get drunk together and have sex?
You say you don't want to be in a public back and forth, and then you make an allegation with no proof, which instantly opens him up to a back and forth, whether he's guilty or not.
So you have to be stone cold sober to have sex,
That's why I can
period,
sleep at night
ever.
Scrambling for
End of
screenshots to
story.
try and twist. What does that even mean? That's why I can sleep at night without scrambling for screenshots. If you're falsely accused, should you not scramble for screenshots? That's why you're scared.
If they're below drinking
knows
age.
the truth, and you do too. That's something you have to live with. Just get the evidence. Why do you have to write poems about this? Yes, I was naive, but I have
you're
really
saying
changed
two
to grow up.
people
exactly. When I'm
are
your age,
grown
I'm 10 times the
adults
person you will always be the 27-year-old
get drunk
still acting
together.
like a child. Really? I'm not scared of you anymore. I've been waiting so long to say this, but you're a coward. Goodbye for now.
So
All right.
who raped who then?
So she uploaded apparently proof. She says, for now, goodbye. We're going to finish his response, and then we'll read this.
I think it is important to note that she made the choice to stay behind for many hours more. And as I mentioned before, she did get up, say goodbye to them, and came back. We were even talking about staying up to wait until
27-year-old hanging out with an 18-year-old is a creep. I mean, it's a little weird maybe, but once again, like, he claims he thought she was 21. So at that point, you just have to choose to believe whatever.
Well, then that's fucking absolutely.
And given the fact that he has shown a lot more evidence than she did, right? Given the fact that he has caught her in a few lies, it's kind of tough. Why is no one talking about the friend allowing her to drink illegally with a bunch of 20-plus-year-olds? I mean, that's worth questioning.
11 a.m., which was the checkout time of the hotel. Since it was the final day, we were
I want to not believe you, bro. Like, but it sounds like some shit that would be
Someone
for
says,
fucking
like,
real.
Why is an 18-year-old drunk? You're just like a child. Like, have you been to college? Do you think all the 18-year-olds are sober until the day they reach 21, at which point they finally have their first beer? Like, come on.
Ended up happening. And it's at this time that Katie says that, this is a quote, I went to leave, and the older guy then decided to leave too. This is phrased in a way that makes me look kind of creepy, to be honest. She's basically saying she left, so I decided to leave too, which is not the case. What actually happened is Dream had decided he was too tired and was going to bed. So the night was over, and we all left. She then goes on to tell a story about the elevator and how I joked about it being broken to try get her to go in with me. So Katie actually had her own hotel room on the same floor as Dream. So she actually didn't have to take the elevator. She walked me to the elevator when she didn't have to and said goodnight to me, which was nice of her. I did joke with her about coming in the elevator by pretending that it was broken. I went into the elevator.
Wait,
the
so
doors
they
closed,
both
and I
statutory
pressed
raped
the
each.
doors open button to make it open again. I did this a few times, and she
Dude,
got bothered
I'm
with it.
sorry. I don't even.
Why is he British? Well,
like,
that's the reason why he's obviously guilty, right? 'Cause
I'm
he's
getting
British.
a little
This is the thing I said with
frustrated. I
Wilbur
just
Soap,
don't
too. Like, no matter
understand.
what they say,
Like,
they're still
so
British at the end of the day. So, you know, they're basically guilty of whatever you can possibly say about them. They literally have thousands of children.
age of
in their
consent
basement. Every
is
British person-
18.
At least we don't
Drinking
have
age is
school
21.
shootings.
So if your
If you live
laws
in a
were
country where you can't own a gun,
in effect in
you're guilty.
America, if a
I wanna hit George up, but
19-year-old
I might be too old. I'm 19.
got
Based,
beers
dude.
Respect
but didn't
them,
drink them,
obviously,
but gave a 21-year-old
ended up just
those
going
beers,
down to my room. Yeah, she didn't have to take the elevator yet. She chose to
and the
go with me
21-year-old
to the
got
elevator
drunk.
to say goodnight to me. Which
So
I
wait,
think
so
is
what if a
interesting
woman gets a
given
man
how
drunk
she's
to have
saying
sex with
how
him?
she was so upset with her. But also, I think these comments are her looking back on the night and not her actual feelings at the time. And that's essentially the end of the story. This is actually the last time I've seen her in person. Was
But I thought you said a woman can't be
we messaged for a
charged
bit
with rape.
after, through Instagram DMs and Snapchat, and the way that we talked to each other was always pretty banterous. For example, after the first night that we hung out, but before the second, she'd actually texted me and said, "You better not be in Dream's room tonight, or I'm gonna shoot your leg." Obviously, she's not gonna.
So she's like flirting with him about hanging out. She's like, can't wait to see you, teehee.
Shoot my leg. It's just we're just messing with each other.
Okay.
And I'd actually responded to her and said, "Well, guess what? I'm actually here right now." And yeah, after this, we texted for a bit, sometimes daily, sometimes we would take a few days break, even a few weeks at some point. And at some point after VidCon, we were actually both in London at the same time, and she let me know this through her DMs. Now I will say she didn't come out outright and say I'm in London.
She kept talking to him all this
That just
time
sounds
after
like
the
some
fact?
fucking
Like consistently having conversations.
leftover English
like
common
friendly
law bullshit.
conversations. Like if you believe someone assaulted you, you keep messaging them being friendly for like months after the fact. That's kind of weird, no?
But
And I know her claim is like, okay, well, you know, at the time, I consider myself lucky, even though I had negative feelings about it. But if you did consider yourself lucky, but you had negative feelings, why would you keep messaging him regardless, right? That doesn't really make sense. Grow your old hair back, but on your balls. Based. Why would you want to arrest an 18-year-old? Is this guy a masochist? I mean, they're pretty stupid. I would agree with that. Please tell me about the hostages you keep. Dude, what's wrong with you? What's up, Seth?
Yeah,
Zach,
the
my Hyperborean brother.
she did say that she'd gone
in
to
like
a place
the
that
more
was known to be a
Republican
London
conservative
thing. And I
states,
commented on that and
some
said,
of them,
and asked what she was doing
like in
London.
Florida
She was
where I
"Okay, we did
live,
not meet up whilst in
it's
London, nor
18.
make plans to do so."
Yeah,
She
I
was
want to
always
say
extremely
like there's a
friendly to
lot
me.
of
I was
states
friendly to her, and
that still haven't
honestly,
updated the law
I
where
was
it's
very shocked
16.
to hear her say the things that she did say during her stream.
But I don't
When
really know
first
which ones.
opened
I
up her stream,
never
it was after she'd already
wanted
streamed
to
it, but
be on the
not long
watch
after,
list
so
that I
people
would
had
be
to
on
get
if I
any
went to
confirmation
look.
that it was relating to me. And when watching it, I was like,
There's Romeo
it
and
was actually
Juliet
interesting.
laws.
I was thinking, okay,
If
what's
you're
this gonna be about? And
like
then when she started
19
saying
and she's
more and more details, I
17,
realized, wait,
or
this
if
is
you're
about me.
18 and
I
she's
was
16,
very confused,
and
very
shit like
shocked,
that.
and didn't
But
quite know
yeah,
what to
no,
think,
if you're like
given
if you're
I
like
had
21
no
and have sex
impression
with a
of anyone going
17-year-old,
throughout
that's
this whole
100%
relationship
statutory
that I had
rape.
with her. Not at all. Like it was, if anything, it was the opposite. I thought we had a pretty good relationship, despite the
Biggest surprise is that George isn't a gay Twinkie. I mean, he may like women, but look at the pigment, bruh.
fact that we actually hadn't talked in a while. I thought if I had seen her in real life again, everything would be fine and we would be friends. It was actually around this point, after VidCon had finished and we were messaging, that I found out her age. And since then, I never pursued anything going forward, and I essentially stopped messaging.
See,
The
that
last message
you
she
just
sent
Once
shot
again,
yourself
the
in
idea
the
of this
foot,
is just
bro.
ridiculous of this being a problem because, like, she would have been 18 anyway. So when he phrases it as like, I found out her age, you would think that means he found out she was like 16, right?
Right.
But, like,
You
he was
shouldn't say
18.
that,
She's
bro. You
19
should
now.
just
She's an
say
adult.
she was
What's
18.
her statement? For now, this is what I have to say. He admitted to touching me, that I was drunk, that I verbally didn't consent. In my mind, the conversation is over. He said silence does not equal consent. Yet, 1, never got verbal confirmation from me. 2, chose to move to sexual act on the couch where everyone was hanging out without asking. I don't know how those two facts coexist. How can I consent when there was no question? How can I consent when drunk? Well, you can consent to something without having a verbal conversation. Like, once again, like, would you like to engage in coitus with me at this moment? Would you like to engage in sex? Would you like to engage in sex with me at this moment? Like, is that usually how it goes? No. Now, if somebody's pulling away from you, if somebody's communicating to you that they don't want to do anything with you, then obviously that's one thing. But in this case, he claims that they were cuddling, and she just completely skips over that here. I prepared proof on the idea he wouldn't admit to it, that he would deny touching me or being there, but he admitted it, that I was drunk and he touched me in front of everyone. I never said yes, nor did he ask, and I'm still asked for response, proof, explanations. Freaking think that's insane. No, it's not insane. And this is how I know she's lying, because she says that his explanation shows that he assaulted her, which is just not. It completely diverges from her story, okay? You have no brain cells, okay? He is Rick, and you are Morty. Katie, you are Morty. You're literally Morty, and he's Pickle Rick. He owns you, okay? He's an interdimensional traveler, okay? He is Rick. He's Rick Sanchez, and you're a child in the body of an adult woman. It's insane. It's mind-boggling.
Kind of wild.
Okay? It's truly mind-boggling. If you still need more after hearing him admit those two simple facts, then nothing I can say is going to change your mind. Is cuddling a legal adult that you believe is even older? Is that sexual assault? When she's playing games with you and kicking her feet, and enjoying it, and you put your hands up her shirt, is that... You have with 1,000 children, nobody bats an eye. But you put your hand up the shirt of a legal adult, everyone loses their minds. It's insane, though. Like, this is actually insane. It's actually insane. Here it is anyway. As for the messages he showed outside of Insta DMs, all proof was him showing a group chat he wasn't even in, showing messages from my friends, which isn't me. The only message showing a response from me was when he asked about the drinking game we played. That was after we played the first night, the night where nothing happened. I liked the game and I wanted to play it with other friends at the convention, so I asked for the name.
Yeah,
Don't know how
it's
it's relevant to anything.
too.
I mean, it's clearly relevant because the point is that they insisted on playing a drinking
Yeah,
game.
no,
And
like,
yet you were in a group chat saying you wanted to play a drinking game.
I'm
That's how
just
it's relevant.
I keep coming back
Whether
to
or
the
not he was
idea
there,
that
you were discussing going to his place to play a
if
drinking game, being
you
excited
drink
about it.
alcohol,
So
like
that's why it's
I
relevant.
thought
I went back.
England was
Because my
supposed to
friends
be
watched
like
them, and I went
less
with them everywhere they
puritanical
went on
than the
that trip.
United
If
States.
you believe that an adult
Like,
man is being creepy around you,
how in the fuck
you have no
do
reason
you
to go back.
like? Then
You're literally
y'all got
brain
rapes
dead
going
if
on
you
every
actually went back
like
after believing that he wanted
a
to
million
assault you or
rapes
something,
every
he was being
night then
creepy or
in
he
y'all's
flirted too
country.
heavily with you. You are brain dead.
Discretion.
You should not even.
Well,
you
if it's
can't-
up to
you- and
discretion,
that's true,
then
you genuinely
like
cannot consent because you're low IQ, brain dead monkey walking the earth in the skin of a human girl.
then
Okay?
it's like yeah,
Genuinely.
you sort
You
of
have no
have
brain.
to. If it's
But
up
that's
to
not the truth,
discretion,
is
then
it?
that
The truth is
means you
probably-
have to
the
like
truth is very
there has to
likely
be a
that you
reasonable
liked him.
like,
you regretted it after. Nothing happened the first night.
probable
Something I
cause.
also did not
Like,
admit at first because it's
somebody
embarrassing, and I
can't
thought
just
relevant for the second
say,
night. Another reason I was willing to
well,
go
we
back
were
is I
both
heard of a
drunk
different
last
creator who I
night,
wanted to meet.
and
When I found out
I'm
that he left
angry
an
at
hour earlier, I
him,
was already in the
so
Uber.
he raped
I
me.
had forgotten this until
Like,
looking back at text.
there's
where I
gonna
said
have
this
to
to a
be
friend the
some
day
sort
after.
of like
so this is just nothing and has nothing to do with anything.
mitigating
They were all
or
fine. Like I said, in my stream, I
exacerbating
did have my age in my
factor
bio, like it is to
that's
this
gonna
day.
make someone
The messages were
prosecute
nothing
for it.
insane, just banter.
So
Like I said,
you're
admitting
saying
to my stream after,
basically
I never
there's
hid the fact. I was
it's
still
like a
considering myself
gray
lucky for what
area,
happened to me, even if I was uncomfortable and
but
didn't ask for it.
you
I was
can
hating myself for it
technically
now, thinking it was
be
ungrateful, but as you can see, nothing insane
prosecuted
or
if
proof-worthy
you're
being said, just banter.
if you're not fucking
Again, I felt
careful.
lucky to be talking to a verified account. Bro! Literally Morty.
It still sounds ridiculous, but not as ridiculous as I was thinking you were saying it was.
I was uncomfortable with what happened, but trying to swallow it and suck it up. Trying to swallow it and suck it up so I didn't have to acknowledge or accept it. Although our texting ended a month after, I could see why people find me at fault, but the thought process of someone who went through what I have is a very unique experience, which is why I understand why it seems stupid. Only so many people have been in it to understand. Again, like I said, at one point he asked for my snap, but we didn't Snapchat much because I don't use Snapchat. I haven't since middle school. The most that happened were a few pictures of him with a quesadilla that he sent me, and then I resorted back to DMs, which didn't last long. The time we stopped interacting was around Paris. I walked him out to the elevator. We left at the same time. My room was on the other side of the floor. In the hotel, you had a hallway of rooms on one side, elevators connecting them, then the other hall. I was on the opposite side, therefore had to walk through the elevator room. I didn't walk him there. We both headed in that direction. I said, well, bye, And that's when he did the whole
Right.
elevator is broken bit. Which he admits to doing, by the way, but he was like, it was just a joke, which I mean,
Sounds like y'all have a
true.
culture
There was a
of
man
like
who was there, I left
actually
out. He wasn't there for long. He left early. Which is why I didn't
prosecuting
mention
when
him.
there's
I didn't even know
like
his name. But
something
here's a
that
message
went
from this guy.
down.
I've never
But if
spoken with
there's
him. This is
some
simply a
like
message he sent to
absolute
someone who was in the
bullshit
room
like
that
what's
night,
going
too.
on here,
This is all he really
it's
asked in
just
the
like,
situation. He left before anything really happened.
bro,
I'm currently watching George cuddle with Katie.
shit
Why did you leave
happens
out the
kind of
fact you were
stuff.
cuddling, though? Like, why would you leave that out, Katie? Why would you leave out the fact that you were cuddling with him? Even if you think that it was unconsensual, why would you not say you were cuddling? Wouldn't that only add to your story? Because her only recollection of touching was that he put his hand up her shirt. Wouldn't you have said this in your initial statement? A lot of touch was initiated by him, probably not realizing it. I mean, he was literally spooning me from my left as I faced Ghosty to my right. What is it? A lot of the cuddling he may have felt was personal, but was just me being drunk. Everyone on the couch was doing the same thing, all drunk close together. But I get it. I was drunk. I didn't think cuddling automatically meant it was to turn sexual. What? I have never cuddled with a girl I didn't intend on f***ing. Has anyone ever? Kissing someone isn't sexual. His dick is lined up with your cavity. It's not sexual. You either are a liar or have no brain. Either way, brain dead. I wasn't gonna push him off in front of everyone. Why not? If you're being assaulted, why not? I didn't know it was an invitation. I don't even know how to respond to that. I didn't know that cuddling with a man that I've been flirting with was an invitation for him to cuddle with me. He took it a step further in front of everyone. Doesn't that make sense, though? Like, if he was trying to be evil with it, wouldn't he do it privately when no one's around so he can get you rather than in front of everyone? He took it a step further in front of everyone, all because he assumed things and assumed he had the right. As a shy person, I could not speak up in front of him and everyone else. Well, that's your fault. That's not his fault. Like, if you're shy, then don't get drunk and cuddle with people. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, that's your fault. You have a responsibility to advocate for yourself in sexual situations. Is that a shocking thing to say? All because he assumed things and assumed he had a right. As a shy person, I couldn't speak up in front of him, let alone say yes. Even if you wanted to take a step forward sexually, why do it in the open? Is it a step forward sexually to put your hand on someone's stomach, really? Like, if he's like finger banging her, like finger blasting her on the couch in front of Dream, like obviously that's crazy, but like, I don't know. Is cuddling that crazy in front of other people? I feel like it's not. If you're all friends and know each other, if you're cautious about consent, why not ask? This is, once again, like, this is just not how things usually work. Like, typically the way people interact is much more human than this, like, robotic, like, excuse me, sir, would you like to engage in sex of the gay variety? Why, yes, sir, I would love to engage in sex of the gay variety. Will you be planning on inserting your penis into my cavity? Why, yes, my good sir. In fact, I've drafted up a contract here. A fine contract that we will both sign that will give me permission to insert my penis into your cavity consensually, signed by a judge. Signed by Rick and Morty. They're both going to sign it. They're the officiators of this contract. What's going on? That's not how things usually work. And may I reiterate that I was drunk. I mean, he was drunk too. Like, he didn't f you. You cuddled. She could have moved. Yes, I got up and sat in the same spot, getting up to drink more, etc. Mentally, I believe I was in a room on a sofa with people on it. You just sit back where you are when you get up. Mentally, I was also drunk, and even if I were to move, that would be an obvious hit to his ego, to him and everyone in the room. What? So this guy was like assaulting me, and I had the opportunity to leave, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings. Shut up! Oh my god, no wonder you're not famous. No wonder you're irrelevant. You're irrelevant. Oh my god, dude. Even if I were to move, that would be an obvious hit to his ego, to him and everyone in the room. I could just deal with it till the night was over, and I didn't want someone I'd watched for a while or with a large following to hate me for denying I even sit near him. But you went back to cuddling him as his point, right? I didn't want to embarrass him or myself. I know it's a dumb thought process. It's not just dumb. You need to advocate for yourself in sexual situations. She stayed when her friends left. I didn't make the conscious decision to choose to stay. My friend left, throwing up in her hand, and I didn't know. She was so drunk she couldn't hold in her vomit and passed out in our bathroom. And the more the night went on, the drunker I was. Like I said before, I put up with it in the moment because I thought it was the price I had to pay to be around such big creators. Well, that's your fault once again. Like, the price to pay to be around big creators is to be drunk. Make your own decisions. You're a legal adult. Well, he assumed because your body language. We had just met. Why did he think he knew me so well he could assume how I felt? Assume he knew what my mannerisms meant. You didn't know me. Apparently, you didn't even know my age, but you knew what I wanted? No, he assumed it's what I wanted because why wouldn't I want that from someone like him? Hey, guys, so I met this girl. She was flirting with me all night, and we ended up cuddling and spooning, which led me to believe that I should put my hand up her shirt. Little did I know I was a at that moment, and that was the moment I started like, bruh, oh my god, bruh moment, dude. Just torture yourself. Torture yourself with it. Just go. Can I get some bros in chat? Turns out I'm a rapist. Like, dude, you have no brain. You literally have no brain. She's putting thoughts in his mind as well. She's putting intention in his head that he's is never expressed. Any laughing I did with your hand under my clothes was out of nerves because I didn't think cuddling would result to that. You didn't think that cuddling a guy would result in him touching you? I mean, if you're cuddling and he immediately takes his dick out and just shoves it in your through your jeans, through a hole he ripped with his Bowie knife, like that's one thing. But like a natural progression from cuddling is like,
oh my
you
God,
touch someone's
dude.
skin, you touch their
Aren't y'all
stomach.
supposed to
like,
be
that
like
crazy,
more
dude?
progressive
Never
than
been
us?
to a guy's hotel room, never done anything sexual, never expecting the
Or is that
what it did.
Or is that the
I didn't
more
know if this was normal
progressive?
or not. You touched me for the first time. And this, her harping on this over and over again, how it's the first time, is why I feel like his story, his explanation of it being more out of regret than anything, makes a lot of sense to me. Because she's harping a lot on the fact she'd never been touched. This is her first sexual experience, right? And so the first time she ended up cuddling with a guy, it ended up being a guy she regretted doing it with. That seems to be the case here, clearly. In my opinion, George Not Found pretty much cleared his name here. Given everything she's written here, there's very little she could say, very, very little she could say to make her seem in the right. Let's see what else she said here. You're a grown man who knows better.
Yeah,
Better
I
than
mean,
what? Better than to think that you can't cuddle someone?
yes, and
Why do I have to be strong?
as long
or
as
or stop?
as long
my
as
fault
it's
'cause I
not
was
getting
asking for it, hinting
abused
at it. I
in
should've
this
known.
quote unquote discretion
never
you're
his for
talking
not being
about,
able to ask a
then
simple question
yeah,
before
it's
doing it.
definitely a good law to have
At his age, silence can
for
be
the
consent,
principle
head
of
nod,
it.
silent confirmation.
Absolutely,
In
I
order for
don't
confirmation to happen, it
disagree.
needs a follow-up question, a question that was never asked. And how is a drunk person supposed to consent? You think I was in the power to consent to a 26-year-old man to touch me because I laughed? But he was drunk too. Personally, when I'm drunk, I don't stick my hand under people's clothes on a couch in a room full of other people without asking. But that's just me. Honestly, it seems like she's more upset that she let him do this and was happy about it, and then afterwards people talked about it, and she felt like a slut or something. That seems to be more of it. The more I read this, because she keeps going on about like,
Yeah,
it was
if
in
that's the
front of other
case,
people.
then yeah,
Well, it's not
I'm
uncommon for
not
that
too
kind of
worried
stuff to
about
happen
y'all.
in front of other
Like
people.
in
You
America
go to a
though,
bar,
there's
you meet a
just
girl,
so many
you end up kissing
abuses of
sometimes
the
in the bar,
justice system that
around other people
if
or
if
outside
a
the
law
bar.
like that was on the
It's
books,
not that crazy. Everyone in the room could verify she was uncomfortable. My text
I
the
don't
day
know.
after. Hey, I want to make sure you're okay. I didn't like the way
I
George
bet
was so
there is
touchy and blank.
some sort of
Told me about the
stupid
shirt thing, and I
equivalent
just
to
wanna make
that
sure you're
shit
all right. Yes, I'm okay. It
in
was definitely a bit
America
weird,
as
but I was
well.
drunk, so I didn't feel like doing anything to stop it anyway, and it's over now. Well, that's actually this is the most compelling thing she's posted so far. This is from that day. Maybe, bro, I have no clue. Like in the moment I was chilling, so in the moment she was fine. I'm thinking back on it now, I'm sweating a little bit. Like damn, especially after verifying he knew I was 18. How do you know that he knew you were 18 though? And also, I don't know if I was chilling in the moment because I was drunk. I don't know. I have to ponder on it or just forget about it because it's over with. This is the most compelling thing she's posted so far. Literally the most compelling. But everything she's communicating here still shows that in the moment, he had no reason to think anything bad was going on, right? Even with these DMs. At least here, we know that she did feel uncomfortable, like, shortly after, right? Based on what happened. She regretted it. But, I mean, here she says, like, in the moment, she never communicated to him she was uncomfortable. Basically, he had every reason to believe he wasn't doing anything wrong. I don't know how I'm supposed to verify that he knew she was 18. Brody, chill the f out, bro. After verifying I was 18 and first to a question I answered during a drinking game, I will explain later. We already know about this, I guess. Of course, I played it down their responses at the time. I was embarrassed. I wanted to seem cool because I'd never been sexual with someone.
Like 19
how was I supposed to know what it was supposed to feel like emotionally? Was I nervous and uncomfortable because I didn't want it, or because I was inexperienced, or because I was drunk? I didn't understand what I felt, but I knew it felt off. And the friends in that room were some of the last people I came out about how it affected me because I was embarrassed at my inexperience, embarrassed at fact it was out in the open, scared to react when it happened because with any reaction I showed had an audience. As he made his move in a room full of people. But let me remind you that there felt off. And the friends in that room were some of the last people I came out about how it affected me because I was embarrassed at my inexperience, embarrassed at fact it was out in the open, scared to react when it happened because with any reaction I showed had an audience, as he made his move in a room full of people. But let me remind you that their initial gut reaction by simply being in the same room and seeing the situation was them messaging me the next day worried, asking if I was okay, before they had talked to me about how I felt. They felt gross. Even if they felt it was gross, that doesn't necessarily mean anything bad happened. That could easily just be, that could just be because they felt like someone who's 26, someone who's 18 cuddling is kind of weird. That could be it. And that's like an okay feeling to have, I think. You can think it's weird. But to imply that he like is creepy because of that or like did something wrong, I think is dumb.
No
and
shit.
The first post in this entire thing really is the biggest one that was important to me. Because you're right, silence is not consent, but silence can be consent. There's other ways we can communicate than like saying this out loud, you know what I mean? Okay, I gotta finish this one. I'd like to mention another girl I didn't mention because like the other guy, she left really early into the night. I'm admitting I didn't
Only
mention
in
her because
York.
She only tagged along one night and didn't do much. I also didn't know her too well.
Stratfordshire, you're good.
To him. Clay is a dream, by the way. I haven't messaged her since that night until today when she reached out. Here are her messages about to and from that night. Her message to me today and a screenshot of the group chat with just Clay in it. My bad, I'm getting gassy on stream real quick. Okay, I'm like watching his stream for the first time right now and losing my mind because the photo he thinks is you is my hand. It's clear that she sent the message in the chat, obviously it being her hand, no room for confusion on it being my hand. And once again, he was not even in the group chat to see it, only Clay. And even if he had just assumed we were all 21 because one of us was, all these assumptions would have been cleared up pretty quick with a question. The party we were at and where the wristband talk initiated from was an 18-plus party that you needed a band
Yeah, but don't
to
you
enter.
kind of screw
We asked people
yourself?
around us for a wristband
Like
to
you
enter the
look
party, not a
creepy
21 wristband to
and you
drink.
kill the
As you see in
mood
pictures,
when
the
you
21
say,
wristband was given by
"Hey,
staff
are you
after seeing
21?"
ID and after entry. The wristbands we were asking around for and searching for was just entry to the party. Even if he thought I was asking around for a 21 wristband, that would only prove that I was underage. Again, neither
That's
guys were at the
fucking
party.
nuts.
We didn't end up staying at that party because we couldn't get wristbands for everyone. Only a few of us got in. My one friend gave theirs to me so I could walk in and see a creator party for the first time, but I left immediately after taking a video or two, knowing Ghosty and other friends were sitting outside unable to get in. With the wristbands cut off by staff as we left, I didn't even have a wristband on any time I met with them after in the hotel room, let alone a 21 age one. I beg you to watch my vlog from VidCon documenting video of this party and the wristbands being cut off in the vlog. Well, I feel like once again a decent explanation for this could just be that you were there, you were drinking, he assumed you were 21, right? And even if you weren't, like, it just doesn't really matter to me. George yet? Yeah, unfortunately we found him on a Revolutionary War battlefield known as the Battle of Bunker Hill, you know. Famously, the Union general there said, "Wait till you see the whites of their eyes." And they did. As the Endermen approached, they waited. And eventually they blew George Not Found's head clean into the Charles River, okay? It was over. Veruca Salt, no. Alright, I thought, what is this? Age 16 plus guests under the age of 18 must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. So this is all this, I guess this is the party they went to. Instagram night out. Dude, I've been out to VidCon 3 times, Anaheim. I've never once desired to go to the like VidCon events. I think this year is going to be the first year I go to the convention because I'm going to go and get friendly with the creators there. I'm going to be friendly with them on camera with my mic. Yeah. I thought she was 21. The girl who left early also sent me this message today. It's her conversation with Clay that night before she left the room. She recalls to a friend a few days later. I typed a message on my phone and showed it to Clay being like, does George realize there's 8 years between him and Katie? And he looks at me deadpan and is like, I don't see why it matters. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I would agree. You're a legal adult. I don't see why it matters. Kind of a base reply. He was drunk, so I don't fault him for what he may have responded with, as maybe he wasn't thinking right, as I'd not been able to while intoxicated. This is also her recalling, so it could be wrong or untruthful, but I don't believe she has reason to lie, simply messaging a friend a few days later, especially when at the time of that, and up until I came public about it, she didn't even know anything happened that night. Okay. That night, the game we were playing
Quit
asked who was the
missing,
last
bro.
to lose their virginity. This is when I said me because I was 18 and still a virgin. This is also when Clay chimed in to argue for his best friend, say along the lines of, well, he lost it at 19, you aren't that old yet, so he technically would still drink, and he drank. I assumed this meant he was listening, but maybe he wasn't. I remember this question because of texts I sent and because it's something I'll never forget. Where are those texts? Why didn't you include those texts? This is your final response. Where are the texts? Yes, I know it's hard to remember a question like that thinking back now, but that night he couldn't have forgotten it that quick. Remembering back to my answer just an hour and minutes prior before making a move didn't seem impossible, with him saying I didn't remember what happened that night and nitpicking my story apart with this great drunk memory. I wonder how we can't remember the most important part of it, also known as me saying my age. Why is that the most important part, though? I feel like the most important part should be you think that he assaulted you. Like, if you were 25 and you were assaulted, would it have been fine?
300 feet.
He's totally cool.
Yeah, no.
He's based in Red Pill.
Cannon
He's a
fire
Pakistani warrior fighting
notoriously
for the Red Pill army.
is
Sargon of Akkad
pretty
backing
much
him up.
silent
Like, I don't understand.
at a range of
I don't think
300
he's
feet.
dumb. I think if he was talking to someone, especially in Insta DMs, he would check an age or at least see a bio. Someone who is so concerned about consent wouldn't be so naive. Someone with such a big platform wouldn't risk it unless they knew they could pull the I didn't know card. But he probably wasn't thinking he had to pull the I didn't know card because he just assumed you were an adult, which you were. You were 18. His friends influenced her because they hate us. I wonder why. Their hatred grew because of what happened to me. These situations always end in victim blame. That's not true. That's literally not true. We just saw the Wilbur Soot thing. It's not ending in victim blame. There is some victim blame from some, certain commentary channels who are, I think, somewhat erroneously saying that she lied 1,000%. I think that's really dumb. I think that Shelby Shubble could have told the truth. It's entirely possible that everything she said did happen. You're just saying this because you're being questioned and called out. She was asking for it. We are embedded into society to cover for assaults, what we are built on. It's easy to say I should have done looking from the outside, not being the one in the situation in the moment. It's also easier to think of how I could have gotten out of the situation now that I'm not in it, and now that I'm sober and can make clear choices. I want the situation to circle back to the original point to make aware of the reality that many girls face in this community, that many people are forced into silence. It's not petty drama, but real life people that have been affected. I just don't want victims to feel they have to prove themselves to people to be believed. And clearly it doesn't happen in the Minecraft community anyway. If you want to make an allegation against a large public figure, obviously there's an expectation of proof. Obviously. I mean, you're threatening someone's business. You're threatening someone's livelihood. You are threatening a multi-million-dollar business. Make no mistake, George Not Found is a multi-millionaire. He has millions of dollars. You are threatening his potential to make more money with this allegation. You're threatening his standing with hundreds of other creators. So obviously they're going to have a problem. Obviously people are going to want proof before they believe you. That is it's literally the right thing to do. Especially because there have been false allegations with the Quite stuff. I made some good tweets about this because I'm a genius. Okay, this person tweeted, "I hope every commentary YouTuber gets thrown in a cell forever, dude. What the do you mean you want proof that someone was assaulted? What the are you talking about? What do you even expect to receive as proof?" Now, on one hand, their frustration is somewhat justified because it often can be hard to have proof for, something that happens offline in real life when nobody's expecting you to record things, right? But at the same time, you need to have something for the public to believe it at large, or else anyone can just say anything. Literally. So I said, this kind of mentality is absolute cancer. On one side, there are people who immediately call potential victims liars. That should be pushed back against. But with cases like Quite and Dream, who are both falsely accused, it's clear false accusations do happen. Calling these girls who accused Wilbur and George Not Found liars with no proof of such is insane. Keep in mind, this is yesterday, so I definitely was not calling Katie a liar yesterday. Things have changed a little bit. But it's just as insane to immediately believe them 100% with no evidence, say people who don't should be in a cell forever. The most responsible position to take with allegations is to exercise caution. Don't relentlessly on potential victims, but be open to the idea the other side of the story could change things completely. And this is basically the position that you have to have, I think, which is why with Wilbur, when the allegations first came out, I was cautious, right? When he responded, I would say that I maintained neutrality, but I'm honestly erring on the side of given the follow-up allegation, I'm erring on the side of maybe Wilbur is guilty, maybe. It's possible. As for George Not Found, he had a pretty good response. He had a pretty good rebuttal, he did. This person said not to be devil's advocate, but why wouldn't you think that past behavior and witness testimony from multiple verifiable sources who account that this happened multiple times across multiple years will be taken into account as evidence as well? And I said, yes, that does matter, but for me, it's not the end-all, be-all. I don't know these people, neither do the audiences. I have no reason to trust them. And that's basically my position, which I think is perfectly reasonable. But the position of basically the entire MCYT fest right now is the accuser is right, believe all victims. The accused is always wrong. We live in a dark time. We do live in a dark time, a little bit. But I think this stuff can be turned around, I remember when the Slazo stuff happened years ago, it definitely seemed over for the moment, It seemed like Slazo would have a hard time coming back. This
sounds like a pretty big
one
dub.
of the first YouTube false allegations, by the way.
Fuck, that was really close.
This was 2018 or 19, 5 or 6 years ago, a long time ago. And I remember thinking, like, how could any of this ever be turned around? But it was. And I think the same goes for George Not Found. You know, I will say he's definitely fighting an uphill battle based on the community. It's tough. But people are pushing back. This person says, I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm side-eyeing Katie's friends on this. I cannot imagine taking my freshly turned 18-year-old friend to a party, knowing there would be drinking, only to just watch an older guy feel her up if she's drunk. And where does she get that 21-plus wristband from? And then this person says, not only that, but why leave without her? People are slowly waking up a little bit to this, okay? It does happen. It takes time, though. It's not all blackpilling, you know? These are powerful communities to push back against. I mean, look at this loser who defends Nicholas Cantu even though he falsely accused Dream of being a pedophile publicly on Twitter. This guy who's obsessed with
that happens.
Any
That happens with my girlfriend's fucking yearly Christmas party. They go out on a yacht, but they don't get +1s. I'm like, I want to go on a fucking yacht.
Relationships. How many more people have to genuinely suffer until something's done about these animals? What do you mean animals? They're Minecraft YouTubers, bro. They're just guys. They didn't anyone. Dream didn't.
No shit.
Now Dream actually
That's what I'm saying.
Enjoyer loser. Okay, this person is insufferable. This is the person who said that I consistently defend abusers. This person has no brain cells.
Yeah, there's just.
Probably has a variety of mental illnesses that prevent them from being a trustworthy
They're trying to do a company event or some shit.
In response to George Not Found saying he was going to respond, they said, not forgetting when this little freak started playing his soundboard to interrupt Techno Dad's speech during the Technoblade charity stream he didn't even donate to despite being a millionaire. Money he got for being a parasitic little leech, only thriving because Dream got big. First of all, as far as parasitic leech, this person's a Twitter artist who draws like furries that look like so opinion invalidated in that way as far as the leeching allegations. Secondly, George Not Found was
some
friends
bullshit.
with Technoblade. Like, he was literally his friend. Why is it your place to determine what he can and can't joke about? You didn't know this guy. You didn't know him at all. Technoblade was friends with Dream. He was friends with George Not Found. He was friends with all the Minecraft guys. They can joke about his death if they want. They can make jokes about it. It's not your
George.
Yeah,
He's literally George.
maybe they got some sort of
That's
fucking like
annoying.
family shit planned.
George, I watched your name.
Could be awkward for you, bro.
See you do it.
It's not me. It's George, it's you.
You have an issue with your computer, George.
Really,
You have to
George?
It
In the
wasn't
charity
me. It
event.
wasn't me.
like they clearly all think it's funny. It's not your place to judge what they do here. It's not your place to judge how the friend of a dead person can joke about it. It's theirs. Literally theirs.
I saw that it was you, George.
In the charity
It
event.
was more than
George.
just me. It was other people too.
Really
Okay,
nice.
blame them. Who was it? Wait, that's crazy.
I don't know.
Was the dad mad at him? Was the dad freaking out? Was the dad offended? Was anyone there offended? No. They all thought it was funny. They are honoring their dead friend, not yours. Do enjoyer, okay? But this is the kind of shit that just gets likes because people just want to hate these guys. They want any reason to hate them. I don't know it's because they're famous or not, but I don't know. When I die, I really hope people aren't making tweets like this because my friends are making fun of my death. If I die for any reason, I hope my friends are joking about it. I hope they joke about the way I died. I hope they joke about me being gay. I hope they roast me eternally, okay? People like feeling morally superior? Yes, they do. Man, this community is cancerous. All right, drama alert. They've been posting some stuff about this. Where's Dream's statement? Here's Dream's side. Okay. Can I get the full post? I want the full one. I don't want this like cut up one that's hard to read. Why would you cut off the beginning of it? Me, we were not representative. Whoever runs the Drama Alert Twitter account, why are you not showing the whole thing? Dream. George Not Found statement. Okay, I think I found an article that talks about it. There we go. His post.
For real.
Bro posted on Reddit.
Like,
on God. You didn't
bro,
even post
we
on Reddit.
roasted my one friend who died back when I was like
In my
21.
opinion, there's never. a
And
reason
he
to
would have
post on Reddit.
loved
Crazy.
that
In
shit,
my opinion,
bro.
using
He
Reddit
was
is
the
worse than being
biggest
British.
fucking,
Did you guys know
like,
that 90% of Reddit users can suck a golf ball through a
irreverent
garden hose?
asshole in the world.
Statistically
And we,
proven by
like,
Cambridge Analytica.
we missed
I
the
didn't make that up.
motherfucker,
That's
so
real.
we did
Based on hearing
what
both
he
accounts
would
of
have done.
stories, being there myself and talking to everyone that was there afterwards, George's recounting of events is much closer to what actually
Exactly.
took place. Without verbally specifically saying something, just as you can nod your head to say yes. Silence is not consent, but I was there, and although I did not know that any sexual touching had taken place, I can say for a matter of fact that their interactions were extremely positive throughout the night, and she had many opportunities of separation, even getting up and down off of the couch and laying back down with him after the alleged assault took place, and her best friend leaving after what took place and her choosing to stay for hours. No one that was there had anything but positive experiences to share until many months later, and I was shocked to hear anything at all. Everyone was already drinking, and in no way was them drinking along with everyone an inappropriate action. Everyone was drinking and everyone was in and out. Yes, she was 21. No, it's not a normal thing at all to stop creators at a convention, or anyone for that matter, from drinking because of that. Many of the people I've seen criticize this fact already have very publicly drunk many times with under 21 content creators and are not being impartial. I wonder who he's talking about here. I will agree with George in saying that there is a group of content creators that have very large hatred for me and the Dream Team. I'm not exactly sure why. I have some ideas what's going on for over a year. Twitter being upset on behalf of people who aren't offended. Challenge impossible. They're really good at that one. Cringe. Embarrassing. Most of these content creators have spread total lies about me and take any opportunity they can to spread negative rumors. Katie's not one of them, to be clear, but she is friends with many of them, and this is even something we discussed in person. I obviously can't say for certain that this has anything to do with what she said, but I can assume it had an impact on the lens she viewed George through. One of these content creators that used to be in the Dream SMP spread that they asked me about the grooming allegations when they happened, and that I proceeded to ban them from the Dream SMP Discord server to hide it. This is completely false. They were never banned from the Discord. Who is this specifically? Can anyone tell me who this is about? What's up, Ripsion? Can anyone tell me who this is about? It's definitely like the Robo guy or like the Dino Nuggets guy. It's one of those. They left randomly themselves. I answered every question they had over text and volunteered to answer
I
any
feel
more.
you, man.
This lie, Amesy?
Sounds
Who's
about right.
Amesy? This person said that? Damn. Is this person famous? I can't really tell. It doesn't appear that way, I guess. To be honest. Amesy. Oh, I've seen this person. This is the person who was saying like, silence is not consent or whatever, right? I've seen them spamming replies. You're so incredibly brave. I'm so proud. We're all here for you. In a world of cruelty, you can be kind. Look after yourselves. You say this after supporting a false allegation. Hilarious, bro. So they're even willing to call out a certain false allegation. This is the one against Tubbo, I believe. But they can't recognize it in their friend. It's difficult to come to terms with the fact your friend lied, I understand, but it's a little silly. Are you saying Amesy said this? I have no proof that Amesy said this. Amesy's been supporting Katie. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that. Repsian says, I'm in a 7-Eleven right now eating chicken wings listening to Indian music. Dude, I got your back. Based. Both Katie and her friends there spoke about how this group in the UK, who Katie's best friends with, despise me and that they're not sure why. I talked positively about change and hoping one day they would come around. Months after the incident, one of this group tweeted accusing me of bringing 18-year-old girls at VidCon to my hotel room to drink. Based. I was shocked at this and immediately looked into what he was talking about. This was 2 months after VidCon. He was talking about this. I didn't know Katie beforehand, but she was already drunk and driving. Sorry, drunk and drinking. Drunk and driving. Based. Drunk and drinking, and essentially plus wanting with an overage friend of mine. I even suggested they don't come. After this is when I had a conversation with Ghosty,
Do
Katie's
not
best friend
come.
who was there, about what he was saying and how it was ridiculous, where she agreed. I was confused as to why he was saying what he was saying, as it was about me, and no one that was there had any idea what he was talking about. Thank you, OJ, for the dono. Katie was avoidant of clarifying anything to them or defending me, and was careful with how she worded things in texts to me about it. It was speculated by everyone that was there that night that if she defended me or my character or said anything positive over text. Both Katie and Ghosty expressed their interactions with me were not representative of how the UK group talks
Fucking
about
true
me.
legend.
They all talked positively afterwards. and others
Legendary,
even
mate.
talked about meeting up again. Really wish she included some screenshots.
Yes,
bro.
I know that's
no
Australian
impression of anyone
accent.
having any negative opinions about anything at all that happened at VidCon, even after directly talking to and asking people there specifically about it. I feel terrible for Katie, and I believe she genuinely has extreme feelings about this, regardless of how they formed. I am sorry that I at all contributed to this negative period of her life. I would hope that she knows that I had absolutely no negative intentions at all. I really thought she was a great, fun person to be around. I do not feel bad for any of the people masquerading as heroes, though, that are doing so for personal vendettas in relation to this or other accusations, including my own. Just like you should not trust creators are always good people, you should not trust that creators' supportive actions are always done with good intentions. Many creators had expressed to me behind the scenes that even if the allegations are true,
Bro,
they
it was
wouldn't care
him.
because they're
Oh
not a big
my
deal.
god,
Are
so
some of the same people
close.
that were later praised were no longer associated with me due to these allegations. Many creators never asked me any questions at all, even sent private messages of support, and then chose to ask me questions the same day I had trouble with another creator they were better friends with. Many creators pretended not to be associated with me publicly, making jokes of the potential abuse while privately being positive to me. Other creators dropped me as soon as I was no longer working on projects they were heavily invested in, but were perfectly fine playing dumb when it benefited them for their next big stream. Many creators that knew about this specific situation, let's see here. Other creators dropped me as soon as I was no longer working on projects they were heavily invested in, but were perfectly fine playing dumb when it benefited them for their next big stream. Many creators that knew about this specific situation for a long time and hated me for long before it continued to make
Oh, there we go. Yeah, 69% bonus. There we go.
They publicly attacked me far more than ever saying anything negative towards George, even though I had no idea of anything remotely about the situation being a thing, and they thought that he was a horrible assaulter. It's incredibly obvious to me that this is because they already hated me, not because they care about any potential victim, even if they're close friends. Dude, the chat is crazy. Look at the chat. This can go in the VOD, by the way. Look at the chat is insufferable. The chat is nuts. I'm addicted to eating scented candles. I'm infertile from eating scented
All right,
candles.
brother. Thanks for stopping by, man. It was great to see you.
The sex.
Have a good week,
Oh,
bro.
dude. They publicly attacked me far more than ever saying anything negative towards George, even though I had no idea of anything remotely about the situation being a thing, and they thought that he was a horrible assaulter. It's incredibly obvious to me that this is because they already hated me,
Yeah,
not
dude.
because they care about any potential victim, even if they are close friends. Creators are not always who you think they are. Even the ones that seem the most proactive about supporting victims can be using vulnerable people to push their own agendas, whether it's their audience, actual victims, or friends. Support victims because they deserve it, not when it benefits you. I will never stand for abuse, and have shown that on many occasions, even with the closest of friends, even my best friends. I feel like this post has been very negative, so I just want to end this positively. Most creators aren't like this. There's a lot of good in this world. There's a lot of kindness and honesty and love. There are many creators that are fair and kind and truthful, and no one should give up hope on creators in general. It's just like everywhere else in life, there's a balance. The bad is just amplified on social media as everything is under a microscope. I don't think all is negative, and I think having these conversations is important and helpful for everyone, including victims and anyone learning and growing. This is all I have to say, as there is no more information to be gathered, and I'd like to end the horrible cycle of drama for myself at the moment. So there we go with this statement. Very good, interesting statement from Dream. I'd like to see the screenshots of what he was talking about there. Unfortunately, we don't have it, but that was definitely an interesting read. Now, one thing a lot of people are giving Dream for is this Nicholas Cantu video. Because they're basically saying that Dream knew about this and covered it up, right? That's why they're saying Cantu asked Dream about him covering up assault for George, and Dream's response was to post an edited video of Cantu which cut out that part in particular to make Cantu look insane and ruin his career. Well, Cantu, in my opinion, already ruined his career when he falsely accused Dream of being a pedophile. I feel like that's a bigger deal, no? But Tom Dark, Gumball. It's in the Gumball video, I think. Zoom this guy out real quick. Darga, 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 darga. Yeah, here we go.
Sticking out your for the dream.
Is that I guess I slapbox you in front of the... Yes, I wasn't out to the Uber driver. I was wasted, and one guy is wanted to be higher. This actor for Gumball physically was recorded and was out drinking. Nick was by him, and then started filming in my hair. About to own this guy epically on Twitter. Oh my god. Oh, just another day owning people on Twitter. You guys know how it is. Wrecked. All right. I think that probably wraps up the majority of these allegations for now. I know there was a false allegation made against Tubbo, and the person retracted it. And their explanation was like, this was a social experiment. I know you guys have seen this. It's pretty funny. Where is this? Yeah, here we go. So Tubbo was like streaming live, and somebody accused him on live stream of like assault, and it involved something involving a car, and he can't legally drive or something. So he immediately responded, and this person, here's what they said. Initially, Emma. I finally have the courage to come out with my story about how Tubbo abused me back in 2021. I'm a victim. Here's my story. Since a lot of other people are coming out with other disgusting acts, a lot of Minecraft YouTubers, especially from Dream SMP, I decided to come out with my experiences for a couple of years back in 2021. Since before now, I was scared of the backlash I would face, but I think now is a time. But I think that it is a perfect time. Sounds like it's written by ChatGPT. Some dates and times might be incorrect due to how drunk I was at the time of the encounter. It all started when I stumbled across Tubbo's videos on YouTube. I was immediately drawn to his charismatic personality and his love for the game Minecraft. As a fan, I would watch him in streams and interact with him on social media, never thinking that I would one day meet him in person. But that all changed when I attended a party with some friends. Being 16 and wanting to fit in, I decided to drink alcohol for the first time. I quickly lost control and found myself in a vulnerable state. That's when Tubbo, who was also at the party, offered to take me home. I was grateful at the time, thinking he was just being a good person since I didn't even know him. Until I started asking him about what he did on the way to what I thought was my house. I ended up passing out in the car, but instead of taking me home, he drove me to a secluded parking lot. It was there that he made advances towards me and touched me inappropriately. While he was doing this, I continued to slip in and out of sleep. I was in shock and didn't know what to do. I blamed myself for getting drunk and for trusting someone who I thought was an idol. But the truth is, I never gave him consent. He took advantage of me in a vulnerable moment. After that night, I was traumatized and ashamed. I didn't tell anyone what happened, fearing that no one would believe me, or worse, blame me for what happened. But since everyone else has started coming out with their own stories against Wilbur and George, who were idols of mine, I finally decided to come out so no one else has to deal with what I went through. Tom's the type of guy to get me to edge to false accusations. Base, dude. Is this when I come out and say this whole thing was a social experiment to show how easy it is for something this dumb to go viral? Me and a few friends saw how easy these allegations with no evidence were going viral, so we decided to make this. When you falsely accuse someone for the social experiment, dude... Oh my god, the base meters are off the charts, guys. Literally genius. Boom. Is this guy cool or what? Me when I falsely accuse someone of which can ruin their career for a social experiment. You're a genius, dude. You, my good sir, have won the internet for today. Upvotes, all my Reddit gold is going directly to your bank account. All my Bitcoin, which just reached 70K, is going directly to your wallet. Hit me up. Morty! Fully made out of, oh, I was right, it was ChatGPT. I was literally right, I called that. I knew it was ChatGPT. I'm a genius, dude. We already knew I was a genius, but now we really know. Believe all victims, but remember, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Sorry for all the major troubles I've caused to give you all a major lesson. Well, at least they said that, I guess. At least they laid out a base message at the end after doing the most evil thing of all time, which is knowingly falsely accusing someone for a social experiment. They might be worse than falsely accusing someone to ruin their career. Yeah, they definitely learned now. They definitely learned. I feel bad for the person she accused, yeah. Rest in peace, Tubbo. Died of cancer this morning. Died of leukemia, Jewish leukemia. It's quite sad. It's a rare disease, but, you know, some people do get it. It sucks, man. I think that probably about wraps up the Minecraft allegations for now. I'm expecting that within one day we'll have another one. We've had 3 accusations. We've had Wilbur Soot, which is a serious accusation, and I'm leaning towards maybe accurate. I'm leaning. And then we've got George Not Found. We've got George Not Found. Seems innocent to me. And then we've got Tubbo, who was just straight up falsely accused. But once again, they're all British, so maybe they deserved it. That's the real message here. In my mind, that's the real message. I don't know if you covered it yet, but just after rewatching your Malba video, 2 years vid, I just saw her TikTok. Made a new vid 5 days ago announcing a return. Not surprising, I guess. Let's see what she had to say. It's kind of one of those things where I feel like I shouldn't even give this person attention because they just are going to use their attention to get people on their Discord server to cut themselves again or something, right? Like, I don't know. Seems like kind of a bad idea, but whatever. All right, I think I found it. Meow is back. Meow has been away on the study grind. Boring. But you don't have to worry anymore, senpai. Meow-chan won't leave you again. Can you believe this time 2 years ago is when Meow started? Whoa. Finally I have someone to finger myself to again. Okay. Well, I guess people are excited for Meow to be back. 200,000 views. Pulled some decent numbers, right? Kind of hope she gets brain cancer, but whatever. I guess we'll see what shenanigans she cooks up. I feel like I'm probably going to get contacted, unfortunately. I'm like part of the Meowba lore or something, so I have to be tortured with her existence all the time, right? Basically. Something I've been meaning to watch has been, Sneeko went on this podcast with this guy called Jinxie. You guys know who Jinxie is? I assume you do. He's like one of the biggest streamers right now. He's really blowing up. Like, he's super duper famous, right? I mean, he's got 3 million subscribers here. Every video is doing pretty well, right? He's doing good. He's doing pretty fire. And he recently did a podcast with Sneeko. The second episode of his podcast was with Sneeko, which I found very interesting because Jinxie is like a new creator. He's, I mean, relatively safe, I would say, like relatively. He is funny, but he's relatively safe. And despite that, he decided to do a podcast with Sneeko, who is like one of the most controversial people on the internet, I would say. Also one of the most made fun of and mocked like people of the last, I don't know, year or so. And he also did it right after he did a podcast with Moist Critical, which is really funny. Like literally we have Queso, who's like a streamer that kind of blew up at the same time as Jinxie, Critical, and then Sneeko. Like Sneeko's an interesting follow-up to Critical for sure. Well, one funny thing did happen with this, which is that before the podcast was dropped, Sneeko tried to call out Jinxie. I have this somewhere. Here we go. This N-word, Jinxie, invited Sneeko to do a podcast and is too afraid to drop it. Funny and cute streamer. I feel bad for people without freedom of speech, and he posted this clip.
Interesting, man. No, I'm actually having fun talking to you, bro.
No, it's weird he talked about Sneeko in the third person from his own account. A lot of people were wondering why that is. Now, Your Rage responded saying, invited Sneeko.
Oh, there it is.
When you find out you own one of these meme pages and you tweeted out the wrong account. It definitely seems like that's the case. It seems like Sneeko meant to tweet from one of his meme accounts instead of his main that like reposts his content, and instead he posted here. Silly belly, silly guy. Now Sneeko's also been roasting YouTubers who make hit pieces on him, which is pretty funny. I assume I'm included in this.
If people are so depressed with their lives that they need to make 3-hour-long videos analyzing and hyperanalyze everything I've done, going into my Discord and recording stuff like that, going to collaborations I've done and recording that, if they need to spend thousands of dollars in order to speak about me, let them live, because they're not going to be able to do anything without it. You realize that people that worship the devil, and this is how I ended up.
Dude, you literally live stream Your job is like reacting. You are the same. You are literally the same. I think specifically who he's referencing here is Gokanaru, who recently made a very good video about Sneeko that I covered. You can see this one is 2 hours. I assume this is what he's referencing, but literally his entire thing here is like, they're just embarrassed of their lives, and that's why they cast judgment. When Sneeko's entire life is casting judgment on other people, right? That's literally his entire meme.
Moving on and not caring about this. When you're God-fearing, when you're love speech, when you believe in God and you have actual principles, you're able to create. Creating.
Dude, what do you create? Are you an artist now? You've been live streaming for years. You go on podcasts. That's all you do. What is this moral grandstanding over anything? You were a commentary channel. Then you made cool art, and then you went back to being a reaction streamer. Like, that is what you do. You're no better than anyone. You're no better than Hassan Piker, frankly.
Creating is something that is godly. If you have strong belief, then you're going to have power that other people don't have. When people worship the devil, unintentionally or intentionally, their only way of getting any sort of content, of creating, of making something, is just latching onto you. Is latching onto your...
And that's what you do. You latch onto Andrew Tate. You latch onto whoever the next internet daddy is. You react to people. You judge them. You shit on them. That's literally your entire life. I like this, the top. The comment here just says fag. Gokanaru absolutely owned that fraud, by the way. Also, the intro sequence slaps. True.
Or creation ability. When you have strong belief, you're powerful. You're able to innovate. You're able to make new music. You're able to make new art. You're able to make a new business. You're able to make something that somebody has never seen before.
Is that what you do? Are you making something someone has never seen before? I don't think that's what you're doing. I think you're just posting cringe all day. You're doing the same that every other YouTuber does. You're literally just as cringy and performative as every YouTuber you hate, if not more so.
But if you're a miserable, depressed leech, you end up covering yourself in blood. You end up chronically online. You end up only being... And that's why YouTube... The only videos on YouTube now, that's why YouTube sucks. It's just negativity. YouTube is just like, this guy's terrible. I don't like this. This is the... Sneeko got humbled. Sneeko said that I hate Sneeko. But that's their whole content.
That's okay. If you go to Sneeko's Rumble, by the way, what is this guy doing? What is this guy making videos about? Okay, what is this guy making videos about? Sneeko interviews a guy. Sneeko talks about stuff that happened. Sneeko roasts his viewers' daily eating habits. Sneeko hosts a Discord talent show. This is the same that every other streamer is doing. He's streaming with celebrities so he can jump on their clout, like Rampage Jackson. He's on Ethan Klein. He's having drama with him.
I am very humbly asking if you could chip in $5, $10, or even $25.
You see this black box right here? Well, I'm going to show you something right now. Some people are concerned
the ads on this
that they
website are
might
funny.
A saber a day keeps the gay away.
Thank you.
That wasn't an idea that they all came up with their own. What the f are you talking? He's such an idiot. He's gotta be easy to debate. I'd love to debate Sneeko, actually.
He won't accept it.
Oh,
I accept. Ethan Decline, you fat... I told you to do 10 push-ups, but I don't think you can do it. I think that doesn't make a lot of sense that that you want me to come on your podcast and debate, because I would absolutely destroy you. If you're not going to do 10 push-ups, which I know you can't do it. There's a lot of things I want to say, Ethan Decline. I could be like, oh, okay, if you want me to come on your failing podcast, because a lot of your fans are starting to realize that you're a Zionist. And a lot of the them trans TikTokers, they hate Israel. But yeah, I accept, Ethan Decline. I feel bad that your podcast is falling off and you need me, a canceled creator. You have access to all the platforms that I don't have, and you're falling off so bad and you're losing your audience because you're them blue-haired people are also...
By the way, if you look at like the H3 podcast channel, they're definitely not like suffering in views. They're getting millions of views every video. I guess it's not like they've like fallen off or something. 1 million views on a live stream VOD is crazy. That's like extremely impressive views. Extremely impressive. And this is like what Sneeko does. Sneeko is just responding to Ethan Klein. He's doing the same that he is mad about other people for doing. But regardless, you know what? I want to hear what he had to say on the Jinxie podcast, okay? I want to hear what they had to say. So we're going to sit through this. We're going to watch the whole thing. It's an hour long. I'm going to respond to it. I'm going to play Fortnite. Okay? We're going to watch it all. But I think I saw Nick Diorio was live. Did I just voice crack? That's crazy. People are saying, look at the AIMSy person's account, okay? What am I looking at? Dingo, why are you telling me to look at this? Dingo.
Hello?
Why'd you tell me to look at this person's account?
Okay, okay, I don't know if you've been, how closely you followed some of the auxiliary stuff around this, but this AIMSy person is under every single
I did notice that. Yeah. You're so
They're
brave.
but the really funny thing about this person is, okay, here's, I don't want to start theory crafting, but this AMZ person was like I remember basically in like the birth of the MCYT stuff, this person was like a nobody. Here, I'm sorry, I'll bump my gain up. They were like a nobody streamer with like a very low viewership, and then they started getting built up. All these creators that got invited to stuff, and then they became huge, kind of off the backs of these other people. And then as soon as everything dropped, this person immediately drops all of them, immediately goes mad. And they're under every reply. They're yelling. They're like, we're bigging up victims. And then when the George Not Found stuff got kind of, I don't want to say debunked, but it turned out to be a lot more different than what it seemed like.
I'd say it was. I'd say it was somewhat debunked, like.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah,
I mean, Katie did lie about certain things that happened, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm just hedging my statements unless she comes out with something crazy. But if you look at this, right, she's like very, very insistent on the fact that she would never like do anything for clout, right? Like I would never do anything, that's for personal like monetary gain or benefit or anything like that, right? Which is, I guess, there's no exact way to push back on that. But there's a clip, and I'm trying to find exactly where the clip is. But she's like, she starts like crying. Oh, it's at the beginning of her. Here, let me.
I'll read her
AMZ's
statement.
Twitch.
Oh, her Twitch. Okay.
Yeah, read her statement here, and then go to her stream. You're lucky that it's in like it's at the very beginning.
Is this because of Dream's Reddit post? Is that why she said this?
Yeah, she a lot of people assumed it was about her, and I would have thought too, since she was under every single tweet, every reply, every comment, saying like, believe victims, you should completely destroy yourself, like these kinds of, like, it's mad, right?
So those spam DMing me saying I have made victims look bad and only speak up for victims to make myself look better, you have completely chose to see past my words. I made myself very clear to avoid getting misunderstood. I explained my stance, and using my voice was always to help my friends speak up, as them coming to me with heartbreaking stories was so awful and serious, and still is. I'm still getting messages from people who agreed with my stance just 24 hours prior, who are now attempting to rebuttal it and say I'm only speaking up for likes and clout, despite myself being a victim, which is why I'm so passionate about this topic. I'm speaking here with upset, and I want it to be clear I'm taking myself out of this, as all it's done is remind me that the internet is cruel. Please, I keep saying this, but be kind and look at this with kindness. I've reached out to a few people already privately to ensure points of mine are not misunderstood, as I'm no longer using my voice publicly for the minute as this hurts. Listen to people, be kind. How come all these people make like such like outright accusations against these people, calling them piece of shit, and as soon as they get pushback, they're like, well, I'm not going to talk about it any further. I'm just above
Exactly,
that.
yeah.
Like that's what Katie did. Katie was like you'd think you would be more angry, right? You'd think that if you think that you're being called a false accuser, you'd be more angry than just be like, you know what, victims don't need proof anyway, and that's the real reason I did it. Because I don't want anyone to think they need proof. Like, that's insane. People aren't doing that with Wilbur Soot. I think, okay, tell me if I'm wrong here. In my mind, the, like, opinion that I'm just kind of developing over time is, like, Wilbur might be kind of a piece of shit, and George is probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think here's something that you might get from like super hardcore fans. They go, well, he used to be a piece of shit. And if you look at all of his music stuff, it's pretty much exclusively about how he used to be a piece of shit. And it also feels like to me, he was almost trying to tell everyone before, like, through his music in a weird way, like, yeah, I used to be bad, by the way, or like preempt it in
I mean,
a way.
is it not possible he was like speaking from perspective, like, not his own? I don't know. I mean, people write songs about f***ed up stuff, right?
Yeah, but some of the stuff where he directly just says, this is about me, that kind of stuff.
Really?
But it's like,
No.
or what I don't like is like people have been like digging up his music and then like pointing out certain lyrics and going, well, this corresponds to this situation.
That's what I'm saying. I find that silly, yeah.
Yeah. There's like two kind of auxiliary points to this AMC stuff. The first one is how frustrating it is to have people she kind of put herself on the front lines in a way. She really didn't have anything to do with it. She put herself out there and sort of turned into kind of a little bit of a viper. So under like every post she was snapping, stuff was coming out. There was even stuff where it felt like she probably didn't have the full context, or probably didn't even ask, the person who was supposedly, I guess, her friend, right? Who's really friends in this industry anymore, for the full context. It kind of felt like she didn't have it.
Yeah.
And then it feels like now that she's realizing, oh, this is going to start getting a little bit more messy, she wants to retract.
Right.
But my feeling is, once you put yourself there, there should be some mechanism to keep you there. You've put yourself in this position, it's time to face the consequences.
Well, the mechanism
Like,
is going to
we
be that
see-
this is going to get worse and worse, and then eventually there's going to be like a big response that really owns these people, I think. I don't know when that's going to be, but like all the people that are like carryovers from the Dream allegations, like all these losers on Twitter who are so desperate to cancel Dream and defend the Nicholas Cantu guy. I don't know why none of them will acknowledge that. He falsely accused Dream of being a pedophile. And despite that, this like Robbo Never Dies guy, the Dino Nuggets guy, all these washed up losers who never made it. Notice that that's a trend I've noticed. The people who hate these guys the most never made it and have no money and are losers. And are like I'm not saying it's directly jealousy. I don't even know if they realize that's their intention, but it seems like a little bit of it is envy. All of these guys immediately jump on it, and even they'll like try to make it about Dream when someone else is accused. They're like, "Oh, this is how it's Dream's fault." What is wrong with you? You people are sick.
There's another side to this too, and this is kind of something I've seen nobody else touch on. I kind of picked this up just from like external knowledge of who these people are.
Yeah.
That's actually turns this whole thing on its head a little bit. So I don't know how much you know about like the Tubby and the
Tubbo. Tubby.
Tubbo.
Hey, we're not talking about Spencer here, okay? Different person.
Okay, listen, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. So the Tubbo and the Tommy in it and the Wilbur Soot person. So firstly, the Tommy in it and Tubbo are like best buds, like best friends. And if you go back through his old content, the guy's been there since the very beginning. Like we're talking upwards of 6 years ago. These two were like inseparable. Childhood buddies, right? And then the Tommy and Wilbur person are also really close friends. Like we know this. They would hang out all the time. On every stream, they're best friends. They would talk privately. We already know this. But what is really strange is how if you listen to there's a clip from Tubbo where he's like, well, I'm not as biased on this as you think. I can count the times where I've talked to Wilbur privately on my fingers, like on my hand.
Right.
And that is really confusing. How do you have this network of friends, these two people who are, you think, they're so close friends with this person, they've been buddies for years, and yet the two best friends can count the amount of times they've talked on their fingers? Something doesn't add up there.
No.
And it makes me think that these people aren't friends at all, and there's some crazy drop needs to happen about what the behind the scenes network of this looks like, because something there seems someone is lying there, because that does not make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Dream claims to be good friends with George. They claim to be good buddies. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's true, but I would assume that with the Minecraft guys, if you remember back in the day with like Scott is Minecraft and Team Crafted and all those guys, there was always drama going on behind the scenes that we didn't know about, that we only found out about later, right? Or like friendships weren't as strong as we thought they were, because I could see on video it seems like it's a whole big happy family of guys that just get along. They might not even talk outside of recording, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
What makes the Tommy and Tubbo stuff, Wilbur stuff, kind of more confusing though, is that the three, it kind of feels like we can almost confirm that the two. That the two were friends with Tommy in kind of a really private manner. Wilbur said, "Oh yeah, I remember there were days, when I was in my deep dark depression, where every day Tommy would just message me, get out of bed and talk to me, and I would go and speak to him, right?" And that kind of thing confuses me, because how can you have these people who seem to be so deeply connected privately, and yet like the people in the orbit don't speak to each other? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then another thing is, if you look at her AMZ, if you go to her Twitch,
What was
her
the-
most recent VOD.
You wanted me to look at her most recent VOD? What timestamp?
Let me pull it up quickly, but you should just be able to skip past her starting soon. It starts.
Is it called Baxter Death? What am I looking at? Oh, that's a clip. Hold on, videos. Oh, is it this My Little Pony time one?
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna get the exact times up for you.
Okay. Why do these streamers only stream for like 2 hours? I thought it was their job.
Okay, skip 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
6 minutes
into
and 30 seconds. Okay.
Into her VOD, and that should be the beginning of it.
Right.
Look, chat. My girlfriend did it. Oh, Burnham will announce.
Hey, stream it for me.
Oh, my bad.
It's okay, buddy. Forgive you.
Thanks, bro. All right, there you go.
I'm sitting here like crying. I'm like, And then Bo Burnham's in the back, like, and I'm like, yeah, man, I've had a bad day.
British people are crazy, dude.
Oh, man. Fuck's sake.
Why does she never take the
That was
beanie
not the
off?
direction I was about to go on.
She has male pattern baldness.
Fuck it. Hell, dude.
I'm speaking very
Really?
quiet. Is this
That's
better?
all I can get.
I'll speak a little bit louder. I do want to
Good, shit's
apologize
better.
if I look out of sorts. I do have these very... I have a sinus infection right now, chat. So I'm trying my best to, like, chill. And I do want to say, chat, I appreciate all the nice messages that are coming into my chat. As you know, the internet's been a bit, interesting at the moment. I literally woke up from a nap and I just had, like, an influx of DMs telling me the only reason I support victims is because I want clout, even though I've been very openly passionate about uplifting voices due to the experiences that I've been through when I didn't have anybody. And I also want to say there's a lot of people that have seen me uplift voices and they're like, okay, but why didn't you openly condemn this person for this joke they made? I think it's really silly to think that I don't do that privately.
Lol.
I do. And my friends make weird jokes and do weird things.
Hey, what's going on?
Usually that talks to them and calls them out privately.
Thank God. Thank God you did that.
Welcome to the chat.
AMZ protecting the Minecraft community. One N-word joke at a time.
I was about to get up and go pee, man. But introduce yourself. What's going on?
Discussions with my friends privately if I don't agree with things they're doing, and that's what only please.
You're a good person.
I'll quickly say, real quick, this is the last thing I'm gonna say about this. I am.
We need a.
All
we need one
right,
of those
that's
body
what's
language
up.
Analysis videos on
Appreciate that, Tim.
Someone
Oh,
get this girl.
we
fidget
got
cube,
kitties.
Okay? Jesus
Get her a
Christ.
fidget spinner. My name is my name is Tom
Spinny.
Rubix. I invented this cube for you, AMZ. I'm gonna send it to you, okay?
Driving home from work. That's what's up.
Triggered.
Hope you had a good day at work.
I'm gay.
Did she say I'm gay?
Please
Yeah, she did.
It's based. She's just like me.
don't say that I also was a part of.
You and Ames would get along.
Based.
rumors
True.
about a certain CC who put a Reddit post out today. That wasn't me.
Buddy.
Oh, and I would appreciate if you didn't try and
Real.
pretend like it was just because I'm speaking out against things.
But she totally did do that, didn't she?
She did.
Wasn't she?
Who is the person? Dream mentioned someone in the post who had said that they were banned because from his Discord because they asked him if he was a pedophile. Who is this?
I'm not sure.
I'm
but
so curious.
If I had to guess, it's one of these Dino Nuggets.
It's either
Hunter-
him or Robbo. Or
Hell yeah.
Hunter. Yeah, it's one of them.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's that kind of tier of people.
Or the Midas
They're-
the Midas guys. Maybe it's him. It's one of them.
Quit scratching me,
Yeah,
buddy,
they're kind
pal.
of a lower tier because
Ow.
they kind of want to be involved because their audience
Oh.
loves when they do this kind of
But
stuff.
they don't actually have like an audience. It's just Twitter.
Exactly, yeah. If you go on Hunter's channel, his videos, like 2 videos are kind of flopperiness.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things around here is the way AMZ's like, oh yeah, every time a controversy drops about a joke, I'm the first one to call them out privately.
Thank
and
God.
Is she like ruling over things behind the scenes with an iron grip or something?
Yeah,
Because
maybe.
that would also make sense as to why you don't. It's just the whole situation. It makes it look like that behind the scenes everyone hates each other.
They're weird.
And like,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And
Literal
AMZ's
Karens.
There are some points where have you noticed? This is just I don't want to come across like charisma on command here, but like the way that she like speaks sometimes feels like she's like acting in like a really weird way. Do you sense that?
Yeah,
Like she's,
I
like,
would agree with
formal.
that. But that's how I feel about a lot of the Minecraft guys in general.
Yeah.
They kind of talk like they're in like a Hallmark movie or like a CW show.
True. Like a lot of this stuff just gets really weird. Honestly, my view is I think you're right on like there's something coming that's gonna blow them all out of the water. It could have been the Tabo thing that dropped. I think the issue is that like first off, it's an absolutely insane thing to do, and second off, it wasn't believable at all. It's like I could imagine if like someone made something up that was like believable and then revealed it afterwards, and then everyone feels bad, but nobody bought it. So that person's a complete idiot.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have worked. The puns guy? I don't know if have you looked at the puns stuff?
Yeah, so the puns guy, he was in the comment section of Wilbur's thing being like, you're a piece of shit. And then somebody like exposed him, and then he made his profile picture black and then made like a long post responding, right? I saw this.
Yeah. It feels like the public opinion surrounding the puns stuff is different surrounding the George stuff. And I wonder how much of this stuff is what's being said versus how things are presented. Because Katie Bugs presented their story in like a very kind of authentic manner, just reading to the camera, and George was kind of prepared with screenshots. I wonder because the audience is different to commentary and maybe that being prepared is actually looked at as like a hallmark of like you're manipulating us.
It is,
if you
for sure.
seem prepared, it seems like you're lying.
People were criticizing George, saying, why is your response pre-recorded? Like that scene is like a bad thing. And I mean, if you look at this puns guy, I noticed a lot of the comments are saying that he's like, you know, he's a good guy, he's innocent or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I mean, nobody did that with George's response. Almost no one, almost no creator. It's almost just like George just runs a dream.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of it too. The benefit of it for puns is that the weird thing with puns is that he was like big in like the MCYT stuff. He was in all the servers, and then somewhere along the way, he just started talking to those kind of people less, and he started bouncing around the kind of the Skeppy sort of group more, or the Ant Frost or the soy person started bouncing around. Wait, have you seen that?
Not really.
Hold on.
I did notice like this Robbo Never Dies person, their tweet was like insane. They said Dream, George, and Sapnap creators built on manipulation, building online identities that pander to a younger audience to create parasocial relationships and make millions of dollars. That's just called making content. Like, it's just making videos. You're just upset you couldn't do it. What does this even mean, manipulation? Pander to a younger audience. They just make Minecraft videos. Kids like Minecraft. That's it.
Tom, pull this up. Pull this up and watch this. I think you're really gonna get a kick out of this.
Not too much, man.
It's gonna be fun. Is this the soy ad?
I play music. I love Souls-like games.
I love this, dude.
Fucking before the pandemic, I was a live musician for about 15 years.
They picked the perfect guy.
And
they knew what they were doing.
yeah, I got a fucking
he literally looks
girlfriend
exactly
who
like
makes
this
hella
dude.
bank, and so I'm
He
trying to
looks like a big
fucking
chunk
make a streaming career happen.
There's- no, it's
And
literally
I've
this- look at
discovered this
guy. That's literally-
kick-ass game
yeah.
here, Shipbreaker, and
They have
I'm
the same hair.
fourth in
Literally,
the
like, they
world
have, like,
for
the
this
fade
week
on the
as
side
far
or
as
whatever, like the glasses.
speed running the spaceship salvage game. So yeah, I'm a cat dad.
This is so
This is
epic.
I
Batman.
don't leave my office for days. I
And
try to
yeah.
synthesize my energy, but I fail. I'm not a
What
plant.
about you, dude?
Soylent is people
Don't type
for
and drive,
plants.
but
I
tell
mean,
me about
plants
yourself.
For people. Silly me. Is
it
this
music
a diet?
Silly me. Silly me.
I mean,
Dude, I want to get sponsored by them really bad. I would make the funniest ad ever. I would go crazy.
Dietary drink?
We need a
Yeah, it's
we need a Tom Soylent sponsorship.
Dude, I tweeted at them and I got no response.
more like a
sad.
health potion that tastes like cereal milk. Soylent is a vegan 400-calorie meal replacement drink
Are you vegan,
with
Tom?
20 grams of protein.
Yeah, I'm vegan, yeah.
Let's go.
Are you vegan? You getting vegan gains?
Yeah, I'm getting vegan gains. I care a lot about factory farming and you know, all that stuff. All that
That's good. That's good. Your name is Dingo after the dog, right? Save the dingo.
Save the dingo. True.
I find original Soylent delightfully neutral, but when I crave flavors, they've got me covered there too. When you need a fast
You
recharge,
crave
Soylent-
flavors, Tom.
What flavors do they have?
Full screen it. Let's screen it.
Okay. I assume this is chocolate. I assume this is like vanilla. What could the red Soylent be? I'm gonna go on their web. Soylent flavors.
Dude, you're gonna get ads for this for like the next million years.
All right, we got meal replacement
Buy
shakes.
some on stream. Buy some on stream. Buy some. You have the money for it, dude. 25. Put in your email. 25% off.
Can I get how much Soylent can I get at once? Like, what if I add like 100 to my cart?
Here, look. 100.
You could do a subscription.
Get a subscription.
What flavors do we have here? Let's inspect.
You could taste some Soylent, man. Oh, it's sold out.
that's what's up.
Strawberry,
Fuck yeah.
vanilla, creamy
You
chocolate.
like doing that, or
banana,
you streaming
cafe
too, or?
mocha, minced
say buy it,
chocolate. This looks delicious. This looks absolutely excellent. I'll never eat
You
again.
Add 5 to your cart. Add 5 to your cart. One-time purchase. Add 5.
Can I get like?
One. Yeah, go for 20. Go for 20. That's their max.
All right, I'm ready. No, I think I can.
450 bucks.
Can I get more? Oh no, 10 is the max.
And then you can
Congrats!
get
You're getting
t-shirt.
a free Soylent T-shirt.
Go! Get the T-shirt.
We're gonna need that in extra small, obviously, because I'm slimming down with the Soylent. I'm losing y'all.
Okay. Let's purchase.
Well,
let's
okay.
purchase
Well,
this
it's not for
checkout.
everybody.
I'll have to
I'm
purchase
not even
this,
sure if I'm
off
gonna
stream, Okay.
No, purchase
stick
off
to the
stream.
game, but
I'll
I
purchase
so
this
far I'm
off
enjoying it.
stream, So people don't have my payment information, but I will be purchasing all the Soylent. Stunning and brave,
Okay.
true.
Let's share a bottle with me, man. Okay. We'll start our fitness journey together, dude.
Well, you know, I think it's kind of bad to give people who are under
I
the age of 18
mean-
Soylent.
Who said? Oh yeah.
It's
true,
taboo.
couple.
It's taboo.
Soylent Ranch.
Against their
True.
parents' permission, you know, bathtub Soylent.
That's true. That's true. You know, Soylent has estrogen in it, dude.
I mean, not literally.
Yeah, literally, it's got estrogen in it, dude.
Just want to top ingredient, estrogen and then soy.
Estrogen and then soy.
Based.
Based.
Otherwise.
Otherwise,
Yeah. Otherwise, what's up?
I think the Amesy person is like high tier. Okay. She's just made an additional statement. Nice.
Really?
As of 2 hours ago, I think this is also from Amesy, but I can't find out where this is posted. Oh, this is on their private account. Yeah.
I
this
would
is
like
as
to
of,
include this. People claiming she regretted it months later after wrong. I saw Katie before she went to the hotel room and passed me with a group of friends. I didn't know where she was going, but it was late when I saw her, and I found out later that she was drunk by a friend of hers, so looking for her. I was terrified for her. I didn't know who she was with, but I understood this
Hell
was
yeah.
an 18-year-old at a convention that is now drunk. I wanted to make
Oh
sure she was
my
okay.
God,
so
I'm
text the
so
following day.
close.
I didn't learn what happened that night until recently. I never had my heart break faster. Where are the texts?
Here, I'll send them over now.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Oh, you
I
got
mean,
there's
really no
Blake said he
downside to
wanted
it.
to make sure I was
There's
okay
really no
last night. Thank
downside
you.
to
Just wanna
just
double check. Just
setting
yourself
up an
was definitely not
account
the best in
and
a little,
pointing the
but you live
camera
and
at
learn,
you and
bro.
playing
I'm
some
doing all
video
right now, I
games.
think, but thank you anyways for looking out for me. This doesn't prove that she. This doesn't
Isn't that right,
even
Bammy?
line up with what she said though.
No, yeah,
Like this
that-
doesn't even line up with what she says here at all.
That's the issue.
People claiming she regretted it months later after a wrong. That doesn't. That's not what this means though. She didn't say I regret anything. This
Yeah,
could refer
that's
to a
not-
number of things. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, like, also it ties into this thing. I'm wondering what your thoughts on this are, because I'm.
So
not
have
fully
you ever heard of
decided on
Turkey
this.
Tom
Have you
before?
heard of? I think this is the word for it. Post-traumatization. Have you heard of that?
No.
It's the idea that something can happen to you, and after the fact, a bunch of people can convince you that something else happened, and then you can become like traumatized by virtue of this different sort of situation that's been like invented.
Okay.
So, I think
Is this like a real psychological phenomenon?
I think well, obviously it is, but I mean, I don't know if the term is used.
Like, is it the DSM?
No, of course it's not.
Oh,
but
no, I'm
just
talking to you, buddy.
I think it's like some
I
random
believe,
person coined it. I think it's just a thing that people have observed.
anybody,
But I
the
think what's
the other few
concerning
people
is,
in
like,
here are more like the
firstly,
lurker type.
You know, obviously you have to hedge. It's possible that the Katie Bugs person is actually a complete victim, and this is all like a
So it's
psyop.
just you and me in the
But, like,
chat, buddy.
It feels like the Katie Bugs person seemed like sincere in believing that this had happened to them. Like, I don't think that this person's like a liar, but it's also simultaneously possible that they spoke to a bunch of people, told them what happened, and then got convinced of like a different thing after.
My thing is, if they're not a liar, why would they leave out the fact that they cuddled?
Yeah.
Like because that would definitely change things. But she claims that despite the cuddling, that doesn't actually change anything, right? Her claim and her response is like, well, just because we were cuddling before doesn't mean I gave consent. And it's like, well, then why didn't you mention that? Because she made it seem like she was just sitting next to him, and then all of a sudden he's like, woo, stick my hand up her shirt, like, but that's what he said didn't happen, and she admits that's not really what happened in the response after, but she doesn't acknowledge that she contradicted herself. So that's the biggest thing for me, you know. I think she might think he did something wrong. I don't think she knows what sexual assault is. Basically, that's what I think.
Yeah, it's also doubly kind of an issue, because you wonder how much of these statements, because obviously when she was reading on stream, she was like reading from like something that had been written, right?
Yeah.
The concern is, like, with these kind of statements, are the people themselves actually writing them, or is all this stuff coming from behind the scenes, coming from like a full? I mean, I'm reminded of the Slazo stuff.
A huge
Like,
fan
there's
of
a statement that
Sekiro and
seemingly
Bloodborne.
came from-
I like to. I played F123 on stream for a while.
Yeah,
So I
came
like
from a whole
racing
network of
games.
people who were kind of
What
like
else?
inserting their own sort of.
Played
they were,
this
like,
one
really
game
drafted,
called
they were basically-
Dredge.
Like, John's wants another example of this, like the Cammy
I like
stuff.
to play like
I like
random
that
indie
girl
games
wrote
sometimes
her view
on
of what happened, and
on the
then you can
computer,
look at,
but
like, the Google
when I'm
Doc
on the
thing.
PlayStation,
John
it's
went
a
back into it and rewrote certain stuff
sort of
to make
different
it seem
story.
like to even like increase the extremity or to increase
Dark
the dramatics
Souls.
of
It's
it
like
all.
playing a game of telephone almost.
I can't wait to play
Exactly.
Rise of the
So it
Ronin
feels like
coming up later
if
this
there's
month. That's
a
gonna
lot
be
of
real soon now.
behind-the-scenes intervention on this
Wukong
kind of
looks
stuff,
like it's gonna be
and
fun
especially
too.
considering we know like the AMC person doesn't like the Dream
I
person.
played Call of Duty
doesn't
for a
like the
little
Joshua
while,
Ford
but I
person.
didn't like who I became
If
when I was
these-
playing
if
Call
this
of
group of
Duty,
people
so I
have
stopped
any
playing
hand in those
first-person
statements,
shooters.
their personal biases are going to massively affect the way that they speak to that person and the way that they advise them on like,
Diablo
on, like, what to
3,
like.
Diablo
And I
4,
think that kind of stuff.
Path of
If anything
Exile.
like that comes out, it would be unlikely to, considering they're kind of a close knit group.
That's why I'm
I
curious. Like,
thought-
will we ever find out what went on behind the scenes? You know?
Yeah, and that would kind of turn this whole thing on its head. Because I even remember with the Slaza stuff, I remember Nick's interview with I'm Alex.
Bro, you're
where
so
we were all-
warm,
everyone was trying
man.
to unravel. Okay, who said what in that group chat?
What
was
about
the
you? What kind of
discussion
games you like to play?
Sorry, with the Zaptai stuff. Like, what was the actual? Like, what
Bro,
was
I
the
got
actual
so many
kind
games
of
in my
play-by-play
library.
events that
The
led to
only way
stuff
we'd
like
get it though is
Final
if one of
Fantasy.
one of the people on the inside like breaks ranks, right?
Frostpunk.
Yeah,
I cannot
and the
wait for
only way
Frostpunk
you'd
and
get
Hades
that
2 to
is
both
if,
come out.
Like you said, that like nuking response came out, and then
People would have to
someone-
feel threatened. They need to feel scared.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And these people are kind of viperish in a way where they want to protect their own careers, primarily. And while their careers are built off of each other, if it's between them and their friends, they will throw their friends under the bus every time. So all it takes is a response that turns things on its head for everybody else to shoot forward, saving their own skin, and will drop as much on the other person as possible. So I think this space is eating itself alive right now in a way that I don't think anyone really expected. But I think you're gonna see like that times 10 if things continue in the direction they're looking now. And I think ironically, a lot of the troubles with
Hell,
this
that loose looks
situation,
really cool.
and if I had to boil it down into why
I've
all of
never
this is
played
happening,
Minecraft though.
don't
I
actually, I
can't
don't know
get
if I can say
behind
that. What I will say is that there's an issue with smaller
the like
creators kind of
debuff
operating a little bit
graphics,
like
the fucking
parasites, and if you like let them in a really
hella
aggressive manner and you let them spread everywhere and you
lo-fi
let them into
graphics
every
on it.
facet of your career,
I'm a snob
they
like
will
that.
dig up jokes. I remember certain edgy joke controversies. They will dig up that stuff and they will publish
Like I'm
it
35, so I
because
come from a time
it's
when
like
graphics
social
almost
climbing.
looked like that.
It's by stepping on another person's head and
like
knocking them
despite
down
the
a few
best
pegs,
efforts
they can climb up to like a further
of game
level
designers,
of
so
financial stability.
I never want to fucking go
or,
back.
you know, internet cultural relevance. So a lot of this stuff has to do with like whether you want to trust people with information, and also whether you want to trust these people who are basically children, to be responsible enough to know I'm not supposed to be in an adult party because it's for adults, or whether
Yeah,
you
you
expect
know.
them to go in anyway because they're a big shot YouTuber, and this is kind of their thing. So
Yeah, sorry. I was just this Robbo guy responded to me on his second account for some reason. I don't know why, but I was responding to him.
Robbo.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait, who's this person? Actually, I haven't been keeping up on that side of things.
It's one of the like dream hater guys or whatever.
Oh wait, let me go to your account.
Hold on, I'll just send you the tweet.
All right. Oh, this person 1,900. Ooh.
Well, I responded to them and they responded to me on their like other account or whatever.
Their main account just got suspended. I think they said that would be why. Oh, 15K. Well, who is this person?
They're just like one of the they're like the Dino Nuggets guy. They're just like an orbiter.
Are they just a Twitter poster, or do they actually have a career?
Good question. They have a Twitch with 5,000 followers. They're like views, so they're just another failure. All these people are just like washed up. Like they're all the people that are mad at them are like people who can only get attention on Twitter, and that's it. Why is that?
Yeah. I think this is kind of interesting, and a lot of these kind of creators that I remember back in the day, who were building themselves up and making content, have transitioned into like either just a lot of people, because I used to be sorry, I don't know if I want to say this. I used to be kind of a gaming streamer back then. That was what I wanted to do. So I was seeing a lot of people kind of rise up over time. A lot of these guys have either transitioned to like behind the scenes stuff, so like working for becoming editors, like for instance like the Prezzo person, or working for like Minecraft servers and stuff, just doing behind the scenes stuff. And then also a lot of these guys have transitioned into this like solely Twitter audience, where they kind of they make bank off of like, you know, like Ko-Fi and
yeah, buy me a coffee.
Yeah, that kind of. They make money off of those websites, kind of in like a really insidious way, because they don't actually ask anyone to donate, but they make these like tweets that are like almost baits for relevance. Like they want to call Dream a pedo because they want Dream to respond.
Thanks, man. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna get you a follow back, so I hope I get a notification that you're gonna go live soon. Have a great day, man.
Flood to their Twitter and then follow and go like, wow, you really stuck it to him, man. That's kind of what they want.
Yeah, but it's never gonna work out.
It won't, no, because all of this stuff depends on your ability to like be able to like buy.
It's also like, how embarrassing is it to be like one of these people who's like, you're only popular on Twitter, but you desperately clearly want to be like a YouTuber and be involved, which is why you insert yourself into all these allegations. Like, have you noticed that?
Yeah, I have noticed that.
It's like, it's very sad. I almost feel bad for them.
I would feel bad too, but like a bonus element of this is that like all of these people don't. I wonder how they rationalize it to themselves, because I don't think they actually give a single Like, I don't think they
about
actually.
these situations.
Yeah.
I think they might
what
think they do.
Yeah. But I think a lot of it is motivated by their personal dislike.
Of the creator, of course, absolutely, and that's why when it comes out that like when the assault allegation comes out and then somebody responds, they turn to like, oh, like they move the goalposts. Like, what about stan culture, right? That's literally what this guy did.
Yeah. I mean,
which is like, you shouldn't even be bringing that up when talking about someone being potentially like,
yeah,
like it is insane.
Another thing about it that confuses me is like, for instance, the fan bases too are also like mouthpieces of like the creators. So we've known for kind of a while that the Dream group and like the Tommy Innit group have had like a kind of like a split.
Yeah.
And that they're all kind of really not okay with each other anymore for reasons that no one's entirely sure of right now.
Is that real?
Yeah. So Tommy in like his video made a joke about Dream being like a loser or something.
So like Dream, Sapnap, George are their own group, and then like Tommy, Tubbo, Skeppy are their own
they've all
thing.
split. They've completely split. A lot of this was over. Do you remember the Quackity Dream stuff?
Yeah.
That stuff, and also surrounding stuff, just in regards to the allegations dropped in the first place. These groups are kind of fractured, and what's interesting about Wilbur is that he almost went off on his own a little bit, in that he was not particularly attached or wanted to be attached to the Minecraft scene anymore.
Well, he was like doing music or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if he was trying to escape.
Like he knew the community would like own him.
Yeah, I wonder if he was, not even that, but I wonder if he was trying to escape I wonder if something happened to make him, just because the sudden turn away from streaming was like a little weird.
I had some person message me on Instagram. I didn't even respond to them, but they said something to the effect of like, I actually used to date one of the people in Soot House, and Wilbur Soot used to say the N-word, and he took 50% of their revenue or something. It was just like a bunch of, I don't know, just babble. I kind of ignored it, but I literally like looked at it, and then I went on her account, and she had her tits out like in the first post, and I was like, not saying that means it's invalid, but that combined with the N-word thing, I was just like, oh my God, who cares? No one.
Oh my God. Another element of it is like, I wonder why all of this is happening now, because I also feel like the whole thing of like
well the thing is like, usually what happens when a false allegation happens is everyone apologizes after the fact, right? So like with Quite, everyone apologizes, it gets dissipated, and now like any allegation made against Quite is going to be heavily scrutinized if it ever happens again, right? With Dream, like it was never
kidding me
resolved.
right
Like,
now.
he made the response video,
Why?
and then everyone was just like, "You really gonna spend an hour responding?" Like they would say anything to try and make him seem like a dork for responding to the file allegations. Like these people just hate him. They hate him. They hate whatever he does. No matter if he's in the right, it doesn't matter. Like if he disproves it that he's a pedophile, they'll be like, "Well, what about the fact you forgot to give away merch this one time?" Like it always turns into this thing. They can never let it go. They will hate him
also,
forever.
I'm putting up Fortnite, Tom, so we can hop on for a game.
Base, that'd be good.
Another thing that's kind of interesting is, I think a lot of the fan base hatred for Dream, and I think this is something that not a lot of people have talked about, is how the reason why when the fan base split happened, it was so bad for Dream, and then consequently no one believed him with the grooming stuff, is that, simply put, the Tommy group is just more entertaining than Dream. He's just not.
Well, I think Tommy always was famous more off his personality, where Dream is more famous off like the challenges and skill or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that fair to say?
So, I think so, yeah. And he also stopped doing the skill stuff. He just wanted to be like a regular chill streamer like Tommy, and he didn't have the personality to back that up. So he kind of, you can see him basically flop. And when the grooming stuff came out, it was just, people already were starting to lose interest in him. And they wanted to kind of.
Oh, okay, Batman, you gotta go.
Almost wanted to like go forward more with the Tommy people, so it was almost like the perfect opportunity to like X this person out of the community, X this person out of like he just slowly started becoming disliked, not like for nothing that's really his own fault, and this was just the perfect excuse for people to hate him even more.
Yeah, I mean there also seems to be there's like a number of little personal interactions people have had with Dream where they perceive he slighted them in some way, and that makes them hate him forever. Like at VidCon or something, like he like didn't talk to them enough or something like that, and like it just spirals into this cancer. That's what I've noticed.
Exactly. And I wonder if the whole situation is like okay, this is what I'm curious at. What's your view on like how this? I mean, you said you think something real is gonna drop and probably like make everyone forget. If anything did drop that would kind of have that effect, what do you think it would be?
If anything, what?
If anything would drop that would uh, fracture the group, what do you think that would be like, or what do you think that would look like?
I think it would have to be more dead to rights of Katie. I don't know. I don't even know if I don't even know if some admission of like one of them lying would be enough. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know if like a statement from Katie where she's like I intentionally lied would be enough for them to hate her, because they'd still be like, well, it's George not found.
Exactly. I think what would need to happen, and this is the reality. The hope is that something will drop, and like you said, someone will break ranks, but that won't happen unless they need to do like a Hail Mary for their career. That's the only way in which something like that happens, and someone needs to like create the circumstances for that to happen. Those circumstances will never come to be unless something crazy happens. And I just wonder if all this is just gonna be a falling domino of people who get like completely nuked from orbit in this space, and then you just have like the new order of like, I don't know, AIMSy and Tommy and Teva, and everything just has a complete and total reset. Because that looks like to be what everyone wants to happen, for everyone who is disliked to have allegations come out against them, such that you don't need to question your dislike for them. That's another thing with these like Minecraft people, because they're all very, very young children. They can't comprehend the fact that they just dislike a person for no reason.
Well, I think that like it's completely valid to dislike someone just because like they're cringe or they're unswag, right? But for them, it always has to be like a morally righteous thing. I think you're very right.
Yeah. So what they need is like a reason to dislike them. And so these allegations that, I mean, at this point, they drop every other week. And some of them are false and some of them are true. And some of them, like the George one, there were kernels of truth to what was said, but the context surrounding it drastically changes the story that Katie was trying to tell. Like, you end up finding out that like these kind of younger kids, like they really want to be able to it's kind of insidious almost. They really want to like destroy a person, because I think at this age they don't understand that people can like change. Like I wonder how you.
There doesn't seem to be room for personal growth for sure, but it's especially because it's hard to imagine being a different person when you're 21, because like you feel like you're like at the end of personal growth, right?
That's true. It's a really curious situation, and I wonder what's gonna, because I think Wilbur probably feels a little bit relieved now, and that the public focus is not really on him anymore, and that all these things have dropped like in addition to each other, such that like right now it's George not found in the spotlight, and Wilbur has almost escaped a little bit from view. And I wonder, if I was Wilbur right now, why wouldn't you drop a response, like a deep, in-depth response right now, and get out ahead of it?
Well, because I don't know if there's a response he could give. You know what I mean? Like, he might be guilty. That's what's making me think that he might be guilty, that he won't respond. And he said he has DMs that like disprove her, and he won't release them for some reason. It's the same thing that Katie did. What Katie did when she responded, she's like, I don't even need proof. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, like it doesn't read as good. And I'm not saying he is guilty, but it's like obviously the public might think that, you know?
Exactly. I wonder also why, because that there is kind of, you can kind of envision a way that he could respond to the assault stuff, right? From the Alice person, there's not a lot of details, or like realistically, she wouldn't have really much proof. But it would be very easy for him to just say no, that didn't happen, and just try and like gain some credibility and say that, right? And the binding stuff is also difficult too, because if he has those texts, that wipes it off the slate for him pretty much. Why wouldn't he publish that? But then I also wonder, why would he say he had them?
That's what I'm saying. Like he's either guilty or the dumbest person. in the world. And that's the thing I feel about Katie. It's like she's either intentionally lying or the dumbest person in the world. Like it's kind of the flip side, in my opinion, you know?
Exactly.
And it's frustrating. So.
And you'd hope that he would have an adequate defense that would clear his name and that would prove that that he wasn't the evil person that everyone's saying he is.
Well, it's especially weird that he opens the statement by saying like her feelings are valid, and then the opening of like the second page is like, well, but I didn't abuse her, and it's like I feel like if you feel like you're really being falsely accused and you feel like there's like not a lot of truth to it, then you would say like this is categorically untrue or whatever, you know what I mean? But instead he opened with saying like, I mean it's kind of true, but not completely. Basically is what he said,
I
right?
agree.
And I'm still not saying he's guilty, but it's just like it's just a concerning response, and it either shows that he's guilty or it's a complete lack of understanding of how to respond to this at all. You know, like what the f is he doing right now? Where is he?
Oh, absolutely nothing.
He can't. He's like really famous. It's not like he can like go to the grocery store, right?
God damn it.
No, he absolutely. That's the thing. I wonder because of the sheer popularity he has. I wonder if he's absolutely like his real life too. Like it's not like he can get employed anywhere. Like definitely not like he can get employed anywhere. But then I also wonder, if it's just a really difficult situation to navigate because you're constantly thinking, what if the other person is genuinely innocent? Doesn't mean these things, but it's also it's just easy to say they're guilty. It's just too easy, and the nature of his response was just so odd that like you said, he either is the most stupid person in the world or he's completely guilty. And
That's
sure.
the only two options.
But yeah, definitely an interesting way to start off this year, though.
Yeah, it is. I'd say it is. It's this can't be the last one, right? Well, there's got to be like another allegation coming. I would say almost undoubtedly.
I wonder who it's gonna be then.
Well, I do too, but it's got to be. Let me think. So we've got Sapnap. He's a possibility. Tubbo's off the table. Tommy Innett's probably off the table. George already had one, so he's probably off the table. Maybe Dream again. I could see another Dream one.
Yeah, I could too. I wonder if people are ready to. I don't know if it would be Dream because I think that would have dropped already. There was a time when everything was coming out against him. I wouldn't know why they would be saving it for now. I think, and this is I think at some point the Tubbo guy has to have been involved in something. I don't think it'd be a sexual thing. I think it would be like a racist joke thing. I think just the age of that guy.
Is that where we're gonna go now? We're gonna go to like racism.
I think the cynical view on the situation is that it will slowly get less and less serious in terms of the allegations, and people will stop taking it seriously, and then that'll be the time that some of these like people will come out to try and defend themselves, or Wilbur just shows up to like Mizkif's house or something, and then like donates the next year of his revenue to charity, which is also an option.
Yeah.
I mean, the Carson guy pretty much got his career back, didn't he?
I mean, not really. I mean, Carson, like, I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
I mean, he pulls really good views still, and he's kind of
okay. But he used to get like insane views.
Yeah, but I also think that realistically, he would have fallen off either way.
Yes, because I think I think the views he's pulling now shows that the reason he was so famous is because it was perfect time, perfect place, and he had the perfect friends, right?
True.
Like,
but his new friends are not as funny.
No, they're not, and they're also like he was blowing up at the same time as all these guys. It was like J-Schlatt, people like that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't recreate the circumstances that were going on at that point in time. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
Not happening. Yes, it's happening.
Okay, so
you can say it's not happening, but the demographic shift proves that it's happening.
demographic shift happening does not prove that they're being imported intentionally by some other group of people. That's something that would
I
actually
didn't say that it proved it, but
okay, you did just say that verbatim. Do you think you're going to be able to convince like wealthy, successful people to just start becoming children factories if you offer them enough tax incentive?
Yeah. Okay, so
it's not like money right now is preventing them from making more kids.
Okay, the child barrier is a monetary barrier.
No. Okay,
When you
let's
ask
think
people why it is for not having kids and why they're planning families. It's for one reason, and one reason only: money.
So you just told me that the higher up you go in income, the less likely you are to have more children. How does that point to it being an economic problem?
I don't think it has anything to do with racism at all. There's a cultural thing that goes on with that also.
Where does the culture come from?
Generally, it comes from a lack of father in the home.
Yeah, so where did this general idea, this rejection of the modern American life, or this bucking against the system, where did this come from for the black communities? Why do they exhibit this behavior more so than other communities in the United States?
It's hard to say specifically. A lot of people have tried to answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've heard Fuentes talk about this in depth, and he thinks that there's a portion of it that's genetic.
I'm doing good. All right, so tonight is debate night. We have a very exciting debate for you guys. The topic is immigration and demographic shifts. Andrew, since this is your topic, why don't you get us started?
So I don't want to do the Gish Gallop. I noticed in the second part of the debate that Destiny had with Nick Fuentes as part of his response, he kind of focused a lot on the Gish Gallop. So I'm not going to get too bogged down in that. I'm going to try to stay away from it tonight and try to come at this logically instead. So I'm going to make my premise as simple as I possibly can and condense it to: I don't want any illegal immigrants or legal immigrants to immigrate into the United States. And I believe 100% and can prove that the flood of immigrants are mostly coming in by design of the Democratic Party. And the purpose of it is to bolster their voting rolls. And it is a complete and total subversion of democracy. It's one of the major weaknesses with democracy. And that's my premise for the debate.
Okay. Destiny?
Yeah, I guess I'm basically going to argue that I don't think you have some inalienable right to just permanently maintain some arbitrarily homogenous voting bloc indefinitely. I don't think that it's possible. I think the idea that you could keep some voting bloc homogenous is silly. I think there's a ton of different ways to influence a particular group of people, whether immigrants voting a different way or whether foreign culture making somebody vote a different way. And I think that if any group of people wanted to enact any of these changes, it would literally require them to secede from the union to do so, which makes it a pretty difficult idea to argue in favor of, unless you want to get into a conversation of should states or cities or counties be seceding from the union in order to accomplish their desire of homogeneity, I guess.
What about divorce?
What do you mean divorce?
Well, I mean, that you can use provisions in the Constitution to leave the Union without any type of civil war.
Sure, but what do you do when you leave the Union and then the U.S. invades you and just captures you and then reintegrates you back into the U.S.?
Well, it's possible, or it's possible it could happen the other way. I don't want to get bogged down. I was just...
Wait, when you say the other way, you think a county could secede from the U.S. and then defeat the U.S. in a war?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm pretty confident when I say that. I don't think anything could secede from the U.S. and survive a war with the U.S., especially not if you're like landlocked to the U.S., but...
That's likely true, but I want to focus on immigration instead. We can get bogged down with the details of a landlocked war with the U.S. during secession a different time.
Okay.
What about my position that the large Hispanic voting bloc that's coming in is designed and bolstered, and the Democratic Party specifically is bringing them in just to bolster the voting rolls?
Even if that...
Because... Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I mean... Even if that was the case, like, you don't have the right to just block anybody that disagrees with you politically from immigrating to your state. Like, let's say that we don't want a Hispanic person going from Mexico to Texas because it's going to change, you know, the overall voter composition of Texas. Is Texas allowed to say no immigrants from California or no immigrants from New York?
No, but those aren't foreign. They're not foreign.
Yeah, but what, you don't care that they're foreign. You care that they vote for Democrats.
No, I'm saying that they're bringing in foreigners specifically to bolster the voting rolls.
What if they were bringing in people from California?
Why would they need to bring in people from California? Those are already U.S. citizens. What do you
Because
mean?
they would change the composition of the the Texas
That's
electorate.
fine. You can do demographic changes based on state-to-state immigration. I'm talking specifically about foreigners coming in from Mexico and subverting the United States electorate.
Well, there's no subversion there. Immigration is part of a legal process. There's a process.
Not illegal immigration.
Illegal immigrants don't vote in federal elections.
Well, that's debatable whether or not illegal immigrants have voted. There's many cases where illegal immigrants have voted. How widespread it is, you can make an argument for. But
well, I mean, if you win the debate, if your debate is like illegal immigrants, if the debate is illegal immigrants shouldn't be allowed to vote, I mean, I agree with you, obviously.
But isn't Biden trying to naturalize millions of them right now who are here illegally right now in order to bolster his voting bloc? How is that not subversion?
If they were naturalized, then they wouldn't be illegal anymore, would they?
Well, right, they wouldn't be illegal. But if you're bringing them in specifically for the purposes of naturalizing them, having soft border policies in order to do that, that's a big problem.
I don't think they're being brought in specifically to bolster our voting bloc. I think that they come here for economic reasons, and I think that both people that work in the U.S. economy and maintain businesses in the U.S. economy and people that immigrate here to work here would probably agree with that.
And you don't think that that's a guise, considering that they have a supermajority for just one party. They vote in a supermajority for just one specific party, the same party who happens to tailor legislation specifically for
I would have gotten it. I would have gotten it if it hadn't been for that one fucking thing I missed.
So when you say coincidence, what you're really saying is, here's a story that I have and it sounds good, but I have absolutely no proof of it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, it is, because you don't have any. You have no proof that they're bringing in people to get more voters for them, right? That's not. You don't have like a statement of Biden saying we're going to bring in these Hispanics and they're going to vote in 7 years for Democrats, right? And I don't even know if that'd be a good strategy, because I think in the last election we saw more Hispanics, I think, than ever go for the Republican Party. So I don't know. That just seems. It seems more obvious. Like if I just followed it.
But the supermajority stays comfortably in the Democratic zone, and it has for an awful long time.
What supermajority are we talking about?
On that. I'm talking about a supermajority of Hispanics vote for Democrats.
Wait, what is? Yeah, but that could change over time. Why do they have to vote for Democrats?
It hasn't changed over time. It hasn't hardly changed over time at all. In fact, I have a chart showing you that it really hasn't changed over time.
Do you acknowledge?
What's that?
So are you saying that it's impossible that Republicans could ever get Hispanic people to vote for them?
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that if you tailor your legislation specifically with the welfare state,
do you want the belt or do you want to be grounded for a month?
To Hispanics specifically, and you have a never-ending supply of them just south of the border, it makes logical sense that you would tailor your policies, have weak border policies to bring them in to bolster your voting bloc. The swing states are proof of that.
Do you think
almost all these swing states are only swing states because of which demographic? It's not black demographic.
Yeah, so it seemed to me that under Donald Trump, if we're to believe the numbers published by the administration, which I have no reason not to distrust them, that unemployment under Trump was getting to absurdly low levels. I want to say we were at like 3.5% nationwide at one point, or it might have been 4%. We were below the natural rate of unemployment. Right? We have a huge problem finding workers in the United States. It seems more reasonable to me to assume that people immigrate here because there are work opportunities, and people here generally like immigrants because they need to find employees to hire in their businesses. Anecdotally, the state that I'm from, Nebraska, if I go to my city of Omaha, gas stations outside are like paying like $13, $14 an hour. Every single place has a like now hiring sign because you just cannot find workers to fill a lot of these places. I think that the situation is economic, and I think it's like obviously so, rather than trying to spin like a really weird nationalistic / voter conspiracy theory thing related to.
It's not conspiracy based. It's completely logical. B, you can't use anecdotal evidence when you beat up on Laura Southern for using anecdotal evidence. So the anecdotal evidence that you're citing here is dismissed immediately. So instead, we'll focus on the facts. You're saying that unemployment was low under Trump because of Hispanic immigration, or?
No, I'm saying it was incredibly low under Trump, below the natural rate of unemployment, and that we need more workers to shore up our labor force.
Yeah, but you don't need to have Hispanics come in any other aspect in a work visa like Japan does in order to fill jobs like that. Plus, most of those jobs are low-wage jobs.
I don't know if people want to. I don't think
want to make economic slaves out of them.
First of all, if they're immigrating, I imagine the economic opportunity here is probably better than where they're coming from. Secondly, I don't think people are going to immigrate from Japan for low-skill, low-paying jobs in the United States.
Oh, I'm not saying that they will. I'm saying that if you want to offer the low skill, low paying jobs out to immigrants, you can have a more Japanese-esque style policy where you have them come in, do the low skill job, and then go home. I don't know why you would need to make them citizens to do that.
What? How?
Unless you want your voting rolls to be bolstered.
Or because we'd just rather have like more citizens in the United States because it bolsters our economy in a more holistic way. You'd rather have people buying property here. You'd rather have people here year-round spending money here, stimulating the economy, rather than just fucking off for 6 months. And that seems to be a lot more wasteful in terms of.
Why do you need some type of overage of people buying property here? Why is that necessary?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe we can get into an economic argument. Like, I generally think that things that further
that was your argument, man. So
you're asking me why do I want like a better economy? Because I think that like being more economically productive is probably good for the United States rather than being less economically productive. But
it's not a matter of economic production necessarily that people are buying up property. I don't know why that was thrown in there exactly.
Wait, what's wrong with people buying property?
I didn't say anything's wrong with it. I'm just saying that I'm not sure how you can tie in people buying up property with some type of big economic boom for the United States due to illegal immigration.
I'm saying that if people are staying here for 12 months, it's probably more likely that they're going to buy property or have a permanent residence here than if they're moving back and forth. I think that reasonably follows.
So you think that essentially people need to come in here and immigrate in here, buy property here so that they can work here because it bolsters our economy. That's your position with this, or?
Yeah, I think it logically follows that people that move here increase the general well-being of the U.S. economy. Being here and buying property is one part of that. Yeah.
And why would there be so much focus on the Hispanic demographic, which votes almost always in a supermajority for Democrats, instead of having an immigration population from elsewhere coming in for those jobs? There's plenty of other places where there are people who would look for what you would even consider low-wage jobs abroad.
I'm going to be completely honest and admit that my geography is really bad. The last I checked, though, there are 2 countries that border the U.S. One is Canada, one is Mexico. That probably explains where a lot of our immigrants come from. Maybe they come from Mexico because it's a lot cheaper to travel, and low-income workers are more likely to do that than fly across the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. That would be my guess.
Unless they're in migrant caravans traveling thousands of miles and then up through Mexico. Lots of immigrants come up through that way also. But
I don't know what lots of is supposed to mean there, but
aside, what I'm asking is...
It's still probably cheaper than making a transcontinental flight, though.
I'm not asking why illegals immigrate illegally out of convenience. Of course they immigrate.
Well, you did. You asked me why people come more from Mexico than other countries, and I'm explaining why.
Come in out of convenience. I'm talking about legal immigrants. Why would you need to import the legal immigrants from south of the border, rather than going to different locations worldwide, unless you were trying to bolster your voter rolls? I don't understand that. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. So are you asking me? I don't know what you're asking. Like, it sounds like you're asking me, like, why do most people come from Mexico? Why don't they come from other countries? Because it's more expensive for them to immigrate here. What do you mean?
Why specifically are Democrats importing Hispanic? It's happening.
It's not happening.
Yes, it's happening.
Okay, so
you can say it's not happening, but the demographic shift proves that it's happening.
No, I don't think any of those words mean what you think they mean. Okay, a demographic shift happening does not prove that they're being imported intentionally by some other group of people. That's something that
I didn't say that it proved it, but
okay, you did. You did just say that verbatim.
I am telling you that Democrats specifically are importing Hispanics as fast as they can possibly import them.
Okay, can you explain?
Almost like they have commodified them.
Okay, well, all labor is commodified in the United States. That's welcome to capitalism. Can you explain to me what you mean when you say Democrats are importing Hispanics? Like, maybe we find some
Democrats. Okay, so Democrats specifically tailor legislation, and liberals are all for it. They tailor legislation that targets the Hispanic community to get them on the public dole of the welfare state. Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Very rich welfare state causes all kinds of incentives for illegals to come in and for immigrants to want to come in to take these low-paying jobs. Okay, as you put it, they target them specifically with those incentives to come into the country.
Are there some special incentives available to like just Hispanic people that aren't available to other types of like refugees or illegal immigrants or legal immigrants?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably. There probably are some that are.
Don't you think that would be like a really important part of your argument for you to have that?
No, I don't think so. I think that the amount that come in under our current immigration policies pretty much bolsters the argument.
You don't think
And
that might be due to the fact that we
rhetoric-
share thousands of
rhetoric-
miles of border with Mexico?
Well, of course, for illegal immigration, sure.
Legal or illegal, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but why do you need to legally import?
no one is
Hispanics?
importing anybody.
Okay, why do you legally need to allow Hispanics in exactly, rather than have them from other sections of the earth? I
imagine we probably want immigrants to apply for visas or naturalization from any country, depending on their economic value here, right? Or depending on whatever our immigration process is. I know there's different types of visas, different reasons to be naturalized as a citizen, whether it's through marriage or work opportunities or special talent or whatever. But I don't know what you're asking me. I mean, we let immigrants in from all over the world. I don't think that we like focus on Hispanics. There's just more people tend to come from Mexico because they're right there.
Let's try to reframe it. You seem to be a fan of hypotheticals, so let me put it to you like this hypothetically.
Okay.
If the parties were switched and Hispanics overwhelmingly voted for Republicans, do you think that Democrats would have a very staunch border policy?
I'm not 100% sure, but that's not really what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think it is exactly what we're talking about. So when you pose hypotheticals, you tend to want direct answers, and people tend to give them to you. But when people post them back to you, you tend to be very evasive.
Okay,
So
we'll engage with this.
time.
So you're asking me if it was a bunch of Republican potential voters that were coming in,
Yes.
and Democrats were trying to block those people from immigrating, then I would say, yeah, Democrats are trying to block new voters.
That's not what I asked. I asked you hypothetically if the majority of the immigrants who were coming in due to the immigration policies that the Republican Party was pushing, and they just so happened to overwhelmingly vote Republican, do you think that Democrats would suddenly be pretty pro-border security at that point?
Yeah, some might be, sure. That doesn't change my position on it at all, though, and it doesn't prove that they're being imported either. They could still be coming here because of economic opportunity, but the parties that decide whether they want them in or not might change based on their political allegiance. That doesn't change why they're coming here, and that doesn't mean anybody's importing them.
You don't think they're coming in for the social safety nets at all?
Social safety nets in America?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. I think they're coming here because of the labor opportunities.
Specifically for the labor opportunities. And how many of them do you want to come in? As many as meets the demand of labor, a never-ending amount? How many?
Yeah, as many. For me, I'd say as many meets the demand of labor. I think people should start themselves out like economically. I think would be good.
And what is that going to do with the price of labor?
Probably cause it to move down a little bit in the markets that they're competitive in.
So essentially, the low-paid skilled workers or unskilled workers are going to bring the labor prices down. And what's that going to do to the low-income Americans that are already here?
I imagine they're going to have to compete more with those wages.
Mm-hmm. So explain to me again why that's a good idea to continuously pump in low-income labor from south of the border in order to drive down the economic opportunities of the already poor Americans we have here.
Do you think it's a good idea that the only people that should be able to compete in America are large corporations like Walmart? Why do you hate small businesses that can't afford to pay exorbitant wages to people because they have no labor pools to choose from? Do you think that small businesses shouldn't exist in America since they don't have the ability to hire talent?
Of course they can, but that's a red herring.
No,
So-
it's absolutely not a red herring. It is absolutely
it's a red
correlation.
herring, and I can prove it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you saying that small businesses then
Mhm.
rely on illegal immigrants?
No, I'm saying that they rely more on low-skill labor
Do
or
they rely
low-wage,
on immigrant labor?
low-wage labor,
Okay,
low-wage
but if
labor.
they don't rely on immigrant labor, then
Mhm.
saying that bringing in low-skilled immigrants to meet small business demand is patently absurd, sir.
How is it patently absurd?
Because if they're not using immigrants now, why do they need them?
They are using immigrants now. They do use
Okay,
immigrants.
but if they're not,
I'm sorry, hold on. What do you think happens when the price of labor increases dramatically? Who do you think is more easily and readily able to absorb the cost? Walmart or, Fred's fishing shop?
Oh, for sure, the large businesses.
So why are you so in favor of large businesses exclusively ruling America as some hegemony? Why do you want small businesses to fail because unemployment is so absurdly low and you're refusing to allow them to hire workers from south of the border?
They'll take advantage of low-income labor too. What do you
There
mean?
isn't no low-income labor left. Our unemployment was.
So you want to import it? What? What are you?
I don't know why you're laughing when that was literally your suggestion earlier in the debate that we import them for
No,
6
I never
months and then you said so earlier you said why don't we bring them in for six. Earlier you said why don't we bring them in for 6 months and send them away for the other 6 months. So you seem to acknowledge.
What I said was if you want to have the policy of bringing in immigrant labor, why not have something more akin to what Japan has, where they come in if you're trying to meet labor demands and then you send them back home. I didn't suggest in any way, shape, or form that I was for that policy. I only suggested that policy would make a lot more sense than just letting in unfettered amounts of immigrants to meet some labor demand for small businesses that doesn't even exist.
Wait, you think a labor demand doesn't exist?
The labor demand may exist to a degree with small business, but not cheap immigrant labor.
What kind of labor do you think small businesses are, like all tech startups in San Francisco? What is a small business to you?
But a lot of them are skilled labor. A lot of small businesses rely on skilled labor.
A lot of them don't.
Laborers, yeah, a lot of them don't. But there are poor demographics here that can easily go towards those jobs. You don't need to import the third world to take those jobs.
You literally, okay. So I understand we're kind of running around circles in terms of you're crucifying your own statements here. So you said that we don't need to import anybody, but earlier you tacitly admitted, you said, well, if we import people, it's going to drive down wages. Driving down those wages is an important part of making it so small businesses can hire people. If our unemployment in the United States is 2 or 3%, if it's that far below the natural rate of unemployment, those low skill wages are going to skyrocket, and you're going to.
That makes no sense. So you're saying that you want to import immigrants to bring wages down because that'll really stick it to the corporations then?
Do you think wages should just...
No, answer my question. Do you want
Yes, of course. Yes, this is like obvious.
Stick it to the corporations?
Do you think that wages should be infinitely high?
Corporations are the ones, like big farms, who rely on immigrant labor now, illegal immigrant labor. You think that the best way to stick it to corporate America is by just importing as much of the third world as we possibly can, and you think that that's an argument that makes sense?
There's a reason why companies like Amazon, when they had a little bit of political pressure, were quick to enact a $15 an hour, a corporate-wide minimum wage, and why mom and pop shops across America would have to close business if they were forced to do the same. It's a reason why small business owners aren't able to keep up with labor markets that they're getting priced out of when the labor gets more and more and more expensive. This is something that happens when you have a very, very, very low rate of unemployment. Now, I know it sounds good for you to keep constantly saying, like, you want to drive down wages? You want to drive down wages? But the flip... Wait,
arbitrarily set market rates with minimum wages.
You're arbitrarily setting a market rate with immigration. Do you not realize?
What's the market rate going to be then without it?
If you restrict immigration...
I can tell you the exact precise number of the market rate you want, or what liberals have suggested with a $15 an hour minimum wage. What's the market rate going to be without low-wage workers? You have no idea. You have no idea.
It's going to be way higher than what it is now. Potentially.
You have no idea for certain what the wage is going to be. Yes, the wage will likely be higher based on demand.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Is it always a good thing? Should wages just be infinitely high?
No, they shouldn't be infinitely high.
So do you think a wage could be
based around the population that you have, though?
Okay, so let's say that unemployment would have dropped to 1% or 0.5%. Do you think then that where fast food chains are having to hire workers for $20 an hour, do you think that's an ideal world? What do you do at that point?
No, and I don't think that we were in that world.
We were getting there. We were.
No, we weren't getting there. And look, are you saying without the economic importation of labor? Okay, you're saying that low-skilled workers are going to have a higher wage. But then you argue against that by saying, but you want to drive wages down because that'll really stick it to Amazon.
I'm not saying you drive down wages to stick it to Amazon. What I'm saying is that settling on a good wage is vital, not only for small businesses that employ people, it's also vital for customers that buy goods and services. Because if wages are going massively up because we don't have the labor force to actually staff these businesses, then one, new firms can't create because there are no people to hire. You've got no pool labor. And two, the existing cost of all the labor is going to start to go up and up and up, which is going to drive up the cost of goods and services, which is going to inhibit people's ability to participate in the economy. It's like super, it's a pretty basic, it's not, we're not even like at an argument point yet. Like this is all just obviously true. If you have very few work,
it's not obviously true. And the premise I reject completely.
Which part of that do you reject?
Okay. So one more time, your basic argument was that immigrant labor was good, and it's good because it drives down wages, which is bad for corporate America.
No.
Okay, that's what you said, though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try this one more time, okay?
Okay.
Immigrant labor is good because when our unemployment is getting below the natural rate of unemployment, it implies that wages are going to start to move incredibly high because there aren't enough workers for the economy. When we don't have enough workers for the economy, the people that bear the brunt of that are going to be low income people because the cost of goods and services is going to increase, and it's going to be small business owners. That's the full argument.
But what about the low income people's wages?
What's going to happen is that those firms are probably eventually just going to shut down. They're not going to pay somebody $25 an hour to flip burgers because there's no workers.
What firms?
What?
McDonald's?
Sure, franchises.
McDonald's will shut down because they can't hire enough high school kids?
Either that, or they'll just start automating more and more of the labor force. I don't know when the last time you've been in McDonald's is, but a lot more of those jobs are automated now than they used to be. And some of them
They don't look very automated to me. They still look like cashiers. They still look like cooks in the back.
Oh, crazy. Okay. Well, in some of the ones that I've been in now, even in the United States, there aren't cashiers anymore. There are some people that stand at the front.
Where were you in the United States where you walked in?
In California. I've seen it in California. I've seen it in almost. What do you want, like my address?
No, I just want you to tell me whereabouts in California you saw automated McDonald's.
You walk into a McDonald's and you don't even interact with the cashier. You just put the order in on the screen. You've never seen these in the U.S. before?
I'm asking you where you saw one. Because when you use an arbitrary generalization like that, it makes me think that you might be, not telling the truth.
Okay, hold on. I just want to be clear here. So you're challenging me on the idea that in the United States, there exists McDonald's where the order taking process is fully automated.
That's not what you said. You said that automation was going to squeeze out the workers, and I want to know where there's fully automated McDonald's.
It's not fully automated from front to back. But there are parts of the job that are going to be.
You can walk in and you can push some buttons to select your order, and then somebody makes it and brings it out to you.
But yes, yeah.
Okay, whoop-de-doo. Okay, that's not job killing technology.
That is a job. What do you mean? That's a job of somebody that.
Kids who will take those jobs, and somebody still has to fix that machine. Go ahead.
Who's the somebody that's going to fix the machine? Is it going to be those low-skill workers you talk about, or is it going to be a college-educated person coming from India or Japan?
Oftentimes, the more advanced machinery gets, the more modulated it gets. So yeah, low-skilled workers can do a lot of those jobs. And as you get into the future, you'll find more machinery is modulated.
You think the modulated machinery that exists today? I just want to. This is fascinating to me now. Hold on, because I'm learning a lot now. You think the modulated machinery that exists today is being worked on by people with high school education because it's so modulated?
Yes.
Okay. Where? Where is this happening?
That's true.
Yeah. Where? Where is this happening?
You can look at companies like International Gaming Technology and the lottery machines that you see in your gas stations, and all of these different types of machines that are out there, and go look at the job requirements for them. Or the education requirements for them, and you'll find that the education requirement is quite low because a lot of the machinery that's out there now it's module based. And by the way, that trend's been going on, especially in the military, for many, many, many years. You just take the module, throw it behind your shoulder, put the new module right in. You don't need hardly any skill to do it at all.
Do you think there's going to be as many jobs available there as there were at the front line for employees?
I have no idea. It's hard to say.
Well, what do you? Okay, well let's pretend.
To determine.
No, it's actually super easy. It's common sense. It logically follows.
Common sense, but it's not common sense.
I hate to use that term. But like, let's pretend that we're a business owner. Okay, let's pretend we're a business owner and we're going to automate a job by making.
We're gonna do hypotheticals again.
Yeah, sure. Right. I love hypotheticals. So let's pretend we're a business owner. Do you
let him finish talking, Andrew?
All right.
Do you think that a firm that has an employee is going to automate that job if it's going to cost them more to do it?
No.
Okay. So that reduction in cost and outlays, right, for labor, what does that mean? If they're paying less for work, it means there's going to be less wages paid, right? That's
sure. In this particular hypothetical.
Not in this particular hypothetical. That's how a firm makes it.
No. You just said that this was a hypothetical. So I answered to the hypothetical. But now you're saying, no, this applies nationwide or what?
So you think that real life firms, let's leave the hypothetical, you think real life businesses are automating jobs and then paying more to have them automated?
No, I don't think that they're paying more to have them automated.
So they're paying less?
I'm not necessarily saying that all the forms of automation are job-killing forms of automation either. And nor do I think that bringing in massive quantities of cheap labor, when you're saying automation is that advanced, why would you want to continue to bring in cheap labor? Makes no sense.
Because typically the firms that can afford the automation are going to be like the larger businesses. So this is going to be hurting your smaller businesses.
But you wanted to stick it to the larger businesses.
I don't know why you keep saying I want to stick it. I love large businesses. I don't know what you mean. I want to stick it to the larger businesses. I don't know what that means.
So now you like large corporate interests, large businesses.
I've never really stated it, but this is like your little rhetorical trick that you're trying to say. I want to stick it to large, but I was just explaining what will happen if unemployment gets too low and wages go too high. Small businesses go out of business, and large businesses are more easily able to absorb the cost. I never said whether that was good or bad. You're the one that's
of low-wage Hispanic workers.
I mean, it could be that like white people make a ton of babies, or it could be that a ton of people from Canada come in, or it could be the other people here start making more babies. I mean, technically, the workers could come from any place. It just seems.
So did you want to move on to the birth rate then?
Be right back.
We can move on to the birth rate if you want. I'm just saying that low-skilled labor or low-cost labor coming from the South like dramatically props up like large sections of the U.S. economy in the South. This is incredibly important.
That's a proper way to start this kind of video. With the trans juice.
True. What's up, guys, and welcome back to the Tom Dark channel. I'm your host, Tom Dark. With me, I have a Cheeto.
Yet again, we're back at it like a crack addict. In this case, we're actually talking about a crack addict.
Funnily enough, we are talking about a crack addict named Keffels. Who is someone you guys have heard about a lot, one of my favorite YouTubers of all time. Stunning 53.6 thousand subscribers. She's making it. She's blowing up. She's next up. She's making it out of the hood. She's going to buy a Bugatti. And I'm very proud of her for that. But she's been in some hot water lately, as you guys know, for a lot of reasons. Basically, her entire past is being relitigated as a result of her defending Vosh for his lolicon takes.
Yeah. We've all jerked at the lolly at some point or another.
And then now people are talking about Catboy Ranch. They're talking about her literally funding a website to ship estrogen to children against their parents' will.
I was about to bring that up, but you said she's in hot water, and it's the same hot water that was present in the bathtub. She used to make bathtub estrogen.
How is that not crazy, though, that this is a person that people know of and she's like on YouTube.
Yeah, no,
and
this person is
not
like
everyone in the comment section is being like, you f***ing freak.
Yeah, no, essentially this is an individual whose entire infamy comes from the fact that they produce chemicals to castrate people. DIY castration is this person's bread and butter.
Yeah.
Like literally some people are like, hey, I'm good at fishing. I know a good fishing spot. Some people are like, hey, I can do arts and crafts. I can do, you know, beautiful works of art. This person is like, yeah, I kind of like do alchemy in my bathtub to gender swap people that are interested in my content.
To gender swap kids.
Children. Yeah.
Literal kids.
Children.
Like, if you hate Matt Walsh and you're Keffels, how can you even have a fucking problem? You are confirming everything he thinks. In his mind, trans people are coming for children to make them trans, and then you're like, hey, I'm coming for children to make them trans.
Yeah.
Like, how can you be upset about anything, literally, at this point? But right now, she's in some hot water. And the reason why starts with Sorry, the trans juice. And the reason why starts with James Somerton. Now, you guys probably know James Somerton was the subject of an H Bomber Guy video where he was called out for plagiarism. Ever since then, it seems like he's been on a big downward spiral on YouTube. He's been having a very hard time. His career has basically been ruined as a result of him being called out. And as soon as it came out, apparently, that James Somerton had potentially killed himself, Keffels drops this video titled James Somerton May Have Taken His Own Life. And I believe it was originally actually called James Somerton Took His Own Life, and then she changed it after the fact. Okay, so she titled the video James Somerton Has Taken His Own Life, and then retitled it because I shouldn't have named it that until there is full confirmation of whether or not he is safe.
Probably
I'm
not.
sorry for the false alarm. I'll be doing updates as the situation unfolds. Well,
Yeah.
thank God, Keffels, you'll be giving us updates.
You probably should not. Yeah, you probably shouldn't title videos like, this person is fucking dead.
If they're not dead,
If they're
or if you
not
don't know if they're dead. Like, to me, like, it's not even that much of an issue that she covered the fact that a guy may have died. Like, when Tumat died, a lot of people covered that. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, right? I think, like, reporting someone's death is an important part of the news. But if you don't know if someone's dead, why would you say that? Why would you say he's taking his own life when you don't know? All we know about James is that he made a post saying that he wanted to take his own life and he couldn't take it anymore and then got offline. To me, that's not confirmation that he's gone. That's not. And if he is, I mean, that's horrible. I feel bad for him. I still don't think there's anything wrong with making videos about it inherently.
I don't know the context of this, so I may be asking the wrong question.
Okay.
Did she Photoshop that message on there? If this message is live, it means I've scheduled it before ending things. Did she, like, fake a side note on the thumbnail?
No, I think this is part of the real message he sent, actually.
Oh.
It'd be funny if she put, like, the revolution will not be televised, though.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty crazy.
Straight trolling.
Straight trolling.
Like, I'm dead, skull emoji.
I'm skull emoji. Just, I'm skull
Yeah.
emoji. No, he's skull emoji. That should have been the title.
Yeah.
That would have been crazy.
Hello, Bozo.
Okay, so obviously we're making jokes a little bit here, but if he did actually pass away, that's very sad, obviously. I don't think it's H Bomber Guy's fault that he passed away, particularly. I mean, he called him out for plagiarism on YouTube. The guy had kind of a mental downward spiral. If he did die, that's very sad. I don't think that's H Bomber Guy's fault, though. But what I do find very interesting is that a lot of people have actually been calling out Keffels recently, calling her basically a piece of shit. This Lily Simpson person said, it is absolutely ghoulish to transform someone's potential suicide into content. And I would agree that making content about someone's suicide when you don't know what's going on is kind of if you're just making it clear that, like, it is complete speculation, then I think it's fine. I think the problem really was the prior title. In this case, I feel like it's not that big of a deal that she made a video about it. Like, I think you can make videos about people dying. Like, it is part of the news. Like, people have a public interest in this. The news makes videos when celebrities die.
Yeah.
They do reports on, like, this person is missing. They're potentially dead, right? They do that. That's in the public interest to know, obviously, right? But here they left a reply saying, frankly, this response makes it worse. Like, you don't exploit an unconfirmed suicide that is all just rumors, currently as if it is news, and then just pay $50 to a random charity as if that negates what you were doing. I will agree with the the charity part.
You know what I will say? This is literally like the Brazo thing. The guy who milked Technoblade's death for like 50 videos straight.
Yeah.
And then faked his charity. He was like, oh, I'm so sorry I milked Technoblade's cancer for views. I'm going to donate $3,000 to a cancer research charity, which obviously that's worse because it turned out that he completely faked the donation.
Really?
Yeah.
He faked the donation.
Dude, because what happened was he did this video where he donated to the cancer research thing, and there was a cut right before he clicked the donate button where you can see instead of the $3,000 that he was going to donate, because there was a dollar sign before the 3,000, there's a quick cut where the dollar sign's gone, and it's just the number 3,000.
Oh.
And then it's like, I'm going to donate it, guys. And then in reality, he sent like $1 or something like that.
Is that guy still on YouTube?
Yeah, well, what happened actually, that's a funny backstory. So this guy ended up getting exposed for milking Technoblade's cancer for clout. And then he kind of just rode this wave of covering obscure MCYT drama for a while, which thank God I got out of that. For those of you who don't know, maybe you don't care, but for a while back in 2021, my entire channel was basically like meat watching these MCYT guys. Tom Enid said what? Wilbur Soot said what? Tubbo said what? Whole time I have a gun to my head as I'm recording these videos. I just did not want to do it. Thank God I got out. Praise be Jellybean. Thank you for being cringe. But
Captain Buttsex.
Ultimately, this Brazo person in 2022, late 2022, they basically, jumped ship and became a like red pill meat watch channel. Stopped meat watching the MCYT people, and he just started uploading like uncut Andrew Tate podcasts and stuff.
So, funnily enough, I used to be gay all of the time. I now understand that's wrong. Now I'm a person of color and a single mother of 6, and I'm immensely proud of that. I truly am.
And he actually was getting like 5 or so million views a month doing so, which is crazy. I think his channel got terminated though, but yeah, it's a funny little thing that happened there. But I think ultimately the idea that you can donate to charity and that negates criticism of you is just foolish.
I think it's very dumb.
It's just,
and it's also like, I'm not saying $50 isn't a lot of money, but
I am saying
it's $50.
I'm saying $50
to negate criticism. $50 is not a lot of money.
If I yeah, well, especially if you're an influencer, like if I drop $50 on the ground, I'd be pissed for probably like a few hours, and then I just move on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a person who raised $100,000 to flee the country and run away from Kiwi farms. Don't you have a little more money from that left over? $50 is all you got?
Because I was looking into this on stream, so I'm familiar with the whole $100,000 GoFundMe thing. They left to go to Ireland, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's no way that cost $100,000.
No.
What happened?
They went to Ireland.
We don't with the money.
No one knows. It's gone. Up in the air. $100,000.
Where is it?
$100,000.
Where is the $100,000?
It's literally, it's like, this is the biggest meme with Keffels. Like,
are you serious?
She got $100,000 and it's just gone.
Guys, this is Turkey Tom. This guy is the most autistically online person I know. He knows every little stupid detail and every little stupid drama. And this motherfucker does not know where this money is. That should tell you something.
I mean, I have, I can speculate as to where it went.
But
I can guess.
Why are they online now talking about here's where my money's going if we don't know where their fucking money's going?
That's a great question.
This person, suck my dick, Keffel. Don't actually, please don't. Actually, I don't want you nowhere near me. But like in general, like this is disgusting.
Yeah, if Keffels wanted to suck my dick, bro, and I let Keffels do that, what percent gay would that be? I want to know. Because I feel like it'd only be like maybe 6% gay. Maybe 5% gay.
Yeah.
This is audacious.
Extremely audacious. And I mean, the other part about it that's funny to me is just the fact that instead of trying to like counter it with like a good argument, right? Instead of being like, I can report the news.
The rice scum throwing money at the homeless.
I mean, yeah, she will simultaneously like cower in fear of the criticism and like donate $50, and then she's also like keeping the video up. Like, what is the fucking point at that point, right? Like, the people don't want you to donate. They just don't want you to make that fucking video.
Wait, sorry. What was this? Maybe I don't know the context, but they donated $50 to Trans Life.
Which has James Somerton is not trans.
Yeah, I was about to say.
James Somerton is a cis white man.
No, because he killed himself.
Exactly.
That's why.
That's why. That's literally why.
Yeah. Don't donate to the suicide hotline. Donate to Trans Lifeline.
So anything earned from that video will go directly to giving Trans Lifeline enough funding to connect 2 trans people to suicide prevention services. Well, thank God you're doing that, Keffels. But it goes a little deeper, okay? It goes a little deeper because I've been following Keffels for a while. A lot of people have been making a lot of funny tweets about her.
Speaking of that, go check out my GoFundMe. It's about to crack 100K.
Keffels.
I spent it on
crack.
Here, Nick posts, is there a Keffel cycle meme yet? Picks a fight, which in this case, picking the fight was defending Vosh for being a lolicon, defending Chris Tyson for liking old Shadman stuff.
No, but we love Chris Tyson.
We do love Chris Tyson.
Of course.
Salam alaikum.
Great guy, yeah.
Habibi.
Salam alaikum, shukran, Habibi.
Hey, you said guy.
Oh, fuck. I have to donate $200 to Trans Lifeline now.
No, you need to donate to an unrelated charity for like Kilbasa or something like that. Literally anything else.
That is fudged up, guys. Guys, gals, and non-binary.
All right, so the Keffel cycle, as you guys know, is that basically she'll pick a fight, she'll get exposed, she'll post vague "it's so over" videos announcing that she's leaving drama and it's hard being trans, or I was doxxed, or my meth addiction was hard.
Hello, bozo.
And then she'll repeat the same process. And in this case, what she did is, as it's very obvious to see, because we have all of the fucking clips and tweets on hand right now. I just did videos about this, right? She decides to defend Vosh for his lolicon habits or whatever. She even invokes Chris Tyson's name and is like, Ethan Klein, if
you're gonna be mad at Vosh, why aren't you calling out Chris Tyson? Which is fucking stupid. You know what? Actually, I think that's a genius point. Why doesn't Ethan Klein call out Chris Tyson? That's very interesting. I find that very perplexing. So we have that. She gets exposed. People bring up her past drama with Catboy Ranch. They bring up the DIY HRT directory thing. She vague posts it's over, saying she's leaving the drama behind. It's so hard being trans. And her channel right now is a fucking nightmare, by the way. I want you to inspect this and read some of these titles. First, we have What Do You Want from McDonald's? I'm Getting a McBlizzard, which I don't even know what this fucking video is.
Hey everyone, if you've been wondering why you haven't been seeing me on camera recently...
Am I f***ed up for thinking this is like basically Moist Critical? Same kind of monotone voice, same hair.
I feel like she talks slower than him.
Like if Critical shaved, you'd get this video.
No, but you may be wondering why she's talking so slow. Are you wondering that?
I mean, we're 5 seconds in, so
It's because I've been going through kind of a dark time. It's
your fault. It's your fault. You defended Vosh. You defended Vosh. One of the most reviled people on the internet right now, who is into weird shit. What? Obviously, you're gonna get in shit for that. That's nobody's fault but your own. You made posts of your opinion and people criticize you. For the last 3 years, you have been constantly shitting on people, going after them, calling them transphobic, trying to get Destiny deplatformed, trying to get everybody who criticizes you banned on Twitter, and now you're gonna cry?
No, it's
You made your bed. You're 30 years old. Get the fuck over it.
My first exposure to this person, I didn't even really know who she was. I made a video in December of 2022. It was the video that kind of really started the beef I had with Jay Lynn.
Oh my god.
And
shout out.
Because Jay Lynn is, I guess, like acquaintances with Catfuls. She like tapped her on the shoulder and was like, you need to react to this. You need to own this chub or something. And then I see her playing Sea of Thieves and like she like watches my entire video uninterrupted, paused it once to be like, so is this guy like a Nazi or something? And then that's it. Later, I DM'd her and I was like, hey, you kind of called me a Nazi in your stream and then uploaded the VOD to YouTube. I don't really like the fact that I'm being defamed like this. Would you mind, like, you know, pinning a comment saying, hey, I don't think he's a Nazi or whatever, because I'm not. And she responded with like, oh, haha, thanks for being a good sport about it. What do you mean I'm like a good sport? Like, this isn't water polo. I don't need, like, what the f does this mean? Anyway, ultimately, she ends up like following me back on Twitter and saying like, you want to come on stream and talk about it? Not really, to be honest. I have like no interest in doing that.
You just like slandered me.
Like you just kind of called me the N-word. Well,
it is N-word. It is an
N-word. One that offends me more than another one. If you call me the other N-word, I wouldn't have minded really. But that one has actual, well, not that the other one doesn't have meaning behind it, but that one has more of a.
We're getting sidetracked here.
We're getting sidetracked. But ultimately, look, like this person said they said that to me, okay? And I was like, I don't want to come on your stream. Can you like take the video down or something else? And they just left me unseen. And a few months later, like they blocked me for posting some sort of like phobic meme or something. So Loki, this person. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, well, you won't like her anymore by the end of this video. I promise you. So the reason why she's talking so slow, and she's announced it here, she says, I feel like I'm inevitably going to get lol, why do they talk so slow comments. One of these symptoms of depression I experience is called psychomotor retardation, which causes my emotional and physical reactions to slow down. If you experience this, there is help for it. I don't really know what else to say.
Yeah.
Psychomotor retardation. Psychomotor retardation is what happens when you send hormones to children.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
I think Yeet might have psychomotor retardation.
You think so?
From all that drank.
Hey, with a private man, I'm speeding on these perks like I'm a leisure man.
All that drank? Because he's sipping cup all day?
Oh, yeah, the double cup, double up, bruh.
If anything, is justified.
Oh,
it makes for great music.
It really does.
Kevel
Where's your #1 Billboard song?
Kevel should quit YouTube and start making hyperpop rap.
Hey, you little piss baby. You think you're so f***ing cool?
I love that.
That would be fire.
That'd be sick, dude. Stop sending hormones to children and go on Ticketmaster. Announce your first tour. What would her tour be?
I'm gay. I don't know. Captain Butt Sex?
Okay.
Hard to be on camera and to talk about things, but I kind of just want to lay it all out there. If you're unaware, this is the year anniversary, just a bit over a week now, of everything that happened last year.
She needs some prime energy.
No! God damn it, man!
She does.
She needs to get the f***
She needs a Bud Light. She needs a Bud Light. She needs an upper decky. Really bad. She should start zinning.
That's what she needs.
Where's your Zinachino, bro?
Yeah, I think honestly, I'll set this up. You don't worry about it. I'm getting her a ticket to Zimbabwe.
You are?
Absolutely.
You'll help her out?
Oh yeah, nonstop.
Nonstop.
Nonstop flight, first class with all the.
I think she needs a one-way ticket. I don't think she should go back.
Yeah, just reside.
She needs to stay there for a long period of time until we can figure out what the fuck is going on with the psychomotor retardation.
She'll get a work visa there. She's doing great things.
Of when I had to go to rehab, and I know I was the butt of a lot of jokes
Poopy butt.
for having to go to rehab, but the honest truth about that was I was in an incredibly dark place. I was so close to losing my life last year because I did not want to be alive anymore, and I was doing every
She's doing sort
drug.
of the Dwayne The Rock Johnson eyebrow raise.
She is.
Sort of subliminal. Is that like psychomotor retardation or something? What is that?
I think that's unspoken riz.
I believe that's that unspoken trans.
That is that
riz.
unspoken trans riz.
You would not, yeah, only. Like, fuck. I was gonna say it's more of a Tysian persuasion.
It is a Tysian persuasion. I would agree with that. But Kelpa's been making a lot of sad videos lately, which is interesting because previously her videos have been very confrontational. She recently did an interview with Christian. Then she decided to do a video where she decides to.
She called you out, creep, loser, pedo.
She actually made a response to me
Wait,
at one
is that
point.
Poncho?
That is
The worst
Poncho,
community of-
and me, and Keemstar and Augie.
All my boys.
30K views.
What is this video about?
Nobody cared apparently.
What is it?
You want to watch this?
What is it though?
I don't remember honestly. I don't think I watched this.
I'm curious. I don't know if I want to watch it, but what is it?
I don't know.
So something really interesting happened the other day. On my second channel, Kev Live, I released a video entitled, "Is this Sneeko clone a Nazi?" The video was hit with a community guidelines.
Poncho is not a Sneeko clone.
Or a Nazi.
The video being taken down as YouTube said that I was promoting hate speech. I eventually convinced YouTube to reverse the decision, but only after they got bullied on Twitter. The video in question, which I'll leave a...
This is because I know what this person does. They basically paint these narratives that there's like this cosmic trans justice that always works in her favor, when in reality it's like YouTube is like, oh yeah, our bot f***ed up.
That's always it. But for her, any action against her is transphobia.
Yeah.
You disagree with her, it's transphobia.
Yeah.
And that's what she's been doing recently on YouTube. This YouTuber won't stop harassing me. Mr. Repsion, big YouTuber, 750K subs. You guys probably know him from his various videos about Onision.
So I'd like to apologize.
Well, I'm very curious how he harassed her. Let's find out.
There's a situation right now that I really want to talk about this YouTuber named Repsion. He has about 700,000 subscribers, and he has been incredibly deranged recently. He said a bunch of incredibly...
What did he say? She's... What? What is he?
He's incredibly deranged.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know he's...
There's a situation right now that I really want to talk about this YouTuber named Repsion. He has about 700,000 subscribers, and he has been incredibly deranged recently. He said a bunch of incredibly bizarre and threatening statements towards me, and I honestly have just ignored it up until this point, until he came into my comments.
I mean, they were right. They are right. And literally, the contention that she has is that Kiwi Farms called her out for this $100,000 GoFundMe that went nowhere. That is her contention with
The
Kiwi
same thing
Farms.
that I said.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
And said Kiwi Farms is right. So what's really bizarre about the situation is that Repsion and I actually were pretty amicable towards each other. We have DMs going...
Yeah, because he probably didn't know how much of a fucking freak you were, or the fact that you were sending hormones to kids. And now that he found out, he doesn't want to be around you. Giant shocker. When people find out you're a shitty person, they don't like you anymore. Is a YouTube comment harassment, really? Is this really a situation where you're being harassed?
Back to just after I was swatted back in August 2022, he was being genuinely helpful and friendly.
Yeah, the reason why he was being helpful is because you were lying to the media about what happened and getting famous off of that. So for context, she got swatted. The police came to her house, right?
I heard about that.
Yeah, the police came to her house, and she claims that she was misgendered by them. At one point, they called her a he. The reason why they misgendered her is because she had a previous rap sheet. She had a previous arrest. That is why they misgendered her, because she was already booked under her dead name, Lucas, right?
Do I give a...
Well, this is why this is important, right? Because she left the country after the swatting happened, saying that she was in fear of her life. And the $100,000 part of that was supposed to be for a legal fund to go after the police department
For dead naming her.
for dead naming her, misgendering her, whatever mistreatment.
Are you, like, serious?
I'm serious. I'm 1000% serious. This is real.
Not like an unauthorized chokehold.
No.
Not like excessive force.
They didn't do any kneeling in this situation. It wasn't that kind of thing.
Okay, got it.
It seriously was not that kind of thing.
So
Like, they did nothing.
I
They took her
trust-
computer for like a day.
Mhm.
That's what they f***ing did.
Okay.
And this is her f***ing.
And you need $100,000 to deal with that?
Apparently.
Okay.
Apparently. And she didn't even deal with it. The only thing she did was file a human rights violation, basically just like a free complaint with the state, which cost $0.
So
that is all she has done.
Okay.
Where'd the money go?
So it seems like I just took a massive bite out of a nothing burger.
Exactly.
Then on August 29th of the same year, he posted a tweet that I had sent to a locked Twitter account, and he asked me for the context of his tweet.
Hello. Yeah, I'd love to know
I
the
know that
context
on
on
its
that. What did I want to read that. Go back. A hypersexualized environment that is also filled with minors is a great start.
I mean, hopefully this is some meta irony.
I'd love to know the context of this. What is this? What could possibly?
This could be a Brody TV moment.
This
You
could
never
be a
know.
Brody TV moment, or it could be like, "Welcome to Subway. What can I help you with?"
Here is Jared Fogle. You may have seen him on the news.
It could be that.
Yeah.
Would you like that toasted?
Yeah.
It could be a would you like that toasted moment.
This tweet. I know that on its own, this looks terrible. Here's the context.
It's so terrible. It f***s your bit rate up.
I know that on its own, this looks terrible. Here's
Wait, that's not even my video.
No, it's not.
It's
literally
her video.
It's the tweet was so bad. Even YouTube was like, "What the?"
Yeah.
It's a glitch in the Matrix.
context.
Maybe I should make a list of what's wrong with this community. Okay, so in fairness, this was in context. This was in context. I don't like the profile picture, but it was in context.
Maybe we should. Oh.
It was in context.
Yeah.
Of what I was replying to, which was a tweet about.
But the irony here is that, like, she literally lives against what she just wrote.
Yeah.
She sexualizes minors.
By giving them hormones.
Yeah, and also, I don't know if you've seen the Alonzo video, but there's, like, tweets of her flirting with 16-year-olds.
Oh, I've seen that, yeah. Not too good.
I believe that is Ohio Riz?
It is Ohioan.
Ohioan.
Ohioan Riz.
Yeah, it's sort of a Voshian Ohio dialect.
it is a Voshian perspective she's espousing, and honestly, we have to respect her because she's well read.
Mhm.
She lives by her principles.
The core tenets of Voshian.
She says that she likes it, and then she does it.
There you go.
Based.
That's how you do it.
Definition of
motherfucker.
based.
What the problems are in the femboy community. And I stand by this. I think that the sexualization of minors is a huge problem in that community. Now, fast forward to the current day, I have not actually talked to Repsion since all of that went down. That was until Repsion decided to tag me in a tweet saying that he hopes that I unalive myself.
He actually did say that.
That is,
Well, let's see why he said
low tier
that.
god little thing going on there.
I would say so. I've been completely MIA on Twitter since last Wednesday, but I just want to come back and say that both Keffels and Tipster are beyond help. They're both two idiots who defend and then blame everyone else for the things they inserted themselves into, being children.
I like. Okay.
All the Voss drama that he put himself into for being a perverted lolly freak. All three of these sick, twisted f***s need to lobotomize themselves. You defend someone incorrectly and then cry victim when you get called out by thousands for supporting someone having a lolicon on their PC. Truly disgusting or repulsive. He'll be yourself one day. I mean, I guess it's not good that he said that last thing, but I understand his frustration. And Keffels also in the past has told people to kill themselves and has had no problem with it.
Yeah.
She has been extremely edgy towards her enemies, so I don't see why this is such a big problem for
Ultimately,
her.
like the last 6 words out of I'd say like 70-word little paragraph here. Like, you shouldn't just ignore everything that was just said, you know? Like, the middle of this is actually raising a good point. Like, yeah, you did.
Okay,
defend
not
these
even just
people.
that. There are probably 60 people that could have a video that's 30 minutes long about how Keffels has harassed them. This is not harassment.
True.
You're fine. Grow the f*** up. You're 30.
Then he got suspended from Twitter, came back, and
I
said
like
that
this sort of Mike Wazowski, where's your paperwork type fit we've got going on here.
Yeah, this is very strange.
Outfit of the day, it's sort of like that, you know that person, the green alien? Look it up.
Well, who?
Good little bit here. It's look up Mike Wazowski, where's your paperwork?
Oh, I just looked up Green Alien. I think I should have been looking up the...
The librarian from Monsters, Inc.
The resemblance is uncanny.
It was more of a fit, I would say. The fit kind of tracks. And she talks slowly, just like her. Yeah, literally the same thing. Missing those glasses.
Look at those pearly whites.
Gorge.
That he hoped I'd get SA'd in prison. He's just been completely deranged recently. Now again, I basically ignored all of this until now, but I decided to address this, and this also led to like the most bizarre back and forth on Twitter. I said, just saw this in my YouTube comments. This is just targeted harassment. If you want to side with a far-right forum that made multiple people unalive themselves, I can't stop you. But having big YouTubers go out of their way to say stuff like this to me is disgusting. Repsion quote tweeted this and called me a crybaby, said that he knew that I tried to play victim, and that he has his own thread, which he doesn't complain about, so I need to get over it. One of his fans actually called him out on this and said, this is honestly the worst take from you. I don't care if you hate Claire or whatever, but being a smarmy prick about extreme harassment and doxing tells me you've taken steps back somewhere. And he just responds by trolling, saying, I just ate a kiwi for lunch today. I don't know how my farmland is wrong. All I do is harvest kiwis all day long.
Okay.
Someone else posted this meme. Repsion when farmers share private information of Onision's victims, I sleep. Repsion when Keppel says feels bad, man. Real shit. And then he just admits that he's literally doing all of this because he finds harassing me fun, not because he even knows what's going on. One person asked him, what was Kiwi Farms right about? And he said, I actually don't know. All I know is that it's a troll meme at this point. I see people say all the time and it makes people go bat in response, and it's hilarious. It worked. Now, I don't want Repsion to be deplatformed. I don't even care. I just want to know why. Why is this acceptable? And why is it that a huge YouTuber can just get away with harassing smaller YouTubers and saying all of these awful, disgusting things?
Why is it that a YouTuber with 50,000 subscribers was funding a website that sent hormones to children against their parents' will? Why is it that a YouTuber with 50,000 subscribers collected $100,000 in donations for a legal fund to fight the London, Ontario Police Department and did nothing with it? How is a person who has done all of this complaining about fucking any action against them? You are a cry-bully fucking loser. Everything that has happened to you, everything that will happen to you is a result of your own actions. You do a shitty thing, you cry about it, you cry about the response, you cry about the consequences, and then you repeat that over and over again, just like Nick DiOrio said. You're a fucking embarrassment to the trans community, you're an embarrassment to the YouTube community, you're an embarrassment to the world. It is embarrassing to be you. You are a fucking joke.
I think Drake said it best.
Embarrassing. So yeah, that's this Keppel's video, which honestly, look, I'm not gonna say that Repsion should have said all of what he said, especially if he didn't actually know what was going on. But like, Keppel's has done the same and worse. I honestly don't give a shit. The never-ending nightmare of being a trans YouTuber.
You saw the video from the other day. I have a lot of thoughts that I want to put out there.
Voice crack to start things off.
Why is every video just crying? Why is every video she posts crying?
You saw the video from the other day. I have a lot of thoughts that I want to put out there about it. The reaction to it was honestly quite interesting. The video is basically me saying that I've been struggling with mental health issues, something that I have not really made a secret over the last several years of my career, and that it's increasingly hard for me to live stream for a couple reasons. One of those reasons is because it's a live environment, people harass me quite a bit. They have full access to be able to do that in a way that other formats like YouTube videos...
Well, I feel so bad that people are mean to you. Do you remember when you said that you were glad that Mr. Medicare got cancer and hope he dies soon? Do you remember when you said that? Because he was calling you out for supporting a website that makes hormones in bathtubs and ships it to teenagers.
Yeah.
I don't fucking care. You wish for people's death regularly when it benefits you, and then you fucking cry about it when you get a little bit of backlash, okay? Fuck you. Just fucking leave. No one fucking likes you. You're a loser. Your life is an embarrassment.
Ultimately, too, I think the reason they have a platform is from ratioing people on Twitter.
Yes.
That's harassment.
Yes.
Getting people, like, even, like, okay, like, Ian Miles Chong, I get that he's, like, a soy f***ing loser, and, like, you know, he kind of, I guess, he deserves to get owned, right? And so do people on Twitter. Like, ratio whoever you want, but then to just, like act like...
It's brigading. It's brigading.
To act like someone in your chat calling you cringe, or even being transphobic or whatever, is, like, the worst thing in the world. It's like, okay, then maybe don't become the person who's known for that entire thing. And also, it's like, you're gonna complain about people harassing you live. Like, to what I understand, you do that live. Like, when you're live, you harass other people. That's how I heard about you. It's because I was told, like, oh, this person called you on a live stream. I'm like, okay, what the okay, like, what?
If Keppel's was not a deplatforming, lying, slandering piece of shit, then, like, none of this would have happened. If you were just making content in a vacuum fucking gaming, you would not get shit.
Yeah.
And you can also just filter words in your chat for like mean people. I filter words in my chat because on YouTube there's certain things that, you know, TOS doesn't like.
It's incredibly emotionally taxing to hide symptoms of depression. One of the things that I suffer from, which I'm sure this video will get, which I feel like this video might even get
You're like balance the fucking audio in a video. Jesus.
demonetized if I were to actually say it out loud. So I'll just put it on the screen. It is a symptom that causes my speech to slow down, causes my emotional reactions to slow down. I also experience something called fibrofog, which is a symptom of fibromyalgia.
Here's what I'll say, okay? This person is claiming to have fibrofog, and here's what I'll say about that, okay? Apparently that's like a symptom of depression, and you're forgetful, and you have a reduced ability to think quickly. I would say, not that I'm like a doctor or anything, but ultimately, depression, there are things you can do to obviously moderate how depressed you are. I'm not gonna say you can just flip a switch or anything, but like ask anyone, like, are there things that you can do to exacerbate depression or improve it? Obviously. And I think this person is living a lifestyle that is not conducive to any amount of improvement, okay? I'm not gonna say it's gonna fix anything, but ultimately, like, don't they just like sit on Twitter all day? Like, isn't that
Yes, we're not seeing a lot of physical exercise by my judgment. I mean, I don't think they're exercising very much.
Yeah, well, I think that's also, I mean, that's, I don't know, you don't even have to exercise. Do they go outside? Like, they just look, oh, well, I don't want to be mean, but like, they just don't look well.
They're not well, because they spent the last 3 years spewing unironic actual hate and bile on the internet, and so obviously they feel like
You guys want to know something interesting too? There's actually this is real, by the way. If you like live like you're sick, you will become sick. Like if you're in bed all day, like you have the flu or something, but you don't have the flu. You're just in bed because you're tired and whatever, you're depressed. You will literally get physically ill. That's a true thing. There's a relationship between inactivity to that extent, like living like you're an inpatient, and like actually becoming that way. Like that's a true thing.
Yeah, I mean, to me the biggest thing is like I feel bad for someone who is in these circumstances when they're at least trying and attempting to be a virtuous person, right? This is someone who's like defending cartoon child on the internet to thousands of people. How am I supposed to feel bad for this individual? Like, I'm not saying they deserve like every bad thing to happen to them, but in the case of Keffels, they deserve every bad thing to happen to them. I don't like this person. This is, in my mind, one of the few people on the internet who I fucking hate, and honestly belongs in jail. When you fund a website that sends hormones to kids, you belong in jail, full stop. And I know I keep harping on this, but like, that is the biggest thing here to me. Like, funding that is more evil than anything else she's done. The deplatforming is bad enough. The hormones to children is fucking crazy.
And this has been often a thing that people have mocked me for consistently, even though these are things that I'm not making a conscious decision to.
She said mogged?
Yeah.
People have mogged me for my depression?
Yeah.
You need to be sunlight maxing?
Basically.
She doesn't need to start mewing,
Serotonin
I will say.
maxing.
Do. So getting to the point of this video, I'm sure you saw the like to dislike ratio, which, again, thank you all so much for your support. It really does mean a lot to me. But it's kind of crazy how many hate watchers that I have. Like, people who go out of their way.
Is it crazy? Is it crazy that you have hate watchers? Do you know who you are? Do you have any self-awareness of the kind of person you are? Like, okay, first of all, your channel's not even that big. Like, look, I'm not going to shit on her. I am going to shit on her. You have 50,000 subscribers. I'm not saying that's the worst thing in the world, but your channel's pretty dead. Your audience doesn't watch your shit. You barely post. You're probably getting, I don't know, 150... Actually, not even close to that. Maybe 100,000 views per month. Nobody is watching you really for like you, right? Nobody is watching Keffels' content being like, I can't wait for the next video. The only people at this point who watch her are people who hate her. And this is an experience you and I don't have. The majority of people who watch us like us. We have people who don't like us. You have the Keffels of the world, right? But generally speaking, like, we're not dealing with this kind of situation. And so the reason why she's in so much is because she got herself in from the list of fucking things I just described, and all she can do repeatedly is fucking cry. About circumstances that she created. It's embarrassing.
In order to negatively engage with me, even when it has absolutely nothing to do with any of the things that they are supposedly upset about.
Okay, so like when you send hormones to kids, people are mad at you regardless of what you do.
Yeah.
Like I feel like this is one of the few things where like we've made a lot of goofy videos about whoever.
Right.
Like there's a lot of goofy shit we do. Like the Fuzz 99 is goofy.
Sure.
They're not evil.
I don't think
They're
so.
just like corny. This person is like, that's kind of all you need to know. You don't need to be an internet spurg like me. Like you are, I'd say probably way less terminally online than I am. When you hear somebody sends hormones to kids, you're probably like, Bad. Go to jail.
Well, the idea that like people are being mean to me about things that I haven't done, it's like, well, if someone roasts your haircut, it's because they don't like you. Why don't they like you? No, well, not because of your haircut. The haircut is secondary. They'll be like, Ben Shapiro gets no pussy. And it's not because Ben Shapiro actually can't get pussy. It's because they think he's transphobic or they think
Right.
he's racist.
Yeah.
It's an extension of the already existing criticism. If people don't like you for things you've done, they're gonna roast you for things that are kind of unrelated. That's just kind of, you know, the burger.
They
comes
just don't
with
like
fries.
you. The burger comes with fries.
It does.
The Chris burger comes with fries.
The Chris style Mr. Beast burger, loaded with estrogen, comes with fries.
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
I love Chris.
He's a hungry boy.
I'm really hungry,
really
dude.
hungry?
I got the Bud Light. I just need the burger now.
We do. That's all we need. But it's kind of like people call Sneeko a cuck or whatever, mostly because they hate his politics.
Yeah, I would say
like,
so.
Obviously, like, yeah, he had the thing, but I don't think anyone actually thinks he's like into cuckoldry.
No.
That's kind of silly. They think he's a fake alpha male. They think he's a grifter. So cuck just kind of rolls off the tongue. Ultimately, that's what this is.
Part of it's also like Sneeko spent a lot of time judging other people for their sexual preferences. So as a result, people want to judge him, right?
Yeah.
Like if you spend your entire life being anti-gay and then it turns out you suck dick every day. Like obviously that hits harder than someone who's pro-gay and sucks dick every day. Like obviously these things are kind of linked, right, intrinsically.
Yeah.
And so when you spend your time shitting on people all the time, going after them, trying to ruin their lives on the internet, and then you get shit on a little bit, like I'm less inclined to feel bad once again. Like this is the same thing.
This doesn't even have anything to do with trans people or trans issues whatsoever. People continuously try to bring it back to this point. My moderators cleaned up the comment section, so I don't have any of these comments to show you. But one of
I don't even know what the comment says, but this is literally a total drama island profile picture.
What's the name?
Ones that I
Latina
saved
Latina Parfait.
down like less than 3 minutes after the video went live can really demonstrate how absolutely
I'm sorry, you could just put it on the screen. We don't need this fucking sluggish.
Why is it like the
drag.
slowest of all time?
Literally, because she has that psychological retardation.
Oh, okay. So that affects her editing as well.
Yeah, the psychomotor retardation affects the screen, the way
it affects the keyframing.
Yeah, it's sort of like the cheese touch. Everything she touches has the net.
Okay,
now.
I see. It's
So
making
when
sense
she's
now.
typing and she's editing, it's sort of like the comments also drag along soon.
I mean, look, these comments aren't even that bad. If you leave, nobody would shed a tear. I mean, I agree. If you left the internet, everybody would celebrate in unison. Wham wham, I'm a PDF file. Wham wham, let me play victim and delete comments. I mean, look, I'm not saying Kelvis is a file, but when you defend Lolicon, and the bigger thing is you fund a website that sends hormones to kids. Do you expect people to think that you're not creepy at all? Like, what do you really expect to happen from that, right? I don't get called a file, like, ever. Maybe a random comment here and there.
Yeah.
I'm not regularly called a file on the internet. I'm not saying people aren't falsely accused, but in the case of Keffels, like, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Some of these comments were. This is someone who is openly saying that they hope that I unalive myself.
That's
not what they said. You could probably actually find a comment that says that, and you're too lazy to find it.
This is actually embarrassing.
They said if you leave.
I don't even understand like what drives a person to behave like this in the first place.
I don't even understand what drives a person to celebrate Mr. Medicare getting cancer and hope that he dies. Once again, the same fucking shit.
I have never gone out of my way to dislike bomb a video of another creator or like leave negative comments. And
yes, you fucking have. All the time on Twitter. That's your fucking life. Can we do a little Keffels shitting and being mean on people compilation right here?
Try to focus on my own stuff and my own community. I don't get it. Now, I know what some of you...
Well, when you focus on not your own stuff and not your own community for years, you get shit for it. And by even acknowledging this stuff to this day, you are giving people validation for shitting on you. Listen, a little bit of advice, Keffels, I'm going to give you just a little bit. Not that I want you to take it, because I fucking hate you. If you want people to, like, stop being mean, stop talking about them being mean. They want you to make videos like this crying.
You were gonna say, Kufel Clara.
Why is it so loud?
Serenity.
It's really not doing my ears any favor.
The audio balancing is bad.
It's really bad.
Careful. Why are you engaging with all of these hate comments? Stop engaging with the negativity. And it's like, I agree with you. Like, I can't even bring up most of these comments because I have my moderators remove most of the incredibly bigoted comments that I get on literally every single video that I have ever uploaded
bro. Why do the
YouTube.
forklifts
But the
stay
reason
there?
why I wanted to show this in the first place was to talk about how much of an impact that has. It literally just
is so nasty and such a pervasive.
Okay, I'm bored with you. What's the
This-
next video she's posted? James Somerton may have taken his own life. I think we probably know the bit
The
here.
situation with James Somerton has taken a very, very dark turn. If you don't,
Great cut.
the situation with James Somerton has taken a very, very dark turn. If you don't know,
Dark turd. Dark turd.
A dark turd.
A dark turd? And Bolex over here, I think, summed up the situation pretty well, saying,
caused us to have a feud. I'm here to defend myself.
This has been the best conversation I've had on this so far, so I'm super grateful for the conversation so far.
I think compute is going to be the currency of the future. I think it will be maybe the most precious.
This has been the
caused us to.
That's a proper way to start this kind of video. With the trans juice.
True.
I thought he wasn't a Houthi. Because he's not! I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dip literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi.
Damn, he simulacrums his own past? Bro, I just had a guy here who was just like a random dude from Yemen who just wanted to chat. I didn't compare him favorably to an anime character while laughing about how all of the hostages that were being taken by the Houthis were just like having a good old time.
Lofi? No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
The captain was
You should
Chinese,
tell
and
him that.
he did caught with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him, yeah.
So, I mean, what?
And celebrating the fact that civilian vessels were being attacked in trade routes by an insanely fundamentalist government? That didn't happen. It was just like a random kid.
Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview, though? Brother, I didn't know anything about him.
Somebody said he's watching me right now? No shot. Oh. Was Lex upset with your view on the debate? No. Lex was trying to... It went better than I thought it did. I spent so many months reading and researching this, and I thought it was going to be a super interesting, especially with Benny Morris and Norm there. I was hoping it would be a really fascinating, in-depth conversation, like with both sides going over both the historical record and the narrativization of the record, and how there are inconsistent parts with how the other side accounts for each other's understanding of things that have happened. And there's like the potential for just this really interesting, fascinating back and forth where you could track the difference in the Zionist narrative and the Arab narrative as it spans history, and then how that gets us to the modern day. Like there was potentially a story that could have emerged from that conversation that I think would have closely resembled the conflict, the Israel-Palestinian conflict, yeah, I guess over the past like 8 years. But instead what we actually got was basically the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is a bunch of people screaming at each other and getting absolutely nowhere and not agreeing on even a fundamental fact. Actually, you know what? Maybe this was actually the most emblematic Israeli-Palestinian debate ever. It was a 5-hour conversation where nothing was agreed upon. Everybody is virtue signaling on one side, and nobody actually gives any underlying historical fact or record at all. Maybe it actually was.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seem to imply that there was a lot of crossfire, and that it might have been the IDF that killed a lot of...
I said that there is no question. Wait, why did Destiny bring that point up? Because that literally does actually correspond to the reality. What?
I hate that he is allowed to engage in this like genocidal terrorism apologia on Twitch. It actually drives me so crazy. That this disgusting piece of shit can repeat every single Hamas or Russia Today talking point with impunity on this dog shit platform that used to ban people for making like covert Nazi symbols with their hands. It's so insane to me that Hassan gets away with this. God, I hate it so much. It's so disgusting.
Like, according to the survivors of October 7, there certainly was a shit of crossfire, and also on top of that, what the Israeli newspapers investigated October 7 and found credibility in the claims that like the Israeli government actually may have even implemented the Hannibal doctrine.
Like Lil Bro is here like in his Dreamcast fantasies. Like, oh yeah. Remember when they executed Order 666, where it was the IDF airships that came in and murdered hundreds of Israeli citizens and then tried to blame it on Hamas so they could go on their genocidal campaign? Like, get the out of here, bro. So fucking cringe.
In the kibbutzim. he's just, what is he doing? The overwhelming amount of civilian casualties came at the hands of Israel. I've never said that.
Notice how these cowardly will never stake out a strong position too. They will never clarify. When you say some or a lot or majority, are we at 51% or 99%? I hate these weasel words. I hate these weasel words.
For the record.
Great, then let me just ask a clarifying question. Do you firmly believe that the majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half,
What a weaselly way to answer this question. What a weasel. I hope that everybody watching can see how much of a fucking slime snake this guy is, with the way that he tries to weasel, the way that he tries to worm his way like a disgusting, like a cretin around these questions. It's so disgusting. Own the answer. If you haven't answered a question, if you think the IDF killed half those people, then fucking say it, Norm. Don't do this like, well, even if it was this or blah, blah. Just own it. Say what you mean what you say. If you're going to say words are so important, then mean what you say.
The 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half, 400 is a huge number by any reckoning. It's
okay, wait, you didn't.
I said
wait,
even if because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Mouin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say
why 400?
Because I have
thought up the
because,
number 400.
Right, as I said,
of the 850
well,
slaughtered by Hamas.
I don't
Maybe
know.
a couple of individuals were killed in this very action.
I don't know.
You're saying from day one you believe this particular thing, and you clearly don't. You clearly don't believe this thing. You don't.
From day one,
You said people died. That's not controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell.
Notice that, and he refuses to engage with any of my questions. Anytime he gets cornered because he realizes he's a hack, I don't even like to call him a pop historian because I don't even think he would qualify as a pop historian. He's an activist, right? Or a hacktivist, right? Every time he gets called out on this, he has no response. He can't do anything.
I still very much maintain the position that yes,
a lot
Hamas militants and other Palestinian resistance forces that entered through the Gaza envelope absolutely targeted civilians and killed them, both in the Nova Festival. It wasn't just crossfire. It was a deliberate attempt to kill civilians. Okay? It was definitionally an act of terror. This is true. It is definitionally an act of terror in a similar in a similar vein to
the IDF.
Haitian Revolution or even the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which is a comparison that Norm uses quite frequently. And
what a wild comparison. And this is what I mean also when I say why I don't like this Norm dipshit. Is because all of his dog shit talking points filter out into all of these other champagne socialist type losers that do this like war profiteering shit, where they just talk about these conflicts, make a ton of money selling impossible ideas, not having any actual analysis of what's going on, and then just like basically get everybody stirred up. And it's like this, what a stupid.
Did use on October 8th, I think, when he wrote, or October 7th when he wrote his article that is like very controversial now.
Because the names were published in Haaretz, there is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. 850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed, but 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said, on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion,
Festival
as of now,
as a target is not true. It doesn't matter. Once they fucking paraglided in and they saw what was going on, dude, I watched body camera footage of Hamas militants or other Palestinian resistance forces and their militants opening fire on fucking porta potties like mass shooters.
Oh, good job.
You do not do that if you are simply trying to kill Israeli security forces. You do that because you're there to kill as many people as possible. Please. Okay? None of those events justify Israel's occupation. None of those events justify Israel's apartheid state. None of those events justify the ethnic cleansing campaign.
The porta potties were at a base
on October
That's what somebody
8th.
said.
Okay?
Why were they protecting some with their bodies?
The actual targets that they were trying to hit and successfully did hit were military bases. Having said that, however, they did definitely seek out outposts like the kibbutzim that they consider a military target that I do not. And I've seen it. Like, I watched it. I watched Palestinian resistance forces kill civilians. I saw it. I saw it with my own two eyes. I watched the footage. They filmed the footage. There is no reason to try to portray the broader Palestinian population or even the Palestinian resistance as perfect victims. Because I'm not in the business of trying to paint a black and white picture unless we're talking about the morality of an apartheid regime.
I love the borrowing from the rape language too. Did Hamas kill innocent people and, you know, slaughter 800 civilians on October 850 civilians? Maybe. But what, do you expect them to be the perfect victim of genocidal apartheid? Is that what you expect? What an unhinged comment. Let me wash my hands real quick, 1 sec.
If that was condemnation, according to Benny Morris, if that's real condemnation, can you imagine a world where I'm like, please, Yahya Sinwar, we have a fucking footage of some of these militants here executing people inside the kibbutzim. Could you please contextualize why this violence is occurring by telling us how Israel deserved it? Like, that is so unimaginable. It is literally, I think, illegal, okay? I would probably go to prison if I did something like that. I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi.
Damn, he simulacrums his own past? Are you even allowed to do that philosophically? Is that possible? Wait, can you just tell your audience that, like, a thing that happened and reframe it completely differently? Like, bro, I just had a guy here who was just like a random dude from Yemen who just wanted to chat. I didn't compare him favorably to an anime character while laughing about how all of the hostages that were being taken by the Houthis were just like having a, you know, good old time.
Does he know what One Piece is?
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Lofi?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god, dude. We think the Houthis Ansar. Had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi.
Damn, he simulacrums his own past? Are you even allowed to do that philosophically? Is that possible? Wait, can you just tell your audience that, like, a thing that happened and reframe it completely differently? Like, bro, I just had a guy here who was just like a random dude from Yemen who just wanted to chat. I didn't compare him favorably to an anime character while laughing about how all of the hostages that were being taken by the Houthis were just like having a, you know, good old time.
Does he know what One Piece is?
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Lofi?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god, dude. We think the Houthis Ansar Allah is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
The captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So
kill civilians. I saw it. I saw it with my own two eyes. I watched the footage. They filmed the footage. There is no reason to try to portray the broader Palestinian population or even the Palestinian resistance as perfect victims. Because I'm not in the business of trying to paint a black and white picture unless we're talking about the morality of an apartheid regime.
I love the borrowing from the rape language too. Did Hamas kill innocent people and, you know, slaughter 800 civilians on October 850 civilians? Maybe. But what, do you expect them to be the perfect victim of genocidal apartheid? Is that what you expect? What an unhinged comment.
Let me wash my hands real quick. 1 sec.
If that was condemnation, according to Benny Morris, if that's real condemnation, can you imagine a world where I'm like, please, Yahya Sinwar, we have a fucking footage of some of these militants here executing people inside the kibbutzim. Could you please contextualize why this violence is occurring by telling us how Israel deserved it? Like, that is so unimaginable. It is literally, I think, illegal, okay? I would probably go to prison if I did something like that. I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi.
Damn, he simulacrums his own past? Are you even allowed to do that philosophically? Is that possible? Wait, can you just tell your audience that, like, a thing that happened and reframe it completely differently? Like, bro, I just had a guy here who was just like a random dude from Yemen who just wanted to chat. I didn't compare him favorably to an anime character while laughing about how all of the hostages that were being taken by the Houthis were just like having a, you know, good old time.
Does he know what One Piece is?
اكيد يعني منذ الطفوله وانا اشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god, dude. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
The captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him. Yeah.
Hold on. When he says the captain was Chinese, I'm assuming he means like one of the Yemeni military captains? What, or does he mean one of the random captured people were Chinese? Would the Houthis be capturing Chinese hostages? No, bro, he thinks the Japanese ship is Chinese. Oh, he just thinks that all Asians are Is that what the meme was? Because it was a Japanese flagship, I believe.
So, I mean, what...
Because that's such an interesting thing. What do you mean, like Chinese captain of your unit or of the other people, or was he just mixing up Chinese and Japanese? Or I might have been thinking of the Galaxy ship or whatever. Yeah, the Galaxy ship, I'm pretty sure was Japanese, I think. Also, that's true too. Why do you have access to hostages?
Oh, crazy. So they're just fucking chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Like, it's so crazy because if America or the IDF were to give any accounting of hostages like this, Hassan would be losing his mind. And celebrating the fact that civilian vessels were being attacked in trade routes by an insanely fundamentalist government. Like that didn't happen. It was just like a random kid. Like, why even?
Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Brother, I didn't know anything about him.
I didn't know anything about him? What do you mean? You literally got this guy in your street because he was TikTok famous for walking on that ship. What do you mean I didn't know anything about him? How does his audience watch this and eat this up? There's no shot. You got to be watching this and feel like secondhand cringe from how much you know he's lying to save face.
All Jews. Why is it that all of a sudden this guy is going to magically hold back? You can't pick and choose. On the one hand, you're like, all Yemen are, all people on the, because he's on the broadcast. Dog. The literal Houthi banner says death to all Jews. Why do you think he would hold back? I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained.
The problem is when propagandists are like lying explicitly about what they're doing. And depending on where your interests lie, amplifying those lies is especially egregious. So the goal coming into this is that the Houthis are just freedom fighting, loving people who are just trying to get the conflict in Gaza to stop. They just want to save the Palestinians. And the reality is,
I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. Yeah. Does he not want to get fired from the Houthis? Yeah, he's a part of the Houthis. It doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. You're in a moral quandary in your own neat little moral confines that you're trying to cultivate. You're still inconsistent. Dude's been getting blown up his whole goddamn life, okay? He withstood a genocide. I don't think he gives a shit about, like, American sensibilities.
My God.
Oh. I love the argument that it's like he's actually still anti-Semitic, but he's like, he's also cognizant.
What?
He's anti-Semitic, but he's cognizant, and he's like secretly hiding his anti-Semitism. But also simultaneously, the Houthis, which he said he's not a part of, I believe he is a part of, who literally have in their banner, "Death to all Jews." How'd that work? How'd that happen? So on the one hand, they're very open about it, that they put it on a goddamn banner, but also...
I like how he acts incredulous about, like, how propaganda, on the most basic level works. Like, oh, you're saying that this guy is an extremist, but when he comes onto my stream, he doesn't present himself as an extremist? When the extremist slogan is literally, "I'm an extremist"? Like, bro, how do you explain that? Like, how f***ing stupid. Oh my God.
I shouldn't have said anything at any time.
You should say, Professor Morris.
Yes.
You just said.
Assam, babe, I'm an Arab. I agree with these anti-Semitic indoctrinations. Okay, well, I don't know why. If Netanyahu says I don't hate Palestinians, would you believe him? Are you comparing Benjamin Netanyahu to a 19-year-old TikToker? Are you this f***ing dumb? Are you actually this f***ing stupid? Hello? Is there something wrong with your brain? Benjamin Netanyahu is personally responsible for the death and destruction of thousands of Palestinians. It is not the same, you f***ing idiot. You have no reason to believe that that person has killed a single person.
Did he say death and destruction of hundreds of thousands
Jewish or not,
of
like not a
Palestinians?
single person.
Was that what he said? Did you say hundreds of thousands, or did you just say thousands?
I do not, like, here is a better analogy that you should make if you understood the argument. If I brought a random Jewish person from Israel on this broadcast, and then immediately we're like, well, you're secretly a hater of Palestinians. Okay,
Random Jewish person. What about a random settler? That would be the equivalent to the Houthi guy, or the Yemeni guy, I should say. That would be the equivalent, would be to be a random settler who is like part of an outpost. Like, oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, like I live in the West Bank. We got an outpost. It's based. Because your kid wasn't just a random Yemeni dude. It was a guy who got famous for taking videos being on captured merchant vessels. It wasn't just a random person living in Yemen. You don't give a f about random people living in Yemen. They don't make enough money for you, and they don't have enough clout for you.
In my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed, I have never seen, I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. Exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do. And just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there's any condemnation.
No, but now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
well, I think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out 1,000,000 times that there are 50 billion UN resolutions.
Yeah, dude, I'm condemning. Like I said, I'm going to condemn the Palestinians by giving them $3 billion worth of weapons, an Iron Dome, and also
how much financial aid is given to Palestinians per capita? More than any other region in the world. So why are you pretending like they don't get anything?
What broad condemnation falls upon Israel? Oh, what a terrible fate. Oh,
so then you admit that all the international condemnation is meaningless, that the UN resolutions and the Amnesty International reports don't mean anything. Like
1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state in the entire world.
No, except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
not the entire world.
Okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, then also,
Western democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My quick question was, you said that you believe that, this is a very short one, you don't have to, it's just, you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I don't think there's a maybe there. The Palestinians
okay, you think they absolutely had a just cause for war. Do you think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right, you can say your quote.
Okay, first of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Muin, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Muin. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
civilians.
When they occurred, yeah.
And I would say that's true for the period.
They just sneakily ignore the actual question. Yes, of course, criticism of Israel condemned, but the question was, why do we never hear questions from the media to Israel defenders about condemning Israel? Because there's a double standard. Because Israel is our ally.
Period up to 1967,
stupid.
and
Okay, I can't. What is this?
Side on the basis of need.
That's not what he's saying. That's what you are saying for sure. Wait, what? He literally said international law has never been used in any of the past 100 years of conflict, which is not even true. They did literally talk about Bosnia earlier, so suck my...
What? I said that they haven't been used for the bilateral agreements that Israel's made for other countries. Why would I say international law hasn't been used in 100 years? There have literally been like courts convened and shit. The fucking Nuremberg trials and shit like this that have been convened on understandings of like international obligations, or yeah, the tribunal on Yugoslavia and okay.
And secondly, that is exactly what he said. He said international law has never been used. Cope, I'm not the one engaging in copium, brother. Your boy got his shit pushed in so hard by like a 900-year-old demon who doesn't even use a cell phone that you have to come in here and literally argue on behalf of your daddy, okay? And argue on behalf of your daddy failing to even present a reasonable argument in defense of a genocidal apartheid regime. Oof.
Genocidal apartheid. Oof.
Couldn't read his own book. What? Couldn't read his own book. The talking about? Dude. This is what happens when like a mentat who is basically the human version of Wikipedia on this conflict meets a dude who just browses Wikipedia to create post hoc rationalizations for arguments that are devoid of like really important fundamental facts, establishing principles like...
I wish you could like lock people in a room and force them to just like absorb 100 hours of content. I don't think Hassan has read a meaningful thing on this conflict in his entire life. Like, it's funny that he's pretending like he's so well educated, he knows so much, and he's like, oh, I talk to journalists. No, you don't. You bring on people to circle jerk with you. You've never had an adversarial conversation with somebody on Israel-Palestine, except for the one time. There was one time, I admit, where he did seek out intense criticism, and he spoke with, who is it? He's like a world-renowned, preeminent Israeli-Palestinian historian. Willie Mack. That was it, I remember. Hassan did do the conversation with Willie Mack, okay? To be fair. Like, this is the guy who says he's known for years about this conflict, and he'll, like, retweet people saying, I don't know where Israel is. Like, meanwhile, remember, this guy was born in Turkey, okay? This guy was born and lived in Turkey, I think, until he was 18? Until he went to college?
I don't know which is which, dude. Close the cookies? Oh, yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close.
Like, bro, this is where you lived. This is the country where you lived, right here. Remember? When you were... Until you were 18? Do you remember that country?
I'm closing it. I think
like, nope. Why are you clicking countries that are literally bordering your country? You said you've been doing reports on Yemen since 2015.
Nope.
Why are you...
Nope.
Why are you clicking...
Nope. Got it.
It's just so stupid. But it's not even a good attack of Hassan. Like, if I'm going to criticize Hassan's position, I'm going to criticize, like, the 50 million stupid things that he said. Not, like, here's him failing to fucking map
take so long sometimes?
But, I mean, like, if he's going to amplify those attacks on me, it's like, well, what the fuck, bro?
Establishing principles, like, this is what happens. You went up against a dude who is the Wikipedia. This is the Wikipedia that he has. And you want to know how it was such a fucking evisceration, like such a ruthless takedown? It's not even like the Twitter people chirping and saying, lol, it's so funny. He called him a Mr. Borelli, Mr. Boner funny. He called him a Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonerelli, whatever. That stuff is fun. But you know he got his shit pushed in because one, he didn't even watch the footage himself. He didn't want his audience to see it. Quickly, two, moved on to...
What? Weren't we already reacting to it before Hassan was? Then I watched it literally 3 or 4 hours after it came out. Didn't I? Thanks, JCATX. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs.
Fucking watched the footage himself. Didn't want his audience to see it. Quickly, too, moved on to try to get me banned for watching it from Twitch. And last but not least...
Hold on. I just was reminding people, I think it's really weird and unfair that my friends get banned when they watch my content, but somehow Hassan, who propagates rape apology and denialism and terrorist apology and denialism, is allowed to watch me with impunity. Also, if my content is so damaging and so horrible for Twitch, I don't know why Twitch would host it. I think that's really disgusting. And if Hassan is too much of a pussy-ass baby bitch to be included in any of these conversations, which he is, I don't know why he would sit here and try to commentate on it. Clearly, it's like above you and beyond you, so why pretend like you have anything of value to say? You know, listen, if Twitch bans you, that's on them. That's their rule. I'm not trying to get anybody banned. I never told anybody to go ban anything. I just think it's weird how hypocritical Twitch is on their banning policies. It's really weird.
coping the fucking replies nonstop. And one of his funniest copes has been, well, he was just quoting stuff too much. That's it. You have
That wasn't my issue. My issue wasn't that he was quoting too much. My issue is that he was quoting things divorced from the context, sitting across the table from the historian that wrote the quote.
You have been bested in the marketplace of ideas when your only takedown is basically going, yeah, sorry, I didn't know he had hands like that, intellectually speaking. You know what I mean? Like, you just literally did that. You mentally said, well, this is unfair. He has hands. I didn't know he had hands like that. I did not think that he could do that. He cheated by quoting people, some of which were in the room themselves. That's messed up, man.
What a weird summary of mine.
So if you ask me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on Earth, inside on the basis of...
Based. Somebody said he's watching me right now? No shot. Oh.
Very clearly detailed exactly his line of argumentation and why it's
he's
wrong.
Still why is he watching me do a map game? What the fuck?
Concessions from the Arafat team multiple times. He did not address a single point that they made and simply just washed over it and said, no, there were no concessions because it doesn't feel like there are any good concessions that he gave. Now I'm moving beyond his feelings and showing you why his feelings are relatively unimportant in the matter.
Oh.
Because who gives a f what his feelings are on the situation? They're addressing historical facts.
What were the historical facts?
But beyond that,
what were the historical facts?
His feelings extra don't matter in this circumstance because he's also devoid of like the factual basis to develop feelings on the issue. He's just feeling from the outside.
Oh no, I did get Yemen right in this video. Oh no.
Unless we're just gonna debate on, like, we're gonna have actual fucking academics on to talk about your own personal feelings.
I must have
Like,
memorized.
yeah, sorry, dude.
If I'm hitting all of these, then I must have memorized the countries by this point, right?
Palestinians
what is he even
actually did a
watching here?
Real, justified.
White is
concession
right?
here.
Oh shit! And I got way more.
At least he could have done. At least the least he could have done is like address some of the talking points, right? If you're going to talk about how
did he just cover me up?
Concessions.
It's a Twitter video.
About, like,
oh, true it is. I see.
How unreasonable those concessions were, for example.
Oh, I see. We stepped into another. Hassan research stream. Can't you tell? Twitter, YouTube, Twitter, YouTube, Twitter, YouTube, Twitter. What is this? What is this phone monitor thing? What is this? It makes it louder. Volume Chrome extension.
I'm a nerd when it comes to the whole peace process. These knowledge are absolutely embarrassing. Months before negotiations started, Amos Malika, Shin Bet research head, told the cabinet Arafat couldn't accept less than 93% of the West Bank. That territory is the primary issue and the refugees was a leverage chip. Barack literally refused to accept that and replied, you think if I offered him 90% he wouldn't accept? Nonsense.
But that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, though, in the discussions. It was more than that was offered.
The certainty of these people have without an inch of self-reflection pisses me off to no end. Yeah, 100%.
True. Okay, I don't have time to mull over this. What is this?
Okay, dude. Yeah, I don't. Shut up. Okay. Nope, that was a failure.
Oh,
that
Pakistan.
Was good.
What did you click? Kazakhstan?
I don't know.
China? Is it China? It's Pakistan down here?
No.
Myanmar, maybe? Oh,
no.
India? Nepal?
No.
Okay, it's down here somewhere. There we go.
Got it.
Nice, good one. Oh, this is the whole game? 5.5 minutes, 6 minutes?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait, oh no. I wrote about Yemen and U.S. involvement in 2016 while I was still at the Young Turks, and a chatter just reminded me, many people must ask themselves what their opinions looked like back then. Mine haven't changed. This video is still relevant. Oh, okay, hold on, I'm so sorry. Well, now I gotta tweet out the clip. Now I have to do it.
Okay, dude. I don't know.
Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll see you later. Peace out.
Top-down racial domination enacted through top-down, like, federal legislative policies or whatever means that I don't know if I don't know if Jim Crow would have qualified for apartheid. That doesn't make it any less. Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking right now. Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking to your friend over here. I don't know if it would have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of genocide. Top-down racial domination.
Destiny. If Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify as genocide. That's just true. That's just true. Killing lots of people on its own is not genocide. The special intent part combined with the action is what makes it genocide. You've been destroyed on Twitter just for that Jim Crow comment alone? Bro, people in my tweets are saying that slavery was apartheid. I don't know what these words mean things. These words have meanings. They mean things. You come off as racist when you say that. It's extremely bad optics. I don't give a what? Like, what do you mean I come off as racist? I only come off as racist because you're a retard that's allowed these people to infect your brain. Like, you're doing in real time the thing that I pointed out, where apartheid means racism. So when you say something that is racist isn't apartheid, you're saying it's not racism. Like, it's the stupidest mindfuck in the world. You have no capability of, like, understanding the English language. Like, these words mean more than just bad thing. You can have a genocide where you kill 200 people. That could be a genocidal action. If a commander and some troops in Israel had messages between them and they were saying, the Palestinian scourge, these fucking Arabs, we're going to eliminate all of them, we're going to get these guys, we're going to kill all these, blah, 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 blah. And they managed to break into Gaza and they killed 200 or 300 Palestinian people and then eventually they're apprehended and they're whatever. That could be a genocide. It could qualify. Much the same way, it's possible that you could conceivably bomb the entire Gaza Strip and kill 1 million people, and that wouldn't necessarily qualify as genocide. It would still be bad. Killing civilians is still bad. You realize that things can be bad without them being the worst thing ever, right? You can have a bad thing that's not the worst or most bad thing, and it can still be really bad. Like, I feel like we're at a stage where if somebody trips and gets a bruise, are we gonna start calling bruises broken bones? Am I gonna start referring, like, if I bite my tongue? Am I gonna call that like internal bleeding or hemorrhaging or like what? Like, it's so crazy. Israel Palestine and TikTok broke the left. No, the left's always been broken. People are just realizing it more. Would you be interested in debating Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel if I can set you up with him? Who's Benjamin Netanyahu? Is that the Jordanian guy? It's also funny too because, like, remember, at any point in time, oh, this is another thing. It's funny because this is something that I learned back in was it the D2 SP forums or was it the StarCraft subreddit or Team Liquid? This is something I learned a long time ago in my gaming career. I think in 2012. Something that I enjoyed, I realized I enjoyed, is that when you walk into an arena and everybody is calling you names, calling you a rapist, calling you whatever the like all these random things, what it means is that you were right about everything. Because if I was wrong, if I got facts wrong, or if I was clearly incorrect on the history, on the names, on the places, on some normative statement, if I was clearly incorrect, people would be talking about that, right? It's that one lawyer quote. If you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. If you have the law on your side, pound the law. If you have neither, pound the table. Like, I published, like, none of my research is private. I literally do all of this on stream. So you've watched me learn basically every single thing, except for a few books I've read. You've watched me do every single thing on stream. Every single thing you've seen me do on stream. So the idea that, like, I'm only reading Wikipedia is just not true. Like, it's obviously not true. You can literally go through my VODs. You can watch me reading out of a book. You can watch me taking passages out of several books. You can watch me reading papers, UN things, reports, Amnesty International. This is all seeable. But then also, I also published, like, my full outline that I was intending to use for this debate. When you see me scrolling on my iPad, by the way, I'm just scrolling through this outline to see, like, because the funny thing is I probably use almost none of this because I like
dude,
almost
I'm
every
literally
single
5,000
quote that I try to put here.
behind
The quotes are in orange, by the way. Almost every single quote I pull here, I try to pull out of a it's like not Wikipedia source because I know how much that triggers the fuck out of Norm.
Yeah, but like I have a whole ass outline for how I wanted to approach my argument. I think nobody has critiqued this. I don't think there were like any responses that were seriously challenging like any of the arguments or any of the points. It was just like, oh, I can see that you're biased in your research. Like it was, yeah, like okay. The best I've seen on Twitter today was that argument about 4 kids bombed on a beach where they conveniently cut out before Fink runs from the question if he thinks multiple levels of IDF command signed off on deliberate attacks on 4 kids. Yeah, and I wish, on a one-on-one debate, I would hold people to the fire way more on that. The criticism is extra annoying because the people dishing it out only get their information from social media and other retards who haven't read anything. True, they get everything from TikTok. Any thoughts on your peers' appearances? The mainstream setting is performative on such a different way than typical online stuff. What is it like now? For peer stuff, I need to think of just like snappy, funny, witty retorts to everything instead of like treating it more conversationally.
All right, I gotta pee. I'll be
Benny
right
go through your notes. I'd be interested what he has to say. Yes, me and Benny, the day before the debate, we sat down and we talked for like I think 4 hours, and I went through every single thing that I had here to make sure that he felt like I had a good understanding of something. Because the last thing I wanted. The last, actually, you know what? I give Benny a lot of props for doing exactly what he needed to
Alright, so
be
two of these
supportive in
guys
that
are definitely
debate for me,
cheating.
to make sure that I wasn't like fighting with them. But actually, I'll take some credit for that too. I went through this entire
Ruho
outline
Schlepp
and everything
literally
surrounding
has
it, and my understanding surrounding all of it, because I didn't want to be in
less
an area where I was saying something and then
than
Benny was correcting
max
me.
salvage,
Because if
but
that would have
still
happened a single
5%
time, it would have been
mass
completely
remaining.
over. If I would have started saying some shit like, "Oh yeah, like remember in the '70s when there were no
Kick It
wars and
took
Israel was totally at
5
peace," and Benny's
seconds
like, "Well,
to
hold on.
do
Well, that wasn't true, Steven."
everything.
A single
Which is
correction in that 5-hour debate, it would have been over for me. So, yeah, I made sure before we spoke, I went through all of this. I went through my understanding of all of this. That's how I knew, for instance, that he was weaker on the international law part, is because when we got towards the end, I was like, "If you were the ICJ stuff, do you do the international law stuff?" He's like, "I don't really know as much about the international law. I do the history." I was like, "Okay, I can do more here." Yeah. Yeah. I believe towards the end, Benny said something about no hunger cases in Gaza. Well, I want to, even though I try to qualify myself, nobody apparently cares. And it's annoying too, because the reason why I say this in the way that I do is exactly for what's happening today. When I say there's no hunger in the Gaza Strip, what I've said is prior to October 7th, there is no starvation in the Gaza Strip. The reason why I say this is twofold. One is because concentration camp-like conditions are the justifications that people give for the October 7th attacks. So starvation happening after October 7th can't be used for justification for the October 7th attacks, okay? Hamas, for all of their terrorist resources, are not time travelers. You cannot use future events to justify current or past actions. It doesn't work that way, okay? So that's one reason I give it. But the second reason I give it, and I give this to every single major talking point I have, I've got a factual and a moral significance here to all of these, is that if you say the Gaza Strip has been suffering starvation and poverty and famine for 20 years, well, what are you going to do when they actually suffer starvation? Okay? Because here's the issue right now. If I have a clear picture of what's going on right now, okay? I think I do. Here's the issue right now, is what I think is happening. If the red line represents starvation and death, okay? The red line represents starvation and death. And the orange line represents, like, we'll say developing world. Like, not the best, not the worst, like, meh. And then we'll say the green line is like, oh shit, you're like super good. I should invert these. Fuck, can we do this? Hold on, wait. Okay, this is really good. This is whatever. And then this is really bad, right? The issue is blue is the rhetoric, okay? Blue is the rhetoric. If this is 2000, this is 2010, and this is 2020. Blue is what we say is happening. I think multiple times I've seen Amnesty International, and I think an org from the UN, I wish I remember which one, said that the conditions in Gaza will be unlivable. Unlivable. It's unlivable. It's you can't do it. Oh, I didn't have these quotes. Famine, starvation, right? This is what is reported. This is what people say in the media. But here's the issue: is it's probably looked more like this. But the issue is, after October 7th, it's probably starting to look like this, okay? So, because we've engaged in this rhetoric so much, for everybody to come out and say, they're starving, they're starving, they're starving. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of bad, I guess, but they've always been starving, right? No, they have not always been starving. That's not true. Now they probably could be, though. Now you might have a huge fucking issue. But because we've exhausted, because we've yanked the chain so hard on starvation and famine down here for so long, now that they might be approaching it, because remember, over 1 million people have been moved. It's like a fuck ton of people, over 1 million people moved in an area that's already like developing area, and then under war, meaning humanitarian supplies getting in and out is already difficult, right? We're in a really, really, really bad situation here, potentially. What was the UN video? Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I think it was the UN, right? Where the guy says,
We watched it on stream, but the guy spoke about how like this region of the world has never experienced famine, and now it's on the verge of famine. Any chance you could refer to the meta status of conversations in the debate? There's a lot of stuff that Twitter has definitely missed. It would go miles for improving your counter-narrative station. Something like, you still won't let me speak. Yeah, maybe I can. It's just so boring. Like as frustrating as I get with as frustrating as it gets with Pisco, like even our artistic disagreements where I think he might even be being bad faith and he thinks I'm being bad faith, even that's more interesting and entertaining to me than like, can I like talk, bro? Like, are you even gonna let me fucking say anything? Or like, this is so stupid. It is the most brave bro shit. Like, I would take those conversations a billion times over.
Last night we began.
Water crisis may make Gaza Strip uninhabitable by 2020. Bro, people have been saying this shit for so long. Oh, I found it. Thank God. Oh, it was this.
Are amputating the limbs of injured children 150 days. It's staggering.
Proposals for UNRWA elimination have political motives behind them. UNRWA head, United Nations. So this is UNRWA, right? These are the people literally for Palestinian relief.
It's certainly the conflicts where we have seen the highest number of children, the highest number of journalists, the highest number of health workers, the highest number of UN workers who have been killed in such a short period. If you look at the overall population, it's been
so in 20 seconds.
Basically 5% of the population which has been either reportedly killed, injured, or missing. And again, this in less than 5 months. You keep hearing from our colleagues from WHO that doctors are amputating the limbs of injured children without anesthetic. But the worst thing to this is a region which has never ever encountered hunger, has widespread hunger, and we even have unfolding under our eyes looming famine.
Like, I don't understand how, if I were to repeat this, by the way, people will call me crazy or a Nazi or a genocide denier or an apartheid denier, whatever the but like, this is UNRWA, right? This is a region that has never experienced widespread hunger, and it hasn't. The Gaza Strip really hasn't, okay? And this is him saying it, okay? And now might actually be on the verge of some like Yemen shit, on some real horrible shit. But yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. This is not good. And that was my main issue with, I think on the entire section I have on charged language, it was the talking point 3. The mythologies, loaded languages, and international virtue signaling of both sides severely hamper any ability for either people to make progress in this conflict. The victory of Israel in the 67 war drove their expectations for territorial acquisition on unrealistic heights, causing them to underestimate their Arab neighbors for a crushing psychological defeat in 73. Similar myths exist on the Palestinian side, where surrounding Arab neighbors drove their expectations for land on unrealistic heights, and then the international community, through UN resolutions and international declarations, made them believe they would acquire a state within the 67 borders if they simply held out long enough. Constant claims of apartheid, concentration camp conditions, and genocide have left the Palestinians believing someone in the international community is going to come and save them from their predicament. Why is this important? Factual disagreement. The legal status of every single part of this conflict is incredibly hairy, with no clear answers on any side. Also, let me be very clear on that, by the way. So when I'm challenging definitions of like genocide and stuff, I'm not saying that there's no chance that a genocide has occurred, because there might be. Some of the statements, by the way, I went through those ICJ statements that the South Africa lawyers had quoted. A lot of them are bullshit. Some of them aren't bullshit. Some of them are pretty fucking unhinged. I fully admit that, 1 billion %. Is it possible that there have been genocidal statements made in Israel? Of course. By people that are in leadership roles or high up that shouldn't be saying those things? Of course. By the way, does Israel have an obligation to deal with those statements? Yes. As a signatory to the Genocide Convention, Israel has an obligation to not allow those statements to propagate. Remember, it's the Convention on Genocide Prevention, right? That's what the court is mainly looking towards, is to prevent genocide, not to litigate an ongoing genocide or to prosecute the crime of genocide as it would be found in the Rome Statute. It's for the prevention of genocide. Yeah, but I'm saying that like people that are coming at you with like some clear answer, it's clearly not. And then the moral significance of this point was that by constantly claiming that Israel is committing apartheid or genocide or forcing Palestinians to live in concentration camps, the international community is making it seem as though the conditions the Palestinians live in are so dire that someone externally is going to swoop in and save them. This will not happen. The Palestinians need to unite around a coherent leadership structure so they can negotiate with Israel and save themselves. But that's yeah. I was even willing to cede this whole point on anti-Semitism, but it never even came up. That like. I don't even think I use this at all on the debate. Like, oh, people are anti-Semitic. Yeah. Avi debated one of your fans on the genocide topic like 5 minutes ago. He said there might be a genocide. Yeah, there could be. Well, right now, an ongoing one. I mean, it's possible. I can't say there isn't. I can't say that's impossible. I don't think good evidence has been presented for that. But it is possible that Israel has failed on some of their obligations to prevent genocidal statements. I would have to go back and read on the. Wait, I think I have this here, because I think one of your obligations under the. International law. I think one of your obligations under the Genocide Convention. Oh shit, did I not stick the Genocide Convention in here? I should have it in here. Maybe I'll put it in later. I think one of your obligations is to prevent genocidal statements being made in your country, I think. Convention on Genocide. Let me check real quick. Hold on. You said that Finkelstein runs his own Holocaust industry. Can you explain how do you mean by that exactly? Oh, I feel like he appeals to his Holocaust experience a lot, or his parents' Holocaust experience. It's kind of gross the way that he does it. I think comparing the Warsaw Ghetto up, but also I think Finkelstein is just a child of the East. He's just like a pro-Soviet cuck. I think that like when you look at all of the other political positions he has, that's it. It's all like described by that. Somebody pointed that out a while ago, and then I started paying more attention to that, and I realized, oh shit. God, fuck, I was listening on the way home. I hate myself. It's the first time I've ever truly questioned if I'm on the right or wrong side of a conflict. Because this popped up on my phone. And I started listening to Zizek, and I'm like, fuck, I agree with every single thing Zizek is saying. Oh no. Oh no, not good. They're definitely projecting that Benny. Watching the video is quite obvious that Rabbani himself was disappointed with his own debate partner. Yeah, I think there was even a moment where, did Rabbani try to put his hand on Finkelstein to tell him to be quiet for a moment so that he could speak? Truly, they're really lucky that I was on the other side of that debate. Because if it would have been anyone else, and if Norm would have acted even remotely similarly, I don't know. I feel like a lot more focus would have been on Norm just being a crazy person. But maybe not, actually. Maybe people would just think that Norm is epic. I don't know. Thanks for all the hours of watching. Wow, thanks, Sea Peppers. Zizek isn't even that bad. Zizek feels like what people think I am sometimes. That's what it feels like. Like, I haven't listened to much of it, but I feel like I could listen to Zizek be like, and then I tell your parents, what you needing to be doing is feed your kids with your piss their mouth. With spoons. Like, it feels like that's what Zizek does. He'll have like these, the rhetoric and the choices of everything will just be insane. But then like by the end, he kind of like brings it back to like, okay, I guess I kind of see what you're talking about. It just, I don't know. It just feels like really bizarro when I listen to it. It's like, okay, I guess, but what the fuck? That's what I feel like when I listen to, yeah, I don't know. This is what I feel like when I listen to Zizek. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I spoke to him a little bit actually, because we were at that conference. We spoke a little bit before going on stage. I think we talked about games a little bit, the subject. I think I asked him a question. I don't remember what it was. We didn't talk too much, but because we were on stage together at that. I'm glad for the opportunity for this. I don't want to shit on the festival. I didn't like the format where like we all got asked like a question. We all got asked like a question and then we just go on to the next person, so there's not much back and forth, but beyond Norm, the worst bit might have been Rabbani's refusal to concede, at the very least, that Destiny isn't a racist who agrees with Jim Crow. Yeah, that was wild too. Also, here's also the split I have with Rabbani, okay? Because it's hard for me to figure out like, oh, I was gonna say, for instance, for the Rabbani guy, as I was like leaving the hotel, and I had already walked, I think halfway down the street, and I heard somebody shouting at me. It was like, Steven! And I looked behind,
and it was the Rabbani was Muin, I should say, was standing there, and he was like, somebody left their coat upstairs, did you forget it? And I was like, oh no, I didn't. It was nice. He wasn't like a horrible evil person interpersonally. Yeah, so I feel a little bad saying he's a terrorist. But Norm I didn't talk to at all. Fuck Norm. But I also get major I get coming from Israel Palestine, I notice a weird thing. And I don't know sometimes if this is noticed in the communities. Ooh, this is a good question. One thing I notice with the black community in the United States is, because I'm a white person and we say black or blacks or black Americans or African Americans, if you're from Kenya, you're an African American. All these are African Americans and blacks, right? They're all the same because they're white, right? So we see it all the same. But it's not really, right? African American experience in the United States is quite different than an African immigrant, especially first, second, even third generation. Fuck, any African immigrant. The difference is stark in terms of everything, right? A black immigrant to the United States from Africa is going to be living a life way more akin to a wealthy white American than an African American that's born and raised in like a heavy, African American descendant city, whatever area in the United States. And then I noticed, remember I got that email a long time ago and I pointed this out and I started seeing it everywhere, that like when you look at people that speak for African Americans online, it's almost always African immigrants, like very well spoken, went to higher education African immigrants that are speaking for African Americans in the United States. And then, sorry, just to reiterate, I know I've said this a billion times, but African American in the United States means somebody that is the descendant of a slave in the United States. That's what African American means. The reason why they're called African Americans is because they don't have a distinct culture or ethnic group that they can trace their descent from, and they only have the ethnic group or culture that they were able to identify with when they came to the United States as slaves, right? So African American is that distinct melting pot of different African peoples that were brought here as slaves, then created a culture, ethnicity, and then went from there, right? But their living experience, existence in the United States is way different than, somebody that immigrated with 2 PhD doctor parents from Kenya or from Uganda or from Nigeria and then came to the United States as a wealthy person and went to a wealthy school and lived in wealthy suburbs, et cetera, right? Does everybody use that definition? No, we don't use these definitions anymore because people are retarded, actually. We use a worse definition, which is black in the United States, which is horrible because black does not encompass the experience of the average African American in the United States as opposed to like an African immigrant. But pushing all that aside, and it's the same thing too, by the way, with brown people. For instance, I've said this, I think I've said this before, in Miami Beach, if you see a brown person, it's probably richer than you are, okay? Because half the brown people here in fucking Miami Beach are like fucking royalty from Brazil and Venezuela and Argentina. It's like the wealthiest motherfuckers you've ever seen who are brown people here in from South America here in Miami Beach. But if I were to drive west, 20, 30 minutes over to Hialeah, I'm gonna see broke as fuck Cubans, okay? Their lives are very different. Or if I go to Texas and I see a lot of Mexicans, or even Mexicans up through the Midwest that travel, there's like some north path that travel, right? Their experience is gonna be very different. So calling them all brown people is also kind of weird. Brown or black. The experiences can be quite different depending on where you come from. Also, by the way, I'm generalizing. There are going to be some African Americans that are wealthy. There are going to be some African immigrants that are poor. I'm generalizing, but like just saying. But I'm sorry. Throwing all that to the side, I notice now that a lot of the Palestinian speakers, people that speak for Palestinians and people that champion Palestinian causes, are Palestinians in name, but
Pinos.
Are they? Like, for instance, like, and I hate that. I'm not trying to do like a gotcha, but like, for instance, like Muin Rabbani, I think this guy was born in Holland. Yeah, or he was born in the Netherlands. And it's interesting sometimes that you'll get these people that are Palestinians, but they're born in Europe. They go to school in London, they live in America, and then they move to some other place and they're like Palestinian experts or whatever. And it's like, well, do you really speak for the Palestinian people? Have you ever even been to Palestine, right?
And to Muin's credit, it sounded like he had been. It sounded like he traveled through the West Bank, I believe. So I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to challenge his credit. No, I am challenging his credit. I'm not trying to discredit what he says on a factual basis, but I don't know how much I believe in the credit that they provide as like an ethnic or lived experience basis. Like, oh, I'm Palestinian. And it's like, okay, you're Dutch, bro. Like, what do you mean? You grew up, you were an internet. It would be like Karantos trying to sell me that he lives like an authentic Somalian experience. Like, bro, you go to school for comp sci in Malaysia. What are you you're royalty. What are you talking about, bro? Come on, right? Yeah, I don't know. And I'm curious now for Palestinians, because then I think back also to, that was one of Arafat's big problems. One of Arafat's big problems is this motherfucker was constantly in fucking exile and living in other places. He lived in fucking Tunisia and shit when he was trying to negotiate the Oslo Accords. Okay, this motherfucker didn't know what was going on in Palestine. He just knew what he had to negotiate to save his own skin. Or if you look at Hamas now, when you look at some of the Hamas leaders, these guys aren't fucking fighting in tunnels in Gaza. These guys are hanging out in $2,000 a night hotels in fucking Qatar, and they're shipping in girls from Fresh and Fit to shit in their mouths every night. Like these are your leaders and representatives. Like, damn. Yeah, I don't know. That's some of your mom's family probably still consider themselves Cuban just as much as American. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say there was anything wrong with that. But also, I don't know. Cubans don't like Cuba. But also, it depends. Like, oh, Cuban. I'm only Cuban if you want to use a racial slur against me. I'm American. I'm pretty hardcore American. I don't identify at all with any Cuban shit. I've only met, like, I think 3 or 4 of the slaves that my mom and dad ran when they had their plantations in Cuba. Like, I'm barely, like, I like very little to no attachment to that place. Like, I was born and raised in the United States. Nebraska, okay? I've met plenty of Cubans that don't have nice things to say about Cuba. Yeah, because in my experience, the only people that have nice things to say about South America are usually white people that have never been there, or brown people that came from other countries and are pretending to, like, empathize with those people. In my experience, Cubans that came from Cuba fucking hated Cuba. And then also, there will always be the legendary conversation, the legendary Discord call, where that Venezuelan kid is, like, crying while Hassan is trying to convince him that the situation in Venezuela isn't that bad. And the kid's like, my family lost their life savings and we eat rats on the street. And Hassan's like, okay, bro, but it's not like socialism did that. Like, it's not that bad. I'm like, bro. Romani could have family who lives in the area now, although he might not have direct experience, but what real Palestinians would you expect to be a spokesperson? They can't get out of the area, so everyone is whose ancestors came from the area. Sure. I don't know how much I want to like there's a lot I can say, but I also don't want to start to retread. Well, one, now that I got live viewers, I don't know how many people haven't heard me say this before, so I don't know if I should repeat myself. But then 2, if I just repeat myself, I'm just repeating myself a ton. But the
what?
Oh, somebody linked me the start of that H3 Fresh and Fit thing. Without like reopening the entire fucking thing again. My issue is just that when you look at the history of Israel and the other surrounding Arab states, what you see is Israel is a nation that is always on the edge of oblivion. Israel is a nation that always has its back to the wall. So as a result of that, they're forced to fight militarily, but they're also forced to struggle politically and diplomatically, meaning that Israel can't afford to do reckless war. Israel can't afford to just fight and see what happens. They have to conduct themselves in a way knowing that if they lose, they're wiped out forever. And I think that forced Israel's hand to acknowledge political realities that were essential for stabilization in the region. For instance, in 73, Israel was forced to reckon with the fact that, okay, well, shit, I don't know if we can fight our Arab neighbors forever because the Yom Kippur War happened, and for the first few days, it was starting to look a little dicey. And after 73, they were like, okay, well, maybe we need to make peace. The problem with the Palestinians is the Palestinians have never had to reckon with that. The Palestinians have always had this support abroad from people that are telling them, fight forever, keep fighting forever, and it'll be base, just keep fighting forever, just fight forever, fight. And with that type of international support, and the fact that like Palestinians are never going to truly be genocided because the international community is kind of like looking out for them, I think that system behind them internationally basically means that they will never feel the need to actually reckon for a peaceful settlement because they always feel like they can get more if they keep fighting. I think that's like the big issue. That's one of the reasons why I get so upset when I fight with people who support their fighting forever
because it's like, okay, well, one, you don't live there, so you don't have to suffer the conditions. Basically, actually, you know what? Palestinians that are born and raised in Europe and America and then tell Palestinians to fight forever in Palestine remind me of white Americans it reminds me of white, wealthy, suburban, socialist Americans that tell poor black people not to vote because it doesn't matter. That's what it reminds me of. Like, yeah, bro, you can have that position of don't vote or fight forever because you're not the one that's impacted by voting and you're not the one that's impacted by the fighting. That's bullshit, in my opinion. I don't really care about Norm's disrespectful attitude throughout most of the debate because I was thinking of all the memes to come, but when the Dolus Specialis part came up, my blood was boiling at his dismissive attitude towards you. Oh yeah, and then he tried to do this like weird mens rea argument. He was like, oh no, you're thinking of mens rea. It's like, no, I'm not, you fucking retard. What the fuck are you talking about? How do you not, this exact phrase comes up 4 different times in the ICJ's filing. How can you not know what this means? I'm not even trying to do like a knowledge check because I'm not interested in that, but like, how can you not be aware of that? Neither of them were aware of that, which was surprising to me, but I don't know. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Everyone is impacted by voting. To varying degrees. The wealthier you are, generally, the more insulated you are from society's policies, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, I'm always going to be a wealthy white dude. I'm probably going to be fine no matter what. Same thing with, like, Hassan. Hassan is always going to be fine. Most of the people that are online telling you not to vote are probably always going to be fine. It doesn't matter what's voted on. But for people where that shit matters, like an extension of the child tax credit might be, like, I don't want to say life or death, but it might be a massive change of their annual budget. Like, for these people, voting really matters. It's really important to them. But, yeah. Am I wrong, or isn't Dolus Specialis kind of mens rea? Pushing back so hard on Norm there looked weird to me. Absolutely not. You're dead wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
So the declaration of Judge
I said plausibility is the same concept as qualifying.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. They're not well-founded. They're not even well-founded. The court is. You said that plausible was a high standard. It is absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority of the quotes they have in this case are. And also, you said it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like 1/4 of all of the quotations, some even pulled from the Goldstone report, that try to that actually deal with the intent part. Which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase, the dolus specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
Sorry, I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolus specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving it is a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could.
That's mens rea.
No, the mens rea. Yes, I understand the state of mind, but and for genocide, it's called dolus specialis. It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Borelli,
special intent.
I'm
going to
ask you again.
Genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I read the case?
Putting my display on camera. If you're comfortable putting yours in books, okay?
I read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion, the declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are you lying and saying plausible is a high standard?
Because I said, even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team and you may not get a medal, but to get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible, you must be doing something pretty horrible. And as it happens, Professor Morris,
there was no genocide. That's what the court will rule. Remember what I just told you. The court.
I don't expect to be even around.
No, it's a
if you read the court case, and he's knowledge checking me the entire time. If you read the court case, and if you're familiar with genocide, genocide has two parts. It's an action and it's a special intent. It's not just a mens rea, it's a specialized form of mens rea. Why would you cut somebody some slack there? It would be like some guy screaming at me saying that I don't know anything about music and then challenging me on some weird musical facts, and we're looking at like a scale, and I'm like, oh, that's a harmonic scale. And he's like, you mean a minor scale, right? What do you mean a minor? Pure minor? Aeolian? The mode? You f***ing retard? Pure minor's not even functional. That was a harmonic minor. It's got a sharp 7, you moron. How else do you have a dominant 7 in the key? No, I'm not gonna cut somebody some slack there if they're gonna scream at me the whole time, challenging my credentials, and then they get something kind of wrong. And he said it smugly too. Now, if he would have said something like, do you mean the mens rea? Are you talking about the mens rea? Then I would have been like, okay, fine. But that wasn't what he said. Play me the clip, find the clip. When I bring this up, he smugly brings it up like I'm mispronouncing something, like I don't know what I'm talking about. What are examples of ethnic cleansing not being necessarily bad? I see you bring it up in debates, but nobody ever takes you up on it. I mean, ethnic cleansing is a very new term that I think came up relating to stuff happening in Yugoslavia in the 90s. And now it's retrofit onto every population transfer. It's retrofit onto every single population transfer. So for instance, Turkey and Greece had a huge population swap. India and Pakistan? I think I actually write some examples in here. Like there are people after World War II, all the Germans get pushed out of whatever countries they were in back to fucking Germany. Yeah, but like population transfer was like relatively common after huge conflict. People would just get shuffled around because nobody wants to live in a country where they're going to be killed, or want people to live in a country that we're warring with them, and people get pushed around. I'm not saying that makes it good or bad. What the fuck are you talking about? The population swap from Turkey was super genocidal? What? I haven't heard that before. If that's true, that's a totally new fact to me. Is that true? I didn't do a ton of research on that thing. I think I read like 10 paragraphs on it. Fuck, where am I? Oh. In 1923, the population exchange between Greece and Turkey. This was super genocidal. The India-Pakistan population swap, that one was bad. I think in that one, it was anywhere from 1 to 2 million people. It wasn't like 10 million. There were a ton of people swapped on this one. In 1947, 10 to 20 million people were displaced and 1 million people died in the partition of India. But like at the time, I don't think people were using the word like, oh my God, this is a genocide or this is ethnic cleansing or whatever. Like, I hate that I can never describe things without the normative loading. I'm just saying that population transfers happened. They were just a thing, and it wasn't always like considered the worst horrible thing. Like it was just a reality of after conflict. Like population transfer would happen basically. Can you at least tell us what Zizek said that made you question things? I mean, Zizek seems to have like a very realistic take on Ukraine-Russia. When he starts talking about Ukraine-Russia, and he's like, oh yeah, people like Mearsheimer are talking about how Russia was concerned about NATO expansionism. Why don't we just listen to what Russia says? Like, they talk about, their Christian supremacy. They talk about, wanting to create a larger country. They talk about imperialistic aims. Why not just, like, listen to what Russia actually says? Why are we playing these weird games pretending like they were threatened by NATO when, like, Russia doesn't even really say that when it comes to invading Ukraine? It's like why the f*** are we using that argument for them? Like, why are we carrying so much water for them? They're not even carrying that water for them. Yeah, it was just funny, the way that he explained it. Why did you invade Ukraine? Is it NATO expansion, woke culture, US meddling? Just tell us, please. We're waging a genocidal conquest and the Ukrainian state. It's the NATO expansion, isn't it? How do you think the debate looked for people who don't follow you or Norm? I have no idea. It's hard to tell because the conversation is astroturfed so hard. I think that Israel-Palestine, I would say that this debate is probably going to be the hardest astroturf debate I've ever been involved in. Because it's one of the few things where Nazis and tankies are 100% in alignment for this particular position. So the Griper clips and the Nazi claims about me are ultra amplified by tankies like Hassan that have no principles or values, or other socialists, and then they come together to form like this pretty effective machine of like attempting to discredit me. So it's basically just a bunch of people with Palestinian flags, half of whom are secretly Nazis and half of whom are Muslims or progressives or tankies
that are like just all calling me a cuck who can't find Erdogan on a map and thinks that Israel is the president of Turkey. It's just like it's like an unhinged online sea of ridiculousness. Only clips I've seen from this debate is insults. Will I see someone actually lose an argument if I watch the full thing? Biggs, true. Somebody actually emailed me. Where's our rhetorical shit? A really good name for... No. Debate pervertry. A really good name for this thing that we written down. When you constantly refer to other books, speakers, videos, etc., source of authority that you claim to be familiar with without contextualizing or demonstrating understanding of any of the underlying material, you're substituting an appeal to authority for an actual argument. A guy emailed me and he called this show don't tell. This is a short one, but it's something I've known and we've talked about, but it was pretty succinct, so I thought that was... There's a thing that happened a lot in the norm debate. I've talked about this concept as well, too. There's a thing that happened a lot in the norm debate that is so frustrating to me that I think deserves to be named and shamed, so I'm naming it here in case you want to steal it and start spreading this meme. In creative writing, there is a saying, show, don't tell, meaning if you write a character that you want to be smart, the narrator should not say, so-and-so is very smart. Rather, they should demonstrate that the character is smart by writing the actions of that character in such a way that they're obviously smart and the readers will notice. In any kind of confrontational discussion, whenever someone begins to compliment themselves unprompted, I've been trained to immediately think the opposite of them. They are telling, not showing. Norm does this constantly, often as a substitute for an actual argument. I know this is a pattern that you've noticed because I've heard you talk about it before, but I think explicitly giving it a name and noting instances will help people realize what is happening. Show, don't tell. What's nice about the show, don't tell phrase is that people are broadly familiar with this phrase in English class, in school, so it helps drive the point home. I was taught it in school myself. And oh, I didn't read the end of this. An alternative name, or merely a descriptive example, could be the famous Game of Thrones quote, "Any man who must say I am the king is no true king." I will use this in a debate this year. It will happen. Damn, some of these subs are unhinged. True Anon. Lex Friedman. I don't know what True Anon is, or what the f this is about. First time I heard the voice of this Destiny creature. It sounds exactly like every other debate club nerd. Fast-paced, high-pitched whine. I'll be skipping every time he starts talking, LOL. Which is so funny given how unhinged Norm is in this entire debate. But, yeah. I will never watch anything where a debate streamer opens their mouth. I'll just wait until the first post here, roughly somewhere, yeah. Jesus. I think I've got a lot of mutual posters in the Lex Friedman subreddit. So I think this one is okay, but it's just like my people astroturfing against other people astroturfing. So it's like, I don't even know how much of these are like authentically Lex Friedman subreddit posters versus people posting from my sub, or I can't tell, it's hard. But and then these are all just memes because of the early comments. The Decoding the Guru sub got a few threads. Yeah. I think I was upvoting in that thread too. I was in the trenches. I might have even posted in that one. It's always funny. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. There was one guy in one of these threads that was working overtime to shit on me. This guy must have posted the same comment at least like 20 times. I'm trying to think of what his name was. This discussion is ruined by Destiny's inability to control his emotions. I did find it hilarious when Norman called Destiny a moron and his own debate partner started laughing. Like when I see this, like, do you think this guy watched it, or do you think this is just a Hassan fan that copy-pasted this? Like, Norm was the one that was unhinged first the entire time. Like, and also, Destiny couldn't control his emotions, but I found it hilarious when Norm couldn't control his emotions. And then when Benny Morris was supposedly laughing at Destiny, even though he agreed with him, they're a Hassan fan, check their posts. Wait, are they?
Hassan is still bigger, relevant, and leagues better than Derpstiny. Oh, shit. I didn't even fucking... And he posted a subreddit. Oh, good catch. Destiny's gimmick is creating drama. Oh, actually, wait. This might be the guy even that I was thinking of that was running around making the same post over and over and over again 3 days ago. Oh, no, it wasn't this guy. It was somebody different. I mean, how would you feel to find out you're simply not in the weight class you imagine? Trying to see the positive, this was pretty desperate looking, could be damaging. Edit. Oh, so this guy provides an example. For example, at around 3 hours, Norm claims that a statement an Israeli politician made was genocidal, and Destiny spends like 30 minutes denying Norm ever read the statement, picking the syntax apart, squeezing blood out of a rock in pure denial, all to cope with, well, they were attacked and saying crazy shit. And Norm's side is like, and you'd offer the same analysis of any off-color remarks Palestinian politicians made after what Israel has done, and the guy sitting next to Destiny is like, good point. This is why you have to go 110% every debate? When did this even happen? What is this line of... What debate did he watch? Does Hassan pay these people? No, they're just young and white with nothing else to do. First hour in, and the entire Zionist argument is Palestinians brought this on themselves. They should take responsibility. Israel/Zionists didn't do nothing. It's so funny because even Benny, I think Benny and me in this debate both said as much that, like, yeah, you can be sympathetic towards the Arab stuff. Israeli, I'm sure, has committed war crimes. Like, it made sense for Israel to, or for the Arabs. Like, that was Benny's quote. The Arabs felt like dispossession was coming, but it's referring to the statements you made by Israel. Yeah, sure, I understand. I think my point stands super well. It was hard for me to even read it out because I think it was getting interrupted the whole fucking time, but that quote by the ICJ was unbelievably out of context. How does Destiny manage to be such a repulsive human being? The dirty mop on his head, the pubes around his mouth, the awkward way his jaw flaps when he talks, even the way he holds a pen, like that kid in your 4th grade class who always has an adult following them around. I just can't watch more than 30 seconds of him. No wonder his wife wanted an open relationship. Jesus Christ. Dude got a master's in music. Thank you, I guess. I'm shocked I can't find a single substantive argument in this thread. Minus 22 points. Reply. About what? Think schooled him. Stephen Bonnell is an idiot cuck who genuinely believes that a few weeks of Wikipedia research in combination with a multi-layered addiction to various uppers can somehow put him in the same league as scholars who have been studying a subject their entire professional lives. As another poster said, quote, the dynamic is 3 professors talking and one of them brought his fail-son nephew and they are too polite to tell him that he is never part of the conversation, end quote. It would be laughable if it wasn't so utterly embarrassing, and the only people who can't see that are terminally online Destiny Sims rushing around to various subreddits and social media platforms making painfully obvious and cringe attempts to do damage control. No one here is interested in splitting hairs or playing Socratic semantics with you, which is why no one is responding to your dumb fuck innocent questions format of reply baiting. Go away, shitter. You bring nothing of value and clearly don't belong here. Yeah, better to just keep repeating that he got bodied and wasn't qualified. I remember this is an anti-idpol tanky sub. Yeah, a lot of the stupid poll or anti-identity politics subs will be hard left, like tankies. But remember what I said before, because this is where Hassan is kind of headed. They don't do, like, progressivism idpol. Their class stuff, the only thing they care about is class analysis, is Marxist shit. So they'll say, fuck the black shit and fuck all the progressive wokey shit. We only care about Marxist class stuff. Lots of Redditors giving Joker speeches about this. Yeah. Of course, Destiny fanboys are whining that Finkelstein is explaining too much. Who's whining about that? What? The fact that Lex thought inviting Destiny to debate on this alongside scholars reflects so poorly on him, I can't put it into words. Did Destiny do poorly? You tell me, bro. We've got 3 PhD scholars and a YouTuber. One of them is not like the others. Destiny was a silver and a plat lobby. I'm an hour in, and Morris seems to be agreeing with Destiny. Just saying he isn't as qualified isn't evidence that he did poorly. Can Finkel even be called a scholar? I think you got a thing in political science or something. Fuck. I wish I could remember the, I'm trying to remember what subreddit it was where this debate came up. And there was one guy that was doing so much work. I'm not going to be able to find it. Destiny literally didn't know where Israel was on a map a month ago. Holy shit. Destiny, queue for conversations. Did the you of yesterday hold any beliefs closer to mine or further away from mine than the you of today? What shifted your view? CD shift away from libertarianism. Are you asking me like if my views on things changed over time? Why do I keep seeing posts giving any attention to his thoughts on this? When I see Destiny video, that's an easy skip and save time for me. His friendless / fatherless fanboys spam his shit everywhere and brute force him into conversations he has no place in. I really wish Finkelstein would just ignore him. Like, why are you sitting down for a debate with somebody who spent his entire adult life playing video games all day? It's like getting into a heated argument with a schizophrenic homeless man outside of a train station. Destiny is out of his depth on this conversation. It seems like a kid arguing with his professor on a subject he doesn't know anything about. Do you realize this situation is an exact parallel of the Richard Wolff debate? Yeah, a little bit, except I think I'm even more informed, and I think my opponent is even more discredited in this debate. But yeah, similar vibes. Oh, damn. I'm an hour in, and I agree, man. But I can't help but feel like Finkelstein lobbing Benny's quotes around feels a little ridiculous and detracts from the conversation, even likes it a button to steer the conversation back. Finkelstein seems very weak so far. He isn't answering any questions and is coming off as smug and constantly pivoting, but overall, probably the best conversation I've heard so far. He's absolutely insufferable. I just can't stand that von Oben, I don't know what this phrase means, academia attitude, and this is one of the most blatant displays of it I've ever witnessed. He's all ad hom and appeals to authority, to the streamer, and this bizarre habit of quote mining the person you're sitting against, i.e. Morris. I am very critical of Israel. I'm not approaching this from a pro-Zionist position. Damn. At least to me, you did really great. It made Finkelstein look less credible with him running away from your questions or just opening up other tangents. It was pretty cool to see Benny work really with you. Yeah, I think it was okay. Thanks, I appreciate it. Listen, I don't need this. Isn't like a support session, okay? And every different speaking style, but goddamn, Norm needs to speak. I would say, actually, especially now that I'm out of the debate, I think if Norm is being respectful of other audiences, I think Norm needs to severely trim his speech. And I don't necessarily mean speak faster. I just mean he needs to cut out a lot of irrelevant shit. For somebody that speaks that slowly, every word should count. There shouldn't be random meanderings or insertions of irrelevant anecdote or story. Like, you should very quickly get to the point of whatever the fuck it is if you're going to speak that slowly. Your brain should work quick enough to figure your sentences out when they're moving along at 2 miles an hour. And let's be real, it's got to feel at least a little cool to have so much attention with no one correcting any of the points you have made, just vague ad homs. Got to be at least a bit of an ego boost. Yeah, sure, I think. A couple thoughts. I know everyone has different speaking styles, but goddamn, notice him speak faster. He doesn't need to be a motor mouth, but surely a normal human speaking speed is reasonable. That doesn't make him incorrect, but God, I hate it when he so slowly shouts down people just to stutter out to an extended point that could have been made in 5 seconds. True. Norm quotes Benny Morris a lot, but it's quite telling that Benny Morris is explicitly calling out that Norm is quoting paragraph fragments that omit key contextual details. When the author of a book says you've misinterpreted their own words and can show you how you've done so, that should be a wake-up call. I just finished reading Morris's book, Righteous Victims, and he seems to have been pretty good at saying, here's what the Israelis did wrong, here's what the Palestinians did wrong, here's the effect it had. But Norm appears to quote, oh shit, this guy's making the exact same criticism that I make of anybody quoting Shlomo Ben-Ami. So it's the same thing. Yeah, people will assign blame to both sides, but then cherry dickers like Finkelcock will just quote the one side that they like. Yeah. Ween seems much more reasonable and normal than Norm. I honestly wish this was just Morris/Rabin debate. Rabin? It should be Rabani, I think. Because then we wouldn't have Norm derailing misquoting so much. I challenge you to read the books Norm is citing and try to get the interpretation that Morris is giving now. It's well known in history circles that old Morris and new Morris are singing different tunes. For example, Morris cites David Ben-Gurion. I like how this guy just said that he read Righteous Victims, but you need to read the other books, the other entire books. I just said in my original post that I finished reading Righteous Victims, so I don't understand why you're challenging me to read some of the books Norm is citing. Morris is extremely clear throughout his chapters on the antecedents of the 47-48 wars. The transfer was not monocausal, but rather the confluence of several factors. Oof, huge mistake. You're writing way too much. Jew bad. I challenge you to read one of Morris's books, namely Righteous Victims. Is this the same guy? I can't even tell if it's a... I don't even know if it's a meme or not. In 30 minutes, Destiny said more words than 2 hours of Norm. Norm must be one of the slowest speakers I've ever heard. He chooses his words very carefully. Finkelstein calling Destiny multiple wrong names was such a good bit. I guarantee you if I'd done this to Finkelstein, people would be losing their mind. Fighting from below. Who was that guy writing full screen replies? This guy? Halami? I don't know who the fuck this is. Damn, some people here really have a hate boner for Destiny. Pretty much, I'm no dick rider, but when you're constantly appealing to character attacks on credentials or vague criticism about debate culture rather than addressing your points, you know you've encountered a real ideologue based. Not gonna lie, he's kind of a dope. Cenk Uygur is a better debate opponent than what he stumbled into. Wait, what? Norm is acting like an unhinged lunatic. And how do you think Destiny acted? Just for reference. I think you tried to engage in good faith at the beginning, but was fed up with the BS after a while. I assume that you agree that purposely fucking up someone's name, constantly condescending, using ad-hom attacks, and sitting there smirking like a jackass constitutes unhinged. Is this guy a fan of mine or just a random person?
Obviously a fan of yours, bro. Give me a break.
Illustrious... Oh. One Punch Man, arm wrestling. Isn't that the Somali pirate that Destiny currently employs? Wait, he's a Vosh fan? Or he posts an Arvosh? Holy shit. Okay. He was fed up with the BS after a while. With the BS what? Though I thought Finkelstein was clearly acting out of emotion at times, I can understand why he wasn't interested in talking to someone with barely a surface-level understanding of the subject matter. Okay, these lower comments after like the most upvoted ones are pretty... Finkelstein is awful to listen to. He doesn't address any of the points made and it uses emotional virtue-signaling talking points. Palestine has no chance of peace with people who share his point of view. Damn. Saw some fans crying that he didn't get invited.
It'll be very interesting for me because I do care about a lot of the people associated with the debate. I'm not talking about Destiny, by the way, who, in my opinion, sticks out like a sore thumb, who only is there to speak convincingly without offering anything truly of worth. Like, because come on, this is not about like, and I would say the same thing about myself being in a situation like that as well. Like, and I think I'm probably a little bit more knowledgeable than Destiny is on the subject matter. After all, I knew who the Turkish president was and did not think he was the president of Israel, for example, right? Like, you know, just like basic facts. Where Israel is. These are things that I've known for.
Bro, you
know,
lived
many
in
years,
Turkey.
right?
Are we proud
So,
of
by
you
Destiny's
for
Series
knowing
Story
the
of Step,
president
but,
of Turkey?
Whether you like them or not, these other three are scholarly experts in their fields who have been studying Israel, Palestine for decades. Destiny just started reading Wikipedia pages on it a few months ago. It's just really weird with him there. It's crazy how far. I'm trying to think of who carried this further. I think it started with the Nazis, and then I think Hassan amplified it. Because Hassan has basically repeated now every Nazi claim about me, every Groiper claim about me gets hosted for free on Hassan's platform. So I think if you're a Groiper and you want to spread any rumor about me, as long as you can get Hassan to platform it, you basically can, like, what am I saying? There's a better word for amplify. Catapult it out onto the internet? Yeah. How do you deal mentally with these comments? Yeah, the one guy already said it. I already said, listen, if people making a bunch of personal insults and shit at me, it means I feel like I won. Because I feel like if I was making bad or dumb arguments, they'd be tearing those apart as well. So it's just a matter of doing the rhetorical navigating afterwards, which we'll figure out. Like I said, we're on a path. These are always going to be, especially this issue, because it has so many different groups that are overlapped against us, is always going to be a harder one. But when seeking out discussion about the IP conflict, I make sure to only listen to people who say things like Israel isn't committing genocide because they could just kill everyone if they wanted to. That desk fellow is just so bright. Only a truly brilliant mind could formulate such insightful analysis. Based. Hassan cooperating with Fuentes is the classic red-brown Soviet-Nazi alliance. True! And even for similar reasons. That's absolutely right. Right? Because the lefties don't like the soc dems, the center leftists, because they feel like they're too moderate and too liberal, and the people on the right feel like they're, I don't know what, they're not giving in enough to the more hardcore. What would be the, actually, I don't actually know. What were the... It's weird because in modern times, the spaces that people are occupying are not representative of what they occupy in the real world. So like the progressive left and the tanky left on Twitter are very, very, very loud, but that's such a small part of the Democratic Party. But the right, the Nazi, the Groiper people on Twitter are also very loud. That's a very, very, very small part of the Republican Party. But the Trumple people are a very large part of the Republican Party. I don't think the Trumple people are as involved in this though. Or I'm thinking the yeah, I don't know. Fuck, it's hard to keep track of all the different political delineations and how they even end up like lining up on shit now. Like, I think, is Fuentes pro-Palestinian right now? Like, what are his takes on this? He must be pro-Palestinian, I would imagine. So he would find himself aligned with progressives, tankies, and then conservatives are going to be... Where's the average Trump fan? I feel like the older Trump fan is probably pro-Israeli just because of age and American. And I feel like the younger Trump fans are more anti-establishment, so they're probably anti-Israeli because they're anti-interventionalist. That would be what I would imagine. I don't even know how I could break that down or pull on.
Destiny's mother, his family owned slaves in their plantation.
Didn't we already watch
Those
this?
are not my words. That's Destiny's mother on stream saying that. I don't know if it's real. It came across like a joke to me, I'll be honest with you, because why was she so callous when talking about her slaves, but her family's slaves? But yeah.
He did it yesterday. Somebody wants to know which part of Cuba we came from.
My grandfather's sugar plantation.
Yeah, with the...
I know where we lived in Cuba you would have enjoyed because...
I hate her so much. I've talked to her about this in the past because I've asked her questions like, hey, do you know anything about our background or blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, I'm not really sure, because she came when she was like 4 or 5, I think.
We lived, at least the last period of time that I remember, we lived on my grandfather's sugarcane plantation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember going out with us, I don't know if it's called a sickle, something or other that you went, and I left there at 5 years in one day, so that had to be when I was 4.
Is that seriously your claim that they had slaves, that she used the word plantation? You know you can have a plantation without slaves? Well, why does she do this whipping motion? Like, I thought she was just joking. Now you're making me think that she was.
Oh, wait, he doesn't even know what a sickle is. Has he never played Harvest Moon? Or... I don't even think that was the reference. Oh my god, he's so privileged. I say privileged, but it's not like I was out in the fields with a fucking sickle. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'm not gonna be. Oh, it's the hammer and sickle? Oh no! Oh no! Is it in his room? Is it behind him somewhere? No!
That had to be when I was 4.
Is that seriously your claim that they had slaves? That she used the word plantation? You know you can have a plantation without slaves? Well, why does she do this whipping motion? Like, I thought she was just joking. Now you're making me think that she wasn't joking. Why did she say I went out with the whip and did the whipping motion? Was that also what? Was she just... She said she went out with a sickle? Oh, she was cutting crops in the sugar plantation? Oh, got it. It was just one of those plantations devoid of slaves. Got it. Okay.
My 4-year-old mom whipping the slaves. True. Okay, we're not making any progress on what we need to do today.
Ladies and gentlemen, George Not Found has bowed down. He has officially bowed down to the allegation makers, okay? He has become what he sought to destroy. He has truly become, and it's quite disappointing, okay? It's upsetting. It's upsetting me personally, okay? I have a huge parasocial investment in this drama. George Not Found, what did he tweet? What did this little silly Billy get up to tweeting? He tweeted out, after everyone had defended him, okay, after everyone clearly saw that Katie lied, because keep in mind, she left out the fact that they cuddled on the couch. She completely lied by omission with that, okay? She completely left it out, which changed the entire thing. Like, her story is I was just sitting there on the couch and all of a sudden he puts his hand on me, which would be egregious. Instead, what actually happened is she was cuddling him for an hour. She was perfectly cool with it. At some point, he put his hand in her shirt after an hour of cuddling, which is a completely natural thing to happen. And she claims, oh, well, I didn't know cuddling was inherently sexual. Okay, it's not inherently sexual, but you don't cuddle your male friends. That just doesn't happen, okay? George tweets out, since reading Katie's newest post, my perspective on that night, my overall conclusion has massively changed as she introduced new information that I was not aware of at all before. I have much more I will say, but for now, Katie, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I really hope you can hear my words and try to understand that I do not have any bad intentions. That does not change the fact that you were hurt. This guy gave in to the allegations, okay? He gave in to nothing, to literally nothing. And Cheeto made a great tweet about this. He said, this guy was drunk and put his hand on a girl's waist after cuddling for an hour. Now the internet has convinced him that he's Epstein level bad. Now Jaden McNeil here made an interesting point. He said, bro deserves to be canceled for this cringe response. Imagine apologizing to someone who was trying to ruin your life for clout when all you did was cuddle them out. And I honestly, like, I think Jaden's kind of right here in a way. Like, after everyone spends days and days defending this guy, right? Myself included, he decides to cower to the Minecraft audience. He folded like a omelet. So at this point, you can only really blame him, right? Like, this guy literally caught her in a lie. He pointed out the fact that when she was cuddling with him, she got it multiple times, at which point she could have left, and she always went right back to him, right? I actually thought she got until I found out they just cuddled on a couch. Yeah, because she left that out intentionally, because she knew that if that was in there, it would make her look like a bad, really bad. And then you have, if you go to Mr. Diorio's account, there's this video of this kid, like, screaming at the top of his lungs about this. It's really funny. We did watch it the other day, but this video is so awesome.
My friends or anybody else as a scapegoat for your abuse is disgusting.
What he's talking about here, by the way, keep in mind, what he's talking about here is his friend who as an adult, willingly cuddled on a couch with another adult and got her stomach touched. Your friend did not get abused. I'm sorry. She didn't. That's not what happened. Why do you think she left out the cuddling thing? Why would you leave that out? Because you know it looks bad. Why did she, during the interaction, leave several times? When she could have left at any point. She left to go get water, left to use the bathroom, left to talk to her friends, and came back to cuddling with him. If you believe that you're being assaulted, are you going to go back to cuddling with the same guy when you have a perfect opportunity to leave at any point in time? No.
It's disgusting, okay? My friend cried in my arms about...
Well, I'm sorry that she cried, but a girl crying does not mean that she's in the right. Have you ever been around a girl? Girls cry at everything. Literally. Have you ever dated a girl? They're constantly crying. Oh, I stained my shirt. What she's actually crying about is regret. It's called regret. She didn't like the fact that her first sexual interaction was with a YouTuber who didn't really care about her. And so she decided to make a public allegation about it when she thought she had the opportunity because of what Shovel went through. It's embarrassing. Super embarrassing. Now, there's also another situation we have, which is really crazy. So it starts with this post by someone named Moonsy. He says, I feel like I can share one of my experiences now. This is the first of many other male CCs who over-sexualized me from the age of 18 to 22, and I'll never forgive the people who covered for him. You know who you are. I don't really know anything about her, but this is the person. A couple years back, I met a male content creator by the name of Draggy, who was very creepy towards me and other women. He acted very possessive over me and made some weird and sexual comments about me, despite us only really knowing each other for a week. Okay, interesting. I quickly noticed this behavior had grooming tendencies and raised the concern and confidence to some other CCs. I was 18 at the time. I was scared and didn't want to be around him. Okay, you can't be groomed when you're 18. Okay? You can't. That's not what that word means. You cannot be groomed when you're an adult. You're an adult woman. You cannot be groomed. Bottom line, impossible. Cannot happen. So already this allegation sucks. My uncomfortable experiences were quickly spread like gossip by people I thought I could trust and was pulled into VCs to share so they could hear it. I was told I was being dramatic and blowing it out of proportion. Later that week, a girl anonymously came forward speaking against him, and a lot of them thought it was me. I was quickly hounded by other CCs, my own peers, asking me if I was the one who did it, and to be an adult and get a VC to talk it out with him, to be mature. I watched as bigger content creators, people I looked up to, helped him do damage control as I was being called immature and childish.
Is it different on the computer?
Because I was scared of him. Keep in mind, basically nothing specific here other than like he made sexual comments about her. We have no idea what happened. And she was 18, so not grooming. Another big content creator I really looked up to at the time, who had been acting like my best friend, even turned on me when I saw her helping him do damage control.
It says 10% mass remaining right there.
Didn't want to get involved with the drama. So many of them covered for him, and it broke my heart. I spent weeks sick in bed, contemplating quitting. Betrayed and
but it says
ostracized by so many who acted like they were my friend
3.1%
until it wasn't convenient for them, or they didn't
is
believe me at
missing
all for a man who was
when I
rising
get
the
in there.
community. It took many other girls coming forward about him for other content creators to finally drop it. I never got an apology, and I doubt they did either. I was too scared to come forward with it at the time because of how my peers acted. 4 years later, I'm 22 now, and seeing other girls with similar experiences talk about their experiences gives me so much faith and closure. I'm so proud of them all. Your story will be told if you're out there, and I will have great faith. You will always find support now. Love you guys. So this person, by the way, from what we already see, calls this guy a groomer. She was 18, not grooming. She links her experience to what she believes is actual cases of assault or abuse. Well, this guy actually responded, Draggy. I wasn't going to respond to this as I don't have any intention of involving myself in the community, but now people are DMing my girlfriend and giving them my IRL socials. Here's my response. Everything is included. Please leave me alone. All right, here we go. So first off the bat, the allegation is already false because you can't groom an adult. Who is Draggy? Literally, it's just some literally who. And so is this girl, honestly. I mean, she's got 50k followers. I'm tweeting this on a burner account as I'm sick of dealing with this stuff in community after 3 years of not engaging with any of you. I left because I was not meant for it. I did a lot of wrong things when I first started out. Throughout my journey, I got into a lot of drama. I was not a good person, especially with that community, so I quit. I didn't want to annoy anyone. I wasn't happy with what I was doing. I was also really anxious ever since having false allegations put on me. These false allegations are from November of 2020, which is what I believe Moonsy references in her original tweet as anonymous girl came forward. The situation was completely debunked, and I recorded a 1-hour video going through the entire thing, which you can see below. Creators in the comments know this was proven false, which is odd since none of them mentioned that I cleared those allegations or even thought to DM Moonsy about it. What I find crazy is a creator in particular responding for attention after they talked with me during the allegations and helped me through it. You know who you are. Below, I've attached a video of every single one of me and Moonsy's DMs since I really didn't want to sit and defend myself anymore. You can read them all for yourselves. I want to move on with my life and leave this community in the past. I'll be deleting all my social media, but I wanted to put this out there for my friends to see it. I did not do this to Moonsy from 18 to 22 years old. All this drama went down within 9 days. We haven't spoken since October 29th, 2020. I did not groom anyone. Moonsy is in fact older than me. I saw Moonsy on Lover Host. I was attracted to her, so I shot my shot in DMs live, to which she responded and initiated a conversation. Flirting was reciprocated. Moonsy initiated asking me to play games. Moonsy sent me her Discord without me asking. Moonsy tweeted at me, now deleted, you can see in DMs, going on a Minecraft date. Never made any sexual comments towards Moonsy. I was clingy, you could say, as I was just 18 and had the attention of someone who I liked. Moonsy did not make it clear she was uncomfortable at all. I mean it when I say this. I did not want to cause drama. I don't hate Moonsy. I just want to move on with my life. Well, I would hate her. So here's a video debunking the grooming, I guess. Whoa. Okay, well, I assume this is about someone that isn't Moonsy. This is some other girl. Please, please, please ignore the DM above. It was when you were on Lover Host. Ha ha ha, hi. No, please stop. I'm crying. So here he's showing that, like, it's real. So we can actually read these DMs. No, please stop. I'm crying. Hello. It's okay, man. How are you doing today? Pretty good, to be honest. Really tired. It's 7 a.m. How about you? Hopefully you're just waking up and not just barely getting ready to go to bed. I'm doing good. I haven't slept. I have bad insomnia, which isn't fun, and I'm glad to hear. Rip, insomnia is the worst. You got it too. I've had it since I was a kid. I absolutely hate it. I'm going to try to sleep right now, but I'll talk to you more tomorrow. Have a good night. Mine's on the milder side, but I have to take melatonin tabs to help me sleep. Talk to you when you wake up. Hey, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know which. It's kind of middle of the night for me, or both. Good morning. It's 7 p.m. for me. How's your morning been? Okay, so they're just talking about random here. Austin show. You were so good on the Austin show. Thank you. I was so nervous. Her asking me to play, giving me her Discord. I'm a brown belt in jiu-jitsu and a blue in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I can teach you. Oh, that would be so dope. We should play Minecraft sometime, bro. Here's my girls who say bro. Crazy. Can play Among Us with us. You fine with playing at 7? Which voice channel should I join? You're really sweet. I can't wait. It'll be super fun. We played Among Us and our chats were shipping us. She then decided to tweet at me about me taking her on a Minecraft date. I'm playing the bit so hard, she says. Oh, it's a bit and less. So they like each other, clearly. Like, they're clearly, like, they're more than buddy maxing right now, okay? They're cum maxing a little bit. Just scrolling through the DMs here. Me asking for her Snapchat, her saying she doesn't give it out, me responding respectfully. Do you have a Snap? I do, but it has personal stuff on it, so I don't give it out. She tweeted something flirty at Carl Jacobs. I half jokingly wrote, ouch, as I was becoming interested in her. Oh, wow, he apologized a lot. I don't like having beef with others either. Let's just be friends at the end of the day. I'm down to drop all this. If you are, sorry. After this went down, I was kicked from an SMP because she found me uncomfortable. And I again DM'd her trying to resolve the issue and again apologizing. Moonsy's older than me. I did not groom Moonsy in any way. I simply liked a girl and was flirting, which was reciprocated. I made a joke remark about her being flirty with Carl, which made her uncomfortable, and I was kicked off the SMP. I've not spoken to Moonsy in 4 years. I've not interacted with the community at all in 3 years. I saw tweets that thought I did this from 18 till she was 22. That is not true. We have flirty conversations for 9 days, and 20 days later I was kicked from an SMP for inappropriate DMs. The girl that came forward for grooming was debunked years ago, and creators under the tweet are aware these were debunked, but choose to not mention it to her in replies. I saw people who knew of me reply to this and mention I cleared my name of those allegations, but they were hidden below all the other replies. The people doing damage control wasn't anything to even do with her. It was to do with the grooming allegations, which I have linked the full unlisted video, which has 1.3k likes and 22 dislikes. I unlisted it when I moved on from the community. I was not perfect. I probably did make people uncomfortable, and for that I apologize. I was an 18-year-old kid that grew up in Northern Irish culture and went from 4 viewers to 340 in 2 weeks of streaming. I was new to this, made a lot of mistakes, and realized it wasn't for me. I didn't like the person I was portraying, so I quit. Here's the final DMs. Okay. All right, so this is him apologizing, basically. You can no longer, I guess she blocked him or something. I mean, it's kind of nothing, right? Basically a giant nothing, but she's saying she was groomed. Where is the evidence of being groomed? Moonsy and Draggy were both 18 years of age when these alleged events occurred, contradicting her claim of his grooming tendencies. That's awesome, dude. That's so base, dude. Comment copped. Oh, yeah, yeah. So I guess it's pretty clear to me that that was just nothing. Literal nothing burger. No grooming could have possibly taken place. Maybe Moonsy's freshly 18. Yeah, dude. Maybe Moonsy's freshly 18. She just wanted to be involved, dude. Some people just want to be on the bandwagon. They just want to feel like they're a part of something, you know what I'm saying? You want to feel like they're a part of the allegations. Regarding George, you asked for consent before tickling your friends? Never. Never would I do that, dude. I tickle my friends without consent. With that being said, I think it's time to join the call. Hello.
Hello, Turkey Tom.
How's it going?
It's going fantastic. You guys want to start off as kind of like an ad hoc panel, kind of just discussing, I guess, the space right now and all the stuff that's been happening?
Yeah.
The last couple days.
Yeah. So
me and Tom, we had a conversation yesterday. I just want to fill Chud in, where I called Tom and I'm like, dude, George apologized, and he was like, what?
I didn't believe you.
Yeah. Because he just woke up. You could hear him like he had it in his voice, and I'm like, dude, George apologized, and he's like, you're with me, right? Like, there's no way that guy apologized. Your statement sucked, right? And we were just sitting there, we're like, no way. And you're like, what, dude? What the? And we just went back and forth for like 20 minutes before we're like, this is still ridiculous.
It is still ridiculous, but it's also like these guys, because like if they're not going to defend themselves, like what the I'm supposed to defend them?
Yeah, it's absurd. I don't feel bad for the Minecrafters, and I feel like that's got to be the major takeaway before we even get started here. Is like these guys have beyond done this to themselves. I'm not sweating this at all.
I felt bad for them until that, and also I haven't even heard the Dream crying thing yet, but I understand he cried on a community thing.
There was some time, like, people asking questions about like the relation to they were asking questions about like when the timing was, if they had spoken about it. These guys live together, right? They've obviously spoken about it. If I'm guessing, they probably didn't sleep all night, and they probably just sat there being like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? That George message that we're gonna look at did not look like it was something that was prepared. It didn't look like something that any of them were like looking in, like this was something that they did very much on a whim, and then Dream fired up a panic stream or whatever.
But I don't understand why he's panicking.
because it didn't fix his situation, so he ulted.
Well, it's not going to fix it when the people that are acting against you are bad faith, dishonest, like losers.
I don't want to get too serious straight away, okay? But you guys don't understand the of Thrones theory on this whole drama.
The of Thrones theory.
Yeah.
Nick, where are
Is this,
you?
like, coined by philosophers? I'm by the snow.
This whole thing is better interpreted not as actual genuine allegations, defense, etc., but it's all about the kind of beef and the drama between the UK and the US Minecraft communities, or like the Dream SMP community, and whoever the AIMSy Tubbo freaks are associated with, whatever their server is. I think that's what this is all about fundamentally.
Yeah, there is a beef I understand between them. It's sort of like it's also like Tommy Innit is like not cool with Dream anymore, and like Quackity's not cool with Dream anymore. So there's kind of like that kind of war there.
Exactly. And I think that, like, so for example, everyone was like, why did Dream jump on the Wilbur Soot train on Wilbur Soot? I think it's because it was like a shot across the bow to that community of British Minecraft creators to be like, oh, unlucky. I think so, yeah. I think that there's a lot of that sort of thing happening.
Well, notice how this time literally
Leveraging that the entire time since like Dream was responding. They were
notice
like,
how none of them are like defending each other at all. Like, do you find that weird?
Well, no, I don't, because I think they're more worried about their own. They're worried about their own, like, how they're portrayed.
Little maggots. They're desperate little maggots that don't want, it's all self-preservation, isn't it?
Well, we had to deal with 3 insufferable years of these people saying stan culture was good, that there's nothing wrong with being a super fan of something and all that stuff. And now, like, that's come home to roost or whatever. But like, all of them are aware of it. They're just definitely afraid they're the next one to go.
Well, it's biting them in the because for years they would apologize and pander to everything that these people made them do, right? Literally, how many? Okay, do you remember like 2021? How many times did Dream apologize that year? Probably 10.
Well, it took Dream getting smeared as a to come around and say like, hey, I just this whole
It
thing.
took 3 years of him being smeared as a, and now they clearly didn't learn their lesson, because with this, okay, George, to be clear, what he did was he cuddled with an adult who was drunk while he was also drunk, and he touched her stomach. That is not assault.
Yeah.
That is not assault, abuse, and they're cowering to these 14-year-olds and the like British kid with acne on his face who screams, "You fucking assaulted my friend!"
Yeah, but they have to. That's the audience. They're all parasocially attached to
But
these creators.
the thing is, like, Dream pushed, he like beat it for like a month. Like, he beat them. Like, he got them. The video's positively received. Everyone from like normal YouTube, like Critical, covers it and was like, okay, base video, like, you're right. You know, the allegations are dumb or whatever. Like, he got them. And then no matter what, without fail, he is, but like George Not Found's response, I mean, obviously, like, there were some people who didn't like it, but it's not like his career was in jeopardy. It's not like he was losing like a ton of subscribers over it.
I think there's stuff behind the scenes of Thrones stuff we didn't see that contributed to what happened, but I can't speak on that.
Not to interject, but I'm building a Minecraft house on tipsters and revenue income right now. I'm building a dirt house, so if you guys want to...
Okay, right. Can we just agree how many tipster references this stream?
We need to start having like a little tipster counter that like goes off or whatever, and it's like... Beep, beep, beep.
Can I get an O real quick?
Oh god, I don't know. Can I? Hold on. Let me see.
There's no way you don't have it ready to go. There's literally a 0% chance.
Oh, that was not the right button.
That was not the right button.
That was not the right one. Yo. I don't want to get too off track, but I actually did watch the commentary aids supercut of the Augie stream about Tipster. So yeah, I think.
How was that? Was it good?
What are your thoughts?
I mean, yeah. Well, my thought on Tipster was he's a bumbling, constantly stepping into rakes, and my belief was confirmed by that.
He's also like a liar, though. He's also like he's more evil.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, he definitely lies to get himself out of trouble, right? And post hoc changes the story, so that's very cringe.
Yeah.
But evil? We call him evil? I think desperate.
I mean, okay, I think okay. Is he evil personally? No. Is Keffels evil, and is he defending that person? Yes. So yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you're friends with someone who sends hormones to children and constantly defend them for their lolly takes, like, what do you think that person is?
Kiwi Farm Steak. Hello.
I referred to him as a concentration camp guard for a while, and I really think that's a pretty accurate description of him.
Oh, I'm in the fucking snow!
Wait, what the how did Smaggle get in here?
I don't know, dude. He hacked.
What the you let Smaggle in here?
He hacked.
No, he just spawned in front of me. What the is he doing?
Wait, he has powers?
You know, he just spawned.
Dude, he's just looking at me.
True Gaming United says George seems weak-willed. George is weak-willed.
Once I have the dirt house built and we're like safe for a couple seconds, then I'll start sharing screen and we can start reviewing.
Andrew Riggs in chat says, ask Nick if he would rather apologize for tickling allegations or moderate a Keffel's Discord.
I feel like it's a pretty easy answer. Wouldn't you immediately go for the tickling allegations?
I think I would tickle and not apologize. I can't stop tickling.
I can't stop. I can't stop.
I can't stop tickling and biting women.
On the topic of the George stuff, just to go back to my schizo theory, is I think that Amesy person is a central linchpin in all of this in terms of pushing these people to make these allegations.
I do notice, like, I mean, if she was seeing this, she'd be like, well, I'm just doing this because I support victims. But actually, does she even talk like? No, she is British. Yeah. If you look at,
she sounds more autistic, but yeah,
if you look at her replies, every single time there's like an allegation, no matter like who it is or what it is, or if it's like true or false, she's there. She's always there. She's always like there to support.
Wait, who? Which one is that?
Amesy, the girl with the beanie.
Yeah, who did she accuse?
She didn't accuse anyone. She's just like, she's always there for these things.
Oh.
Like she's always in the replies like, you're so strong. She was the one who was like spamming out like, silence is not consent, silence is not consent, silence is not, like that person.
But wait, did you find it a little bit concerning or interesting at least that there's the connection between the Wilbur allegations and the which ones? George ones, because the person said like, oh, you need to come out about this. Like the Wilbur person got involved with Katie.
Was she involved? I thought Katie just said she was like inspired or something.
I could have. Wait, did she say inspired? We can go back.
I thought she said something about just being inspired. I mean,
I thought they like directly spoke.
I mean, the thing is, you have to understand, like, not to say that this makes their stories more or less valid, but none of the girls coming out have had like big audiences. Like Katie like has no audience.
Well, no, the first girl had 1 million subs. She's
yes,
Turkey Tom worth of viewership.
But she's not averaging very many views. So these were not like big known creators. Like we had never heard of any of these people, right? But we obviously knew who Dream and George Not Found were. We had never heard of these girls. I had never heard of them. Ever. No idea who they were. Zero concept of them. And so now they're getting a lot of attention online. And to be honest, if I had to place my bets on who was guilty versus who wasn't, I would probably say Wilbur over George. Actually, I would definitely say Wilbur over George, even though, you know, I'm still open to the idea that he's innocent.
Okay, but the problem is, Tom, you're too believing of women, I'm afraid to say, Tom.
I'm too believing of women?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you mean?
We had this issue before, you and me.
That's our problem here on Ultimate Review. We usually love women too much, and that kind of like messes with our...
If what you're talking about, Chud, is the Super Mega thing where I wasn't steadfast ready to come out. I guess the thing is I'm one who likes to wait, you know, a little longer. I know you like to f around a little bit more, but I just like to wait, you know. I like to know. I like to have it dead to rights.
Really? Because according to Twitter, under your tweets about this, people say you don't seem to like to wait. It seems like you're pretty against the idea of consent.
Have they been saying that? I've been ignoring the replies.
That's what everyone's saying.
Base, dude. Let's go.
No, sure. I do see where you're coming from. Like, getting to hear the response means you can feel, you know, coherent to get the benefit of just watching the woman stream and on her.
Well, I mean, because if you take Wilbur's response, like, he's either the most innocent person ever or guilty, right? Like, these are the two options.
Well, his massive contradiction is on whether he was guilty or not.
What'd you say, Nick?
Well, so what he said is my ex-girlfriend's thoughts are valid. Well, his ex-girlfriend thinks she was abused by him.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, why would you open your response saying
that's the problem?
That. Yeah. Now, I will say he did in the second part of it.
He says I deny the abuse, but her feelings are valid. But her feelings were that she was abused. So it's like either a huge contradiction, it's a backhanded confession. I don't know what.
Well,
it
is kind of a one thing.
Indefensible.
One thing you have to understand about these communities is like, you always, if you're gonna win, you always have to like say like, feelings are always valid, people's experiences are always valid, and you also have to say like, and also
dead
support
or not.
Victims. Like that's why George ended his statement with like support victims, because if you don't say that, then you're like a piece of. If you don't say that like after every breath, so you could read it that way. But I will say like, if you feel if I felt I was being falsely accused, I would never in a million years openly say her feelings are valid. Like no, if you think you're being falsely accused, then her feelings are invalid. I think Katie's feelings are invalid. Right. As for Shubble, I don't. You know, I just feel like I need more. But for Katie, I mean, her feelings are definitely.
By that logic, then George is also guilty because he conceded to Katie in the end, right?
Well, the difference there is like I know all the specific events now, and I know outright that Katie lied about a specific detail of it, right? Which is the cuddling, right? So there, it's more cut and dry there. With Wilbur, it's like I feel like it's still up to interpretation. I don't know all the details, you know.
Well, no. What is it you think he's guilty of exactly?
What do I? Oh, you mean what does she think he's guilty of?
No, sure. You said you think Wilbur's guilty. What do you think Wilbur's guilty of exactly?
I don't think he's necessarily guilty. I said I'm open to the idea of it. And as for what that would be, I mean, I guess like repeatedly biting her after she didn't want to be bitten, and you know, going too far with that. That would be it.
Wilbur's a freak who bites people, and I don't understand why people just write. People are like, oh, Nick's real fixated on the biting. Yeah, because it's the most normal part of this. It's the most difficult to navigate. It's
well, Nick, we all know you're very vanilla in bed, okay?
Dude, that's what people are writing. They're very vanilla in bed because they don't realize this isn't a sexual thing. This guy's mother's like.
I mean,
hey,
it is sexual, but it's also.
A biter.
It's also not. It's like both.
My son's a biter. It's not on purpose or whatever. Like what? Like what? How did your son get out of the 4th grade being a biter? Like the allegation is, if it stands as is, Wilbur turned to her and said, "I'm a biter. That's who I am. I'm not changing." That is if that's even like 1% true, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. So, yeah, dude, when she says, hey, I'm starting to think that, like, this situation with Wilbur, maybe he was lying to me, right? Because he says that, like, the biting wasn't, like, it was out of his control or whatever, or it was out of love or something like that. But then I noticed he started biting harder, and in times he was hurting me, right? So, given I don't kind of believe his whole biting mechanics as described, I'm more inclined to believe that her perspective on that might be the correct one, because I can't wrap my head around someone who just bites people. I think there has to be an ulterior motive, because that's an abnormal thing that's going on.
Okay, so I think if you want to say he's a weirdo biter guy, I always said I agree with that part of it, right? It's the framing.
Yeah, I don't know if
of it
he's a
in the most
domestic
extreme
abuser.
terms. Yes,
but
exactly.
I think he's a freak.
Yeah. Sure, I can break bread with that.
Because I mean, again, like I had Blues Dan come on and call in, and he's like, "Yeah, I've seen him like walk up to friends of his at the bar and like bite them."
Wait, he said that?
Blues Dan called into my stream and
I didn't know that. What the?
Bite people in public.
What the effing?
People he knows, but people he's not dating, and it's like, well, I mean,
he bites
why
his
are all
friends?
the Minecraft YouTubers like? Apparently, all the Minecraft YouTubers knew this guy just bites people, and it was only a problem when the girl was like, "Well, I actually didn't like being bitten."
Apparently, all the Minecraft YouTubers have rabies.
Yeah, so again, I hope this guy puts out a better statement, because again, this is based off of his one horrible statement and the girl's statement, and he's been radio silent.
Do you think he will
since.
say anything?
No, I think he's going to sue her into oblivion. We're never actually going to know. But that guy's always going to be known as the weird guy who bites.
Really? You think he's going to sue her?
I mean, if he hasn't said anything yet, that all signs point to yes.
I mean, either that or he's literally just like he's just like sulking in his room.
No, these guys.
He's doing a Chugga Conroy. He's doing a Chugga Conroy, isn't he? He's just off for a
I
bit,
feel like it's possible he's just off for a while. Like, does he seem like a? I mean, does he seem like a vindictive, like strong, like let's get him type, or does it seem like I'm gonna cry in my room?
I mean, yeah, it's every UK YouTuber.
I'm gonna go bite my mom, me nan, bite me nan.
If so, okay, these British accents. Come on now. Listen, there's no Yanko. Well, I suppose you got Dream and stuff, but they just sound like kind of normal American. These people are particularly irritating British accents, aren't they? So
yeah, they are. Can you blame me, dude?
All right, I've got our thing open now. What do you guys want to hit first? Do you guys want to go back through the George thing on like 1.5 to kind of reiterate that? Who here is already seeing? Okay.
I think.
All right, you've been overruled, Tom.
I just want to see the Dream.
What do you think? Yeah, okay.
Right,
I agree.
Dream
the Dream thing. Yeah.
All right. So what the order of events was the girl puts out her stream. We reacted to this live. Me and Chud Logic just happened to be live while we were watching it, and we were all panicking. Nobody wanted to say anything.
Thank you, Ginger Coon, for becoming a member.
It was happening all in real
Thank you,
time.
Somebody, for gifting
so
a membership.
All of us were like vaguely like, yeah, that might be
Just
bad.
too weak against the white women tears. What can I say? I love them.
Who knows?
We
didn't even know.
I love white women. Favorite kind.
Yeah, the white woman's tears affected
Most beautiful
us on
thing
a
God
personal
created.
level.
Top,
So
you need to watch
following
Fully Cooley to destroy Vosh. I got Doug Walking Critical to do it. No, you can.
Or a couple
To be honest, I have no
hours
desire to
later,
watch
George
Fully
announced he'd be
Cooley.
making a stream
So Snake is
response.
calling tips for a
Now, he
Holocaust
did it a
guard. Good to
couple
mention that he
hours
supports
after,
famous
and
animal
then
lover
the
Michael
following
Vick.
day. And then after everyone was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The Katie person put out a Discord update, followed by an actual update. and that made George come out and concede. Following George's concession, we got this dream space.
How long is this?
It's 40 minutes. When we're done, we'll just go to the end when he cries.
Jesus.
I'm gonna put it on 125 to start, and we'll adjust from
You're
there.
letting people join for a minute.
Sorry, I've got something important to say, guys. You could say that this space was his nightmare.
Damn.
Can we? Who the f is this guy again? Why do we have him here? He's this loser.
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
I guess you could call Chris Tyson your worst nightmare, Mr. Beast.
More like Dream was taken and against his will.
More like Dream took his girl. Holy.
Dude, that was another thing. We're gonna talk about this at some point tonight, but somebody put out a twit longer to expose Dream for allegedly his girlfriend, and then was promptly bullied into deleting it. And that was like a solid 20 minutes of like really funny memes.
People in my chat are donating just to call Chud unfunny. That's crazy.
Well, if you want to call Chud unfunny, I'm also streaming.
Fuck
thank you,
off,
my
dude.
1,700 closest friends and family for all your contributions thus far. Let's get it going.
You guys know I will be talking. I'm just gonna wait a couple minutes for people to come in before I start speaking. This is what I'm gonna be talking about for a second, and then I have a lot to say, so this will probably be a long space. This isn't scripted or planned, so I'm sorry if I...
Yeah, we know it's not scripted. Okay, it is very obvious as we progress. This is... Dream wants everyone... he wants everyone to believe everything he does isn't calculated. I think, typically, he usually thinks, overthinks, and prepares well thought-out responses when it comes to, like, really... when his act is really on the line.
This doesn't seem like that.
But if he wanted to prove that he can do things rashly, this is a very good example of that.
Pause or stumble over my words or anything. I'm just going to be speaking from my feelings and my thoughts, and so I know every word will probably be analyzed, but just know that this is just me and my pure thoughts, and it's not. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say. First things first, I just want to, as quickly and as the very first thing I do, I want to be is.
By the way, another allegation has hit the tower. Okay.
You're
I'm
kidding.
learning about this live right now. It's not one of sexual nature, but supposedly they investigate. Are you familiar with the Quackity Union thing?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I saw this. Yeah,
So
the
Omni
French
put out a
whatever.
tweet saying the French government might potentially take action now.
That's crazy.
Because they looked it over or something, and they deemed that like they can proceed with.
Wait, but the thing I don't
whatever.
understand is I thought it was like unpaid moderators.
I don't know. I think it was work for maybe moderators, but not like channel moderators, like moderators for his other. Does he do like Minecraft still?
I think he has like a he has a
Literally
server.
just killed himself. Holy dude, you gotta try Vyvance. All right. Let's keep
True.
Say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm sorry for in any way whatsoever that I contributed to your pain. I just would like to make it clear that
Can we just
until
these guys were so confident yesterday. What changed? What
Something behind the
changed?
scenes. Something behind the scenes is
It
going
had
on.
to
but
be
we
something
can't
behind
see.
the scenes.
Something we don't know about definitely went on. But like, what the f could it be? Like, did someone
Dude, this
else?
guy's
Did
like, I didn't know her age. Here, someone had a wristband on.
okay? Could it have been
comes
like?
out and yeah.
Let's theory craft. Maybe someone else was gonna come forward and was like, unless you admit to this, I'm gonna come forward about something else. Like, is there another girl? Like, what could possibly be the reason to change the tune so quickly?
Maybe?
Because Dream has dealt with public pressure before and he didn't crack, right? Like
Yeah, and they cracked in like 24 hours. It makes no sense.
exactly. So there's got to be something we're missing. Let's just add Dream to the call.
Really?
Get Dream. Yeah, come on, Nicholas. Send him a message.
Believe me, I tried to reach out to him.
Okay.
I haven't gotten a
At first
response
he
from
sent me
him
his
in a
Reddit
bit.
response, but I haven't gotten a response either, which I get. But
Okay, if we're doing Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is just the backlash was too bad and he couldn't withstand the pressure.
But like
that's what I think.
the backlash that Dream got was people reevaluated the Nicholas Cantu thing, because you guys remember this crazy kid who was in the car and was like, I'm a statue erected in gold, you're granted sand in the Sahara Desert. People pulled a clip from that they say Dream like took out where Nicholas Cantu's like, didn't you cover the assault thing from like Tubbo or something? And people are linking that, being like, okay, so this is actually, it wasn't about Tubbo or Sapnap, it was about George Not Found. People are thinking Dream covered it up somehow, so that seems to be like maybe the impetus, but the Nicholas Cantu guy is like nuts, so I don't know why they're even taking him seriously. Like, this is like, Nicholas Cantu's a kid who was like having like a manic breakdown in the public, and his friends were like egging him on, supporting him because he was like owning the epic Dream, and then had to like leave the internet due to like mental health reasons probably. And like, this is the guy we're supposed to believe now, right? Like, someone who just had some random rumor about it. And the idea that Dream would cover up assault is also like, do you not think that in his position he would be scared to death?
There's only one person I know who would be in a situation where like someone's assaulted somebody tangentially near their own group and would just not say anything about it or cover up. Okay, and I don't think Tipster's involved in this drama.
Dude.
So. Okay, buddy.
That's number two. Number
She
two.
can do no wrong. She can do no wrong. Wait, no, okay. All right, in my defense, actually, I can't say that. That's a leak. I can't leak that. Never mind. But Matt Pitt in chat brought up a really good point. He said it could be an correction over the bracelet thing, right? Because he did kind of get the bracelet thing wrong, but then I listened back to it, and it doesn't actually. He said that someone in the group had a 21 bracelet, and that
But he showed a photo.
21, but then he said
showed
it
a
was the
photo,
girl.
and I think that people thought, oh, we're saying that's them, but it wasn't them, right?
But the thing is, even if that was wrong, it doesn't change the cuddling thing, which is the biggest thing, which is she was cuddling with him on the couch for an hour. She got up several times and then went back to cuddling with him.
All right, this is the hard part.
Like,
We're all
she
gonna
left
take
that out of her statement. She left that out of her statement.
We're all taking a hard stance on this, whether you like it or not. We're not beating around it. We're going to ask the panel. Do you think it is assault to put your hand up a girl's shirt after cuddling with her on the couch for an hour? Okay?
No. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Not touching a breast, touching somewhere between the stomach and like the rib cage, okay?
I mean, it obviously isn't. It's a standard like move you might do when you're visiting someone up, right? But I do think, and this is something that I think has been missed a bit, is there does seem to be some sort of groupie culture in the Minecraft community, just by roughly looking at it.
Do you think they're groupies? Do you think they're awkward losers who don't really know how to interact
I'm
with
starving in the game. I'm gonna die.
Well,
they're probably not.
Do you have food? I need food like now. I'm gonna die.
They're probably not groupies in like, you know, the sense of like rock bands in the 70s, you know, 14-year-olds getting by rock stars. But, you know, I just use that in the kind of loosest possible sense, in that, you know, they're people knocking about the community that got smaller channels that, you know, the older guys, the bigger guys probably feel they've got some... I don't know how to put this without sounding bad. They walk into the room, they expect to get their dick sucked. Not that extreme, but you see what I'm getting at.
I mean, the allegations, we've heard this from several different women who've said, like, you guys brag about having minors in your DMs. Smaggle, did you just punch me in Minecraft? Do you want to be employed here? Do you want to be the head mod?
Dude, Smaggle has been with me. He hurt me. Smaggle's the literal groupie that we're gonna use later, and he's fishing at us already.
But yeah, I think that, you know, if you've got like an 18-year-old who is trying to get somewhere, as long as there's no happening, I mean, they're an adult as far as I'm concerned. You know, they make their own decision. And this freshly 18 thing is so cringe.
It's my favorite new phrase. I think it's so funny.
Bro,
like when I see people write freshly 18.
It's literally that meme where the guy's like, "You sick." She was 18 years old in one day from like Law and Order, like screaming and like, dude, it's just like. I think the only reason people are saying this is because everyone involved has convinced themselves that they are in the right, and they're not talking to outside influences. Like, do you think these people have like a 35-year-old talking to them, being like, "You're"?
I'm not. I think they do now, maybe against their will, but there is a 35-year-old saying that all these people are. And I have to say, as much as people say I've been glazing for the last 24 hours, dude, after me and Tom sat in that call and we were like, what the? Seeing Destiny fire up a stream and reiterate all the same talking points that we've been saying for 2 days, literally without seeing any content, without knowing anything about the situation. Just
We didn't even tell him to cover
person.
it. Like,
Yeah, with an outside person who comes to the same conclusion, I was like, okay, all right, we're good. Okay, I'm not crazy. I haven't lost my mind. We haven't become pro overnight. Other people are saying this is crazy.
I mean, yeah, it's, you know, it's a very normal take for people that have engaged in, you know, sexual relationships and stuff to have, is that, you know, this stuff just kind of happens, and it's not, you know, the way she was crying on stream. I watched the Destiny, and yeah, like the way she's crying on stream, it's insane.
You would
It's
think
like,
he went. You would think he went gorilla mode and like ripped a hole in her pants and just like went right for the. and was like going like
Stop
ape.
saying that, Rob. You stop. Wait, who invented gorilla mode? This is the second time in 24 hours that you've said gone gorilla mode.
Well, I imagine a gorilla would be rather aggressive. Are you drawing some link to something else, Nick?
No, I'm just like, wait, is gorilla mode like a thing? Is it like a Zoomer thing? Like,
You just go gorilla mode. Sometimes you can consensually go gorilla mode too. It happens. You know. Some girls like when you go. Some girls like when you go gorilla mode.
Is that like the what was the old one? Goblin mode. I'm gonna play the clip that's got the internet screaming right now. I put this out, and I have been in the trenches fighting with teenagers for the last 24 hours on all these posts. I had people tell me that they were gonna like. Wait, hold on. Let me read this one. I got like a hilarious death threat. They said, "You're lucky. This is the only thing that happened. I will you with a knife and let that." And tell you that you're lucky it wasn't a machete or something like that, right? Like I have people sending me.
Is that like a child if you go to their account?
Let's just say the knife. They're the biggest riff from that knife, that's for sure. Anyway.
Well, no, they're all
okay.
And all these people are like, oh my god, I can't believe 2 middle-aged men are saying that this girl's trauma. I'm like, oh, okay. So you think 27 and 35 are middle-aged? Okay, because you're on a cocktail of different antidepressants. You'll yourself shortly after you turn 20 if you're not taking your medication. That's why you think that 35 is middle age, okay? Because that's probably farther than you'll ever
like
say.
you are lucky. You're
oh, I just got so sidetracked when that started playing.
Okay, but honestly, it's fine because the Twitter discourse around this has been cancer. It's been cancerous, like absolutely insane. Yeah. I saw people. Okay, so obviously, like the way that these cancellations work is when someone gets called out for something, everything they've ever done gets brought up, right? Like whether it's like genuinely a bad thing they did, or it's like this person on Twitter, what is their name? I know their name, but I can't remember it. They tweeted out being like, "Don't forget when this sick freak," referring to George Not Found, "made fun of Technoblade's passing in front of his dad by making like a sound effect." And then you watch the clip and it's like Tommy in it and him and whatever, and they're all laughing about it and clearly don't care. And so this person's first thought when they see someone in drama is like, well, let's bring up the tragic passing of this guy I did not know to police like whether or not they can joke about it. Like
Dude,
it's literally a retread of the Super Mega
He
shit.
walked up to Tommy and it's not Tommy and to Technoblade's dad and just went, dude, that's crazy. Oh shit! Oh shit!
He basically did that, and everyone on the stream was like they were laughing about it. They were fine. And like this person, like people love to get mad on the behalf of other people's suicide and death, and like for their friends and police how their friends can react to it. Like this is the same with Super Mega. You remember when Daniel died or whatever, and then Lex is like, "Oh well, they were joking about his death," and it's like it's not your place to like argue like what they can and can't do. It's not your friend; it's their friend. But this is like something people are obsessed with doing. It's sickening.
Yeah.
It's, like actually sickening. Like, and I hate to moral F over this stuff. Like it is actually sickening.
Dude,
no, you're absolutely right. It's absurd, and you see it with everyone that's come forward, even with Wilbur. Is everything comes out the closet? Like all these old clips get recontextualized as well. You probably wanted to someone here, and it's like, what are you on about? Like this clip was fine at the time, and it's all being post hoc changed.
Oh, I forgot Wilbur got accused of it too. Whatever, that didn't go anywhere, did it? It was just like a day. Everyone's like,
it got 100,000 likes. I mean,
yeah, but like I haven't heard a single piece of discussion about that.
Well, because as soon as that came out, we had a new allegation like the next day.
Well,
so
you
it's
have
all
to
just been
understand,
forgotten.
100,000 likes on Twitter. I mean, this subject is not doing gangbusters. I think I still did better last drama in terms of viewership and stuff like that. It hasn't really translated super well to YouTube. Maybe it's different for you guys, but I mean, I'm getting like normal numbers, or if anything,
I mean,
just a little bit lower.
stream viewers have been
Bigger on
good.
Twitter.
Stream viewers have been good. I've been getting like 2,500 to
VOD
3K
viewers
live.
are lower. Stream viewers have been fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's because you look like a Minecraft YouTuber, don't you?
Yes, that's why. Because they think I'm gonna be the next one on the list, so they're not getting invested.
Well, also,
No, but-
I think part of it is like this is so it's so fleeting. Like it's literally like it's like on
I'm not
Twitter.
using
Like
the shovel,
one day
fuck
we're
these
talking
guys.
about the guy who self-immolated or whatever,
Aaron
and then the next day we're talking about Sydney Sweeney's boobs. Like it's just as fast. People don't have an attention span for these things.
Yeah, it's like a discourse cycle. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
But
ADHD.
what I'm trying to
one day we're talking about the guy who self-immolated or whatever,
Aaron
and then the next day we're talking about Sydney Sweeney's boobs. Like it's just as fast. People don't have an attention span for these things.
Yeah, it's like a discourse cycle. Yeah, it's very.
No, but what I'm trying to point out is that like on Twitter though, every tweet is banging. Like every single one, dramatically more. Like we have like, I mean, I don't usually get like 10K like tweets, and I think I've had like 3 of them this week.
But there's no big videos about it.
That's the thing is I feel like most of this drama, you say 100,000 likes on Twitter, I think it's only on Twitter. Like I don't think it's really translated well to any other form of social media. Maybe TikTok, I'm not viewing it there, but I don't think these people have that much power outside of that one specific.
No, I would agree. It is kind of like a Keffel's phenomenon where the power is
where
the power
are
is
the Dream
only
Stand representation on YouTube? Who's the biggest Dream Stand channel? None. There are none.
Maybe.
There's literally Dream. So if Dream wanted to continue uploading as usual, he'd probably be fine right now on YouTube.
Yeah, you're right, but he hasn't uploaded in years anyway. So I don't know what the fuck he's
Jalen
doing.
is the one.
Oh, base,
Jalen is
dude.
the only
Jalen.
Dream Stand.
Jalen is my goat.
I can't believe Smaggles ran all the way up to me to give me a shovel because I didn't like how I was strip mining.
Yeah, Smaggle is the goat. Okay.
I think because these allegations are made so easily, they are very kind of like unsubstantial. It's like one gets made, another gets made, another gets made, and yeah, I'd forgotten about the allegation against Wilbur. But,
Yeah, you're right. Because like, I had even forgotten too. Because we immediately went to the biting thing, and that was like, the thing that she said.
No, the biting thing was first.
Yeah. But the thing that the other girl said is that he like took her clothes off without consent, and then she woke up and didn't know what happened. That's way more serious. I forgot that even happened, because this other.
Yeah.
Like I have the same brain as these people. Like just on to the next thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And
Is
obviously
people are
Wilbur didn't
writing me
respond
about the George situation. They're like, you don't understand. All right. Oh, dude, Tom, what the?
What?
I got a nice strip mine, and you're mining diagonal. What are you doing here? It's in a straight. Oh man, you are the most non-neat miner that I know. You are the worst miner in this story.
Major minor podcasting. This is it. Do we want to keep listening to the Twitter space because we kind of got pretty sidetracked?
Yeah. Actually, at first I want to play the clip. This is the clip that got everyone freaking out today since we were talking about like our take and involving the actual situation that happened with George.
Like, why are we leaking this? Like, you are lucky. You're lucky that was the only thing that
Thank
happened.
you, Bebop.
This is like, this is such a lucky lesson learned. Like, okay, I was underage, drinking. I was already pretty dumb. Probably shouldn't go back to the hotel rooms with guys alone. Some guy kind of like felt me up a little bit, but nothing happened.
Mari, who is
that? Is a
Jacob
lucky
Jones?
scenario.
I have no idea who
That's
this is.
lucky. Nothing happened. You're
Listen
good.
for me.
Like, holy, what an easy way to learn a lesson without anything insane happening.
Going
Okay,
gorilla
what the?
mode.
I assured myself that I was just being sensitive about it all, that it wasn't a big deal.
You
But
are.
sharing only can go
It's
so
not.
far. I felt dirty in a way that I couldn't wash off.
Dude, his face is so good.
Bro, where did she get the what diary was she reading? Like, oh, I felt dirty in a way that could never come. I could never be clean again. Like, who gave her this language? There's no way she's writing that. Oh, bro, come on.
Right, so people are like taking this and they're saying like, oh, Destiny is saying that it's like totally. What Destiny is basically saying here that just because she was only assaulted a little bit. Suddenly it's not bad, and we don't.
People are also saying like, oh, so she's lucky because she got assaulted by a big creator, and it didn't go further.
They're Destiny's 100% saying that she wasn't assaulted. She almost could have been assaulted if there was a room full of different people under different circumstances.
But there's not.
Yeah, so he's not like dismissing sexual. He's not saying, he's not downplaying assault. He's dismissing it.
I was
It's not. It's not.
I wasn't really woke to how performative her stream was before George's response, but now that if you watch this and you recontextualize it, given what happened and what she's crying about, it's like insane. The poetry is really crazy. Like
Yeah, dude,
literally writing a poem.
How do you even I felt dirty in a way that I couldn't be washed off.
What is that?
There are people who heard that statement thinking she got assaulted in some way.
Yeah,
shape,
no,
or
people
form.
are thinking that he went gorilla mode. That's a gorilla mode statement.
Like, what do you mean? You couldn't wash off his handprint when he tickled your stomach?
All right.
His name is Tried Logic. He knows how they think.
The other thing as well that really undermines her tears here is all of the messages after where she didn't even say anything negative really to him, you know, and even to other people she was
Even
like,
the
oh
messages
yeah,
she released looked like she'd already been talking, like she was being talked into it.
yes, that Amesy person. I'm telling you, Amesy is the, you know, the
I've had a lot of people telling me they think Amesy is like responsible for all this.
Amesy's like the Hyojin, right?
Literally.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Slazo reference.
Do you know the Slazo thing?
I'm gonna look into it at some point, but no.
Can we?
Don't worry about explaining it.
Well, no, we should give you cliff notes. I think it's actually interesting because there are parallels.
Okay, go on then.
So like
Sure.
back in the day, like the big first false allegation that like anyone on our side of the internet took note of was Slazo. Nick, this was 2018 or 19?
Yeah, it was after Pro Jared, but it was pretty early. I don't think it was the.
It was, but it was before Pro Jared came back.
Yeah, you're right.
It was before Pro Jared came back, and it was before the Bernie video about that I narrated.
Yeah.
It was like 2018 or 19. Basically, this girl came out saying that a 19-year-old commentary YouTuber named Slazo had abused her, had been a bad boyfriend, had like her. She didn't really have any evidence for it, but she had like this one DM, which was out of context, where over Discord he says, "When I get home, it's time," and so that was there. She said that he like assaulted her in a movie theater or something, in a park. Like it was all this. And eventually, people started investigating it and looking into it, and it was pretty clear that, I mean, he was a boyfriend, but that's about all you could say. There was no abuse. Also, people were saying it was grooming when they were 2 years apart in age, I believe. I think when they started dating, he was 17, she was 15. When they finished, he was 18, she was 16, I believe, were the ages. Although my memory is kind of foggy. And sort of one of the people behind all of this was Pyrocynical's ex-girlfriend, Hyojin, who was basically like just pushing allegations and talking to the girl and trying to get her to come out against Slazo and writing a lot of the statements. And we later found out way later, which is really funny, that all of that was basically projection from her because she had personally hit her boyfriend and then she left the internet after that, which is really funny.
That was, oh god,
that was such a like giga when that happened.
Yeah.
Like holy
also,
shit.
she kind of pulled the James Somerton too.
Yeah, she said she was gonna. Yeah.
All right. So here's what happened with that. She said that she was gonna kill herself on Twitter.
This was
So
during
one
the
of her
Slazo
friends-
stuff, during the
Yeah.
the peak of it, when my
And
videos were
obviously,
popping off.
17-year-old Turkey Tom calls me in a panic, going, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" No, but what happened was.
I think
so
I might have been
so her-
16. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, there were two people. One was her close friend. One was her boyfriend. The close friend is like, I just saw her. She's in critical condition. I don't know if she's gonna make it. And the other guy's like, yeah, I just saw her. She's totally fine. They got her in time before anything happened. So we never will know what happened in that situation, but we've gotten mixed reports depending on of how severe that situation actually was.
We literally have no idea. Yeah.
We have no idea.
But at the time, though, I unlisted my videos because she was like, I'm getting harassed, whatever. I regret doing that looking back, but you know, I was in high school. It was a different time. I was scared. I was scared to have like a body on my record. I was like, you know, paranoid.
Now, if anything, I welcome it personally.
It's like a badge of honor.
Did you fall, dude?
I lived.
Is there water down there?
Yes, there was one little block of water, bro.
I'm kind of nervous because I want to go down there, but I can't tell where the water is.
I don't know how to get back up, and I'm like gonna die.
Can we? Sorry, can we listen to the call?
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Hold on.
All right.
It growled at me. Wait, so
Chud, how are you doing, buddy?
I might get my computer's. I remember one of my drivers. I can't pay. So, sorry guys.
All right, well, you can be in the call. That's fine.
Okay, what the fuck? Oh, damn it!
How are you doing otherwise? Have you been going gorilla mode?
Yeah, no, I can't really complain, to be honest with you. Yeah, things are going good. Obviously, lots of on the card, so that's always good. Just doing the thing. You know how it is. You know how it goes.
I do.
I'm so mad.
Nick, are you going gorilla mode these days, or are you more of a primate type
Wait,
guy?
what did you just call me?
It's just cause it's not because you're Italian, dude. It's not like that.
Wait, what did you call me, dude?
I said,
like you said
I said, are you going gorilla mode?
Oh.
What did you think I said?
I don't know, man. I heard it sounded like you said something.
Oh my god.
Did you think I just called you the N-word point blank?
Yeah, dude. That sounded like it. I mean, you've been known to do that. That's what I've heard about you on social media.
Okay, well.
I've read a lot of things.
That's just true. That's just.
I appreciate after being cancelled, you playing the N-word now, not the full thing.
We're not
So-
playing
I heard-
Fortnite, so.
No, but I heard he did like a hate crime against a guy named D'Angelo Wallace.
That's
What
true.
is the lore behind that one?
He was walking in Chicago
Every
alone
time
at
we
night
get
getting
drunk-
bagels, and I went gorilla mode.
Dude, every day I'm like, hey, how you doing, Tom? Or whatever on Twitter, and then someone's like, do you know that he called D'Angelo Wallace the N-word? And I'm just like, that's not even close to what happened, but then I write, yeah, and?
That should be in my Wikipedia or something. Or Wikitubia.
Your Wikitubia. Yeah.
Put that at the top.
All right. Let's get this thing back going. I want to hear Dream. Dream in his very measured response. Wait, James Somerton, a measured response.
3 days ago, whenever this first happened, I had no idea whatsoever that anything sexual took place in any way
Tom,
whatsoever.
can you teleport me where we are? I don't know where we are.
Yeah.
I had no idea of Katie's discomfort or anything at all until her original statement. I want to try and give some perspective for myself and on everything. I just want to make it clear that I'm not speaking for George. I'm not speaking about George either. I know he said in his tweet that he has more to say, and I don't know what that's going to be. I just want to
pause.
Okay, he knows what it's going to be. He knows what it's going to be.
Lives with him.
Yeah.
They had a conversation. What happened is he made his statement, and Dream made his statement, and then they saw the they were getting, and then for some reason, maybe Amesy talked to them. I don't know. But they had some kind of conversation that changed everything. Like some piece of information changed everything that we don't know. We're not privy to. We might not know about. Like something weird happened. I don't know what it could possibly be, but like to flip in 24 hours from Dream writing one of his classic long Reddit posts about it to apologizing. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And it's he was being so tactical. He went to Dream was taken to answer this, and then all of a sudden he's like, I gotta go on my main Twitter, guys.
Strange.
About my own thoughts, my own experience, in order to give perspective to things. I think that discussions like this are important to have, because understanding is very important.
He's doing the
in
PR
preventing
thing, dude. With the
anything remotely
understanding
like
is
this,
important. He's in
from happening to anyone.
he's in 2019 Dream mode. Understanding is important. Conversations are important. Like, okay, dude, just what is it with the 3 minutes of fluff? Yeah, understanding is important. Next, you're gonna tell me bad.
You say 3 minutes of fluff, but we're on 2x, so this is like a
6
eternity.
minutes.
Yeah.
Great. And why is Belle Delphine in the call?
Oh, she was there the whole time, dude. She was looking for the kid.
Belle Delphine is rubbing her hands together, watching all these mainstream
Do you remember
celebs
the
get
time?
owned.
Do you remember the time that she DM'd Augie randomly a picture of her licking her monitor while he was on the screen?
Yeah, one time he had a debate with like and she messaged him and was like, "Great debate, you did a really good job." I remember talking to, God rest his soul, Too Mad about this, and he was like saying that when he was doing the photo shoot with her or whatever, he like picked her up and threw her on her bed and she giggled, and her boyfriend was like mad as at that.
Really?
Like really pissed off.
Oh.
Her boyfriend took the pictures of them on the bed, dude.
Bro. Jesus Christ.
Her boyfriend was facing the BBC allegations that day.
Well, I don't know if Two Man's got a BBC. He's a big lad, isn't he? So it's probably a bit on the small side.
Well, I hear it shrinks after your post.
I almost said something crazy. I thought fat guys had big dicks. I thought this was a meme.
Okay.
Do they
well,
not?
if that's true.
I thought fat, individuals.
It might just be an Italian.
I thought they could lay pipe. I thought they could go gorilla mode. You know.
Okay.
What is this place? Did they do a new cave thing?
Yeah, the cave update.
All right. Well, he gets really dark and scary. I don't like it.
In the future. And so nothing that I say is to invalidate anything. Nothing that I say is to argue with anything. Anything I say is purely 100% just to show my perspective and show.
You already showed your
find
perspective.
Understanding with Katie, with anyone who wants to understand me as a human being, as a person.
Dude,
I'm a reasonable
what?
Person
I'm an original person.
I think that I'm a good person. I think that I
think I'm a good person.
To do good.
I think I'm a good person. Words that when I'm a good person, I say I'm a good
feel
person.
Necessary to explain my perspective as a person. This will probably be emotional, so I'm sorry for that as well. We'll talk a little bit about sensitive topics, so if that's sensitive to you, just beware, I guess. So yeah, I want to go back to what I said before, which is obviously I had no idea about anything sexual taking place. I just want to give perspective on for my interactions at all with them. So Katie and Ghosty, I met through just a friend of mine, and everyone was hanging out. They were all hanging out. Just to be honest, this was a very long time ago, so not everything will be perfect in terms of what I exactly remember. I actually don't remember my first ever interactions with them. I think it was at a house party, if I remember correctly. Everyone was just drinking and having fun. And I hadn't actually been out much around VidCon because I was wearing the mask, so I hadn't really been out much around there. I think
Vaxxed?
Everyone was just having a good time, and that was it. My perspective from on them still up until still to now is that they were great people. They were very nice and very friendly, and very fun to be around.
Hey, time out, guys. Do you know what a warden is?
Yeah, it's like a boss in the cave you don't want to fight is going to murder you.
I think I see it.
I think you should stay the f away from it because it's going to like actually own you.
I kind of have a problem.
It can make it can make the floor move, Nick.
Yeah, I think it's doing that, but I have water here.
I think you should leave.
Okay, yeah.
The skeleton ended up getting you. Damn. Eugenia, shout out. Respect.
It's time to get ripped, Eugenia.
And that didn't change. When I say I knew...
Get around
nothing,
Mascator.
I had no idea that anything sexual happened. I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. So someone mentioned about me, there was some screenshot that in Katie's post, in her second post, regarding ages. And I wasn't really concerned with anybody's ages because nothing, from my perspective, nothing was happening at all. Everyone was just, playing games and having fun. Just to give some insight into drinking, because people mentioned underage
By the way,
drinking.
does that not sound horrible? Like, is that not the worst way to word that? Guys, I wasn't concerned with age. Everyone was having fun. What?
Well, I mean, everyone would...
They seem mature for their age. Like honestly.
How are the kids? Yeah, but that's what it sounds like. The kid. How are the Minecraft kids gonna interpret that? Like what Tom just said, or what Chud's thinking?
Katie knew what the unit circle was in pre-calc. Like she was out there. Like she's a genius, dude. She knew advanced trig.
Her mom said she was very smart for her age.
She had a TI-84 that you can graph on and you can store Doom on it, so she clearly was.
She was able to install Super Mario Brothers on her TI-84.
So she did it herself. So clearly, just like we were all having fun.
Motherfucker!
I think you should say
story
these girls
shit
showed
out
up
of my
drunk to my
fucking
apartment,
game,
so I think it's
bro.
that you think that I should ID them and expect it, or expect them to be anywhere below the age of 21.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, is it's the Minecraft tax, isn't it? But you came up with that, Nicholas, right? That's a banging term.
Minecraft tax. Thank you.
Spot on. Exactly right for what this is. Is it worth it though, with all this you got to do?
If you can get out without being deemed you're probably set for life after 3 years of employment.
Yeah, I mean,
everything's.
I mean, the question is like, is $20 million worth it? I mean, maybe. Maybe.
What is this forbidden Chud stream that Queeman is? Is he doing a stream on Chud right now?
Base.
That would be crazy. I think I'm freezing right now. I'm trying to unpause, but I'm literally freezing.
I think I've always wondered like how real are these guys compared to their public persona, because
these guys all talk about privately like, yo, I can fuck every single girl in my DMs.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's definitely like a very there's a very like interesting public image they cultivate of like family friendly, and it's kind of it's what you have to do to get as big as they are, right? It's what you have to do.
They're the closest thing to a red pillar that a nerd can be. They're red blocked.
Well, speaking of Queeman, he always says about these Minecrafters, you've got to be like a sexless eunuch, and that's the only way that you can survive. Like no sexualization ever.
Yeah, like Dream was literally like people were like calling him out saying he was like thirst trapping because he was posting pictures of himself just like sitting on a couch. People were like, that's thirst trapping. His chin is out. It's like his chin is always out. He can't put it away. Like he's been mewing since day one. Like he can't put it away.
What does mewing mean? I feel like I shouldn't ask. What is mewing?
The fact mewing is mainstream is so funny because mewing is something that me and like Bedhead Bernie were talking about in like 2016. It's like an incel thing where they believe that if you press your tongue to the roof of your mouth enough and like jet out your jaw, you can strengthen your jawline, which will then make you like in the optimal position to get, because women only like you if you have like predator eyes, strong jawline, 6'4" or whatever. So they would say you need to
go gorilla mode.
Girls do like when you go gorilla mode on Phonem Grave. They do like that. So yeah.
People in chat are saying it works, dude.
A lot of my chatters know that going gorilla mode works. Several chatters have experienced turkey mode.
Turkey mode? What is that?
It's when you use the gobbler.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. All right, let's keep going.
Anybody's ages, because nothing from my perspective, nothing was happening at all. It was everyone was just playing games and having fun, and just to give some insight into drinking, because people mentioned underage drinking. Almost everyone that was there was 21 or older. Obviously, Ghosty was nearly 21, and Katie was, not, obviously. But just to give insight into that, I don't know what the morally correct thing is to do with alcohol in terms of everybody. Obviously, I think at conventions it's pretty commonplace for people that creators that are 18, 19, 20, whatever age, to drink, I guess. I've never.
Okay. So
he's really not
we're
helping
playing a
himself
game
out
of-
here.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing. He's right.
He's right, but people aren't ready to hear that. Especially the 5-year-olds in his audience who think you
Sean,
don't drink
how
until you're
many minors
25.
Did you drink with at TwitchCon?
None whatsoever.
No one under the age of 21. You weren't in the room with them drinking at all.
Under 21, no, not at all.
Is that just a VidCon thing?
Well, the thing is, if he was in England, aren't they all 14 when they drink?
No, he went to. Remember
He's
when
in
he got
fucking
harassed
San
by a
Diego.
guy on the street when he was IRL streaming? You don't remember the clip?
I remember the clip. Well, what I will say is that before I was 21, unrelated to YouTube stuff, I wasn't drinking at all. I never touched a drop of alcohol. I didn't even know what alcohol was until I turned 21.
Tom got drunk literally at one of the parties I was at.
Yeah.
Or not even party. You were just at.
We were
the
in
fucking hotel.
in my Airbnb. I was drinking with a bunch of.
Oh, we almost got you thrown out of your Airbnb because you invited us over to drink.
Yeah, because I had it. Yeah, true. But also at another time, I was at someone's Airbnb, and people got very mad at me because apparently there was a no parties rule or something, and I was staying with a bunch of people who were introverted and didn't like partying. So when they were gone, I immediately invited 50 people over, and we were all drinking when I was 19. And apparently that's the biggest thing in the world to these people. When obviously people who are not 21 have means of securing alcohol and drinking, and they want to do it. I'm not saying that you should be explicitly inviting 18-year-olds. Hey man, if you're 18, I'll give you alcohol. But it just kind of happens.
Well, the other thing, there is stuff that I would definitely disavow that happens at VidCon, and the one that everyone knows about that I'll use as an example was Aiden likes to tell the story. I think it was 2 years before I went, so it was this VidCon 20.
Okay, Aiden, in fairness, Aiden was 6 feet tall when he was 12, and he just walks into parties.
Passed Aiden a blunt.
They probably didn't know. They
15.
They probably didn't know.
Well, they probably didn't know, or they were high or drunk or something. But yeah, I mean that definitely did happen. They passed Aiden a blunt when he was 15 years old.
That's probably bad, but I don't know.
Actually, there's a famous picture of Pyro Cynical kissing Hyojin, and
with
you can see
Aiden in the background.
Stalker posting in the background. Have you ever seen that picture?
That picture is so fun. That was years ago when Aiden was
It's just
15.
6 foot Aiden staring them down as they.
Goddamn
kiss
contact.
He literally looks like he's about to go
Shit.
gorilla. He's stalking them like a silverback at the zoo. He's stalking his prey.
Go to sleep, ho.
Right, because Piracy did the
Posting in the background. Have
that
you ever
was
seen that picture?
that picture is so fun. That was like years ago when Aiden was like
It's just
15.
6'8" and staring them down as
Fuck,
they kiss
this
in public.
He literally looks like he's about to go gorilla.
He looks
Jesus Christ. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. That's all, folks.
He's stalking them like a to-go gorilla. Aiden was like
It's just
15.
6'8" Aiden staring them down as they kiss in public.
He literally looks like he's about to go gorilla.
He looks-
He's stalking them like a silverback at the zoo. He's stalking his prey because Pyrocynical is like the beta in the gorilla hierarchy, and Aiden is like the alpha silverback. He's gonna steal her.
Yeah, he screams.
Oh! I fell.
Oh, you're. Oh, where are you?
I don't know, but I think the warden's here.
See my diamond. Tell him I said hi.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
Seen or been around anyone at a party that has gone up to a 17-year-old, or not 17, an 18-year-old or 19-year-old or anybody and been like, hey, put that on.
Come on, bro. Do you hear the Freudian slip right there? That's like, dude, why didn't you script this?
I've never seen or been around anyone at a party that has gone up to a 17-year-old or not 17, an 18-year-old or 19-year-old or anybody and been like, hey, put that alcohol down.
Wait.
You shouldn't be drinking.
So when he says he's never seen anyone walk up to an 18 or 19-year-old and say, hey, you shouldn't be drinking, but then he goes, oh, wait, not a 17-year-old. Is that uncharitably, my question would be, does that mean he has seen like that happen with 17-year-olds? Like, is that what he's saying?
That's a good question.
No, it's not. That was a horrible question. That's stupid as but thank you for humoring me.
I thought it was good.
Especially not if they're already drunk or they're just around 20 other of their friends. So I just genuinely, I don't know if that's incorrect of me or that's something that, if that's something that I need to, in the future, be, more cautious of, because that's not something that I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking at all about, oh, this person is 20 years old and they're drinking alcohol. They shouldn't be doing that. I didn't have that perspective. I understand some people do.
The word perspective is so awesome. They love to use words like perspective,
for
accountability.
Not thinking about that. From my perspective of that night, I wasn't trying to, hook up with anybody. I wasn't trying to talk to anybody in any way.
Why even say things like that? Why even say hook up with anybody? There was never even an allegation that Dream was someone there. So why is this like?
It's because he didn't know the night had a sexual connotation. He didn't know that anyone was preying on these young, impressionable 18-year-olds.
These young, impressionable
he just thought they were
adults.
playing games together and having fun. He didn't know that someone had sinister ideas about how they would manipulate. What? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say. So this sounds like a pure 100% self-preservation move from Dream, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's what this is.
I think honestly, what may have happened is like he may have had a conversation with George, where George was like, "Look, mate, I'm getting in a lot of controversy right now. I wouldn't want it to hurt your career. Maybe you should make a statement and throw me under the bus. That kind of meme."
Yeah. Obviously, have never claimed anything otherwise, and they were drunk, before they came. So I didn't have any problem with anybody drinking. I didn't try and intervene in anything whatsoever. And from my perspective, I had no problem with anybody at all. And so I wasn't just, that's just to give perspective on the fact that I wasn't worried about people's ages, because I wasn't thinking about anything other than we're having fun. It's VidCon. We're just all, everyone's drinking, everyone's just having fun and playing games, and that's it.
Now, of course, this is in stark contrast to how Bo Black's approaches VidCon. Okay, when he's at VidCon, he's trying to slim in any direction. Okay, that's how he's thinking.
The Bo Black's allegations are crazy.
Dude, do you remember when Bo Black's whipped out his toes?
Unfortunately, I remember the smell because he's constantly whipping out his toes. Anywhere he gets, that he thinks is like
He's
fucking,
like Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
He's always got to take him out. Yeah, he can only feel comfortable when his toes are out for everyone to smell. This is a true allegation. Okay, I have smelled Bo Black's feet against my will.
Oh my god, really? Jesus Christ, man.
Bo Black's literally went gorilla mode with
Gather.
the feet.
Are you chill? What the fuck? God, stop.
Gorillas always have their feet out. Have you noticed?
Later on, whenever after that night, I stayed in contact with Katie and Ghosty And
Bro, isn't it funny that the guy's
I
name is
genuinely thought
Ghosty?
they were really cool people. I thought that they were fun to.
Isn't Ghosty like a? I thought Ghosty
Probably.
was a woman.
Well, yeah, but the person's name is Ghosty, and Ghosty just happens to also be the name of the person from the commentary community. I say that very loosely, by the way, who lied about his dead mother.
Oh, I forgot about Ghosty. I forgot that was even
Yeah,
a
he
name.
lied saying his mother died for sympathy.
Based.
And then had to concede that his mother was, in fact, still alive.
I think that was cool.
That was one of the craziest.
I prefer to say he got cancer, personally. I think that's a better life for sympathy.
Yeah, I mean, then you,
Save your
like,
head.
you can
I've got
solicit
cancer.
donations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hang out in the future, as friends, obviously, and none of those conversations were, with George or anything involving George. And again, I'm not here to speak about George or for George. This is completely independent of that. This is just purely for perspective. I had no idea. Again, I'm gonna be repeating myself a lot, but I had absolutely no idea of any
Black's getting
uncomfortableness in
sugar-coated.
this until many months later. And even then, what had happened was Harry
That's
made.
the other thing. I didn't know that there was any allegation until many months later. Did George just find out that he allegedly assaulted somebody yesterday? Like, are we supposed to believe he just figured it out?
The thing he said in his video was that he had never heard there was anything uncomfortable until he saw Katie's stream, and then he watched it, and he was like, oh, what's this about? Who's this about? And then slowly
But
he
then why
realized
did
it was
Dream
about him.
say till many months later just now? Did Dream not inform him that some people were feeling
Maybe when he said
uncomfortable?
many months later, they mean like yesterday.
I mean, the other thing I think we've not really got to is Katie's response. Was there something in Katie's response that triggered Dream to say this, except for the 21-year-old wristband thing?
Well, Katie's response had she was saying she never had a wristband. It was someone else that they confused as her, right?
Yeah, the wristband thing was a up. They shouldn't have mentioned.
But
that.
I feel like he should have just left that out entirely because it doesn't really matter because she was 18.
Well, no,
Yeah,
it doesn't
no,
matter
but it
to
does
us.
matter.
But to them it matters. To the fucking
No, it matters to
Minecraft
me. If I found out that she was going around to 21 plus parties all weekend, and now we're supposed to just oh no, I wasn't 21.
Right.
How could he have known? Well,
I
she's
agree, but
lying
I
her age all weekend long. Then at what point would I be like, oh, okay, I don't know.
I agree, but I feel like they had the slam dunk anyway with the fact that she was cuddling with him all night, which she never said in the initial statement she made. She never said they were cuddling.
Average, this is something that people know about, but Average Harry made a tweet in my replies saying, I don't have it, but saying something along the lines of that, I implying that I somehow misused alcohol and an 18-year-old it's something like I invited an 18-year-old to my hotel room to drink. At the time, that was about Katie. And of course, when it first was tweeted, I was like, what is happening? What is this? Of course, what is this about? But then I thought about it, and I realized, oh wait, this is probably about Katie. And I was like, wow, it's nothing like that. That implication is terrible. I didn't really invite her. She was like a +1 for one of my friends. +1, and it was not. I was like, it wasn't. I don't think they would think that it's nefarious at all, right? And so I reached out to when that happened. I reached out to everyone, and I was again at that point. I had no impression whatsoever of any sexual thing happening, anything, any problem, anyone having anything, nothing. I had no idea. I thought that he was implying that I did something wrong with Katie, and so I messaged Katie, I messaged Ghosty, I messaged everyone else that was there, pretty much, and was like, what is happening? What is this? What is this about? Essentially, and
did someone die by a waterfall? I found a bunch of
I had a conversation
stuff.
with
Me.
Katie.
Okay.
Are you in the floor?
Yeah, I can. Well, no. Somewhere else, just away from all the. Oh. No.
And also other people, and essentially, my perspective was my thought process was, this guy hates me, or the UK people in the UK, or
That's
this creator group.
Actually the funniest. I was gonna say it's the worst part, but it's really the funniest. Where after talking so much about the UK people, in this confession, he has to concede all the yardage he just tried to get yesterday, and he's like,
yes,
well, I just the UK people, they were riding me for a while, but I guess their feelings were valid.
Yeah, absolutely. He tried to make like a power play against them. Like I'm telling you, the Thrones made some power play. It didn't pan out for some reason, and now he's got to be like a tail between his.
I mean, the thing is, like, I think if they had stuck it out, I think it would have played out like pretty decently. Like if they had just stuck with their story, which was the true story, I think they would have been fine. For some reason, though, they decided to cower, and I don't know why. I still don't understand this. Like they were okay from George's response. I think anybody who's reasonable and is not in the cancer Minecraft community would have assumed like nothing bad happened.
The tide was turning. Even people within the Minecraft community were coming more on George's side, and you know.
Yeah, like Stan accounts. Stan accounts were like, "Why was Katie there?"
Yeah.
I mean, the whole subreddit, Dream was taken too, was pro. I mean, they're still kind of pro George. They've flipped a lot ever since Twitter started being nicer again a little bit. But I mean, I'm not pro George. George, dude, that guy sucks.
I mean, he sucks. He sucks now. But I didn't think he sucked. I thought he was fine.
I think he needs to go down. I don't care, dude.
I tell you what, you guys would be lawyers in the Jim Crow selling blacks down the river, right? Because you wouldn't stand to your principles of defending someone when they think they're guilty, even though they're not.
No, it's not even that they think they're guilty. I'm disgusted that they would even concede. Like, I don't think he thinks he's guilty. I think he's trying to. I think he's submitting to the mob.
No, clearly that's what's happening.
If you want to bring it into that, all right, I think he's doing the jogger thing that Destiny and Vosh were debating on. And when Vosh said submit to the mob, I think George was listening.
Because the irrational position is the one that came after. The irrational one was on George's stream where he laid it all out. The irrational one is, now that I've seen Katie's perspective, it's all changed. Katie's perspective, like, she had to backtrack. She had to reveal the fact that she lied by omission about the cuddling thing, which is a game changer. Like, the initial story she told was she was just sitting on the couch playing games on her phone, and he starts touching her. So she starts trying to distract herself with being on her phone. He keeps going. He puts his hand up her shirt. And then it turned out she was cuddling with him for an hour, which changes literally everything.
No, absolutely. Correct. I mean, it was, like, completely absurd, like, the amount she had to walk back on. She had to, like, almost completely change her story to, well, no, actually, I was there, but I didn't want to get up because I was worried I might get more or less, right? Like, it's absurd.
Everything around her story had to change. And they would have been, like, literally all the people they hate probably would have been destroyed within a matter of a week if they had just stuck it out and stuck with their story, which was true. Their story was real. It was valid. They had screenshots for it. Katie had to admit to it. She had to kowtow. And so, like, literally all they could have done is stuck it out, and people would have quickly realized how these people were, but instead they decided to bow down because...
Everything changed
I don't know.
when the Child Nation attacked.
Literally, dude. I think they all got vaccinated last night, and just everything fell apart.
They took the vaccination.
You can't help these people. Like, it's literally over. Like,
no,
I don't want to. It's not that I can't. I don't want to help these people.
I wanted to. I wanted to a little bit.
I wanted to. Yeah. When I read Wilbur's first statement, when he was like conceding and then also denying, I was like, all right, there's no way I can help that guy. And then I saw George. I'm like, I guess we. Oh my god, what did I just step on? Okay. When I saw George, I'm like, I guess we could try to like work this one. This seems pretty like doable. And then I'm reading this, and I'm like, okay. And then he puts out a statement. It's like, okay, that guy's not salvageable anymore. There's nothing I can do to help them.
They gave in.
Yeah, you can only stand up for someone else so much. Like, people have to stand up for themselves in these situations.
Yeah, I'm still fighting this argument because I'm defending my arguments I've made in the last 48 hours.
Yeah,
right? Like,
it's not about them anymore.
It's not about them at all. No.
You reap what you fucking sow.
I think you have a principle of what you believe about evidence, etc. But if someone's not going to stand up for themselves, there comes a point where it's like, well, I can hold you up. Like, good luck to you. Right?
I think honestly, they realize that admitting it or like bowing down would make it go away faster, and that was it. And because they just want to move on with their, they just want to move on with their career.
Yeah, and also that plays well. I'm taking accountability, guys. Right, that's what.
It's like, but the thing they think you're taking accountability for is assault. If you found out your friend was assaulting girls all the time, you wouldn't want to be friends with that guy anymore, right? Like, obviously, you wouldn't want to do content with him. You wouldn't want to be around him.
That's why Augie's not around anymore.
Okay, dude. Base. But
assault with this Augie.
Yeah, true. Bolak's gonna keep his feet away from him. With gorilla mode.
Oh my god, dude.
Gorilla after hours.
Still, like the grooming allegations that were going on at the time, and so my perspective, these people don't like me because of this, and therefore he's trying to make something.
Can somebody send me that? Tweet that at me. One of the Twitter freaks are asking their followers to brigade community notes for pointing out an 18-year-old grooming an 18-year-old is nonsensical. Please, can you find that tweet? I want to harass. I mean, I want to be.
Yo.
I want to be.
I want to go gorilla mode on them.
Yeah.
Hanging out with Moonzy Cat. You're talking about the Moonzy Cat allegation. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
That girl's crazy.
Okay.
The girl's nuts.
Yeah, I've not read it in detail.
Like in unison. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, the number 3 is you asked people not to say 3. Just say 3 if you didn't think it was assault, right? Can we get 3 gorilla emojis in a row, guys, please?
No, I'm sorry to break it to you, but this is the kick drama. Basically, some of the kick streamers are saying, put 3 in chat if you want the woman on screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Flamenco. Thank you, Flamenco. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't understand that. What the?
Yeah, exactly.
That was the joke. That was the joke, Sean.
I didn't.
Obviously, Tom didn't understand, did he? You moron.
Wait, you didn't know Tom?
No.
Oh. Okay, never mind. You're good.
Wait, so gorilla mode is an actual thing? I'm not the originator.
The gorillas were not associated.
But the 3.
We added the gorillas.
The 3. I'm now getting like 7 gorillas in chat. What happens to you if you get gorilla moded to level 7? Like if you're level 7 gorilla and you get your claws in someone, what happens?
Torn to shreds. Let's put it that way. If you want to know.
Blown out disorder.
Yeah, drop lasagna. Yeah.
Lasagna, dude. It's lasagna.
How will this affect Tipster's legacy?
Oh my god. Right, no more flamenco references, no more tipster references from you, please. Think of it, okay? I'm sick of it.
So then I'm operating under that assumption. I'm reaching out to people to talk about it. At the time, Katie's reply to me, I found odd. And I mentioned that to Ghosty and also to another person that was there.
I'm going to go gorilla mode and all the skeletons in this game.
To me is,
Holy
she implied that what he was saying wasn't true, but also didn't say, hey, you did nothing wrong, or wasn't being super overly friendly when this happened. Of course, everyone that I talked to at the time speculated that was because the group doesn't particularly like me. It wasn't necessarily, there was no implication of any sexual wrongdoing. There was no implication of George having done anything. There was nothing at all. And obviously, in hindsight now, knowing what I know, I'm under the assumption now that was because people didn't want to share her feelings, and she wasn't ready yet to share her feelings.
She wasn't
which means
ready.
But she wasn't convinced yet that she was abused.
Yeah, this is such cope, man. The messages at the time where she was like, oh yeah, it was a bit whatever, it was clear she wasn't that bothered about it, right? And this Namesy freak, I'm sure of it. Yes lighted her into making these.
You're really on the you're really on the TAD shit. You hate Amesy, huh?
Well, why wouldn't I?
Well, the thing is, I don't know that she's the one.
Okay, I think she's a linchpin, but I think there's others as well.
What?
I think, bro, come on,
I'm sorry.
dude, come on now. I don't even mean it like that, dude.
I think she's sort of a baby silverback.
What the fuck does that mean?
Sorry, Chuck, please continue your point.
No, it's very, she is the linchpin because she is the one at the center of it amongst all of those creators, and she was talking, bear in mind, I'm pretty sure this is between her and Katie before, where Katie was going like, oh, it was a bit weird or something like that, right? So I can only imagine what happened from there, and I guarantee that she was putting whispering in her ear how bad it was and shit like that. Obviously I can't prove it, but I think that's what happened. I mean, have you seen her? She jumps on every allegation. Like, she is the one. And every post.
She is always
validating
there.
it. Yeah, right?
She is
it's crazy.
Yes.
And she's ugly, too.
She's sort of the reverse Ghislaine.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
She's always there.
I had no...
She's trying to take over the seas, the Terramar project.
No idea at all. I had no implication of that at all. And so I was under the impression, she responded weirdly to me about this. She's probably feeling pressure to from her friends that don't like me, to not talk to me. Essentially, is what I was thinking. And I shared that thought with Ghosty. I said to Ghosty, I said, oh, I don't know why she responded. It's because that. And Ghosty was like, yeah, Ghosty, of course, nothing, Ghosty said then matters to how she feels, how she thinks or feels now, and doesn't impact, Katie's experience whatsoever. It's not. Again, everything I'm saying is for pure perspective. That's it. It's from my perspective, as a human being and as a person.
As a human
to bring
being.
understanding
to bring understanding.
How brave. Yeah, how brave.
I hate the phrasing around this. To bring understanding, perspective, accountability.
That's how you know he's talking in like Minecraft politics.
That's how you know he's talking to children. Wait.
Bazinga.
Situation. So when that happened, of course, I reached out to everybody, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. And this was the first time ever that there was any mention of any problem.
Someone just said this in the chat, but could you imagine the games they were playing was John Swan's fully finished Minecraft sex mod? And they were all just sitting around playing the Minecraft sex mod with each other.
If you guys are wondering where John went, that's where he is. He got hired by the Dream Team. He lives at the house now with puns.
Officially working for Microsoft to make the Minecraft sex mod from Dream's basement. That was his punishment.
And,
reward.
That I knew of whatsoever from my perspective. When talking to somebody that was there, this was the first time ever that somebody mentioned ages. And they mentioned that they said, "Oh, well, I'm not sure what any of this is about, but maybe Harry's saying that because George is 26 or whatever, and Katie's 18, or Katie was 18." And I was like, "Whoa, like what?" I replied, I was like, "What did?" But nothing, like nothing happened, right? Like nothing. There was nothing that happened. And of course, they replied, "Like, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what." They were probably just, whatever. And of course, still at that point, there was no mention.
Yeah, I
of,
lost a bet.
Like assault. There was no mention of any uncomfortability, anything at all.
What's been mentioned is like, and not even awkward at the time, something that retrospectively was somewhat awkward. That is clearly not assault. Clearly not.
Wait, do you think who's that person that you keep saying you think is the kingpin?
Amesy.
You know if Amesy was there?
No, she was not.
When she wasn't in the room, but Amesy mentioned that Katie passed her in the lobby, and Amesy is now saying that she was a bit worried about her because she was drunk, so she claims now.
So, like, is Amesy by any chance I'm trying to find out, because I don't know who this is, and I feel like this is the main thing that we need to be figuring out, is who the is the person that was supplying this girl alcohol all weekend, getting her drunk, sending her off to, like, famous YouTubers' hotel rooms and leaving her there until the wee hours, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Because I want to know, because those people are probably the ones I would like to ask questions to.
Those are names we'll never get now. We only would have gotten those.
We are not allowed to know who is like deploying this minor into like famous YouTube hotel room.
The only way we would have gotten those names is if the allegations had panned out differently. Like if George stuck to his story, then the question would have been that, and then maybe eventually one of Katie's friends would have buckled and would have told the story. Now we're never getting it.
Yeah. Because I mean that's the big one, right? Like it's one thing to like, I mean you hear stories like this all the time, like oh I went out with my friend and then she ran off with a guy or something and left me there or whatever, and I didn't know any of these people. But like this is an 18-year-old girl, right? If they're gonna weaponize it, I'll weaponize it back. There's an 18-year-old girl who's in a strange place she doesn't know. She's in Anaheim, California. Okay, Chud Logic almost got beaten on the streets because he was IRL streaming, and someone started. I mean, it's a dangerous neighborhood. Okay, Disneyland's over there, and you know like all of the hardest gangsters go to. Yeah, Disneyland is in that area.
Let's just say there's a lot of crack addicts, race non-disclosed.
Well,
lots
that's
of crack
the thing.
addicts flirting about.
I mean, it's LA, bro. There's a homeless guy on every corner. It's the only place like New York that it made me feel like home. You know,
it's crawling with silverbacks. Literally, the Anaheim Zoo is crazy.
Well, sorry, just to say as well, you're talking about getting accosted. Every single person that accosted me in LA was a certain race, but I don't want to dwell on it too much. But that is just factual. I'm just speaking facts right now.
It was white, the white race, the Aryan race.
We have to start talking about the Italians. We have to start talking about those damn.
It was the Aryan race.
It was specifically.
Maltesians are disgusting.
To me, or that I knew of remotely at all. And so, from my perspective, this was still a matter of up until that.
This guy has a
first comment of
very,
anything,
very
I was under the
specific
impression
and
that I was
enduring
accused of
perspective.
something
By like, oh, Nick's hanging out with all these racist people. I'm going to say I'm horrified.
I have literally not made a single comment about
when
race.
Chud Logic would have made a race comment, I froze and I didn't know what to do in that moment in time.
Dude, I'm toning it down for your streams now.
And that's why you got up and went back to cuddling him, Nick, right?
Yeah, I got up and then I went back and started cuddling.
You went back to cuddling Chud Logic.
Because I didn't want him. I didn't want him to feel embarrassed or insufficient next to Tom. Yeah.
while he played Angry Gorillas on his phone.
He was playing games on his phone because he can't play on his PC.
He was playing a version of Angry Birds, but it's all.
You got Minecraft on your phone. You got games on your phone.
Oh, it's like Angry Birds, but you're trying black
beat the
people, white
Ender
women. I
Dragon.
don't know. What is that something?
Dude, she was trying to beat the Ender Dragon.
Dude, George Not Found
this
sees
26-year-old Minecraft YouTuber just started patting her on the tummy.
George Not Found sees an 18-year-old. He says, "Can I pet that dog?"
Dude, I'm freshly 27, guys. This is super f***ed up. All right, let's keep going.
You're old.
Understand what's going on. So of course, in me talking.
Oh,
to
I'm
everybody.
sorry. One more thing. Do you know this birthday's in January?
Yeah. And this was.
So
in
she was.
middle of the year,
She
right?
was 18 and a half.
Yeah, freshly 18. That's just another part of the story that blows my.
That's just called being 18.
Yeah.
At what point are you like ripely 18? Like at what point have you fully matured and like been seasoned by the weather? Is it like 18 and 9 months is when you're ripe? Like how does it work?
Dude, right. What is
Anytime anyone ever says "and a half," it's usually for like
Dude,
a bad
and a half? Like are we in the 4th grade? Like I'm 9 and a half.
Exactly. That's what kids talk about their age.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're trying to do. Obviously, I mean, it's obvious to say, but they're trying to invoke childhood, right? It's very clear. That's the whole point of this discussion. When it's not relevant.
And of course, again, like I said, it was speculated. Oh, well, I think this is because of the fact that they don't like you because of
ripe
the
allegations,
and because of the other stuff that was going on. Now, I will say that I think that my perspective, due to my experience with my video and before my video, my experience with false allegations being
hold
thrown
on.
at me,
Can we do?
that
I need to do something quickly. Chat, if someone can help me with this, that would be so awesome because I don't want to try to figure it out midstream. Can somebody transcribe Katie's statement, please? I don't know if you have like an application.
Someone has transcribed it on Twitter if someone can find it because it is out there.
Someone please transcribe it into text for me because I ain't reading all that. I'm gonna make Tipster do it. Okay, let's keep going.
I was inclined to just assume with pretty much everybody, and I've assumed that with a lot of like friendships that I lost, or with a lot of people that I don't talk to anymore, or people that just don't like me. I've just kind of blanketly made the assumption that that person, they don't talk to me because I have, there's these allegations. That's why. So when the whole, UK group started being extra, mean online and criticizing
By the way,
stuff
this
and
is
saying.
all about. I didn't realize how much of this was about the UK group. It's really playing into.
Who
Chud's
specifically is the UK group? Like obviously Amesy's one of them, but like Tommy in it.
Like he's addressing the part that people understand the least. I don't even know. I have no idea. Wilbur? Is Wilbur one of them?
I think
Wilbur wasn't really in the community. He wasn't really doing Minecraft. He was doing music.
Well, no, but he came from that community, right? So attacking Wilbur was an attack on them, right? In some way.
I guess so, but in fairness, don't they want Wilbur gone?
Well, yeah, at that point they did, but that's why Dream attacked him so hard, because he knew that he couldn't be criticized for making that attack when it was a very craven political move from him, I think.
Dude, Wilbur was out here being like,
craven.
You scared to bite him? Well, I can't relate.
Scared to go silverback on it? That was ripe. She was ripely 18.
Oh, okay. I saw comment cop DM me and I thought I did something gravely wrong on screen. Alright, let's keep going.
Things about me being evil or saying things about whatever online. Of course, I'm just going to assume that's what that's about. I had no idea at all that this was even a possibility. And even when I went and talked to everybody that was there, no one said anything. No one said anything at all, and that's completely understandable. I'm not. Again, this is just to share my perspective. I'm not saying that they should have. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I had no idea. I had no idea, and even when I made an effort to try and figure out what was going on, I still had no idea. So anyway, from that point on, of course, we're under that that assumption. Move forward, of course, and then later on, this happened. Of course, when I saw Katie's original post and her original stream that she did, I was shocked. I was incredibly shocked. I was confused. I was sad. Genuinely, I didn't know like what to think. I didn't know what to do. And of course, I watched it multiple times. And then I went and talked to George about it and was, talking about, many of the things that happened. I went through every text message that I sent.
He sounds very nervous
about the event. I went through every conversation that I had ever had about everything.
Tom, can you teleport us back to where we're supposed to be? I'm
understand
lost.
what.
Only if Smaggle, are you in the house? Smaggle, go to the house.
Understand.
And then type in chat. It's alright, we're good.
That wasn't me pausing. That was the stream not talking.
I could have overlooked something, if that makes any sense at all.
Why does he keep saying if that makes any sense? If that makes any sense.
I was just confused. I was what I'd never. This is out of nowhere. This is something that to me came absolutely out of nowhere. And of course, in talking to George about it, and again, just to clarify, I'm repeating myself, but I'm not speaking for George.
Stop saying that I'm bad at Minecraft. That just also means I'm not a good groomer. Okay.
Base.
About George, other than this very specific instance, because it's important.
The Legend of the Long Island Silverback.
The perspective from what George shared in his stream, of course, is from his perspective, and is very similar to what he explained to me. And of course, having the perspective that, hey, these people hate me for what in my mind is no reason. And even when I had a conversation with Harry whenever that happened, and I said, well, what is there? Why do you not like me so much? Like, what did I do? Essentially, I literally asked him that. And he after I explained the whole situation, I cleared up the Katie situation with him. This was again a while ago, before this new information. And I thought things back then. That's all. He didn't share anything. He didn't say anything that I could know. And so, first of all, I guess on that point, I want to mention something that Katie said in her tweet, and it's that she mentioned near the end of her tweet, she said something along the lines of like, other people have had experiences with them. She said them, and I just want to say that if anyone whatsoever has had any negative experience, any especially anything remotely like this with any of, I lost connection, sorry. If anyone has had,
dude, he was really building to something there. It just got loud. You guys want to cut ahead to when he cries?
I want to hear the whole thing, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah. Just keep it moving.
Any negative experience with any of my friends, or anybody that I know or that I'm friends with or close with or anything. If anybody has had any negative experience, please tell me. Please. I will not go straight to them and tell them. I will first and foremost try and understand and try and hear what you have to say. I understand there's some people, especially from her friend group and from people, after this point, that probably even, at this point, will not want to believe or hear anything that I have to say. But I'm not this horrible person that will bite your head off. I would love to talk about anything at all, any misunderstanding.
Because if you have any problems, DM me privately instead of blowing it up on Twitter.
This is not about this specifically. This is just in general. Because I had no idea, and it's horrible of me to think that people thought there was a lot of people for almost 8 months that were sitting there thinking that and you know,
You know what it
being
sounds like?
very
Someone just
hypercritical
brought it
of
up
me.
in chat of a reference that I made a couple of streams ago for something else. But it literally feels like the chicanery scene from Better Call Saul. It's like, he just wants to turn around and start yelling. It's like,
It was
them!
George!
It was George! YouTubers. They defecated through a sunroof! Like, just starts screaming about how the UK YouTubers are...
It was Amesy, but no, not my Amesy. Not our Amesy. It could never be Amesy.
Amesy defecated through a sunroof. That's what happened.
Based.
Without me having any idea what for, essentially. And I of course I would have wanted to hear any of this or anything at all at the moment.
What the fuck?
That I could have at all. And I know, and
He's
and
asking for
that,
blackmail on his
what
friends.
Katie said in her post saying
Based.
them. It's like, please, if you have had a negative experience with any of my friends, or if you have some of that, please
don't let me get
think that
blindsided
I'm
again.
like, I have this like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it is, they tweet like I'm this like evil, manipulative mastermind, essentially. I understand if you have that opinion. I understand that's, but I'm a human being. I am a human being that I will listen to you. I will talk to you. I don't know where.
I'm sure this is going to convince them, dude. I'm sure now they're going to be cool with you. They're totally not going to go right back.
That's ever known me.
Right after you just shit on them too, you're like, oh god, I finally have a way to f these people up the way they deserve. And he's like, oh, I was wrong. Okay, guys, so if you have any problems with me,
I'm a really understanding human guy. This is just my perspective. I'm taking accountability. Dude, just go silverback mode and own these people. Like, holy there's literally no reason. There's no reason to bow down to them. They will never like you. You will, no matter how many times you apologize, you will always be waiting with bated breath for the next time they get a chance to cancel you and try to ruin your career, and they will. They will take it. Every time you apologize, you are one step closer to when they get to ruin you. Like, it's already happening to George. The next allegation is going to be Dream consensually kissed a girl and she didn't like it after the fact because his breath smelled like poop because he was busy eating out of the toilet. So the next allegation is going to be that.
We're dangerously close to a situation where someone has consensual sex and regrets it, but says, I'm an 18-year-old.
It basically already happened, dude. This Meowsy whatever person.
No, but this person didn't even have sex.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be a person who goes live and goes, look, I consented at the time. I really thought I wanted to do it, but he used his power over me and the fact that I was just 18 to abuse me.
The fact I was just 23. I was freshly 23.
I don't think it's a joke. I think it's really going to happen to somebody.
No, it will in the next week. Yes. And they're going to apologize.
It's like, I thought the sex was consensual at the same time. I wasn't drinking. I literally, he just convinced me that I wanted to f him, and I did it, and now, like, I regret it, or something like that. And they're going to use that. They're going to go, you f that woman. And it's
Ginger Coon in chat says, I saw Nick go Italian gorilla mode on 10 pizza pies. I saw him go Italian gorilla mode on an IHOP order from Uber Eats 2 years ago, and I haven't recovered mentally, so.
Dude, when Augie was underage and drunk, when he was like 20 years old at VidCon, he was harassing like an Uber employee. What did he say? He was like, I want my Beaner Blast.
He was talking about Baja Blast, yeah. I think he just didn't pay them or something.
He'll say, I talk. I will message you. I will reply. I will have a conversation openly about anything at all, whatsoever. And it hurts me to even think about the fact
we can do gyms.
Oh, chat, that's actually why Edwin left. Not because of any of the other stuff.
We can
Edwin
do
left the
gyms.
community because of Augie's order.
His silverback Beaner Blast.
Yeah. I made that up, by the way. I never said that.
You know,
I said that.
Totally did.
That she was afraid, that Katie was afraid to say something to me.
Katie should do a whole documentary on this called Mostly Clothed and Afraid.
Fully clothed.
Hardly undressed and afraid.
Dude, she couldn't wash off the stench of his poopy ass hand or something. Like, what was on his hand that
Could you
made
imagine? Wait, imagine if this was all because he didn't shower.
Let's do what?
So she was stunned. Like, she was just so stunned that a person had such lack of hygiene that she was just like, she didn't know what the.
He literally.
We don't have.
Something you don't understand is much like Wilbur suit, all the Minecrafters wipe with their hands.
Is it only 5:30? Why do you want to do swordless?
Like a gorilla, they go gorilla mode.
Yes. No,
You don't. You just don't care about my streaming career.
White woman and that consensually gets to a dog, but then Wilbur bit too hard,
That's
and then she
false.
tried to take him to the pound.
Thank you, Mercy, for the dono.
That's legitimately those allegations.
I will take care of it for you.
All right, 15
You'll get it
minutes.
back soon, okay? He's going to the moon. Pulling all your money into Lockheed Martin stock.
Wilbur's a dog name. Like my mom had a dog named Wilbur growing up. So I mean, I'm putting these things together. These are the things that have been left out for me, and I am putting them together.
I mean, she's a white woman,
That
so
hurts.
you know the
That's
dog
what I'm saying.
tendency is quite natural,
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah.
they're
If
they're
that's
bred
something you
for
want to
it.
do,
White women are
but
bred for it.
I mean, I can go
Sorry,
do it
just a bit of a
still.
quick tangent. Do you remember that woman on Twitter that was like, "Yeah, I f***ed a dog," and was just completely open about it recently?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
insane.
recently? No, I always think of
Well,
Whitney,
about a
Wisconsin.
year ago.
Whitney, Wisconsin's the
Yeah,
classic one.
Wisconsin was
That was
like
the first one. That was the first one. There's another one as well, though.
Yeah, I
created a
saw
whole
her.
subculture.
She was like a vegan who like dogs, right? That was her thing.
Oh, God.
Base.
I'm back in-
Just
I'm
let
back
me
in this
let me know what you need out of me, babe.
Fucking sunk in place.
Alright,
Can
we
get
gotta let
out.
this go. I
That
can't
hurts me a lot.
unpause this because I'm
And that is
fighting
my
for
fault.
life.
Well, that you cannot have.
So I am sorry, Katie. I am sorry that you felt that I was not
What?
approachable enough for you to express.
Well,
What a
I love you, but you can't have my
Jesus,
love.
I'm sorry that you felt
feelings
that
or your
way,
pain.
Katie.
I love you and all, but
What a riveter
No.
What happened?
apology.
nah.
Nothing happened.
Anyway.
Yes.
So, of course, just to share, I made a Reddit post. I've taken it down now.
Great.
But that was after I talked to George.
Look, dude, yeah, he is making it about himself. And if there was a sexual assault here, I'd be really upset about that. If somebody got sexually assaulted, I would be really pissed that he just did that. What were you to say, Tom? I think you had a thing.
I was just gonna say, like, the giant Reddit post is always the sign. I think that Dream is about to back down, because that's what he did with the. Do you remember the war cry, where he was like, "You losers are angry at me for doing nothing. Everyone does war cries in SpongeBob. It's not appropriating culture. I'm 1/16 Pocahontas, so I can do whatever the I want." And then the next day he's like, "Hey guys, so sorry. I apologize for what I said. Like, I was out of line. I went silverback mode on stream. I'm sorry." Like,
I'm 1/15 Pocahontas.
He was like, "I'm Squanto when this. You're gonna tell me what I can't do." Like, he was mad. He was like, "I'm literally with Lewis and Clark right now, and you're telling me I can't do a war cry." Like, that was literally what he was saying. And then all of a sudden it's like backtracking. Like, I'm probably blowing my opportunity at a Dream interview right now, by the way, which I had locked in. But honestly, just this is a horrible showing. Horrible. You can't defend these people.
Yeah. I don't know. It's sad because I don't know. I mean, I thought he handled his last situation really well, and just this whole thing is really.
I literally have an entire video written about the false allegations, and now this happens. Like, awesome.
Yeah. Dude, my concurrent viewers like the year everyone in this chat was born. It's 2005, guys.
Little flex from Nicholas there. Oh, you seem to be above Tom's numbers there, Nicholas. Any comment on that?
I don't. Yeah.
That's the Palestinian media misrepresenting my view count.
Oh, I tell you guys, I figured out the Palestinian conflict.
Why hasn't Dream talked about Palestine yet?
No, I figured it out, dude. Hold on, wait. I've gone.
Wait, why hasn't Dream talked about Palestine though? Like, I feel like we need his voice.
Chad, did you hear how I figured out Palestine?
Go on. What? How?
Okay, check this out. Are you in my screen share? We're gonna do this.
Yeah, yeah.
Do this real quick. All right. So there's a tweet that I saw from back in the olden days, and I thought this was just a simple joke. I was unaware that this was actually culturally relevant. So there's a tweet, and it's an article written by Marjorie Ingal, and it's called "The of the Canine World." Pit bulls have been unfairly stereotyped as genetically dangerous monsters. Sound familiar? So this was written in 2016, shortly before there was any problem in the Middle East, right? But the issue is, I'm reading this, and that sounds crazy. This is obviously like a pro pit bull person making some absurd claim. But then I think about it. That makes the toddlers the Palestinians. So when the pit bull maul and children,
defenseless.
I mean, even if we're the biggest dog lovers in the world, right? We have to look at these defenseless toddlers that are being mauled by these vicious pit bulls and think, I mean, where else in the world would the pit bulls go?
That's a good point, mate.
If not here, where would they go?
They would go to the nursery.
Sometimes a few toddlers have to get run off the road so that these pit bulls
Dude,
can continue to thrive.
you know what the funniest thing is? Okay, so for years, the Keemstar Christmas dog tweet of 2016 has been tweeted out as a meme. Every year, everyone, Dolan Dar, Colossal's Crazy, everybody tweets out, like, the tweet where Keemstar's like, just hit a dog going 85 miles per hour in my truck, ran up on the highway. And now that tweet, which is like a meme tweet, which is like, I think he did kill a dog, but it's been like a meme to us for like years that he accidentally hit a dog in his car. Now, all of these Minecraft people, because he's on the guy who was like, "You shot my friend." Those people are pulling this tweet out and being like, "You dog, you piece of." That is so epic. That is like the funniest possible. Out of anything you could try to get Keemstar on, like the Tony thing is usually what gets brought up. Like Etika gets brought up. They go with the dog that he accidentally.
Meme.
And little did we know the dog was a pit bull. What the?
No, I like bringing up this article because this woman who wrote this is like the most person on the planet. That's like the most insane article I've ever seen in my entire.
I think it's epic.
It's so funny. It's like someone really was like.
This is like the Gaijin Goomba Minecraft thing.
Marjorie. Yeah, Gaijin Goomba, where he's like, dude, the Minecraft villagers have more in common than you think.
He was right. He was right. He was literally right.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Look
at the fuck, dude. Look at the pigment, bro.
Oh, shut up.
They're literally Netanyahu-anese, dude. Tell me they're not.
Opened the video and he goes, and we're not talking about their noses or something like that. I was like,
I'm talking about the noses. I have a big nose. I feel like I have like a right to speak on the nose allegations. Like these are my boys. Okay, clearly, look at the pigment, bro. And he saw the pigment and he was talking about it, and everybody's just like, "Oh, you anti-Semitic racist." Like, no, dude, Gaijin Goomba was right. Okay, he was
Sorry,
based.
just a quick question: do you think that there should be a systemic, unending elimination of pit bulls?
Wait, hold on.
Nick's trying to figure out what this is an allegory for.
Wait, of pit bulls, or
yeah,
or
no,
like
of pit bulls. Of pit bulls. You know what I mean? You know
like,
what I'm saying?
what are we putting down here, Sean?
All I'm saying is we need a final solution to the question of the pit bull only.
I think we should get all the silverbacks in there and take them out.
If I'm being honest, the pit bulls only breed with themselves, so they're like really like. Oh, do you know what? Oh, all right, hold on. Wait.
That sounded good.
Wait a minute. No, it didn't sound good. That sounded bad. I don't know how to respond to this now in a way that doesn't connect it to people.
Talk about the
Yo, what the
silverbacks.
fuck, Nicholas? Dude, that's anti-Semitic, bro. Dude, come on. What are you on about?
I hate you guys so much.
I support the right for the Minecraft villagers to defend themselves from the skeleton onslaught. Okay.
I think that more.
Keep starving.
More fucking toddlers need to get mowed down in the streets by pit bulls. I think that's the only solution to that.
Toddlers.
If these toddlers are gonna keep running into the road, I think the pit bulls have it. They have my support in stopping them.
Keemstar has my support in hitting every dog that runs up on the highway in Buffalo. Honestly.
Dude,
I think we should all buy Ford Raptors.
Nowhere. Like, if there's a dog on the road, bro, I mean, why don't you just let them run free in your backyard? Why do they have to be on the street?
Where did the dog even come from?
I think, well, modern day evolution says that they started out as probably fish. And over the course of hundreds of years, they grew legs. And then they started, like, being bred over and over again until they got...
Can you believe that they expect us to think that dinosaurs are real? Can you believe that? Like a triceratops is a real thing?
That's a Stardust-ass argument. Stardust would say something like that.
Yo! Stardust.
No, I'm friends with Stardust, but Stardust would turn around and say something like that. Stardust would be like, did you know that dinosaurs... People think dinosaurs are real? That is literally a Stardust.
It's a literal dragon, dude. Like, it's not real.
Oh my god.
There was never dinosaurs, I'm sorry. And I'm supposed to believe they were made by Pfizer or something? Like, dude, this is not...
Do you know how I got the nickname Dragon of the West?
Having sex with Chinese women?
I was dragging my nuts across your face. Let's keep going.
I've gone through everything about my recollection of everything. And of course, in hindsight, the perspective of... Let me just collect my thoughts.
Wait, this is the part where he mentions. This is the part where he mentions Candace, isn't it? That slime ball, dude. I hate
Wait,
that.
Candace Owens?
Candace dick fit in that ass.
Yo!
Oh, you're owned, dude.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, that was the first that happened in the story.
Dude, that reminds me of the flamenco thing. You guys remember when I was like, have you heard about the D's allegations? He's like, the D's allegations? What is that? You remember that? That was epic, dude. Holy. Sorry, we can continue. I just had to own you back real quick, dude.
Scripted or anything. I don't really have a plan of what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get everything that I have to say out there.
We know.
It can't fit. He's too fat.
I guess I'll just kind of break it down. Break down.
He's gonna start
that post.
dancing?
He said he's gonna break down
what I
before
said
he starts
exactly now,
crying.
but,
I'm gonna just break it down.
Let me just break down real quick. I didn't know what he did.
Well, that's a foreshadow. That's an unfortunate foreshadow.
I started off by saying that I thought that from my memory that George's recollection of events was closer to the events than what
Think
he
you'd
had said.
befuddled bacon for becoming a member. Love you, buddy.
I think now, having seen her secondary post, that I understand why that was. That had nothing to do with, and I never said it originally. I never accused any dishonesty or anything.
Thank you,
but that had
Nimrod. I'm
nothing to
glad
do
you
with
approved the
what,
podcast.
my thought process, again, being under the mindset that there was a lot of people, especially surrounding her, that really did have very, very negative opinions of me. And I had and of course had expressed things negatively in the past, and I tried to have conversations with people about it, and I never got any answers. I was just under the assumption, okay, there's people, they hate me, they have no reason why they hate me, and they're just, they do things, they do whatever they want, and they just hate me. And so I just understand that I'm operating under that assumption. And so in seeing that, in seeing listening to or reading the details of that night, there was certain things that she left out, or there were certain things that she didn't mention, that I understand now why she didn't.
Okay.
At the time.
Off, dude. No, is he talking about the cuddling thing being left out? There's no reason to leave that out unless you're maliciously lying about what happened. There's literally no reason.
No, not at all.
Okay, there's literally zero reason. Like you have to be entirely malicious to leave that out, right? Am I wrong? Is there any reality in which you could not be malicious and leave out?
Died from a rock.
Yeah, the stalactites.
No, Tom, I agree. It seems so obviously a malicious move.
Like, will he even explain here? Is he ever going to explain what reason she would have to leave that out? Like, what reason could there possibly be other than wanting to lie? Like, if we had Dream in this call, do you think we could like reason with him and be like, "What the f are you saying?" And he would like come around. Like, if he wasn't in like a public spectacle and had nothing to lose and it would never get leaked or something. Like, do you think he would admit to us like, "Okay, yeah, clearly she lied." Like, there's no way a reasonable person could come away with any other conclusion. There's no way. And we know Dream can be a reasonable person if you shake him enough. Like with the where he had to defend his career against like life-ruining allegations. Is that the position he has to be in where his career is about to be destroyed?
Yeah, of course. He's self-interested, right? That's it. He doesn't, he's willing to put his neck out to some degree, but only if it benefits him, like it did initially against UK people. But past that, he doesn't care, right? It's all about him up.
It sucks, dude. It actually sucks.
These people are disgusting. It's just, I know we said it already, but man, worthless maggots, a lot of them.
Dream won't stand up for his friends. It sucks. The only person he's standing up for right now in this call is himself. It's not for Katie either, because Katie doesn't care about his approval. She'll never care. She wants him to rot in hell like the rest of these people do. They literally want him to die. They are tweeting out about how he should die. That is what the MCYT community is tweeting out. I hope Dream starts coughing soon. One person tweeted out his address to like 20,000 likes. Like, these people are crazy.
Yeah, they're psychotic. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, the doxing on him is like comparable to what I'm seeing with like Stone Talk.
Yeah, I feel bad.
Bro, sorry, just a quick note on that, dude. All these lefties talk about how bad Kiwi Farms is, but then Stone Toss gets doxed and they're sharing it left, right, and center. These people are.
Well, because their explanation is, well, he's a Nazi, so he deserves it.
Yes.
Impression I was under before, under that impression, it felt like, oh, well, this is someone that is surrounded by people that don't like me, don't like George, that are morphing things in a way that make it negative towards me, because that's kind of what what you do when you're around friends. If you're around friends that have this negative opinion, and you're saying, oh, sure, you're kind of going along with it. Now, that was a horrible assumption to make. So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I made that assumption.
That assumption was right. You were right.
Understand after, the months of, I guess, negative press, I almost want to say, that I've received before any of this, obviously, that I was operating under that assumption. So that's why I said that. I don't agree with that now. I think that everything that Katie said in her most recent post, I don't know about everything. I said the them thing earlier that I hope I can have clarification on. But everything else in her post, I agree with. I think that it seems like her recollection of things that she shared is very accurate and understanding before.
This is why I think they deserve it. Like, honestly, and I think when everyone heard me say, like, oh, they deserve it, he's probably talking. No, I think that Dream and George deserve this 100%. There's not even a.
If they're willing to do this, then like, they want it. They're opening their legs for it. Like, it's literally like the "what are they wearing" question. Like, what are Dream and George wearing? Oh, they're wearing a tube top. Okay, well they look sick. No, I'm kidding. They look like. Sorry. They're unwilling to go silverback mode on their own community. They just constantly cower in fear. At the soonest opportunity to apologize, they apologize for nothing. Her recollection of events is that she cuddled him for an hour and she was fine with it. And she got up multiple times and came back, and that's assault somehow. Her recollection of events is stupid. How can you, as a 25-year-old man, justify in any way this being assault? It's not. It's not. You are lying to yourself. For who? I don't know. The Minecraft community, who hates you anyway. And the next time they find out you use the word lynch or say the word drugs out loud, they're gonna say you're racist. These people.
Do you remember when he said drugs, and everyone said he hated black people?
Insane. And who do you think?
Because they heard drugs and they immediately tied that with black people.
Who do you think was orchestrating all this, dude, behind the scenes? There has to have been someone.
John Swan.
Based.
New things that I had no idea about at all.
No, I was going to say, I mean, obviously, Dream is the most influential guy from the US side of things, right? From my understanding.
Yeah.
And who is it in the UK? Like I say, it's Amesy. It's
It's not Amesy. It's really Amesy is like a really small creator comparatively speaking.
No, sure. But I'm just listing the people. So you got Amesy, you got like Tommy in it. You've got that Tubbo guy. That guy's a freak as well, by the way. But
have you seen?
Tommy's not friendly with Dream anymore.
Have you seen Tubbo cry on stream, like literally have a mental breakdown after he lost in Minecraft?
No, but
like literal mental breakdown, like crying, bawling his eyes out, like no, bro, like it was crazy. These people are kids.
I was underground. This game is really bad. It's not even good physics, bro.
So who is the Dream equivalent on the other side then?
It's really just got. I mean, Tommy N is probably the biggest. Yeah. Minus Wilbur Stood, I guess. He's not really in the equation anymore, is he?
Well, no, he's not. But if only we had someone. Well, could you not ask Dream? Can you not message Dream and be like, "Come on, man"?
One of the bigger people that we haven't mentioned yet is Quackity, who basically has stayed out of all of this. But
but Quackity's got his own issue.
Yeah, he's got his own problem going on right
he's
now.
got like Minecraft slave labor.
All these people are being eaten alive right now. Like literally every week, there's a new allegation. Every day. Get them on. Crazy. But they always bow to it. And the thing is, Quackity used to be pretty edgy too. I watched old Quackity videos. I don't know if you guys have seen, but he used to make like pretty edgy like Roblox rating videos. He was a part of like that old like commentary community in like 2016 with like Memulous and Dolan Dark. Like he was a big memer. But he's totally I don't know if it's a totally cynical move. I think he wanted to grow his channel and get bigger and be a big Minecraft guy. Whatever, that's fine. But as a result, he's basically just forfeited his ability to be his own person. He has to apologize to whatever these people want. It sucks.
Yeah, but like you say, the millions are probably worth it until, of course, the tax.
Until they're not. Yeah, until Phantom comes in the room.
Holy. I think we're good, guys. Oh! Oh my god. Okay. Do you have any food?
That's funny.
What?
I said that's funny.
Do you not have food?
No.
Are we gonna die?
Yes.
What the bro? What are you wearing on your feet? What are those?
I honestly don't remember what the skin is, so I just don't want to talk
What
about
is
whatever
that?
it is. What is it?
Dude, you're not even wearing your Yeezy pods.
Have you seen the Yeezy ball sack slides? I hate those, dude. One of the guys I work with wears a ball sack on his foot. It's insane.
First thing that I want to talk about as well is that one of the things that contributed to my thoughts that I put into my Reddit post, which involved, I mentioned first of all, I mentioned a creator from the Dream SMP prior. I didn't mention them by name, but I did mention that that person was in the lobby when this happened, and that that was another reason that we had
Don't go down there.
perceived things slightly differently, is because of that.
Don't go down there.
Having that person involved, and I had a negative view of that person's opinion of me and of their intentions with me, because they had, from my perspective at that point, had shared a lie about me to many people. Now this person reached out to me and they clarified this, and it turns out to be a misunderstanding. They hadn't meant to spread any lie or anything or be malicious about anything. It was just like, I guess somewhere along the lines, someone.
Wait, this is important. He's talking about Amesy right now.
It
I
ended up
think.
being spread that I.
Sorry, there was an Enderman.
Can we rewind it a bit? I want to hear the Amesy bit.
Oh, yeah.
And it turns out to be a misunderstanding. They hadn't meant to spread any lie or anything or be malicious about anything. It was just like, I guess somewhere along the lines, someone misunderstood something, and then it ended up being spread that I did something that I didn't. And so they cleared that up, and that slightly that instant when that was happening, when they reached out to me, I instantly had a bit of a perspective shift, because that was contributed largely to why I was why I had my mindset that I did. And then secondly, the fact that
you're hearing this?
Shared.
So Amesy reaching out to Dream was fundamental in him changing his perspective on this, is what he's saying right now.
But what the did she say to him? What did she say to him? What could she have possibly said that changed what he thought happened?
Well, he's claiming it's because Amesy said, because this was to do with a part of his Reddit post. He was talking about, well, he didn't say Amesy, but everyone in reply saying it was Amesy, getting kicked out the Discord or something. I can't remember the exact words.
Okay, yeah. There was some situation where somebody claimed that they were kicked from Dream's Discord because they asked about the grooming allegations, and Dream said that never happened. They left on their own, and he personally talked to them about it and clarified what happened. Do you think that was Amesy?
So that was in relation to Amesy. That, I don't know for sure, but in the replies, they were all saying it was Amesy.
So somewhere along the line, somebody must have the impression that she said that on live stream or something, or in some video, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, if I'm understanding this correctly, I think he's saying that after the Reddit post, I believe Amesy is the one that reached out to him, and like you say, said something that changed his perspective.
So what the did she say? It's quite disgusting. She was 18 years freshly. She wasn't even ripe. She wasn't ripe. I was abused, and I see the signs, and I can see that George is an abuser.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was over some disagreement about why they were bad for Discord. I think something else is going on there that, again, we don't have access to, so we can't say for sure.
What the f am I listening to?
What is this thing?
All the people say,
guys, I'm riding a horse.
You're riding high in April.
Okay.
Shut down in May.
Who the f is saying this? Is that Tipster?
It's AI Vosh.
Vosh. I'm riding a horse, guys.
Sorry, I confused the lolicons. My bad.
I was riding a horse in Minecraft.
Oh my god, dude.
Sorry, guys.
That's fine. It's all good.
Her feelings of discomfort the next day, seeing that obviously massively
your father, I think if I tried to contact Dream, it wouldn't go that well.
Because
I think he wouldn't want to talk if I had to guess.
Again, I was under the impression of thinking there's a lot of people that don't like me for no reason. She's friends with these people.
That's Amesy, no doubt. It's got to be her.
That's why she could be being.
She's the Hyojin of the East.
She could be recounting things differently.
Well, the West.
Again, just want to clarify so I can repeat myself as much as I can.
Hyojin is of the East because Chinese.
None of what I'm saying at all is in counter to anything Katie has said. Nothing that I've said is an argument or
it sounds like he's been threatened
in any way whatsoever.
He sounds scared.
I think that Katie deserves all the support that you can give her. Everything that I'm talking about and that I will continue to talk about is just purely for perspective and understanding. And I think that it's very important for things like this that we discuss, because I think that things like this need to be prevented in the future. And I think that this is part of that. I think that I need to share my full perspective. I need to share my understandings. That way everyone can have a better understanding. So please, 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 please do not take any of this as me trying to make excuses for anybody, including myself. This is just to understand each other. So anyway, so back to
Sorry, another thing as well, it's also worth noting.
I mentioned in my Reddit post, I talk about
since this kind of like conversation happened, from the looks of it, Amesy hasn't really spoken much about any more allegations onwards. So
maybe
I don't know.
Like the only way to make this stop is to cuck to Amesy. I want to believe this.
Maybe,
I don't want these people to be this. You know.
They are.
If you kill the baby animals, they lack like the sustenance.
Yeah, they don't usually give you the good. They just can cry, talk about Planned Parenthood or something. Anyway, yeah, I think it might be AMZ. I think it's likely.
Consent, and I talk.
The thing is, like, who else could it be? Who else could it be that's like simultaneously friends with all the victims, quote unquote, has been like talking about the allegations constantly, is like tweeting out like in all caps like silence is not consent. Well, nobody even said that silence is consent. Like they just said that she clearly consented at the time. Like, come on, she was not assaulted.
Chat's asking why I'm killing the baby sheep. I'm not killing them because I want to eat them. I'm killing them because I want them to die.
It's for sport. Some men want money. Some men just want to watch the babies die.
Oh, why don't you get them and start a farm and breed them? I want to wipe them out.
Shout out Anthony Fauci.
What?
Never mind.
Yo, careful with that talk on YouTube. Jesus, you're so banned.
Clarify something. Consent must be explicit. Yes, you can have nonverbal consent, like I mentioned.
Bro,
but
he says that, and everyone was like, "Do you hear nonverbal?" And like,
dude,
it's like, dude, oh my god.
Now, Nicholas, you don't really strike me as a sex haver, but what I will say, just to educate you a bit, is that is true. That obviously, you know, you do have verbal consent constantly, little moves, touches, etc., that move things forward. Right?
We were talking about this on stream. How often do you hear somebody go like, "Permission to kiss you now" at the end of a game? Like that is just crazy. This because you know the drama we covered before this was the short-haired girl who was saying that she was like giga.
Only a British, which is an oxymoron, would ask someone for a sex contract before.
No, but wait, this girl said she was assaulted because a girl leaned in to kiss her, and then when she like wasn't into it, she pulled back.
Yeah, I know. And realistically,
he said that was assault.
In typical sexual experiences, like the way it works is like, oh, you're flirting with someone, it's going well, okay, you move to maybe you're touching hands or something. If you're both cool with that, then you move to like, I don't know, maybe you touch her thigh or something, she's cool with that. You move to kissing, like they're cool with that. Like things just naturally progress. With what happened with George, it's like, okay, they're sitting, they're flirting, things are going well. They're both adults, by the way. They're flirting. Eventually, one of them starts touching the other. They're cool with that. Eventually, they end up cuddling for 1 hour, which, like, dude, if I'm cuddling with a girl, I'm not going to wait an hour to touch her boobs. Are you kidding me, dude? I'm getting in there within 32 seconds, okay? Like, what are we cuddling for? My dick is pressed against your vagina, and I'm not going to touch your... Like, what is going on? Like, you want to wait that long? That's crazy. Wait, I'm gonna shoot inside of my jeans. I mean, fair enough. That's a different scenario, but you know, go silverback mode now and then. Know what I'm saying? Like,
always with consent, says Wash.
Yeah, of course. But it is crazy. Like, these people's expectation, like, have they just
Wait,
never?
that's so true. Can we call Minx? I feel like she's got dirt on all these people.
I have her on Discord.
Can you hit her up and ask her if she'll talk to us about this? I feel like we need to hear from like a level-headed, you know.
Actually, let me. I have her on. I have her on Twitter. Let me shoot her a message.
Hit up Minx, saying like we're doing a stream right now. It's an interesting show called URR. Don't ask what it means. We're just trying to get to the bottom.
I'm literally messaging her on Twitter right now.
We really need a loud Irish woman to call in. We need a woman's perspective. A womanly idea.
I messaged her. I literally just sent Mix a message.
Let's keep going.
All consent must be explicit consent must be extremely obvious consent.
All consent must be implicit, guys. It's,
Sorry, I've got a message from chat here. On LSF, apparently Justin Minx seems seriously ill, almost as if overdosing.
Oh.
I don't know if you want to throw that up or not, but I'll just put it in.
Well,
chat
I
there.
literally just sent her a message, asked her to come on URR. So thanks, dude. Holy. She's gonna get out of the hospital and be like, the only person that messaged me that cares about me is Turkey Tom, asking me to talk about Wilbur Soot. What the?
Oh, so we got ultimate review. What the?
but she's not even live. How could you know if she's gonna die? She's not live.
There's an LSF post from 3 hours ago.
She's IRL streaming from the ward.
What? She would be the one.
Okay, please, you got to put
She's IRL.
I'm looking.
She's IRL streaming herself at the Suboxone clinic.
Here, Justin Mink said she's seriously ill, almost as if overdosing. Can someone get her?
Dude, she looks so cooked.
What do you mean?
Look at her.
Does she look cooked? Let me see.
Oops, something went wrong.
You need to go to the Reddit and go to the
Yeah.
backup clip. Yeah, you got it.
Does she look? Whoa.
She's fired.
Dude, she looks like she's on fentanyl.
Oh, what do you mean? Fentanyl means like you can see the top of her head? Like what?
Look at the top of her head.
Bro, what are those? Dude, it's a Christmas tree. What month is this, by the way?
This is just what Irish people are like, to be honest. So I wouldn't worry too much.
Dude, she's going literally to mad mode right now. What the?
What? Damn.
Please stop using wooden tools. I can't stop, dude. Time goes into gorilla mode when cuddling. Dude, based. Is time to change your diaper? I will never change my diaper, dude. Well, I tried to message her, but I guess she's gone.
She's got people on the way.
Gone.
She's
All right.
lucid. It's extremely f***ed up. She collapsed on the floor, and
Andy Milanakis. Oh my
was
god.
like, what do I do?
Thank God
And he came in,
Andy's
he's like, wait, Andy Milanakis showed up and goes, chat, what do I do? I'm way too short to pick her up. Guys, what do I do? Did you guys know I invented memes? That's what he said. Justin Wang's a piece of shit. I invented memes. I don't know, I'm too small to lift this up. I mean, a simple way is if someone is concerned, or if we hear for mods or someone to call emergency.
I feel bad for her. I met her in person. She was, I don't know, fine.
She got up and walked off camera, and a mod in her chat said someone is going to get her. So many have tried to help her throughout the years, and she has just been the one. I mean, honestly, I think they should put her in the ring and make her fight again. I don't understand why they stopped letting her fight.
They should punch the fentanyl out of her system.
If anything, head blows were really working in her favor. That was the thing, is like she would have these mental breakdowns, and people would be like, come on, Minx, you gotta fight in 2 weeks. Get back up, or whatever. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, what? What commission is letting this person fight? What is happening? That was like my biggest criticism of YouTube boxing, is this woman would have like a mental breakdown, like a borderline alcohol stomach pump situation, where she would come on stream with 2 black eyes or whatever, right? And then she'd be like, oi, I'm gonna beat some broad in like 2 weeks or something. And I'm like,
did she win?
why?
I don't remember. I think I saw her fight. I think I was at the event she fought at. No, I wasn't.
Drunken math technique. I think she probably did quite well.
Space, dude.
I think she was supposed to.
She was on some Uncle Ira. She was fentanyl bending.
Zuko. Zuko, we have to stop hunting the Avatar and help Palestine, Zuko.
Boy, what the are you talking about, laddie? Wilbur Soot's been abusing women for 30 years, mate. Get J-Slot on the call, mate. I've got to shoot up me heroin.
Do you know Conor McGregor, the old man that he punched at the bar, was her dad?
No way. What?
Nah, I made that up. That would be hilarious, right?
Oh my god, dude.
Could you imagine?
Fake news.
Just beat. Yeah, that would be crazy. Let's keep going.
My legal name is Colby Covington.
It's tactical misinformation.
There's not a, oh, well, I think that this person consented. No, it's either explicit consent or no consent. Now, when I was writing this, of course, I'm
He just said that it doesn't have to be verbal consent, but it's either explicit consent or no consent.
Well, it definitely was explicit. I wish I could just be in a call and ask someone a question like, if you're cuddling with a girl for an hour,
She gets up and she comes back and she sits on you again, and then she goes, well, the reason I couldn't leave him because then he'd be awkward. You know?
like, is it? Yeah, I didn't want to embarrass him.
In front of his friends.
It's such coke, man. That is the classic sign. The woman comes back. You're like, yeah, I'm on one here. I'm in. Let's go.
It's like
she ups off me knob, and yet she comes right back to me knob. What the isn't it?
Watching this right now. Who the fuck would date this girl after this?
She messaged me and said she want me to go silverback mode. I'm like what the? Okay, who's gonna date her, dude? The guy who was screaming. The guy who was screaming like she cried in my arm. That guy. That guy's gonna be her boyfriend.
And then he's gonna get accused of. The cycle goes on. I can't wait.
God, this is insane.
From my perspective of my experiences with consent. I have experienced nonverbal consent.
I would.
My experiences with consent, dude. I'm gonna make a tweet longer called "My Experiences with Consent."
Oh, great! Actually, I have a video for you guys. I have a stealth review, a story that neither of you know about. So if we get bored, we can pivot. Okay.
Based.
I have probably one of the most nuclear reviews that's ever been sent to me. It's been sourced by producer Smaggle.
My experiences with consent. I have experienced nonverbal consent through people, whether they're moving your hand to them, or they're kissing you, or they're.
Dude, now that he said that, it's a matter of time before one of those people comes out against him and says that it was like rape.
You don't understand. No, he's saying that he's been assaulted.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
That's what he just said. He means whatever happened to Katie happened to him previously.
Which is not assault. Is he even gonna say what happened to her? Like, these people are like throwing
Right,
in front
you
of the
ready,
bus. Are
babe?
they gonna like out openly say like it was assault, or are they just gonna like not? Like what Sapnap said, where he was like, it's clear Katie was uncomfortable and George did something wrong, but he didn't have bad intentions, but he also did something bad. So like, all that matters is how she feels. Can we not just like, openly say someone's feelings are invalid sometimes? Can we not just say that?
Based. Yeah, mate, I'm all for that.
My abuser called himself the Tickle Monster.
Based.
He said, "Does this feel good?" And I was like, I ran. I was like,
I flushed him right down the skibbity toilet straight to
dude, do you
Ohio
understand?
jail.
Do you remember 5 years ago, people would be like, I'm gonna touch your belly button, and then it's. Okay, so let me blow this through. Let me blow your mind here. Okay. He basically touched your belly button and she said she was assaulted. That's literally what just happened. Like it's the meme incarnate.
Dude, at this point, like, congrats to her. She played it really well. Like, she owned them. She owned a bunch of like almost 30-year-old men into like destroying their own careers. Like, dude, good on her. She played them like a fiddle. She played the game. GG, Katie. Base. Dude.
All right, give me 2 seconds. I gotta read.
Girl boss. She's literally girl bossing these.
Yeah, sure. But I don't want to press it too much, but this is really a win for the UK Minecrafters, whatever Machiavellian games they're playing.
Yeah, I've been reading donos along the way because I'm not a piece of shit, so I don't have to catch up or anything, dude. I'm goated.
Went gorilla mode on those donos.
I'm literally not wiping with my toilet paper. I'm using my hands. I'm
All right, boys, girls.
Want to be with me. It's base, dude.
Ladies,
everybody talks about
men,
getting sturdy. I get poopy.
Non-binary pals.
Base, dude. Yeah. I don't know. The Minecraft. I don't know how long it is.
Out of here, and
George not found.
I'll be back streaming this